Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream free agent show. Oh, I'm pumped. I'm psyched. My team's going to swing large. Okay, baby? They're going to go that uppercut swing. And I'm not talking just an uppercut swing. We're double clutching our uppercut. We're going up to the second deck today, baby. Oh, we might just go out into the bay if we happen to be in San Francisco. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I'm a fan of the Seahawks. That's right. Never mind. Anyway, folks, here we are, free agent period. We are landed now, of course, on F Day, free agent day, FA, free agent day, whatever you want to call it. We go live now today. Of course, we've been a couple days through the legal tampering period, but because this is not my first rodeo with the Seahawks, you'll notice I didn't go live throughout this time period because I know they're just not likely to do much in this, what they call tier one free, wave one, whatever you want to call it, of free agency. So not terribly shocked. We are going to land today, though, live. We'll see if they're going to make some moves. This morning was announced, signed Artie, good cornerback for the Chicago Bears yesterday, and we're going to get into these signings here at the top of the show. Bounce into it. My goodness, you guys are starting out hot and heavy on the donations. Well, let me acknowledge the donations first and foremost. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $100 dono. My God, man, you coming in hot, feeling dangerous, he says. Let's go. Let's go, Randall. Let's get something done today. Let's find some optimism. Let's find not just a silver lining. Let's take that lining, chew on it, spit it out, and then ask for some more. Say, that's not enough. I want some more. So you already had your first helping. I want 3 helpings, okay? I want 3 turkeys, okay? So, hey, I love it, Randall. I'm feeling the spirit. I don't know why. I'm just kind of feeling that today. I'm feeling it. Maybe it's being in the morning. Maybe it's live streaming this time. I don't know. I don't care. But let's see something happen today, whatever it may be. Let's see a little action here. But thank you, Randall, for the $100 donation, sir. My OG, I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. Leland Kimball coming in with a $50 donation on top of it. Leland Kimball. Man, you are awesome. You're always awesome, brother. I know I'm back and forth on Twitter. I hope you're doing good. And I'm sorry about last time missing your donation on the thing. I certainly would never do that to you, my guy. You're definitely one of the valued people here on the channel. So thank you to both you guys. Starting this off, Leland, Randall, starting us off right on free agent day. They're spending money, and you know what they're saying? They're saying, you Seahawks, you go spend money. You're sitting on cash. You're sitting on a chunk of change. You got a chunk of change the next year. And I know everybody's going, we're in rebuild. We're going to get to it in a second. Give me a moment of hope. Give me a moment of maybe my team can do something else before they rip my heart out again. Just give me that. Give me the one day. We do have a press conference, of course, coming this afternoon. I'm going to try to see if I can maybe stream that press conference. We're going to finally hear them talk. I guess they're done twizzling their little mustaches, and we'll finally hear the men behind the scenes, the men in charge behind the curtains, talk a little bit more about this Russell Wilson trade, what preempted it, what caused them to finally pull the trigger, and perhaps maybe there'll be a few other, I don't know, dare I ask, salty questions from our local media as they try to maybe pull back a few more layers on this particular story. Once again, Randall, Leland, thank you so much, you guys. You're awesome starting this off right. We're going to have a fun day. We're going long today. I'm going to be all over some stuff today. It's going to be a fun day. So we're a day of optimism. We may have our dreams crushed here in a couple weeks when we come to find they don't spend a whole lot. Or we may find that they get Matt Ryan signed to Ron Armstead. And oh my God, they're going to actually try to make this go. They're going to try to make this go. But let's backtrack here for a second and talk about the last 48 hours in this legal tampering period where our Seattle Seahawks have been one of, I believe, it's 7 or 9 teams that have not dipped their toe into the active for free agent waters. It has been completely just re-signing their own free agents. And of course, they kicked this off the top, much to the surprise of this guy right here, making me not look good, right? I got to eat some crow on this one because Quandre Diggs was signed for a 3-year, $39 million deal, which is definitely not what I had expected. It's okay, though. He has earned the deal, of course. You're getting back a guy who's been your best defensive player the last couple of years, and maybe even by a wide mark through that period. A guy that has, I think, had as many interceptions from the safety position as any other player since he's arrived to the Seahawks. Coach Carroll seemed to have found the way to put him in just the right position where he would flourish and be at his best. He has a lot of continuity there with Jamal Adams. They've now been together for a couple of years. Theoretically, as you go forward here, as far as them being on the same page, you are spending a lot of money now at the safety position. This puts us up about $30 million next year to the safety position. But with that said, when you look at this contract, and I know many of you are going to look for me to maybe go crazy on this with these contracts and how they're signing and Disley with the $24 million. Overall, I'm not going to freak out here. Overall, I'm not going to go to the moon on this one because I'm still seeing some signs of a rebuild here. And the one thing I just didn't want to see them do was do the middle approach. So as I said before, okay, if you try to go for Watson, you miss on Watson, fine. Counter pivot over then to more of the rebuild state of mind. It's like Billy Joel, I got a rebuild state of mind. That's what we need to be doing here, okay? And that's what this looks like. 3-year deals are not 4-year deals. 3-year deals are deals that you can tend to get out of after only 2 simple years. And guess what happens in 2 years? You're right. That's right when we're going to be hitting the ignition switch on this franchise. So, hey, I look at these deals and are there a little bit more money than I'd like to spend? Sure it is. Would I like to see them do some more things in free agency? You better believe I'd like to see them do some more things. But at the same point in time, the one thing of the fear from my standpoint of things was the middle route taken. Was it Waldo Emerson? The path I took was the least taken, and that made all the... They take that least taken path, but not in the cool Emerson Walden way, more in the, dear God, why are you taking that path? There's a swamp there. There's creatures over there. No, just stay on the road. Stay on the road. Damn it, man. Stay on the road. So we'll see. We'll see if we where they go with this, but at least they are showing some signs of the rebuild. And man, I do find that incredibly encouraging because if they embrace the rebuild process, as painful as it'll be in the interim for all of us, as much as we will all be complaining about not watching good football, it does mean that you hit into next year, and you come into next year and you've cleared out dead cap money. You're not sitting on any albatrosses. You got 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a war chest of money that you're sitting upon. It's like if you watch that show like Oak Island, there's this show where they're digging for this gold up over in Nova Scotia. And they're trying to get down to the depths of Nova Scotia and get to this gold, and it's been like buried by the Templars 300 years ago, and they've dragged this show out terribly long, and it's probably gone. But whatever theoretical gold is there is the amount we have in salary cap savings next year. So you got all that to play with moving into just one simple year. It's one reason I tell people when they say, oh, it's going to be a couple years of this. It's going to be dark ages that. Oh, it's going to be 1990 Seattle Seahawks football once again. I say, okay, pop your brakes. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. Not when you're sitting on these kind of assets. Not when you're sitting on the draft picks and the money. And yeah, Carroll and Schneider, I know what the people are saying out there, that they're true pessimists, those skeptics. Those that glass can never be partially even full. They'll say it's still these guys running this thing, man. And you have a point. And I can't argue with that point. Same guys that brought us here are the ones still running this. But that is a lot of assets. That is a lot of resources. And you can get a lot of work done with it. So I'm encouraged on these initial signs of it. You're paying the safety position this type of money. It's certainly a big-time zag when the 31 NFL teams out there are zigging the other way as far as paying the safety position goes. But the team has decided to make their bed with it. And I guess you do need a leader somewhere in that locker room now that you've cut Bobby Wagner, seeing DJ Reed go. I guess it makes some allotment of sense in regards to that one. I'll try to make my peace with that one as I can. And I like Quandre. He's a good player. So don't let me knock him as far as that goes. I never hated that part of it. It's more just from the high-level roster building standpoint of things. Will Disley signing the 3-year, $24 million. This is going to be one that sends many of you up into a frenzy. I understand that. I know that I saw Twitter alight with people going, "What the hell, man? What the hell for a run blocking tight end?" Let me pop a little bit of the brakes on this one again. Same type of situation I talked about before, where you can get out from under this deal. And I was with you guys, by the way. I'm not rising above. I'm not floating above you with little angel wings here as you guys are wringing your hands. I'm screaming at the wall and cursing and doing everything you guys are doing over the last couple of days. So it's taken me a few days to get to this spot. Okay, I didn't land here initially. This is the nice low-key Brandon at 11 in the morning my time here, just chilling, after I've already gone through my anger and my cycles of frustration. So I landed here. But the thing that stood out to me most when thinking about this Disley deal is that last year you ran 2 tight end sets the 10th most amount of the time in the entire NFL, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then you have to also understand in conjunction with that stat, the Seattle Seahawks ran the least amount of plays in the entire NFL last season. So despite running those least amount of plays, you were 10th in the league in 2 tight end sets. What this would tell you, if you want to understand kind of going forward, if we were even middle of the road last year, if we were even 15th in total plays last season, then you most likely would have probably led the league in 2 tight end sets. And this is in an NFL where the Cleveland Browns love 2 tight end sets like a fat kid loves cake. So, it makes a lot of sense bringing back a guy in that you know is good quality. He's top 10 in the NFL as far as a run blocker at the tight end position. He's got good enough hands. He can do a little bit after the catch. Certainly, this isn't prime Will Disley of what we had in the first 2 seasons. He's probably lost a little bit there below the belt. But with that said, he's still a very good player, and this is not a monstrous contract to have paid. It's when you got the space right now and you get out of it from under 2 years, I'm okay with these kind of deals. It would be the 4-year contract on $48 million, and you're still then trying to rebuild. That kind of contract you're doling out, which wouldn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So these ones I'm not going to get over the moon with. And again, Disley makes sense where you're going to need to run a lot of 2 tight end sets. And I know many of you will say, but we already have Parkinson, and then we just brought in Fant. But Fant's a move tight end. Okay? Fant's the joker tight end. Fant's the H-back. Fant's the guy that you occasionally line up as a slot wide receiver. He's not an inline tight end like Disley is, kind of like Parkinson is. And you're going to want that depth there. This team runs with 3 tight ends. You're going to have injuries come up, the extra game in the season, etc. So it makes a lot of sense to me bring this deal into play. The Sidney Jones contract, the next one we'll talk about here. This is the one that I feel actually, the Artie Burns one today, I think, is probably for the value and smart signing side of things, that's the one I like the most as it kind of stands right now at the moment. But falling right behind that's the Sidney Jones contract. And I love this deal. It's a 1-year, $3.6 million deal, so he still is on a prove-it type of situation. He had his best season in the NFL last year playing for the Seahawks in this scheme under Coach Carroll. I know there'll be some transitions this year to potentially a little bit more man, and no, he doesn't really fit the man concepts, but with that said, they're still going to be running a lot of zone. I don't think it's going to be 24/7 man all the time now. It's still going to be, I think, a predominant amount of zone that we run, and he fits this to glove. He understands what Carroll wants to do. He's been doing this since going back to Washington. When we picked him up, and this trajectory remained true when you looked at his first 3-4 years in the league before he came here, and he was coming off that major injury in college. Every single year he got a little bit better in the NFL. He started bad, and the next year after that it wasn't much better than that, and then he got a little bit better than that, and then he got up to like kind of average, and then last year I would say he was playing at kind of above league average state by the end of the season. I really like this deal. It's not costing you a lot. Once again, doesn't close any doors or provide any impediments down the road if you want to do your full get through this on a rebuild. And I think he'll be a good player in this scheme. So I love that deal, along with the Artie Burns one, which just came down the track today, which was a 1-year, $2 million deal. Oh, you better love that. I love that deal. You look at Artie Burns, he's been a pretty useful player throughout his time. His low season's like a 60 rating with PFF. He posted his highest rated season last year with PFF as he was working with Sean Desai. And the interesting part about this signing is this is absolutely one you can look at with those people who have said, Sean Desai got any kind of control? Is he really doing much here? Is he actually going to have a say on things, or is this just for show? But indeed, as we were having reported to us, there was certain things he was being allotted and some sort of personnel control specifically. Well, this guy is definitely being brought over by Desai. He played underneath him last year, had his best year underneath him last year. Young player, still rolling. So many of you are going to be very upset, and I know not happy about the fact that DJ Reed goes and signs with the Jets. But it does come down at times with these type of positions, and especially those positions on your football team that you determine aren't as imperative as other positional groups. And as I've said in the past, I don't think cornerback is. One, because you play a lot of zone. You're not man-based heavy, so to me already that makes you ease off the gas a little bit for the need of top-end talent and to pay top-end talent at the corner position. Number two, you play a certain style of zone that's not necessarily been aggressive in the past, where the guys are just dropping, deep. Number three, you got Coach Carroll, who's a guy who's a maestro of cornerbacks, a guy that showed you even up until last year, outside of Trey Flowers, he can get guys that may not be the talented best of the bunch and get the most out of them, at least at the cornerback position. We can call into question Carroll on certain other positions if he's accomplishing that, but I don't think you can say that about the cornerback position. So you've not put a lot in the cornerback position as far as dollar amount at this point. I like that because, as I've said, when you do that, now you have extra resources to go and put it in the defensive line, in the thing that's going to be most impactful on this defense to potentially bring it back to being an elite one, if it can be brought back to an elite one, which if I think they're taking on these Vic Fangio principles, I do believe they will. And I will get over to you guys in the chat. Bear with me on this one. I'm going to be behind you guys on the super chats and the donations. I just want to get in my opening thoughts on this stuff because I'd written down a couple things I really wanted to talk about with this just out the top of the gate. So please do bear with me on that one. The last move that we made, which was, again, fine. it was fine, I guess. It's a little bit like the Quandre one. I just kind of shake my head, but it's like, okay, and then shrug. It shake the head, and it's like, okay. Al Woods, top 7 interior defensive lineman last year. Had his best year in the entire NFL at the age of 34 years old. No denying that. But there is also a little bit of a red flag within that, isn't there? Guy coming off a year, guy had been suspended for PEDs in the past. I'm not putting 2 and 2 together here. Indeed, maybe he's just found this past his prime age, new prime. We know when that happens, there's no funny business there. Whatever the case is, he was a great player for us, one of our best defenders, absolutely the best, probably the best overall year on the defensive line, at least as far as consistency goes, might have been him. Other guys might have flashed for a half season of time period, but he was always there. It's one of the reasons that he was rated as high as he was by Pro Football Focus. Certainly, I would have liked to have looked to go a little bit more in a direction of let's maybe locate a better 3-tech here, especially after you're hearing Seattle tendering Brian Monet. Now this means you have basically the same 3 defensive tackles you're running back that you had last season. As a team, you don't tend to run with 4 defensive tackles. Maybe they are now under the new model of the extra season, the extra games, but okay, it's a 2-year deal. You're not married to it. None of these deals are you married to these guys past 2 seasons, which is fine for me because that's really where my eye goes to as far as the next period where we will truly be competitive. I look at this period a lot like I look at the period of those people telling me when we're being consistent winners and one and done. I'm excited for the future, hopeful for the future, but I'm looking more towards the future because I'm not having that expectation level that as you are putting these things together that I should expect on the field this great team. It's different from when you have the Hall of Fame quarterback and you're stacking the roster and you're supposed to be all in. I have a different mentality. And this will be one more of I'm willing to be patient. I hope the front office can do so as well. So what do these moves mean in totality? Overall, they're fine moves. You haven't overpaid. You haven't done anything that was awful. But what do they do in totality? And by the way, let's address DJ Reed real quick. I'm okay with the DJ Reed not paying for the reasons like I just said. Go cheaper at the cornerback position. At least this year, especially if you're in the rebuild phase, I'm fine with it. But what does this mean? The Seahawks are rebuilding. Number 2, what does this also mean for the quarterback position? Well, it remains fluid. It does remain fluid. Certainly this team could go out and land a guy like Jameis Winston, Matt Ryan if the Deshaun Watson goes to Atlanta, or Baker Mayfield if Deshaun Watson maybe goes to Cleveland, or maybe Cleveland just wants to get rid of Baker Mayfield, period. But yes, those 3 guys come in. Seattle's probably going to now engage a little bit more of their competitive drive in the way that they sign guys and how they use the cap. One reason I'm not necessarily hopeful they go in the direction of that and look at any of those 3 guys. But I will acknowledge the fact that they're probably looking at it as a possibility where we've gone past plan A, which was probably Deshaun Watson. We're at plan B stage, which is probably look at what's on the open market. And then if we don't get past plan B stage, we go to probably the draft. And I would certainly think at this point that they're probably going to take a quarterback in the draft somewhere. I think that that's a little bit of, if they don't, unless they legitimately get one of those 3 guys I just mentioned, one of the, I don't know what tier do we call them at that point? I mean, Matt Ryan's good, but boy, Matt Ryan in the open air and wet weather, Matty Two Gloves is what we're going to be calling him on that one. I'm not sure, what you would put those quarterbacks at, but you put it in enough state where you think, okay, they're legitimate enough that we start to build a roster around them, and let's try to roll with it. We spent about, I think, to my reckoning on this, when you factor in the amount of money we've spent so far on those 4 guys off the top, and then you factor in the tender deals that we handed out to guys like Ryan Neal, Tanner Muse, Dakota Shipley, Penny Hart, Nigel Warrior, and Phil Haynes, I believe you're sitting with about $23 million off of about the $50 million you had to spend. So we've burned through almost about half the cash. So that's a thing. It looks like right now, as you look at the needs, we still need definitely a lot of offensive line. Boy, do we ever. Left tackle, center, right tackle. We do need a running back, a will linebacker, a Sam linebacker. It would be helpful to get another edge rusher, wide receiver, and, I think corner is now one you can probably take off the list. We'll go maybe draft some guy, but I think you're not looking at them addressing that any further. Towards the draft, I think this spins forward with it looking like we're going to probably take multiple offensive linemen. I think we're likely to probably draft a linebacker, perhaps defensive tackle and cornerback. I do think that this draft's going to lean towards heavy on the defensive side of the ball, and I know that's despite me looking at this and saying, well, we just signed 3 of the 4 guys. 4 of the 5 guys we've signed are on the defensive side of the ball, right? But I do think that this is a little bit of what I had at a tiny bit of a worry that Carroll's going to go back to saying, okay, well, we'll try to build a dominant defense, both in the change of approach schematically and then as much of the resources we put into it, because we'll counter what everybody is doing because everybody else is going offense heavy. Everybody's going offense, so we'll be the one team going defense. It looks a little bit like that. Again, these are just early indications. We'll know more here after the press conference today. But this is a little bit of my gut feeling on this a little bit. So I would be surprised if they do a lot of spending more in free agency here. I definitely they could hand out a deal or two, but I think we're going to see more of the one and 2 year deals. They're going to try to probably wait this out into the tier 2, tier 3 stage of things. But it'll be exciting to see nonetheless. We'll see which way they tide to turn here. They tend to do moves now when free agency goes live, as we got this morning with Artie Burns. You will start to see more moves probably starting to be made throughout this day with Seattle. And it'll be, again, not primed free agents if we're fitting to what they've done in the past, specifically 2 years ago when we also had $50 million to spend. Hopefully we spend the money. Already I'll say this. We're spending the money better right now this year than we did in that year. And some of the deals that we had given out in that season, like Greg Olsen at $7 million and just some of the Benzimaoa and even the Brucer, and it's like, yikes. So we'll see how it goes. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We already got a bunch of people in the chat, which is awesome to see. We're going to be rolling long today. You better believe it, because I'm stoked. We got Randall kicking it off with a $100 donation. We got Leland Kimball kicking it off with a $50 donation. I'm stacked up already on the back donations. Let's roll through this day. Let's get in the chat. Let's see what you guys think. See what your mentality is. I'm interested to see if you guys are freaking out, or you're patient like I kind of am, or kind of just like, hey, I'm okay with it. Obviously, we have a specter of potentially Baker Mayfield. Oh man, does this organization know how to circle the wagons around the few quarterbacks you don't? There's only a collection of probably 4 or 5 quarterbacks if you go from the draft to the NFL that I just wouldn't really want. And yeah, Baker's in my Kirk Cousins pile. He's definitely in my Kirk Cousins pile, I'll tell you that. So this will be interesting if he ends up arriving here. And certainly the team had some supposed interest in Baker back in the day around Russell Wilson's last contract negotiation. Of course, remember that fabled story that broke where Seattle was offering potentially Russell Wilson to Cleveland Browns for the number 1 overall pick with the intention of that theoretically they were going to maybe look at Baker Mayfield. Don't know if there was any truth to that, but that's how the rumors blow in the wind on that particular one. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Robert. Says Christopher Walken at the press conference. Oh, I got you on that. Okay. Seattle fans. Coach Carroll. Oh, me. Coach. Been here for years. Want your title. Welcome. You never thanked me, but okay. You love Russell. That's fine. Whatever. I'm going to tell you today, Seattle, now, should have tried Russ. Need to go. I'm better. I'm smarter. Know my way. I'm going to tell you the way. Listen to me. Got the path. I know the way. Trust me, Seattle. It's good as I got so far here, Robert. Thank you for the $2 donation. It'll go something like that. And then Schneider will be next to him saying, you know, Pete, Carroll, had to do the trade. Cost too much money. $15 million. A lot of money. Extra cost. Can't pay that money. Baker Mayfield. I like him. Seattle. Deal with it. As good as I got right now, man. I'm trying. Byron D with a $2 donation says, here's today. Thank you for the $2 donation. Byron says, here's today's money. Also, go Malik Willis. Yeah, I said it. Well, like I've said, Byron, my worry going into this draft from a quarterback standpoint, my worry of a guy that they go grab, I'm not worried if they end up taking, I wouldn't like Malik Willis at number 9, but I get it. I'd be okay with Desmond Ridder in the second round. I'd be okay with Carson Strong in the third round. But if you're talking about Matt Corral in the second round, or my God, in the first, don't you dare. Don't you dare, Carroll. Don't you dare. I'm watching you. Don't do it. Thank you for the donation, though, man. And hey, I'm okay with Willis, though. He's an interesting prospect. But boy, if we could just trade back, if we did that, the ideal there would be to trade back in the 20s, still get yourself Willis, and pick yourself up another second round, if not more. Hoodie Jube with the $10 donation. Thank you, Hoodie. I appreciate you, brother. Says, what's up, Brandon? How's it going, man? Says, man, what a great collab we had on Monday. Can't wait to collab again. By the way, love your crowd and subs. Really great and cool Seahawks Nation, 12 Nation. Go Hawks and who dat? Well, thank you, Hoodie Jube. And yeah, please do, guys, go over there and subscribe to Hoodie Jube. We did a nice little collab here this last week, and you guys were cool. You guys came on into his chat. Everybody was respectful. Looked like everybody was having some fun back and forth with some of the Saints fans in there. And, we're going to be doing more of these kind of collabs as I can kind of try to expand the channel a little bit. But had a great time, Hoodie. Thank you for letting me in the house and chill on the couch and talk a little bit of football, man. Appreciate you. TJ Wilburn with a $5 donation says, first donation on the channel. I know I'm late, but let's go Hawks. TJ, I appreciate the donation. As I always say, if somebody has something to give, good, but I don't require it. All I require is eyeballs and ears. Eyeballs and ears. You give me that. And I appreciate you. That's all I'm asking for. So thank you for the donation, man. You're awesome for doing so. And hey, you're another one of my OGs here on the channel, man. I always like to see all of my OG names coming into the chat. Corso D. Gutierrez. I got to pronounce it right, Corso, if I'm going to do it there, right? So thank you for $2 donation. Says linebacker Uchenna Nwosu, 2 years, $20 million. Ooh, that's a lot to spend for a guy that you don't pronounce the first letter of his last name. No, I'm kidding. I don't even know a lot about Uchenna. We just signed that. We just signed Uchenna. I'm checking Twitter, folks. I got the Twitter machine popping here. So we got Chandler Jones has reached an agreement with the Los Angeles Raiders. Okay. And that means Yannick Ngakoue then gets traded to the Colts. Interesting. I know nothing about that linebacker, to be honest with you. I didn't know that name even existed in the NFL, and I usually know. There we go. Yep, it's the Seahawks. Chargers pass rushers Uchenna Nwosu on a 2-year deal. Well, here we go, folks. Well, thank you for the donation and the update on that one. Let's get the pro football. Sorry, guys, I don't know this guy, but some of these people just, they play he's out of conference over in the AFC. I don't see him pop up much. So 64 rating by Pro Football Focus last season, 28 tackles, 5 sacks, edge player. Let's see what he did in 2021. 73 grade in 2021, so a little bit, or 2020, so a little bit better. 19 tackles, 5 sacks. And 64 grade in 2019, 2 sacks. Not much of a tackle machine. Definitely has been marginally productive for the Chargers, but boy, 2-year, $20 million deal, $10 million a year guaranteed. Well, we have our first contract I don't like. We got our first one that I really don't. It's a 2-year deal, so whatever. But this one's kind of. And Corso, he's going to be an edge guy. I mean, I don't know what are they doing on that. Okay, you guys? You're going to have to. You guys are going to have to talk me into that one. You're going to have to talk me into Nwosu. Oh my God, this team, the way they spend money in free agency. Like if you're going to spend 2 years, $20 million, what is Clowney going to cost? What would he come in at that much higher over? And if he's that much higher over, if it's 30% higher, and you're getting that versus this guy who he's not even. I mean, it looks just like he's in rotationally, and then he doesn't stack a lot of sacks. And I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of tape on him, so I shouldn't comment. But that's a weird deal there. Robert Jimenez with another $2 donation says Al Pacino at the press conference. I'll tell ya. Oh, you gotta know when you're gonna move on from the quarterback. It's what you do. It's how you have to go. The quarterback. Oh, let me tell you, we play to win any given Sunday. You do what you gotta do. Oh, you're so mad. I'm the bad guy. Say hello to the bad guy. Okay. This is as good as I got right now, Robert. I'll try to improve it as I go along here. I'm just getting the voice warmed up though, and it's morning time, so it's a little sooty at this time of the morning here. Who would you with another $5 donation? Thank you, Ubi. He says, need to change our free agent tracker, sir. We're not in cap hell no more. We signed Marcus May from the Jets to a 3-year, $28 million, but keep Watson on there though. I have to set him up in my graphics thing, so I don't know if I'll be able to correct it live, Hoodie. I might have to do it a little bit deeper on, but I will update it, man. I'll get it updated here soon. So I tried to look through as any I could the last second, build them as much as I could, but I got to hand build them because there's not an easy way to just pop it in and move it through. Not if I want to make it with a little cool graphics background. Thanks for all the donations, though. You guys are awesome. Randall says, sweet dude, I have Rona and am home for the next few days. Welcome stream. Well, Randall, take care of yourself, man. Thank you for the donation, but keep those fluids going through that body, get yourself restful, and we're gonna have a good day, man. We're gonna roll large here. Carl Nerney, all my OGs in today, man. I'm loving it. It just brings a smile. Nothing brings a smile to my face like my OGs in the chat, man. Jose Garcia says, what's up, Brando? What's up, Jose? Jem G, like and subscribe. Yes, please do like and subscribe if you do like what you are watching. Seahawks Network says, yeah, what's up? Been a while. Just getting back into YouTube after a break. Had some stuff to take care of on the spring break. Well, awesome, Seahawks Network. That's I welcome back in here. I was going to ask you, too. I think you had found a way to record the All-22. I was going to ask you how you're pulling that one off on your channel of things. But Seahawks Network's got a great Seahawks channel on his side of it. Please do go over there and subscribe to him. He's awesome with it. Mason Dale, besides all the teams with new coaches and front offices, who can confidently say we're better in that department? I can't say I'm confident in much with my front office at this point, really. They've got to kind of earn confidence back, in my opinion. And they're not going to do it with Asua, Wusawu, Suasua, Nasawa, Wawa, Hualua. That's not going to do it. Ryan Ostison says, Hawks Nest, what's up, Ryan? Good to see anybody. The second says, Matt Ryan, I don't understand it if they make that move for him, really, to me. You're in that, again, moving back into that stage and going down the middle. I know I use this metaphor a lot, but you're at a fork in the road as far as an organization goes. And a fork in the road is not 3 roads, it's a fork. So when the road forks, you don't go down the center. You pick one or the other. You're either now going all in on it, or you're not going all in on it, and you're trying to do what you can to build to the future. And so I don't know that Matt Ryan's doing that. Again, and two, Matt Ryan was a guy that needed to go into a dome stadium, to me, every bit as much as a guy like Drew Brees needs to operate within a dome stadium. Ryan might have a little bit more arm strength than Brees did, but I don't think he's going to flourish. And I know he's had good games in CenturyLink Lumen Field. So I know he lit us up on a couple years back on a game that ended in the on a no PI call on, I think, Sherman or Thomas at the end on Julio Jones. And so he's had some success, but don't take the middle path. That's the road to ruin to me, because you're not doing one or the other at that point. And that's when you end up back into that 8 and 9 stage, 10 and 7 stage, 7 and 10. You don't want to be there. Yami says, let's go. Yami, we got you live in early, man. We usually get you in late on the stream, so it's good to have you in on the early side. I'm weirdly optimistic about the whole situation by now, though I feel like we've been quite passive the first few days. Why is that? They're always passive, Yami. They don't like wave one guys. They don't want to spend big. They're not going to throw out 4-year deals like other teams are willing to do. My instinct on this, and this is a complete guess, so I don't take this as any facts here. I believe And this is a very important part of this whole situation, and maybe the most important thing above anything going on from what we're doing from a signing standpoint. But it's my belief that Jody Allen wants to sell the team in 2025. I've referenced this a few times. Paul Allen, when he was building the stadium and calling upon public funds to get that stadium built, had to sign into that agreement two markers, basically, two riders, two things that are, this is a part of this agreement with the city. The first one was that you cannot sell the team until 2025. Okay? Keep that at the forefront of your mind for a second. The second was the team can't be moved, I believe, inside of 2040. Those were the two basically important. There's other riders, obviously. He can't run naked across the middle of the field when they're saying, there's a lot of things in the deal there. But these are two of the more important parts we want to look at. When we understand that sale part, then we go, and when you read into this a little bit, in that maybe Jody Allen's trying to avoid some tax liability stuff if she continues to own the team maybe by a certain point, and if it leaves the trust and goes into her name, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of stuff I don't want to get into. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is the team probably is up for sale in 2025. And why this is pertinent is because if you're going to have a team that is going to be for sale, you're probably not going to have a significant amount of money on the books, or due to have a significant amount of money on the books. That's my given instinct on this one. And that Jody's not super interested in spending a lot of money in the interest, just like she's not, I think, all that interested in being all that active in her ownership. I don't care what they tell us in that respect. And you're going to hear a whole lot of hullabaloo about that today in the press conference. And it's, in my opinion, kind of BS. And these kind of moves with the 2-year deals and not being active in free agency, Yami point to that. Seahawks Network says, anyone see the Diggs tweet? It would be funny if they post stuff like that just to see fans' reaction. I didn't see the Diggs tweet. Alex Asita, hey Brandon, hi. What's going on with Seattle? Any breaking news? We just signed this pass rusher. He'll get you about 5-6 sacks this season as a rotational rusher, I guess. But I don't know too much about him. Jemji says, laughing my ass off. That intro video is epic. Thank you, Jemji. I got to keep you guys on your heels with it. Stephen Downward just got former Steelers first-round pick Artie Burns on a 1-year deal. It's great. That's a good deal. 1 year, $2 million, not a significant amount of cash. It helps your corner position. Don't be the least a bit surprised on this. The hopefulness here is that you bring in Artie Burns, and he essentially gives you 85, 90% of what you were getting out of DJ Reed, if not almost nearly of what you were getting out of DJ Reed, but for a much significant less cost, of course, than what DJ Reed's getting. 283-128, what would you be down to take on Matt Ryan's? Would you be down to take on Matt Ryan's contract and get a couple of picks in return? I guess if I'm getting picks in return to take on his contract, I'm okay with that. I really don't want to. I mean, his contract's not that bad because you're out of it in like within a year, so you're not stuck to him, but it is a significant amount of, you're going to have, no, I really wouldn't want to do it. I really want to do Matt's whole thing. His whole thing, I wouldn't want to do. Matt's a good player. So he's not, I don't put him in the same bucket of Cousins and Baker Mayfield. I don't. He's legitimately like a step above those guys. But I don't know if his fit in the stadium would be good. And to your point, 8283, that's a lot of money to spend. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Roy Follick with a $4 donation. Thank you, Roy Follick. Says, have you seen the video of Ritter and Mary Uchi? I have not. Let me write it down, though. I'll Ritter and Mary Uchi. Check out video. I will check out the I'll check out the video. I'll take a look at it, Roy. Ritter's my favorite quarterback in the draft. So if Seattle lands him in the second round, there may be a lot of 12s out there that are upset. I'm not going to be one of them. No. The more I watch some of these prospects in this draft prospect, or go back to certain quarterbacks and then come back to others and then look at them again, the more I just end up going back to my initial evaluation as being on point with it. And I'm just going to ride with it, right or wrong. And I'm riding with Ritter. We got Batman out with the Riddler. We're going to have the Riddler for a quarterback. He will be the unsolvable enigma for defenses. But thank you, Roy, for the $4 donation. You're awesome, man. Appreciate you. And Hoodie, I was just having some fun on the tractor, man. I play around. I just go for laughs here sometimes on the channel. Jose Garcia, $5 donation. Thank you, Hoodie. Thank you, Jose. Says, what's up, Brando? Hey, how you doing, man? He says, so weird to see Russell in orange and blue when he visited the Children's Hospital. Cool to see him in the community already. Very cool to see him in the community already. Undoubtedly, that's the one thing I'll say with Russell is there were things with him at the end that sort of were burning me out a little bit with him. But the one thing that you will always have to tip your cap to and give the guy not just a little small measure of respect, but a huge measure of respect. Day one, he was active in this community here in Seattle, doing everything he could. It was not just a guy of I'm just here to play football. He never took that standpoint of things. And props to him for being as committed to that as he's been. And not just doing it in passing. And he'll be of aid, I'm sure, to the Denver community and the stuff that he does. And those kids are going to love, I'm sure, seeing him come into the hospital when he does. Hard to hear him say something like, what is he saying? Ride up. Is there something that's like going to be the new Go Hawks, I guess, is ride up. Whatever it is they say. I don't know. It doesn't sound right, whatever it is. Reens Palmer says, you sitting on that nest. We need a quarterback. I already told them, Reens. I told them I'm sitting on the nest because they just won't listen to me. They won't listen to me. So I went out into Puget Sound. As we were going past with the ferry, I dropped off the ferry, jumped onto this. There was a nest there. There just happened to be a nest there, I guess. But I tried. I tried, man. I begged him, pleaded. 283-128, are you going to watch the press conference on stream? I'm going to try to see if I can push it through here. I've set up the stuff here where hopefully it will work for me to do so. So I'm going to give it a shot. We're going to try to see if we can have it going through at the same point in time. And we got a lot of people in chat here. So if I will get to your guys' chat, we might be a little bit behind, but we always catch up. Lolo says, I got a feeling Akeem Hicks is on our cards. I don't love it. I don't love it either. The thing you can maybe like a little bit better with is the understanding that you did just now, probably with tendering Brian Monet your $2.3 million in on Brian Monet. It's a non-guaranteed contract. So at least if you sign Hicks and you're thinking about whatever he costs, you're at least 2.1 come off of that, because I think Monet would be the first guy on the chopping block at that point. But I don't love that either. Lois says, our first outside signing is a corner from Chicago, 1 year, $2 million. Has an awesome coverage grade for last year, 81.5. That's really all. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's maybe the best of tacklers, does it, with Artie Burns? But he can cover. He can cover, that's for sure. And I like it as a signing, Lolo. It's not a lot of money, and it's, again, for a guy that, when you talk about having player A and you're paying top of the market prices for player A, and he's good. Don't get me wrong. Good, young, just good player. But you're paying top of the market prices, and this is one of your own free agents. First, bringing in a guy who you can get at a lesser deal, who may be near where that player is. And Seattle tried to play this game last year with Achilio Witherspoon. He actually went on to have a good year for the Steelers. He actually was exactly, as far as a player, what we had hoped he might be if he came here to us. Don't know why he couldn't last year for even one game. But that's what you were trying to do last year with the Shaquille Griffin deal. $14.5 million to Shaquille Griffin. No, we don't want to spend $14.5 million on him. Let's go and get this, bring in this guy in Achillo Witherspoon at $4 million, 1/3 the cost, and he's going to be nearly the same player that we had in Shaquille. And it didn't work out, but I still think that the methodology and approach there is intelligent, especially understanding how we use corners. Seahawks Network says in 2010, 1 year of the rebuild, Pete and John signed two players, Chris Spencer and Matt McCoy, so I didn't try to get excited, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's true. They don't like to be active. It's that old Packer way Schneider runs with. He's not going to be active in free agency. But Inlet says, hope work was chill. Go Hawks. Got to get Penny today. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I just chilled out. Yeah, the work was all right. I'm taking a day off, though. Taking it off. I got nothing but Hawks on my mind. We got to get Penny today. Yeah, Penny would be an encouraging move. I don't know what he's going to make. I don't know what he's due to pull in. Carl says, I can't wait to see this BS from John and Pete's press conference. I don't know if you guys want me to actually stream it, because I'll just be probably talking over every time they talk, saying like, that's BS. That's BS. They're lying there. That's a lie. Lie. It probably would be very much fun to watch me talking over it. Lola says, I got a feeling Akeem Hicks is in our cards. I don't love it. Yeah. Oh, I sorry, I read that. I'm saying 283. Really sad about not going all in for Watson, but at least we can keep all our picks. Laughing out loud. I'm kind of okay not. Part of the attractiveness to bringing in Watson to me was that you weren't paying necessarily top market the prices at that point for Watson, and you weren't necessarily having to give up a king's ransom in order to bring him aboard. Those two things, one of those things is still true, but I think that when we look at and see what the Carolina Panthers or the Saints are going to end up giving up, we're going to say that we wouldn't have wanted to come near that package. 2 first, 2 second round picks, maybe a little bit more, but I'm not going much past that point. And I think those teams are going significantly past that point. 3 first round picks, plus even a really good player. And yeah, that's a little bit pricey. Randall says potential trade compensation for Ryan and Bacon. Not Bacon. I called him Bacon. He's forever Bacon now. He's no longer Baker. He's Bacon. Potential trade compensation for Ryan and Baker. Ryan's salary would be around $8.5 million, assuming they trade for Watson. Let's unpack it a little bit, Randall. You have Ryan, I believe, on the hook for, I think he's got a 1-year deal left, if I'm not mistaken. He might have a 2-year deal left. Let's get the sports track up just to make sure on this, but I believe he does have a 2-year deal. So if we're talking about Matt Ryan, I would guess that on a 1-year deal, it's going to be probably like a 2nd-round pick because you don't have a lot of club control over the guy. And another one of those guys that's not ever really learned, let me take a little bit of a discount for the team kind of guy, in my opinion. So I'm checking right now here what you've got him on, which would be, oh, he comes in really cheap. He does have a roster bonus there coming through. So yeah, $25 million. That's a little bit of it. I'm trying to factor in all these things because it's not just about where he is as a player, it's where his contract is, then the year after that. He's signed through 2023. All right. So if he's signed through 2023, then that means you're probably having to give up a 1st-round pick because you're getting multiple years of club control. So that's probably a 1st-round pick for him. Baker's got 1 year left on his deal. He's in his 5th-year option. You're going to have to decide to pay him or not. His status isn't as high. I think Baker would draw maybe like a 3rd-round pick. Would be about what it would be for Baker. Maybe like a 3rd and a 5th or something. I don't think he'd bring a 2nd, though. But Inlet says, I think Watson's holding free agency up a bit. Yeah, I think a little bit. I think to a degree. Certainly, like as I was jokingly prodding the Saints here, you're seeing a little bit with them on this. And it's good to hear that they're finally able to start signing guys, but they didn't have a lot of money to spend too. But yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit of he's a bit of the big domino that needs to fall for things to kind of cascade on down through a little bit. I would say that's a very accurate statement. Very accurate statement. Carl Nerdy with a $20 donation. Carl, man, thank you so much. And again, very good to see you always in the chat, man. Like I said, all my old G's in here, and it always makes me smile. Says, so happy to be back. So happy to be back, everyone. If I'm being honest, it's okay if you don't feel like this, but I feel like we can finally breathe now that Russ is gone. I'm a huge believer in the defense, first rookie contract, and a great running back. Well said, Carl. And you know what? You're nowhere near alone in that sentiment. There is many people I've seen out throughout this channel over the past week that have come in here, and we've had so many new subscribers pop on, so many new people popping in here. But I've seen definitely not some sort of cascade and avalanche of folks with their opinions saying this was the worst thing ever, and he should never been traded. I think people acknowledge the fact that they're not happy about Carroll and Schneider still being here, but it seems like intelligently, for the most part, people are kind of going, look, I don't like that part of it, but I also understand the Wilson thing kind of needed to happen at this point to a degree because of the way that the situation had played out. And it would have been great to keep him. I advocated for keeping him and building around him, but the pathway you talk about, going for the rookie quarterback on the rookie deal, or just having the rookie contract really, and then building around that and having that as your blueprint is the blueprint that has been most successful over the last 20 years in football. That is the one that gets you on the road to being an elite team, much sooner than paying your quarterbacks top of the rate and breaking your bank and then not being able to build the rest of your roster. There's once it was like 2 years ago, I remember you had the top 8 quarterbacks in the entire NFL, and 7 of them didn't even make the playoffs. I think Russell was the one that actually at least made the playoffs at that time. But it's hard to build your team that way. This is an easier path, an easier road. What do you want to do? Do you want to run uphill, or would it be better if we could go down with a little incline as we're trying to get our work done? But well said, Carl. And I am breathing easier now because I would like you to, because there is less tension. It feels like probably in the building now. Whether this front office can turn this around, whether they're right or wrong, whether they have anything left up their sleeve as far as any kind of tricks, that'll be determined. We'll see on that. But at least we know there's not going to be any more of, I want to score 24 points before the half, and Coach Carroll saying, I want to establish the run. No more of the back and forth. No more of the passive aggressive, not full stabbings, just I'll call it half shivs, half prison shivs, But, Russell, let me throw him under the bed. In the press conference here, I'm going to throw him under the bus just a little bit, and Russell going, I'd like to not get hit as much, So that part, I agree with you there. It's nice in that respect, Carl. And thank you, though, for the donation, man. Very kind of you. What do you think about Ryan's and Alex or free agency quarterback thoughts? I would prefer to not go for any of those three guys that potentially could be in the barrel. Baker Mayfield, Jameis Winston, or Matt Ryan, personally. I think it would signal too much to the front office that we should start to put assets into going forward now and getting stuff done, when in actuality, I think it's better to just take the rebuild approach. Hell, I'd like to roll money over from this year. If I could roll $10 million from this cap into next year's cap, that would be, to my standpoint, phenomenal. So I don't want to bring on Ryan's contract. That's big still. That's a lot of money. It's not like you're having the Falcons eat all of the bonus money and you're getting him at this really super cheap rate. It's still going to be costly. I don't think he fits in the stadium. Certainly he'd get a lot out of DK. Certainly he would work with this offense. No doubt about that. No mobility though behind an offensive line that's right now. I'm trying to find the right metaphorical word to apply to the current state of where our offensive line sits right now. Garbage pile? I'd say garbage pile, but you actually need a pile to call it a garbage pile. It's just sort of an empty, it's like a kitchen that you've only got a spatula, a single spoon, and a butter knife. And it's like, well, where's all the cooking utensils? Where's all the, you don't have anything. So how's Matt Ryan going to do with Jake Curran as his right tackle? That's the bedrock of your offensive line, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. Lolo says $133 million in cap space for us projected right now for the 2023 season, and $50 million more from there projected in 2024. That's a big meatball. I don't want to look forward to that solely because of contracts like Disley. It's the thing I would never try to contend with, because I agree with it in full. The people that say I have no confidence right now in this front office or this coaching staff you give them all the assets in the world. You can give them 64 top 5 round worthy players, and they're picking number 1 overall, and they would somehow find a way to grab the first guy that was the third, that was the first second rounder off the board. They'd pass on all 60 of those guys to go for a second rounder. They are maddening in their approach, and not a lot of their approach, especially I think a little bit with some of these signings here in free agency, has necessarily told us that they have learned from their ways. Not necessarily. And that it does temper a little bit of the excitement of all, like I said, the war chest you're sitting on for next year. Well, it's a war chest, but it might get lit on fire at any point in time. Yami says, God, Brendan Nelson got so salty about the Disley contract and that we won't get Watson. He wants to see the team try to win. I get it. And like, if I was probably streaming over the last couple of days, I would have been really salty. If I was streaming on Monday, I would have been really salty. I was not happy. I was not a happy camper on Monday with a couple of the contracts coming down and just going, okay. And then the acknowledgement you're not getting Watson at the same time, but you're handing out these contracts. You're paying the safety market $30 million. Why are we paying the safeties this much? What happens to Marquise Blair now? You want the team to not make bad decisions or just make the same bad decisions they made in the past. And you start to see them show the signs of that. And, both me and Brendan at this point probably have a little bit of PSD, a little bit of post-traumatic stress going on with this because we've been watching so much of this lately where we don't get a report on, oh, look how smart teams being like this. Oh, look at how smart teams being like that. And it sometimes maybe comes off as us being a bit negative, but we're not wanting to be negative. We're just looking for the positive. And as a team right now, they don't necessarily give you a lot. I mean, they just gave $20 million to a rotational rusher. Huh? Chargers have all the money to spend in the world this offseason, and they're letting this guy go. They're looking to upgrade their position. Some of their stuff's a little bit maddening. I'm not as mad by Watson. I'm kind of whatever on that. I wanted him bad. I did want him to go for it, but I want the team to be more competing than I want to wait for a rebuild. I'm good with waiting for 2 years for a rebuild, but you give me the choice of waiting for 2 years for a rebuild, running with Deshaun Watson right now and going for it. I'm going to run for it right now, get Watson and do that. I don't want to wait 2 years, but I also get it. Bleed Blue and Green, couldn't think of Puget Sound, huh? Couldn't think of the Puget Sound, huh? I understand. Haha. Thanks for the bright, funny content in those foggy, uncertain times. Well, thank you, Bleed Blue and Green. I want to kick Pete and John, but let's see what they say first. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear what they got as far as let's hear what they're going to say today. I doubt it's going to be something that's going to make us happy. Randall says, would a trade for Goff be crazy? I think his dead cap hit is over $31 million to Detroit. Kind of depends, Randall, on what we're talking about as far as cost goes to bring in Goff. I mean, again, I don't think that really does much for me as far as it just doesn't do much for me. Goff's not a guy there. And again, do you want to start giving up future draft capital for a guy like that, or just wait it through and hold on to your draft capital? Because I think the draft capital becomes to me so much more important and vital, and you shouldn't be as willing to part with it if you're not in go for it mode, if you are in team building mode, if you're in we need blue chip talent mode, which I think is where we're at. So I wouldn't probably make that move for Goff because I would imagine the Lions are going to want like a second round pick. And I don't want to give a second round pick for Jared Goff. Yummy, we have nothing to give to the Lions apart from the picks, and I don't want Goff. Yeah, Yummy sums it up well. Seahawks Network, the Disley contract wasn't terrible. Initially, I was pissed, but his cap hit this year is only $4 million, and most of the guaranteed money is in the first 2 years. Yes, once I looked at I had the same reaction. Once I had a chance to look at the contract details and versus what they tell you initially reported, which is the 3 years, $24 million. And you sometimes have to really fight the urge to react to the initial reports of the contract, because we always have to remember it's the agents feeding this information out to the reporters, and the agents are trying to make themselves look good. And so when you come to find out these numbers, when they really bear out on the bottom line of things, they're usually a lot different when you look at the contract details. And that was the case with Disley, where you can get out after 2 years for a relatively cheap cost if you want to. And again, top 10 run blocking tight end in this game. You run so many 2 tight end sets. You're going to put money on it somewhere. Was there a better guy out there that you were going to go get in that same range of money? I think the other guys that are out there that were better than Disley are going to cost significantly more than Disley does. That's where the tight end market is at. When you also consider the tight end class sucks for tight ends. Yeah, the kid from UCLA is going to probably be a dog. He should be good. Some of the other guys are kind of interesting, but it's not an exciting class for tight ends, and it's been a bad class recently, which means that there's a lot of teams out there looking for their guys. Seahawks Network says, laughing my ass off, that Jaguars logo. I was hoping somebody would catch that. I was hoping somebody would catch the Jaguars logo. I got a little humor for you guys today. I don't know why. I'm in one of those kind of moods. Your boy JJ says, might as well roll with Locke over Goff. Yeah, I agree. What's the point? If you got Locke, why Goff? We got Locke, no Goff. Rudy Peterson says, Mitch Trubisky to Pittsburgh is funny to me, but at least they won't have to ice down their quarterback after a 3-yard run. or no Big Ben doing the heroic, like, I'm going to peel myself off the turf, run down the tunnel, and then run back out the tunnel 3 times a game thing either. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this whole Mitch Trubisky thing that the NFL was trying to make come to pass this year, because you heard all these people talking about how, oh, he's been revitalized with Buffalo. Oh, he's watched Josh Allen and he's just taking notes from Josh Allen. And he's like, oh, Josh does this. And Josh, oh, took notes. Is he freakish 6'6" that moves like a deer? Like, oh, he took that and can throw it 90 yards? What notes are you taking? What's Josh filling you in on there, Mitch? What's he getting you? So I'm not in on the Trubisky. That's another bullet dodged for us as far as I'm concerned. Seahawks Network says, I'm honestly not surprised Myers is still on the roster, but it's not very smart. $5 million cap hit. Yeah, not happy with that one either. I would only hope maybe the Seahawks Network is that some of these releases for guys that you would clear to get cap space back will happen when you need the cap space. And there's maybe not as much a draw to do it right now, but I would still expect at some point or another him to be released, LJ Collier to be released, at the very least those two guys. We'll see though. We'll see. I try to make predictions with this front office, but they, I try to think intelligently about where somebody, if they were using their brain and intelligently, would go. And maybe I need to be thinking on if I was just kind of wanted to be idiotic about my approach a bit, and I'd land more on the mark in predicting their behavior. Rudy says, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the rebuild. The thing that makes me nervous is Pete's drafting. Bingo. I'd say Rudy drafting, I can believe that they could turn schematic adjustments. I could believe that Desai could come in and that they could adopt some Vic Fangio elements, and they could get this defense from an operational standpoint from being archaic to being one that now is more modernized. I can buy into that. I can buy into that Waldron scheme gets to be more embraced in year two, and they start to run along in with that. The one worry that stands out is the spending of the money and the drafting. And those are two big parts that you can't get wrong in conjunction with each other, even if you're doing those other parts of the team right. Seahawks Network says, when your average kicker is a top 10 paid player on your team. Yes. Truffle says, thanks, Hoodie. We like you. Yeah, Hoodie's awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, I like the Quandre deal was made because I think the Quandre deal was made early because the Honey Badger will reset the market and they won't be able to match. Could have been. It could be that, Yummy. It's possible. And I'll say this, it's not a deep safety class. There's not a lot of safeties at the high end that you're bringing in. Let's say past a couple of guys. Let's say you get into the fourth, fifth, sixth safety on the board, and you're talking about a need at free safety. They may not fit that exactly. You may not have a guy you could bring in the draft to put them in day one to roll there. In looking at it, I haven't seen guys. There's a couple guys, but I think that they're going to be pulled off the board pretty quickly. So it's. I don't like the contract. I don't like paying him, but I get it. I do get where they're coming from a little bit too on it. But it is still more of a sign of not exactly spending money right, too. Ryan Wilson says, Disley could be the starter with Fant playing the move tight end, third wide receiver. Exactly, Ryan. It's the thing you always got to think about with the tight ends and to think about it in the specific terms, which is you have two inline tight ends, and then you'll have one move tight end. Always two inline tight ends, one move tight end. And the move tight end is the guy that's off of the line of scrimmage. He's the guy when you're watching him, he'll go in motion, and then he'll usually come to the end of his motion on the back end of a tackle, not actually with the hand in the dirt on the line of scrimmage, or sometimes he's lined up as a slot wide receiver. But he's got a different role than a guy like Disley or Parkinson. Patrick Zong says, when healthy, Disley was actually a threat. He's just got to stay healthy. Well said. Well said. I do think he's become a little bit better of a run blocker at this point than he is in some of the route running and pass catching. He had some games last year where he got dinged, I know, and it was appropriately so by Pro Football Focus in the pass catching department. CL Dub 6 says, I like Disley and cool we got Fant, but I think we need to utilize Parkinson in the red zone especially. Agreed. His greatest skill set is going up and high pointing a ball at 6'7" with long arms. And the best way to utilize that, the best place on the field to utilize that, is going to be the red zone. Well said. JCO2 says, what do you guys think of Baker? Limited, thinks he's more mobile than he is. Limited arm strength, in my opinion. I don't like his decision making, or I don't think he's progressed a whole lot out the gate from what he was when he first walked in the league. Always felt like he was a little bit overrated. And I felt like partially why he got overdrafted was because of a guy like Russell Wilson, where people looked at him and saw certain attributes they had seen in Russ. So they were like, oh, let's get him for that reason, but he's just not. Seattle Supersonic, Boom Shakalaka says, I agree on 100% on Disley because of the 2 tight end sets. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Ryan Wilson says, Fant's oversized for D-backs and too fast for linebackers. He is the Joker mismatch player. Exactly. And you need it. Your offense needs these kind of tight ends in this modern era. It's a necessity. We got Uchenna Nwosu. Chuck Seeger says, should we jump back in the Baker mix? I hope not. I don't want to do it. No. Corey McEwen says, Broncos stacking. Makes sense. They had $26 million to come into free agency here, and you're in go-for-it mode right now with Russell because a year from now you're going to have to pay Russell. So use up that cap space while you can. Benelli says, we just signed Nwosu. Yes. It's Complete TV says Uchenna Nwosu to the Hawks, 2-year deal, $10 million. Huge pickup. Is it a huge pickup? Is he a huge pickup? And Seahawks Network says, I'm guessing the big name pass rushers wanted to play for better teams. Yeah, I'm guessing so. Randall says Uchenna Nwosu, what do we know about him? A young dude, 5 to 6 sacks last few years. Seems similar to Taylor. I don't know. Maybe he is. I mean, he's, yeah. I mean, as a guy, like, what's the difference between this guy and bringing back Rasheem Green on a 2-year, $20 million deal? What does this guy give you like, would we feel good if we brought, no, we wouldn't feel good about bringing Rasheem on that kind of deal. I don't think we should feel good about bringing in this guy on this kind of deal, especially in a draft that's loaded at pass rusher. Mike Thon, why not take the Goff from the Lions, make them give us picks to do so? I mean, if you can get the Lions to give you picks, I guess, that makes me sense. But why would the Lions give you picks? Just because they hate him so much? Or because he has the roster bonus and they're trying to avoid it? I guess if they're trying to avoid a roster bonus, I guess, okay. But what are they giving us pick-wise then to do that? Wheeler says, what do you think about Diggs re-signing? I like it from a standpoint of wanting Diggs to succeed, but it doesn't make sense to me from a rebuilding standpoint. I kind of agree with your comment. That's my thoughts on it. It doesn't make sense from a rebuilding standpoint, really. I don't like the thought that we've taken, if you look at those since 2017, you have put as much draft assets, you've put more draft assets, not just as much. You've put more draft capital into the safety position than any other position on your team. Okay, since 2017. And now you're at a state, having done that, where now you're paying more to the safety position than anybody in the entire NFL. Beyond having to go to the depths of it beyond that, that's just silly. Silly. And when you're talking about paying 2 safeties, top of the market money, on a defense that's not been good recently, while you've been having these same 2 safeties running across the board, kind of not very smart. And I'm hopeful that maybe they're just being trendsetters here. Maybe this is the great new innovation of Coach Carroll. Oh, nobody's paying safeties? I'm paying safeties, and I'm going to make them game changers. Maybe he's able to pull that off. It hasn't been that way so far. It's not like he hasn't been operating with Diggs and Adams here already so far for a couple years now. So I understand why they had to do it from their standpoint. They're looking at the free safety, but now where does this leave Marcus Blair, Wheeler? Where does he go? He's a slot guy now. He's just hoping on a wing and a prayer somebody gets injured so that maybe he can show what he can do. Just not a fan from that standpoint. You've wasted many of the other previous picks already. Now this is kind of wasting the Marquise Blair pick. You had to give up a 5th, even though it was only a 5th, that you put an additional 5th round pick to bring Diggs in the first place. And now we're going top of the market. I understand it, but I'm also a little frustrated by it. Seahawks Network says Nwosu would have led us in pressures in 2021 while playing 67% of the snaps with the Chargers. Yeah, but I mean, that's not really saying something because nobody was providing any consistent pressure on our defense. Taylor had a good opening gate through the first 4 or 5 weeks, and then he went completely quiet. and for the most part. And Dunlap didn't do anything for the first half of the year, albeit probably had the turf toe, and I understand that. But his competition, if we're taking his measurement versus what we had on our team, we were like a league worst unit in pressure rate. So I don't know if that would be a good way to measure him as a pass rusher. Wheeler says, what do you think about the Burns signing? I'm not a big fan and wish we would re-sign Reed. I'd rather go Burns than go with Reed. I don't think you should pay cornerbacks in this scheme unless you do start to run a lot more man-on-man principles. If you're going to stick in this zone, if you're going to stick with a lot of cover three, don't spend a big amount of money on cornerbacks. That's just my opinion on it. What's up, your boy Michael? We signed a linebacker from the Chargers? Yeah, we did. B-Russ, imagine if we get Sauce Gardner at number 9. Adams, Diggs, Gardner, Burns, and Jones sounds lethal. Could be. I mean, and B-Russ, look, you're building back to front at that point. And as much as I don't necessarily like going that way of it, it's at least a tangible approach. It's a cognitive approach. It's not the let's throw stuff up at the wall and stick. It's we're going to build from the back to the front. We see football as needing to be done in that manner now. And they could be proven right on that. Absolutely, they could be proven right on that. And that would be interesting. That would be interesting to take that track with it and see how that goes. I like Gardner. Green Mobster, does anyone know if Russ already had his presser with the Donks? It's supposed to be happening today, I think, at the very same time as the Carroll Schneider press conference. Chandler Jones to the Raiders. Yep, Chandler to the Raiders. That's gonna be a good career. I love it, man. Just let the Raiders get stronger. Let that AFC just get deeper and deeper and deeper and tougher and tougher and tougher for those Broncos to get through. And they got a nice little crew now. You got Jones on one side and you got Max Crosby on the other. Roy for Alex says only 25 likes. Come on, people, hit that like button. Yes, please do hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. Come on, it helps me out. It helps me out a ton. I show up on other Seahawks fan channel. People are looking for Seahawks channels. Show up when you hit that like button. And I appreciate it. Washington Fitzquest with a $2 donation says, we'll need more interviews to get us through this year. Well, thank you for the $2 donation, Washington Fitzquest. And I'm pushing out there on Twitter. I've reached out on email on certain contacts, and I've not gotten replies back. So I'm pumping out there. If you guys got any connections to get an interview, I'll just about damn near interview anybody. But I'm trying. I want to do it more. I really enjoyed my time there with Chad doing that interview, so I would love to do some more. Michael Poniatowski says, at the Hawks Nest, would you trade back and get 2-3 second-rounders and a late round first and a late round first in the draft? Yeah, Michael, I would. I would do that. I think that would be a very smart move. And I think when you're in a position that you are looking at a paper thin amount of top end talent on your roster, then that needs to become the priority, almost beyond a little bit of, well, we need this for this certain part of our scheme. We need to start stacking some talent up, and then let's figure it out from there a little bit. So that would be a road to do that. The thing I like about that too, Michael, is that you're now, if you're talking about we got 3 second round picks and we have a 3rd round pick where you're picking, you have the most of your picks are where the glut of talent is in this draft, being that tier 2. The more picks I can get into tier 2 of this draft, the better. The better. Above even tier 1, where there are, even with some tier 1 guys, questions where you're like, yeah, he's a tier 1 guy, but Derek Stingley's a tier 1 guy, but his best film was his freshman year, which was 3 years ago. David Ajobo is great in tier 1, but really rough as a player, doesn't play the run, only been playing football a couple of years. It's a Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis is a tier 1, blew up the combine, but rotational. Is he just going to be a run-stuffing defensive tackle at the next level? Not very refined in his pass rush technique, just kind of a bull rusher. Is that going to factor into the next level? Is that going to have an effect at the next level to turn him into a star that would need to be warned to take him at, let's say, 13th, 12th overall? But then you get into the tier 2 side of it, and though there are going to be greater questions with those guys, there's also still almost as much of the boom factor as you get with those tier 1 guys. It's just that there's just more questions. So the more swings I have in that tier 2 group, to me, the more chances you're going to get a hit there. And once you got yourself a hit, you're good to go. Seahawks Network says, guys, if you keep talking about Gardner, it won't happen. Talk about taking a linebacker at 9. I love it. We'll call that the Hawks Nest. We'll call that the Hawks Nest effect, Seahawks Network. If we talk it into being, then it won't happen, right? So if we say that it won't happen, then there's no way it can happen, because that's the way that this works with our front office. So we got to just start talking about Devin Lloyd. We got to start talking about a couple of these linebackers in this draft, and then we can remove those as a possibility, remove those chances. Talk a little about Christian Harris, Damon Clark. Oh, Lordy. Incomplete TV says Chandler Jones, which of the Raiders? Russ got luck. Yeah, Russ is going to be under, and this is the thing that the Broncos fans come in and, oh, we're going now. And the national pundits tell you, oh, the Broncos are going now. And everyone tells you the Broncos might as well just hoist the Lombardi right now, because it just goes without saying that it's going to go down. And I think there's a little bit of a popping of the brakes there. This has now become, with Russell Wilson's arrival, the most toughest division in all of football. And the Cardinals and the Broncos last year were not a good team, 7-10. And by the way, 1-5 in their own division, 1-5. And Cardinal fan, and I keep calling Cardinal fans, Bronco fans. What's the difference? They're both red. Bronco fans. That's not. You can tell me that that's all on the quarterbacks. Like I've had them come in the comments. They say we didn't have a quarterback, that's why we went 1-5. Or they'll say, we almost won those games. Yeah, well, almost. Horseshoes and hand grenades, right? That's only where that counts. And I don't think that this is that. So you still went 1-5, and now your division's stacking itself up. The Chargers look pretty scary now. Pretty scary. Khalil Mack comes in there to pair with Bosa, and then they went and got the corner on the edge so that they can run the man cover principles they're going to want to run. They're going to essentially duplicate a lot of what the Rams have been doing, only instead of having Donald on the inside, they're just doing it with outside edge guys. That's going to make them tough. Say nothing to where the Chiefs are, who somehow, I don't know where they found in their couch cushions to make the signing they did for Justin Reed, but they have. So they may have helped out their secondary a little bit, even though they lost Tyler Matthew. Ender with a $20 donation. God, you guys are being so kind today. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, Ender. Says, here's a dono just for your football IQ and analysis. Well, Ender, thank you so much. You're very kind. Everybody's being so nice today on the donations. You guys are always nice on the donations. Who am I kidding? Everybody I have as supportive a crew here as anybody you're going to find. So thank you so much, Ender, man. I really do appreciate it. I love doing this, man. I'm going to be on this all day. I don't know when I'm going to stop. Maybe I'm just going to go till I've got a really, that's why I don't like the signing, because they need to stop. But I'm going to go. I'm feeling hot today. I'm feeling like I want to roll with this today. I want to see something good happen today. And Uchenna Nwosu ain't it. I want more than this. Thanks for the donation, though. Very kind of you, brother. Marty, MF Williams, laughing out loud, TSN. Randall says, I think Goff is a $31 million dead money cap to the Detroit, which means at that point, Randall, you're going to have to do that whole paying extra prices to get Goff, where now it's not a second rounder. You're going to give up a first rounder for Goff, our future first rounder. No. Randall says, Usu's got ran a 4.6540, and he has, I got to learn how to pronounce his name. It's Nwosu. Let's go Nwosu. I'm sure it's that because you don't pronounce the N. The N is silent. I know. Nearly 34-inch long arms, though. Interesting. So that's good. They do like their pass rushers with 33-inch long or longer arms. So maybe he can do a little edge setting with those big dogs. Michael Piontoski says Malik is at 9 is a reach, a big reach, Michael. The counter I've always said to this with Malik, where people want to grab him at 9, is I go, the easiest way to win this argument is like this. You like Lamar Jackson? Well, yeah, Lamar Jackson is pretty good. Okay. Is Lamar Jackson a worse product? Was Lamar Jackson, with the Heisman he won and the multiple years that he had of great production at a top level school, was he a better or worse prospect than Malik Willis, or equivalent? And nobody's going to tell you that Lamar Jackson was a worse prospect than Malik Willis. At the very least, they should be telling you he's an equivalent, and I would offer you that Lamar Jackson was a better one. Well, where'd Lamar Jackson go? At the back end of the first round, at the back of the back of the back, at the dear God, there's no more space back into the first round. And we're going to take Malik Willis at 9? That's completely, I agree, Michael, would be us pushing for a reach state on that, for a need state, which is not how you get to the land of drafting success. That is what leads to draft doom. Jason Tudor says, I've been here for like 9 seconds and you're already going off on Coral. At this point, I want to see us get him just to see the epic rants that would follow. You know, I'm like a dog with a bone on some of this stuff, Jason. I'm going to keep on gnawing on it until it's just this hunky mass of dripping nothingness, and I won't let it go. Again, I'm trying to speak this stuff into effect so I can keep the universe from allowing it to happen. It's called the Hawks Nest effect. Yami says, I would love Thibs, Garner, or Hamilton at 9. I would be dancing a jig, Yami. I'll dance a jig on live stream if it's any of those 3 guys. Mike thought if Malik Willis is a reach, you would have thought Russell would be a reach in the first round in 2012. If Russell Wilson's a reach, Malik is a reach in the first round. Depends on where we're taking Russell at the time. I mean, you know, nobody saw Russell Wilson as being the player he was. I don't know. It's a weird comparison, Mike. I don't know. Malik and Russell are nothing alike as far as what they were in college coming out. So, you know, Malik is so much more of a question mark than even what I would offer Russell Wilson was coming out. Malik has got a lot of boom factor to him. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust, but if I'm talking about picking a guy in the top 10, I can't have the kind of question marks to his game that I think Malik has. Not saying he's a bad player, just again that I think you got to select them in kind of the right spot of things. And again, understanding with Wilson before he was picked, and part of what drove him at that point to be picked where he's picked, is there was no success for a quarterback of that small of a stature. He was a little bit off breeze, but he was off breeze by a good 1.5 inches, 2 inches, if not a little bit more, which, you know, it's hard to project, I guess. Ryan Wilson, hypothetical. We trade our number 9 to the Eagles for their 16 and a second rounder. Walk away with Jordan Davis and Breece Hall. Ryan, I'm good with it. Trading back, accumulating assets. You can see what you did in that trade there, which is why I advocate for it, because you come away feeling so much better. It's like, well, what do I feel better with? Do I feel better with Kayvon Thibodeau or Jordan Davis and Breece Hall? You know, I mean, it becomes a pretty easy trade when you think about it, where you go, okay, I'm on Sauce Gardner or Jordan Davis and Breece Hall. Oh man, I like Sauce Gardner, but do I love him more than both of those two, than the best running back in this draft, and maybe the best one of the best defensive tackles in this draft? Do I love him that much? No, I don't. I'd rather go that other way. Seahawks Never says, let me correct myself from earlier. Nwosu had 40 pressures per PFF, 13% pressure rate, higher than Von Miller and Hassan Riddick. Oh, okay. Interesting. Jacob Kessler with another $20 donation. My goodness. Coming hot today, folks. You guys coming hot like I'm coming hot. We're all bringing that energy. Says, Nwosu is a good start, but I want another pass rusher in the second and a coverage linebacker in the third to complement Brooks would be nice with the left tackle at number 9. If there is one available, if not, trade back a couple of spots for Linderbaum. Well, Jacob, thank you for the $20 donation. And again, all of you guys being very kind today. Thanks so much for that. I'm good with getting a pass rusher in this draft in that area of things, because that's where the strength of this draft is in edge rushers. Jacob, to your point on that, I think there's a lot of good edge rushers in this draft. I also think there will be one of the top 3 left tackles on the board. So you have Neal, Ikema Awanu, and then you have Charles Cross. And right now, looking at where the Jaguars are, for instance, with their situation, having franchise tagged Cam Robinson and understanding that they have Walker Little running back, their edges are okay. They're at that point going to go to Aiden Hutchinson. Well, then let's go to the second pick of the Detroit Lions. They just took Penny Sewell last year. Are they going back to the tackle position again here year 2? Probably not. So we could go team by team, but this essentially, in my estimation, unless we see then 3 tackles go between 3 and 8 at that point, which is not likely, you're then able to stand there and land with one of those top 3 guys who are truly all 3, in my opinion, in that tier 1 group. So you could hit that left tackle at that point of the future there, and there's a reasonable, if they're sitting here right now, not even bringing back Dwayne Brown because they think that there's a great chance this is the way this is going to go. I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with that. I think these tackle prospects, Icum is the guy who's probably the more of the boomy busty guy, whereas Neal's really clean, high floor, don't know if he's got the huge ceiling. Cross kind of in a similar kind of place, but Cross would be my favorite if we could land him, and there's a possibility he is, because every team seems to have their own little flavor of one of those three guys that they prefer over the other. But thank you for the donation, Jacob. I appreciate you. Very kind. Very kind. Hawks Gal says, according to PFF's pass rushing productivity, he graded out slightly worse than Chandler Jones and Samson Ebukam, but better than Frank Clark. It's good to hear. I'm going to definitely do some film study on him, Hawks Gal, and maybe take a look at a couple of those Charger games from last year. And see how I did. Admittedly, the Chargers are one of those teams that I meant to watch more games of last season. I just didn't watch a lot of their stuff. Seahawks Network says he comes from the Staley Fangio system. Well, I definitely ran that under Staley last year, for sure. For sure. Uchenna Nwosu. You must watch out for Uchenna Nwosu. He will get you from the darkness. Mike Thon says Thibs is going to be a bust. He's got a big bust factor. He does. He does. Ryan Wilson, they always spend on athleticism and potential. Laughing out loud. Yes, they do. DJ Chunga's Hawks free agents. Well, we signed Burns and Uchunza, so we've done a little bit. We've done a little bit now. We've actually signed other people that weren't just on our team last year. That's something. Oh, and he is only 25. Great. Seahawks Network. Great point on that. So Uza is a very young player still, just coming along. I'm getting more excited by it. I'm getting more excited the more you guys are mentioning here. Boy, you see that $20 million at first blush for a guy with topped out at like 6 sacks a season. You're just like, inflation's a bitch. Tobias, what's up, Tobias Larson? How's you doing, man? And says, what's up, man? We are buckled in for a 12-hour stream. Popcorns are popping, liquid is a poured. Hashtag go Hawks. So we'll roll. We'll roll today. We'll push it. We'll push that envelope today, Tobias. You better believe it. I got a lot to say. I got a lot on my mind. Austin WK, how will we use tight end different without Russ and bringing in Noah Fant? Focal point equals safety blanket of offense to help our next quarterback. I think that they use it similar, Austin, to how they did this year. Kind of like I was saying before, where you're running so many 2 tight end sets. And the reason I think this is important, if you look at Waldron, this is the one spot Waldron differs from moving from the McVay system. Go back and watch Rams offense last year, and it's a lot of 3 and 4 wide receiver set. And when they have a tight end, usually it's one tight end on the football field at any given time. They'll run a little bit here and there. And they've had times in the past where Rams have been very fluid with this, where they've had seasons where they've gone heavy 2 tight end sets. But we were very, very much in that role of 2 tight ends. I think that maybe Carroll could drive some of this, because I know Carroll would have a predilection towards liking 2 tight end sets, because if you're going to go between having a choice of 2 tight end sets or running 3 wide receivers, you're always going to run the ball better from 2 tight end sets. So I can see why they gravitate in that direction of things. But yeah, I think he's going to be your move tight end. He's the guy you get out in space and get him the ball. There's a little bit of a built-in, to your point on that, Austin, of a little bit of a safety blanket aspect of things. But I more think it's just a commitment to the utilization of the tight ends more than it is to featuring 1 or 2 players within that. And I think that being that Russell Wilson's strength of his games don't lean towards featuring the tight end, I think, yes, you'll see an uptick this year in that, but I don't think that that's going to be driven by them trying to lean to it more than they have in the past. Just you have a quarterback that'll be more able to work it, to find the guy over the middle at times. Flag Sabbath says Nwosu had the same pass rush win rate as Hassan Reddick. Okay. I'm going to check him out. I'm not going to totally talk trash on him yet. It's, you know how it is, guys. We got $50 million to spend, and our first 2 moves have been Artie, Burns, and Nwosu. You can't be mad at me if I'm a little like, really? Really? William Leonard, subs, guys. How you doing, William Leonard? Good to see you. Seahawks Network says Adam Jude says the Hawks checked on Chandler Jones before the Nwosu contract. Well, if you're going to talk about me signing Nwosu to a 2-year, $20 million contract, or giving Chandler Jones the monster deal I'm sure that he pulled in from the Raiders, I'd rather go with Nwosu. Chandler Jones would hinder on a 4-year deal the rebuilding period, because by the time you get to the state of being truly competitive and ready to roll at that point, unless this defense can somehow become a Goliath in one season, then you're really then just paying for Chandler during the time now and not for what he's going to be later. And then he becomes a bit of an albatross with his contract at that point. So I'm better with them going this other route. I will say that. Michael says, would you sign Ryan if he was released? I probably wouldn't, Michael, because I don't think you have an offensive line in place that's going to keep him clean. And let's not forget, Matt Ryan is a human statue in the quarterback. He's a human statue. He can't move. So if you got an offensive line that's just going to get blown up constantly, I don't think that he's going to overcome that with just constantly only getting the ball out of his hands in 2 seconds. You need a much better offensive line to bring a guy like Matt Ryan in my opinion. But maybe if they have other moves that they do in addition to that to solidify the offensive line, I guess it's okay. Ashley Lamont, who do you all want us as our next quarterback? I would like the best quarterback in the 2023 draft, Ashley. Not this year's draft, but the 2023 next year's draft. I want the best quarterback in that draft. T. Stevenson says, I'm irritated by the moves we've made so far. I'm vexed by what we're doing now. I've been vexed for a long time, Stevenson, and I'm trying to analyze this stuff and look at it closely, and it still leaves me confused, scratching my head, unsure. I don't know what to make of it. I'm in a similar state where I just kind of go, okay. And I guess this kid's 25, upside, doesn't cost a lot. They're going towards, this is still another sign they're moving towards rebuild. And maybe that's the place I can give you a little bit of a bump here as far as the feeling goes on this, where it's, look, they're moving towards the rebuild. And if they're moving towards the rebuild with these signings, 2-year deals that will be out from under and clear of in that time frame, and that means we get to keep that cap space into the future to utilize it when we're truly ready to rock, when we're truly ready to go and blow up. I'm good with that at the end of the day. And it doesn't matter if it's Michael Owuzu or Jimmy Sazuzo. Hey, at least, you've not made that false commitment to future space and hindered that. But it's understandable why you'd be irritated. Seahawks Network says Jones got $17 million per year. Doubt the Hawks pay that in any possible parallel universe. Agreed. They're not going up to that. They're not going up to that mark. They're not. No. Landon Edwards, what's up, Brandon? What's up, Landon? What's your take on what will go on in the next couple of years? Rebuild, reload. What year will we shoot for the moon? I would say that we'll go on a 1-year rebuild is what we would call this, where I don't buy the Coach Carroll wants to go on a 2-3 year slow roll. We're going to stroll through the park. I think he's going to try to sprint his way through this park's path. So I do think that they're going to take this year to get the rebuild in place. That means keeping a minimum amount of salary on the books for the next couple of years, a lot of 1- and 2-year deals that they start to target in on where their quarterback's going to be. But I do think right now the indications on what they're showing you, being as passive as they are on the free agent market, despite having the type of money they have to spend, indicates rebuild. The fact there's no major trade coming down the track indicates rebuild. So it's I'm good with it though. I don't think that they were in a state landing to reload. Not after you moved Russell and not after you moved Bobby. Michael says, who will buy us? Laughing out loud. Bezos or Ballmer? One of the two big Bs. One of the two big B billionaires will buy us. But I'm sure there'll be some suitors, I'm sure. NFL organizations are good buys. Carter Metcalf says, I like Diz better than Everett. He didn't single-handedly lose 2 games like Everett didn't, laughing out loud. Well, that's true. You got me there. I can't counter that. He had a couple of those games. I'm not surprised they moved off of Everett, considering the cost with that. He was good, but very inconsistent with some of his play. Michael, Disley's a good blocker, and you need a good run blocking tight end to run in this league. Well said. Agreed. Ryan, Burns can play nickel too. That's good to hear. I was wondering how they would do that. I also know you also have that with Trey Brown, right? So Trey can definitely play within the nickel too. Randall Yannicott traded the Colts. Makes sense. Jason, I have literally not heard a single good thing about Burns other than from Hawks fans. At least he's cheap. I mean, he's at least graded out. I know when he was with the Steelers, he was not well liked or thought of, but he had his best year last year with Chicago. So maybe we got to go less upon what he did with the Steelers and more of what he did with Chicago, being that so we've got an interesting, guys, there is an interesting insight here. He Cranks, who is one of our insider contacts with Jadeveon Clowney, has an interesting comment here. He says, pay $10 million a year for a rotational guy rather than $15 million for an alpha rusher. What the F? So when he cranks is talking about $15 million for an alpha rusher, just think about that, folks, what he's saying to you there. Think about it. And he cranks, if that's the case, that's where I took umbrage with the signing of Nwosu at the gate, where I said, okay, you're paying $2 million for 20 for Nwosu. If I had to ask everybody in the chat, would you rather have 2 years of $20 million for Nwosu or 2 years, $30 million for Jadeveon Clowney? Which would you take? I mean, Nwosu may give you a lot of pressures, and you can point to me on a pressure rate. Doesn't get a ton of sacks, and I'm wagering to bet doesn't play the run very well. Well, guess who does play the run phenomenally, and then also gives you pressure? And I'm guessing probably not going to get past a 2-year deal. So he cranks. That does frustrate me with it. And if I come to find that the JD signs at that type of rate, and it's a matter of a $10 million difference, I'm not with that. I'm not with that at all. But Jason Tudor, let's hope with Artie Burns he can be a little bit better here. And coming off his best year with Desai's here now, Jason. Whatever secret sauce he got to mix in with Burns last year, maybe he can duplicate that here again with Seattle. Landon Edwards says, if Jody Allen's selling in 2025, let's get every subscriber on the channel to pitch in money to buy the Seahawks, and then we will put Brandon in charge to bring us to the homeland. Hey, it sounds like a plan to me, Landon. Sounds like a plan to me. Farad, for hot topic. Sorry, Farad, I always butcher your name on that. Is there any late 3rd to 4th round inside linebackers that are good at blitzing? I'm not really to the late rounds on the inside linebackers at this point on that, Farad. So I'm still to probably like round 4 or 5, still looking at kind of those linebackers of things. Like I looked at a guy last night. Where is he? I don't have him on my list here for some reason. I must not have saved that on my deal. Like a guy like Quay Walker, for instance, plays a little outside linebacker. You could pop him inside. John Ross can do a little bit of that stuff. Those are more outside kind of guys. I don't know where Chad Muma is going to fall. He's got a little bit to his game, but I just haven't gotten to the point of scouting into that range yet. So I can't give you any names until, but I'm getting closer and closer to there. My board's winding out, probably about to 140 names of this draft, 130 names, but it's a process and a slow one, kind of just building them up bit by bit. But the last guys I get to are the 5th rounders because I want to look at the top end guys the most because you're taking flyers on guys at that rate in that late round place. Seahawks Network says Channing Tindall's a very good round 3 inside linebacker. He is. He's definitely, he's got some stuff to his game. I call him a little bit like, I think I had him as a reference. He's like Jordan Brooks a little bit, but whereas Jordan's bad in zone, he's a little bit better in zone, but he's not good in man, whereas Jordan's good in man. But an excellent blitzer too. Phenomenal blitzer. All those Georgia linebackers are really good at that. T. Stevenson says, Artie effing Burns? What the entire hell? Rudy Peterson, I'm not confused. I'm not fussed about any of the QBs in this draft, but I just hope we address offensive line in the 1st round. Well said, Rudy. Well said. Jay Porter says, can we just pretend Russell Wilson doesn't exist like my ex? That's how I do it, man. That's how I do it when I move on, Jay Porter. You got to just do it never happened. It's like eternal sunshine on a spotless mind. Just blow that sucker out. Never occurred. Hawks Gal says, Ritter's my favorite quarterback in the draft. Yes, please. Palmer believes some coaching on his stride and extra steps on dropbacks and his inaccuracy will improve immensely. I agree. I would say within my assessment, looking at him, that I thought a lot of what he had mechanically wise could be cleaned up. The same's true with a guy like the same thing is true with Malik Willis. You can clean some of the stuff up with him too, but that's where I'm at it as well, Hawks Gal. That's my favorite quarterback in the draft. He's been so since day one, going looking through all the guys. Maybe he doesn't have the strongest arm. Maybe there's somebody who moves a little bit better, but his combination of mobility, arm strength, accuracy, and decision making make him my guy. He's my guy. Bud Inlet says Uchenna is only 25 and never played more than 50% of the snaps in a season. Yeah, so you're getting a rotational pass rusher at $20 million. I'm back and forth on this one a bit, folks. Back and forth and a little bit on this one. Basar Toto, TheSeahawksNest, Nwosu, what is your thoughts? I mean, it's fine. It's not a lot of money. But again, if you're talking about this versus Clowney, for instance, then this is stupid. You're talking about 2-year $20 million or 2-year $30 million. I would have done that with Clowney all day. Maybe Clowney doesn't want to come here, though. But if he cranks is saying this in the chat, as I said, he cranks is one of the guys. He plays online with Clowney. He's good friends with Clowney. They know him. So if he's saying that, that's an indicator JD would come here. Get him off the right. Come on now, you know. U2K says Seahawks are clearly in a win now mode. I say just go for it and roll the dice on Willis at 9 and hope he is better passing version of Lamar Jackson. Randall says, who's played for more teams, Yannick or Brandon Cooks? Yannick's got... I think Cooks has got 5 teams. I think Yannick's at 4. Seahawks Network, they're paying him literally $2 million, like the hair above the vet. Yeah, I don't get mad at Artie Burns because it's $2 million. It's $1 million over the vet minimum. This isn't going to eat a lot of our $50 million in proverbial cap space. You talk about Nwosu, yeah, that's starting to eat up a little bit more of the cap space. That's $10 million per on a 2-year deal, a short deal. There's no way to massage the numbers out with the bonus money downwind at that point. Now you're removing your options and ability to do much more signing for this guy who's somebody said has never played more than 50% of the snaps. And I like that he's freakish in his ability to still generate, it seems like, a high pass rush win rate and be very efficient at that point in the way he goes about his business with it. But, Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation says, didn't Nwosu, and thank you again, Jacob, for multiple donos here today, says, didn't Nwosu play across from Bosa last year? That it would explain the pressures, but low sacks. Oh, I see what you're saying, Jacob. Like, you got Bosa flushes him towards him, and he gets pie, but he's not really necessarily beating his man one-on-one to get those pressures. It'd be interesting. I'm going to watch the tape tonight. I'll go back and take a look at him on the replay stuff and see what I see from that. But that would be interesting if that's a little bit of the case, is he's getting a little bit of the cleanup benefit from Bosa just being a manimal. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. And Ender coming in with another donation. Thank you, Ender, for the double dono as well. $5 donation. Says, so I'm seeing all these teams being active about getting good offensive linemen. Why aren't the Hawks getting these free agent offensive linemen? Well, I'm not trying to paint the front office with too broad a brush here, Ender, but I got to go off of what I have seen in recent history. And in recent history, it has been pretty undeniable. E2K likes to mention this stat quite a bit, which is that the Seahawks, for the last 10 years, have spent the least amount of money as far as dollar bill-wise goes on the offensive line. And on top of that, they've had no rookie offensive lineman who's gotten a second contract here. That says, okay, so on one side that says we don't spend money good on the market, nor do we even spend money on the open market for linemen. So we don't pay the pump on one end of this. And then on the other end of this, we don't draft well enough to re-sign our own guys to warrant those contracts. So you're not drafting well enough and you're not paying the price for it, but it is absolutely a vital part of NFL football teams now to have workable, good offensive lines. I don't really know why they look at it in that way. I go to a little bit of the cliche where I say you've got a defensive-minded head coach who's just not that into offensive linemen. It's just not, to him, it's not that big of a deal. Just get him a 300-pounder who can move somebody in space and he's happy. And I don't mean to make it that simplistic, but again, I can only go off your track record. What, the last 4 years, you've taken a second-round pick on Posick and a third-round pick on Damian Lewis, and that's as high as you've gone. Meanwhile, you drafted a linebacker every other year and a safety every other year, and it's like, what's more important, really? A strong safety or a left tackle? I don't get it, Ender. I don't get it either. I do share your guys' frustration on that one. Osama bin Diesel says, is it Super Bowl or bust? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know, though. Ryan Wilson says, how often we forget Pete was about to run with Matt Flynn and Charlie Whitehurst before drafting Wilson, laughing out loud. Very true. Very true. Also signed Tavares Jackson. Ferret says, no all line, need more pieces. We do. Michael says, yeah, we need depth, and Burns was decent last year at least. Yeah. Bernard Tassard says, we signed former Chargers. Yep, we got the Chargers. Jay Porter, we should have gotten more for Russ. Damn, no trade clause. Well, if you didn't have the no trade clause, Jay Porter, you would have gotten more. If you had no trade clause, you'd probably move him to Washington and get 3 first-round picks and maybe Jonathan Allen. But you didn't have – you put the no trade clause in there, and there kind of was no way around it at that point. Joey Del Rosario. Is that Uchenna Nwosu any good? I've never heard of him. Based on what the chat's saying here right now, he had a 50%. He had a high pass rush win rate last year, really up there in pressures throughout the league. Only played 50% of the snaps, so probably a bit of a liability against the run. Admittedly, I haven't watched a lot of his tape, but only 25 years old, so still a very young player. But at $20 million, it's a bit of a price. It's a high price to pay. That's costly. That ain't cheap. That ain't cheap. Carl says, take a coffee break. Thank you for the $5 donation, Carl. And he's right. I need to go get a little bit more coffee, folks. So bear with me here for just a second, and I will be right back. If you're new on the channel and new in the chat here, I'm behind on the chat, but I do try to catch up as much as I can. We're having more people in the chat than ever before. We've really been exploding with our growth lately. So I'm rolling with this all day. We're going to be here all day long. I'm not going nowhere. So just hang tight. We're going to roll. I'll be right back. All right. Charger fans love him, says Nagasa. Pretty much, so maybe he isn't a total bust. That's hopeful. I'm hopeful here. Randall says, hope we sign Penny back. Feels like we made an offer and let him go. Check to see what else is available. Yeah, we'll see. I think they're just kind of waiting, and I'm sure that there's a little bit of a market for Penny, so I'm not the least bit surprised if he happens to get a little bit of money. I know the Breadman on Twitter got a lot of people a couple of days ago with Penny making the 3-year, I think it was like a $40 million deal in the open market from the Chargers, and people were like, believed it because it sounded feasible, and so he might get himself a deal on that. Waiting for the $5 donation on Carl. Got me some fresh coffee, so we're rolling. Bernard says, yes, believe me, he's good and quite young. 25 is young, man. That's just entering into your prime in the football age, so maybe he's just starting to tap into it. Jackson says, poor Russ, he has to deal with so many pass rushers. Laughing out loud. Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for us. And remember this little stat from last year with the Broncos. 28th in the league in pass blocking efficiency. For a guy that holds on to the ball for a long time, for a guy that has not done necessarily great when the offensive line has gone bad, they're going to do some work on that offensive line right now. The people that will tell you that, the Broncos offensive line is amazing, it's great, it's top-notch, it's solid right now, it's way better than the Seattle offensive line. It may be a little bit better, but it ain't great in that element of things. You could say it's more of a run-blocking unit than a pass-blocking unit, and that's not going to signal well for Russ and his mobility. Jackson Shore says if we can get J.C. Treader, this can be a solid free agency. Treader's an interesting guy. Of course, the Browns just released him. He's been basically your, if not best, one of your best pass blocking centers over the last couple of years. Surprising to see the Browns move on from him. I don't know what the Browns are exactly doing right now. I'm trying to kind of figure all that out. Maybe they've got an inside track on Watson here. But he'd be a good player. He's a good center. Didn't think he was going to be on the market. He'd be definitely an upgrade over what you had in Bosing. U2K says pretty Russ believed in great defense and a great running back. Too bad the Seahawks haven't had those two things for a half a decade. Very much true. Very much true. There was an article that came out, I think you're referencing there, Yui, today about the situation that broke down between Russell Wilson and Carroll and the whole front office and how the trade came down. And one of the things referenced in it was that Wilson supposedly told people behind the scenes he'd be happy with riding with the way that things had been as far as playing to the defense, running the ball, being efficient in the pass game. But those things hadn't been working for years. And so that steered a little way of his confidence out. John Avon Vasquez says, sign Colin Kaepernick. Jackson Shore says, flipping back and forth between yours and Brendan's streams, laughing out loud. Love it, Jackson. Corso de Gutierrez. Locke is better than Mayfield. Don't want to see DK's dad put in videos. Yeah, I don't want to see that either. And when you're so bad at the quarterback position that your receivers' fathers are putting out videos to show you missing reads on the football field, it's not a great look. Baker's just always rubbed me the wrong way a bit. He has. As you guys know, I'm already getting wore out on these diva quarterbacks, and he's definitely into that mode. Seahawks Gaming says, after that Uchenna Nwosu signing, how much cap space do we have? We're probably sitting on about a little under $20 million. We could create an additional $10 million very easily, though, if we wanted to cut a couple of guys. So you could still easily come up with a lot of money. And then right in the future contracts, you don't have anything. So they're not restricted right now, but they've certainly used up the majority of their space at this point. Chandler finalizing deal with Raiders. Dude wants Russell Wilson and only Russell Wilson for lunch. Yeah, he does want to go out. He knows it's open territory in Russ. He's like, I'm going to go to the division where the guy's going to hold on the ball for a long time and give me more of a chance to go sack him. And I'm sure he's like, Russell's just thinking damn it, I just got away from all these guys and you're restacking it over here now? Damn it. Jackson says, the Jaguars' moves are confusing me. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should just give Kirk $18 million, laughing out loud. No, but they've done this in the market recently a lot, and this is what happens if you have a team that's not good and doesn't have to pay any of their own players, and then they end up with a boatload of cash. Remember, in the CBA, there's a floor that you have to reach as far as minimum contracts you're paying out, and so you have to spend that money. You've got to give it to somebody. And the Jaguars are one of those teams that ends up in that spot where then they end up giving out big contracts because they're just like, we got to use the money on someone. The cap space can't just go unused. Flag Sabbath says, so Nwosu is only $10.5 million guaranteed. Yeah, but he's going to make it through the first year. So if he makes it through the first year, you're going to let him go for what's the savings next year really going to be? It's probably going to play out the 2 years of this deal, unless he just falls on his face. Jackson Shore says, thoughts on the Mariners trade for Winker and Suarez. We fleeced the Reds. Based on all accounts of it, we fleeced him. That's what I've heard with it. Red fans don't seem to be too happy with him going. Seattle got on the better end of this trade. They did this as a counter to going after, it would seem, the Chris Bryant route of things, which it's a smarter move to do if Bryant's going to insist on a boatload of money and everybody wants the big free agent signings to come to Seattle, but the free agents got to want to come there. The Mariners, these other players out of the league got to want to come to play in Seattle. And this is a way to me, stack up the lineup a lot better. That's, of course, at the forefront for me with them is getting that lineup right. You're going to need your young guys to light it up this year, but nothing but love for that trade. I think it makes a lot of sense. And they didn't give up any of their real prime prospects, which is even better. Even better. Carl Nerney with the $10 donation says, ladies and gentlemen, we got Austin Blythe. Oh, do we got breaking news? Breaking news. we got some breaking news here? Is that what we got? We got some breaking news. Let's see. Do we get Austin? It's a lot of Chandler Jones stuff on the feed. A lot of Chandler Jones stuff. There we go. Former Chiefs center Austin Blythe is signing with the Seattle Seahawks per a source. Austin Blythe only played 4 games last year, but he is obviously a schematic fit to what the Rams did in the defense. And it's telling something that the Chiefs did sign Austin Blythe, only to then go and draft Creed Humphrey in the same draft. But thanks for breaking the news, Carl. And hey, look, he's a scheme fit. He knows how to play it. He's going to know what he needs to do from day one. And I would imagine that he's not going to cost a tremendous amount of money in this contract. I mean, what's the guy going to get coming on? Didn't play at all last year, 4 games. Creed Humphrey beat him out. I don't think he's going to be drawing a big contract. On top of it, he didn't make a lot last year. So it's probably going to be a pretty low-end deal on that. But Carl, thank you for all the donos today, man. Appreciate you. Mark Thurston with a $5 donation says, anyone see Ahmad Sauce Gardner highlights? Can we get him at number 9? The going theory here, Mark, as the draft process goes through its early process, where a guy like Derek Stingley is the runaway guy that's going to be the first cornerback off the board, and then the process starts to move through the more of the evaluation of tape, more eyeballs looking at the players, combine, testing numbers, and you get to kind of the other end of it. He's now launched himself, I think, as the number 1 cornerback in this draft. So saying, are we going to get him at number 9 for sure? Hard to say that with a lot of certainty, being that he's the best at his position, and it just takes one team deciding they have that need and they want it filled there. For instance, Carolina Panthers, who pick above us. They've loved cornerbacks recently. They took J.C. Horn top 10 last year. They traded for C.J. Henderson from the Jacksonville Jaguars. They then traded for Stephon Gilmore, who's now a free agent from the New England Patriots. They are really trying to lean into their defense with the cornerback position, and certainly bigger cornerbacks at that. He could be a guy that they end up snatching up ahead of us. So it's going to be hard necessarily to see him absolutely fall to us because of those conditions at play. But he would be a scheme fit, Mark. His highlight package is awesome. Watching his game film is awesome. You feel the effect of him on the field as a tackler. The quarterbacks don't even look in his direction as far as to even test him. He is assignment corrected in zone coverage, stays on top, hasn't given up a touchdown in his entire college career. To me, a great prospect. Love what I said of Gardner, and absolutely he has earned being the number 1 corner, because Stingley may have more talent, but Stingley, frankly, hasn't shown it since his freshman year. And if it's been 2 years since you put it on tape, I got to go with the guy that's been playing balls out, lights out recently. Thank you for the donations, though, you guys. Very kind of you. So Austin Blythe. Jackson Short, love the shirt today, Brando. Well, we're just trying to bring a little bit of this large energy, hoping it would help my Hawks today. I don't know if it's helped or not today so far, but I'm trying. Seattle Dub 6. We need underrated players with that chip on their shoulder again, with a passion for the game. Very well said. That's what we need to do, man. Stack them up. Stack up those kind of players, and you can build your team. It's more about just build. We need more of that. Agreed. It's less about finding an exact player for this position and what player we need for that position. You need to just start stacking up talent. Yama Molevovic, would you still be mad if we got Coral in the second? Yes. Yeah. I've gone back and watched Matt Corral. By the way, guys, with Matt Corral, I didn't just watch his tape once, and I've not gone back and watched his tape again, and it's just I'm just sitting on my first opinion. I've gone back 3 and 4 times and watched different tape in different games. I'm starting to build up a lot of Matt Corral tape on my brain, and I'm telling you guys, you don't want none of this. You don't want none of this. It's just my feeling, but yeah, I'd be mad. As I was just saying above to Seattle Dub 6, we need to stack players here. And as he was saying, we need to stack players right now. And if you're wasting one of these 2 second-round picks on a quarterback whose ceiling is limited and who has huge injury concerns, in my opinion, who may not have the size to play the position and who may not have the arm to play the position, you start wasting second-round picks, that's going to get my goat. Jackson Shore says, are the Titans seeing something we didn't? Jamarco Jones got paid. Laughing out loud, Brendan couldn't believe it. No, I couldn't either. I was like, really? Maybe there's just something they're going back to in their evaluation process of him over at Ohio State. And they liked him maybe coming out, and they're still kind of gravitating towards him because of that. I don't get it either, though. Ryan Wilson, I feel like the last 6 years, this coaching staff and ownership has tried to prove the Seahawks way too much. It feels forced. Kind of. I more look at it like a lack of sense of urgency. That they just feel like they can do kind of whatever they want, and they're going to take their own little weird path. And look at how weird and unusual it is. No one else is doing this. Look at how weird it is. And it's like, yeah, okay. But at the same point in time, it hasn't worked. I think we agree on that, Ryan. It just hasn't worked. And they're not seemingly open to trying many new things, at least as far as the drafting. And now we see what this free agent period goes. It's very much the same stuff that they've done in the past, even when they've had a lot of money to spend. Jackson Shore says, worst contract given out, in my opinion. I mean, the Christian Kirk one is hard to beat. Kirk is a useful player. Kirk is a guy that, I could see you're giving him $12 million a year, but they 4 years, $72 million. That's next level ridiculousness as far as, from my standpoint, the cost there. So there hasn't been a lot of other bad contracts, really. The Bengals with Larry is flashing up now. Ogunjobi, 3 years, $40 million. That's definitely a price. He's a good player, but that one was up there. But boy, the Kirk one, I think, stands above anybody else by quite a bit. Lolo says, Russo ranked 16 in pressure win rate. 15th was Terrell Taylor, Joey Bosa. There's an idea of the player he is. Definitely seems like he can provide some pressure. That's good. I will offer with pressure win rate, you're not factoring in then playing on rotational snaps, right? And so you are being efficient and effective with a limited number of snaps, which helps if you're in on rotation. But it also, if you're talking about measuring that up against a guy like Joey Bosa, who's going to play nearly twice the snaps of Nwosu probably, you probably got to put a little bit of that measure then into perspective a bit. But still, it's still a great stat and encouraging, and hopefully this kid can be something. Jackson Shore says, Evan Hill said we overpaid for Nwosu, laughing out loud. I disagree heavily. You and Russ has faced the same level of pass rushers in Seattle, greater when you add Donald. He'll be just fine. Broncos have a better commitment to the offensive line than Seattle ever did. Agreed there. They definitely commit to it. It's just that I think some of their recent picks haven't exactly panned out where they've wanted to be. The guy on the left that they had the one good year kind of fell back this year. The center they took out of LSU a couple of years ago is just not even scratched up into league average state yet. I do think they'll commit to it, but they have work they need to do to it. They're definitely, where it stands right now is not an upper level unit. Jackson says if we get famous Jameis, we will be eating at least 8 dubs. Probably. With our finger and licking our fingers clean. Jackson Shore, love what Tampa Bay is doing. I think their GM is underrated. I agree. I think Tampa Bay's been. I don't know how they fit the Carlton Davis contract in. I think it's amazing. But they brought in the Justin Gage as the replacement for Antonio Brown. Yeah, it's a good signing by them. Yui says Seahawks always take other teams' throwaways. We're a hand-me-down franchise. While the other teams aggressively pursue players, Seattle wait and offer low-ball contracts to whoever's left. Pretty accurate. Jackson Shore, with our 2 seconds, I want Lucas and Breece Hall. You agree? I can go with it. Definitely big on Lucas. I'm okay with Hall because I think he's that good at the running back position, though admittedly speaking, there's a part of me that would say maybe there's a better player at another position of higher value than Hall there. But, if that's the way they win, I wouldn't be upset with it. Pal Poy says, how is Shelby Harris? Really good player. Knows how to pass rush from the edge inside. He can kind of bounce around. He can do the 3-tech stuff, really, if you need him to do it from time to time. He's got really long arms. And what stands out in watching his tape is he'll come up in his pass rush, and the quarterback will go to climb the pocket or to skirt around him. And he has a way of getting that hook out around onto the quarterback as he's going past and getting the sack. And in a moment where most players would stay engaged and locked up in the tackle that's trying to block him or the guard that's trying to block him. So he's really good in that respect. There's not any kind of wow factor to his game. Everything's just kind of good with him. Really good use of hands. Pretty good off the block. Relatively good quickness. Not a lot of dip and bend, more of a high effort energy kind of player in the way he gets what he does done, but he gets it done on tape. There's no doubt about that. Marius Schmidt, thank you for subscribing. Raiders got fleeced. It's the going market. You're going to get one of those two guys. That's why I've said it's why I lean back to Clowney over the top of going with the Chandler Jones or Von Miller, is that you could get Clowney for almost half the cost with half the amount of commitment. Made a lot more sense. Jackson Shore says, oh man, just saw the Jaguars logo. He's enjoying himself. He is indeed. He is indeed. If you guys can catch it, you guys keep an eye out for my Jaguar logo going over my left side and see if you don't catch something in that. Remember the time Uchenna Nwosu signed with the Seahawks? Thoughts? It's okay, I guess. I mean, it's a little expensive for my taste for a rotational pass rusher, but this team's going to commit to their rotations, so I guess he'll fit in within that. It's also a little disappointing the fact that this means you probably aren't going to get go for one of the more upper end pass rushers in this draft, and there's quite a few of them. Jackson Sources shout out to Young Huku, who got paid. Yeah, he did. And he got paid big time. Reset the kicker market, if that's a thing. Watch Visquez says, I'm in full rebuild mindset. Beat the heck out of us other teams. Whatever. 1-16. I'd take a Denver win. I love it. I love it. He says, don't get me wrong, I'll always root to win, but it is what it is. It is what it is, Watch Visquest. None of us wanted to be here, right? None of us wanted to land here at a rebuild state of things. Many of us were advocating for Wilson. Many of us were advocating for getting an offensive-minded coach to build around Wilson. Many of us have been advocating over the last couple of years to have more of a go-forward approach, to go all in, to use up every last bit of cap space you could use, even sacrificing future cap space to get there. But they didn't take that track. And so now we land where we do land. UGK says Steelers win the division with Mitch. He did look better in their system. He was really just inexperienced and in need of coaching. Only started 13 games in college, and Nagy is a terrible teacher. We'll see. We'll see with it. We shall see, Huey. And look, Steelers got a great defense there, so their defense is still as stacked up as ever, which is going to give Mitchell Trubisky a lot of opportunity to get far. And I don't know where Cleveland's going to be at with their roster, because it seems like they're going to take some hits. The Ravens are kind of starting to dial back a little bit, it would seem like, with where Lamar was at, where their roster was at a couple of years ago. And Bengals, are we going to count on them being year to year a consistent winner? I mean, hard to say, but I'd put the Bengals still above, I think, the Steelers at this point. We'll see how it plays out, but I would be surprised if the Steelers still took it. Z-Down says, bro, the Raiders description, laughing my ass off. You guys are noticing my little nuggets in the... I was having some fun. I'm having some fun with it. My team hasn't spending money. I might as well find some laughs, I might as well find some laughs. Nick Guzman, does Pete and John not realize we need offensive line help, or will they just continue to ignore it like the past decade? I think they're just going to continue to ignore it. It seems to be their blind spot. I don't know why. I don't understand what the reasoning is, but this is the place that we've seen over and over again. I thought I'd blamed it prior on Wilson. Them saying, well, we're paying Wilson, so we're going to go cheap on the offensive line because we're not, if we got to pay all that money in the quarterback, we got to go cheaper somewhere. And Carroll would say, I'm not going to do it on my defense. I'm not going to do it on my precious defense. If you quarterback's going to take that, then you can get around your offensive line. Well, now Russell's out the door, and you're still not showing a lot of signs to go into the offense. Austin Blythe's okay, but again, hey, backup center last year, 4 games, wasn't paid a significant amount of money. The league told you last year this guy's not very good at this point. The Rams told you he's not very good at this point. So are we gonna talk ourselves into that, a guy like that being somebody that's going to move the needle? I don't think so. Jackson Shore says, I wonder if Burns' contract was all DeSal's vouching for him. It has to be, right? Yeah, it has to be. He had a good year last year, though, too, Jackson, and he is 6 feet tall, so he fits into the size quotient that Schneider and Carroll look for. He's former first-round pick, so he's got some physical attributes to his game. I mean, it could have happened without Desai, but I think Desai definitely pushed it. Ortas Aid says, bringing Kaepernick as a bridge quarterback on a 1-year deal. I don't know what he's got a lot left to give after 4 years out of the sport. I don't know that he does, but there's a lot of people advocating for it. Nick Guzman, watch Kyle Hamilton fall to us, and we pick him at 9. I would be so happy by that. Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't be happy by that now. I don't get to be as happy because we signed Diggs. Yeah, that would piss me off, Nick. Because they won't pick him, but if he falls to number 9 and you could add Kyle Hamilton or spend 3 years, $39 million on Diggs, yeah, that one might hurt a little bit. That one would sting. Washington Fist Quest says, I was a huge Zach Miller fan. We paid him pretty well, too. Hope Disley can be Millery. Yep. He's got a lot of attributes. He's got some similarities to Zach to his game. Does Big Will, Uncle Will. David Joaquim says, front 7 will make safeties look better. Blair is always hurt. Front 7 does. It's my belief that the front helps out the back, not the back to the front, in my opinion. To your point on that, David. And Blair is always hurt. And maybe the team has just decided that he can't stay healthy and they don't have any faith in him going forward. But that then does mean that you wasted a high second-round pick not 2 years ago. On top of now 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for Jamal Adams, on top of paying Jamal Adams money, on top of the 5th-round pick for Quandre Diggs, on top of paying Quandre Diggs a huge amount of money. It's not exactly a smart roster-building approach. UE Seahawks believe they are a contender and not rebuilding, definitely in a win-now attitude. I just hope the go all-in, don't pussyfoot around the edges, take the big gamble and draft Willis. That's probably where they're going to go with it. It's that or Matt Corral. Nick Guzman, the guy from the Chargers, also played on a team with Boss. We don't have anybody like that drawing double teams. Good point. Great point. Gemsy says Zach Miller was highly paid, $7 million in 2009-10, hit different. Yeah, he was. They broke the bank to bring in Miller. They had to pay the price to get him in here. So we weren't a winning team at that time. We didn't have the established culture we do now. So you paid top market prices to bring in free agents. Oh, back in those old days when Coach Carroll and Schneider would do that. What time is there? Let me make sure I'm on the presser here, guys. So hold on here. Let's see. They'll have it on the Seahawks channel, I'm hoping. Well, they don't have any notification on it. We might have to go to the deal. Carroll's conference. Sorry, Chad. I wanted to see what the press conference is so we can maybe play this today if it's on. Are they not doing the press conference? You can't ever. I'll check with you guys in the chat. I'm sure you guys will tell me. I think we got it. It's either 1:30 or 2:30 that they're going on. So we'll keep an eye on it here. We'll keep an eye. Flag Sabbath, how much do you think James Bradbury would cost? He'd be a $12, $13 million a year deal. But with you signing Sidney Jones and Trey Brown being here and then signing Artie Burns, I don't think you're looking to bring another cornerback in. Hawks Gal says, I've lost all faith in Pete and John. They have mismanaged many free agent moves, and their drafting over the last few years is ridiculous. Ludicrous. I changed your word, but I didn't mean to. Yeah, I'm not enthused by what they've done drafting or signing players. I'm not enthused with what they've done schematically in recent years. And my faith is with you on that, Hawks Gal. I have a hard time drumming up a lot of hope that Carroll or Schneider is going to manage this rebuild properly. I think that they've whatever pixie dust they had found in whatever cavernous cave that they had spurlunked into previously to get to where they got to 10 years ago is gone. There's nothing left. And I don't know, I hope they can find a new track, but man, there's nothing that's giving me a lot of faith in what I'm seeing from them. Well, maybe their words will give it to us today. Maybe their words will provide us that faith. And Russell Wilson passed his physical, so he is officially a Denver Bronco. He now rides in the saddle, if you know what I'm saying. He rides high in the saddle, if you know what I'm saying. 2:30 p.m. Okay, so we're okay. We're okay. Lolo says, after seeing Russ and his group have been looking at 14 teams over the past 2 months, makes me look at him like a douche. 4 weeks of saying, let's win 3 Super Bowls in Seattle just to leave with no buildup. So he's young. It's it's why a little of us have been burned out on Russell Wilson at the end, because there's been questions in the background from even players within that locker room about his authenticity. And, you got to feel that now as a fan of what maybe some guys were starting to feel in the locker room through the years. You say one thing, do another. You're playing games rather than being real with it. And I felt like that with Russell for quite a bit of time. I'm also sympathetic to some of the issues Russell had with the organization, because they're the same issues that I have with the organization. But it's to me, there's also, in addition to that, a little bit of, some of what he did didn't help things in his whole process, in his whole Team Russ, Team 3 thing. Daniel W. says, defensive end Amari Barno had the craziest combine, ran a 4.36 at the same size as Ajabo, ran the fastest 10-yard split over Ajabo, Jermaine Johnson. Great round 2 prospect, freak of nature. Check him out. I actually watched him last night, so I have my notes on him right here. Let me bring him up. So one thing to just be aware of with Barno, Daniel, on this is, so he had two things that he had the best in the combine at from a defensive end position: the 4.36 40 that you mentioned, and then the 10 foot 11-inch broad jump as well. So he's got explosion and speed. The 10-yard split also shows that. So there's something to work with there as a pass rusher. The problem comes into place, though, with the other deal that he ran, which was the short shuttle, which speaks to agility and lateral movement. And he ran a 4.45 short shuttle. So while he was the fastest in the combine at a defensive end as far as 40 and broad jump, he was the slowest as far as his short shuttle goes. So when you watch him on tape, forward, everything's fast. But when he's got to get sideways and get lean and bend, it isn't there. It isn't there. And when you're as a pass rush, that's why I say when there's a pass rush like Darrell Taylor, where I get excited with him and I say he's got explosion and bend. Explosion to the bend. Explosion to the bend. When you just have explosion and you're like Amari Barno is, and you're really lively built, you've got long arms, but you're not terribly strong, you're just not able to do a lot after that initial explosion. You get locked up and you stay locked up. And he doesn't have a technician's accumulation of moves in his bag to get a rip move or get out of there. If he can't get past the edge and freakishly just get by you, he's just going to be blocked and he's going to stay blocked. So he does have some of that pass rush to his game that is exciting with that. He can set the edge really well, which I like to see. I'd worried about him like that because, again, you can see he's a 246-pound guy out there on the edge. But he's got some talent. You're not going to find guys that are that fast or that explosive usually from the defensive end position. But I don't know that he's also going to improve all that much in his ability to bend going forward. And that, to me, limits him more as a prospect, where I can't take him then in the second round at that point. I have him charted out. I've got him charted out all the way down to like the 4th, 5th round, in my opinion. And he's going to go higher, but you need bend as a pass rusher to be effective. And if you don't have bend, then you need to have some kind of technician's hands to get the guy's hands off of you so you can get to the quarterback. He's got none of that stuff to provide. It doesn't matter what he does to develop really outside. And I don't think he's going to suddenly become a technician overnight. So really raw prospect. You're looking at a big-time projection going out on him, though he does have stuff that you can't teach on guys. Nwosu's biggest issue is consistency, says Lolo. Interesting. David Joaquim says Hawks will draft Coral. I know it's one of my greatest fears right now. Not the greatest fear, just one of my fears. Bernard says we absolutely needed someone to pressure the quarterback, and Nwosu is the answer. I really like his play, and PFF likes him a lot also. Nice. Adrian Bustamante says, came in late. What's your thoughts on the new pickup from the Chargers? Very efficient pass rusher. Rotational guy. Doesn't seem like he gives you much as far as a run defender goes. A lot of money to spend, Adrian. And if it's a matter of spending a little bit more money for a little bit better of a pass rusher than this guy. But he's also 25, and maybe he's just starting to tap into his prime. I've not watched him on tape a lot, so I can't speak to what kind of player he is exactly until I have a chance to check him out a little bit more. Lola says Carroll's limited quarterback from what I've heard. Elite in the short, but forces throws. Yeah, he's number one. I don't think I know he measured 6'2" at the combine, but he looks 6'1" out there on the field. And he measured at 212 at the combine, but it looked like he played at about 195 pounds. He's got a snappy arm. He's got an accurate arm inside of about 10 to 15 yards. But he's a one-read quarterback, and he's a quarterback that teams are aware that he's a one-read quarterback. So he gets a lot of balls knocked down at the line of scrimmage because they know he's not pushing the ball deep. It's going to be short and out quick. And so you got linemen constantly jumping up to knock the ball down. And because he's not particularly all that very tall, he gets a lot of balls then knocked down at the line of scrimmage in addition to that. I gotta, please not Coral. Please not Coral. Junior 6'10" says Russ left the NFC West because of Aaron Donald just to go to the AFC and play Chris Jones and Frank Clark and Melvin Ingram and Joey Bosa, Derwin James, Chandler Jones, Yannick Ngakoue, Solomon Thomas 6 times a year. Well, Yannick Ngakoue got traded to the Colts, Junior, but your point still stands. He's going to have it's not going to be any easier of a road for him as far as pass rush goes. And Pearl Haggard and Marius Schmidt, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Randall says 2 things to remember. A 2021 Russell Wilson team generated the 10th pick in the draft. Secondly, a Jimmy G's quarterback team was a dropped pick away from representing our conference in the Super Bowl. Is true. Randall says, can we name a defensive tackle as big as Davis who was an effective pass rusher? Do we use a high pick on a 1-tech or slide to 0, which he hasn't played? That's one of the reasons that I'm hesitant with him, Randall, where I wouldn't want to take Jordan Davis in the first round. I think somebody that does that's getting a little bit caught up in his combine, as you referenced a couple weeks ago. It's the Mike Mamula situation a little bit. Jordan's a better player than Mike Mamula was at Boston College, but he didn't do as much as being warranted. It's a lot of what you think he's going to be rather than what he's been in college. And that should be, to me, more of a second-round pick, even for a freakish skill set like him, which if I'm talking about picking in the first round a little later and you're versus being high in the second round, there's not enough difference of that to push me off from him. But there are going to be probably other players that I would probably lean towards if I'm picking at 16, 17 over him. I mean, I'd take Wyatt, to be Randall, honest with you, if we're talking about just a pure 3-tech who's probably going to be sitting right there at the same time. Davis could go ahead of him, and that's silly. Wyatt should go ahead of Davis. But yeah, there's probably better players. Vincent says, I'd trade up for Malik in the late first. Or trade, you mean trade back, Vincent? Or select at 9 and then use your 2 second-round picks to move up in the first and get him. That'd be interesting. You get 5 years of club control on him. Flag Sabbath, I want Cross or Linderbaum. I'd love either of those 2 guys. Very good, safe picks there. I passed on Jacob's comment and his money. No, I'm sometimes a little behind in the chat, so, it happens. Jacob knows I love him. Jacob knows I appreciate him. I get to on his chats. HB says, what are the chances Pete announces his retirement today? 0%. Zero. UB2K, I want Willis at 9 more than ever. He'll either be a great pick or a bust. If he's a hit, Seahawks win. If he's a bust, Pete and John get fired. And Seahawks win-win. A true win-win scenario. I love it. Washington Fish Quest says, whenever I hear Carl, damn it, Carl, I think of Andrew Lincoln referring to his son Carl in AMC's Walking Dead. Damn it, Carl. Flag Sabbath says, man, give me Wyatt over Davis. Yeah, me too. D Nugget says, Norb Cam just posted a Russell Bronco press conference parody video. Nice. Bet it's funny. D Nugget says, let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Charles Cross is interesting. And plays, should we get Bryce Young? I'm open to getting Bryce Young. I need to see a little more tape on him, to be honest with you. I need a little slight right now where he stands, but give me another year watching some tape on him. But I like him. Lola says paying $17 million a year for a 32-year-old pass rusher isn't a good idea for us. So many needs offensively. Yeah, agreed. Wouldn't have been money well spent on Chandler. Nerborno says Baker Mayfield to Seattle. Baker or Drew. Don't want either long term. Baker's probably a little bit better than Drew, but not by a wide margin. And there's a thought process that maybe Drew's just starting to tap into what he's going to be, if he's going to be anything. Neither get me excited long term, but as a stopgap, okay. And Baker, the thing with Baker on that is I just don't want to go and spend a second round pick to bring in Baker on a 1-year deal. It's got to be like a real low end draft pick, which I don't think it's going to be. Naborno says, thank God Jones left Arizona for Vegas. Hell yeah. Boy, Chandler Jones in Vegas. I don't know if that's the best of landing zones for him when we're talking off the field stuff. Shit, I think his brother just got arrested there a year ago. Boomers, just so you guys know, we were 10th in 2 tight end sets, even though we were last in the offensive snaps. Yep. That was one of the stats I was leading with, Boomers. Part of the reason that makes me okay with bringing back in Disley as we did. Randall says, how about the center from the Cleveland just got released, J.C. Treader? I don't think he's going to be an option if they're bringing in Blythe, unless they're looking at bringing in Blythe as the backup and then Treader is the main guy. The thing I always go to with this kind of thing, Randall, when we have an offensive lineman on the market, and I know it drives a lot of people crazy for me to put it this way, but we can't deny that this is the way it is. If you look at a prospective offensive lineman that the Seahawks could add, always look at it first and foremost through this lens. Is his first and foremost skill set as a pass protector or as a run blocker? And if he's good as a pass protector, does he have maybe some deficiencies a little bit as a run blocker? And with Treader, he's, I think, by far a bit better of a pass blocker than he is a run blocker. So that's not Carroll's not into that type of guy. That's not the way Carroll likes to roll with that type of situation. And I don't like it. I wish it wasn't thought that way, but that's the track record. That's the baseline. Junior 610, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Watch Visquez says, I feel like there is no hope of a drunk stream anymore. Expectations too low. Not sure what they could do at this point that would cheese you off enough. I guess we'll see how they handle the draft. A Matt Corral selection in second round will do it. I'll give you that. That's a drunk stream coming right there. But I'm due for a drunk stream. We'll do another one. I know that was one of my more popular ones, so we'll have another one going here soon. I promise you. No doubt about it. You won't have to wait too long. Jaboy Michael says Teron Armstead would make up for this. It would help. Yeah, it'd help. Mighty Joni Boy says, what do you think if the Seahawks take a wide receiver at 9 or trade back, pick up some picks, and take Treylon Burks? I don't know. I kind of like Treylon Burks better. What do I think? I would be surprised. I would be surprised to see the Seahawks take a receiver. If you hadn't taken Estridge in the second round, maybe not last year, but you did that, and you have so many other needs, and there's so many other players that I think are going to be much more attractive to them to pick them up. So I don't think they go that route. I'd be very shocked. Flag, so we haven't signed Posick. Are we about to move Lewis to center, Haynes to left guard, and Jackson to right guard? Not necessarily, because we just signed Austin Blythe. And you could go get a center in the draft at that point, too, on top of that if you wanted. Terrence Barbie says, John and Pete should be fired. We don't have a real owner. Both of those things, Terrence, are 100%, in my opinion, the truth. I don't think we should have been arriving where we've arrived right now, and I think our owner is completely hands-off to the point of barely paying attention. And that's not the road to a winning franchise. You do need an owner that is, they don't need to be an active participant, but they do need to be engaged. Watch Visquest. I do find it pretty funny Russ still has to go up against Jones twice a year. Jones probably signed there so he could get his 5 to 6 extra sacks this season. He's got Russ figured out. He knows Russ's game. He's like, I don't have to get there quick on my pass rush. I just got to get there eventually. Jason Gaines says Malik Willis would be a good fit in Seattle. He would, Jason, but boy, I'd still like to be able to be picking him in the back end of the first round rather than at that top end of the first round. Audie Bell says, just reading this $10 million a year for a second stringer. Yeah, Audie. And we had a guy, Heat Cranks, Mike, my buddy in the chat here, who's a good friends with Jadeveon Clowney, and he was sort of intimating a bit here that Clowney could have been had for around, maybe more of the $15 million a year range on a couple year deal. So and people can go, well, this guy had more pressures. Well, this guy's 25. Well, yeah, probably not going to play the run, and you got a rotational guy. It doesn't do a lot for me. Bernard says, good point, great point on Matt Ryan. Not a very good idea. He's a statue and not the best quarterback to sign with an offense like this. Yeah, you need a mobile guy with this offensive line right now. Not only that, you need a mobile guy with the philosophy of Coach Carroll, always leaning to run blockers first on the offensive line. And one of the reasons that we had to wait for years here to get Phil Haynes out there doing what he's been able to do in the last couple of games of the season is because he's a pass protector first and foremost, and Carroll doesn't like that. So I'm going to put Mike Iupati out instead of you. I'm going to move Damian Lewis over to left guard instead of rocking with you. It's just their philosophy, just their approach. Harris Schaub, how do you feel about Watson rejecting the Hawks? Not surprised. I will say Watson's not really going to any prime spot of the places he's got proverbially picked. Saints roster's probably in the best shape, but he doesn't have a lot of playmakers to really throw to out there. The Panthers don't have a whole lot offensively to speak of, in my opinion. And then the Falcons are going to lose Calvin Ridley for the year. They just lost Justin Gage. You got Pitts. Not a lot else over there either, but we can't say like we're in some amazingly better state or anything. I get it. David Joaquin says these moves are not a rebuild. I don't know if they're indicative yet of one thing or another, David. I don't know if they're indicative yet of a rebuild or going for it. They were going to use the money on something. I think when you look at the 2-year deal aspect of it, David, the 1 and 2 year deal aspect of these moves being given, that does mean you're not going for the top end free agents, and you're looking to limit a little bit of your future cash of where you got it going, especially for a team that already was sitting on something like $130 million for next year as far as cap space. It's not like cap space is just not a problem this year, but it's a big problem next year when we're going to have to really deal with it. It's not a problem this year, and it's not going to be a problem next year too. But we'll see. I think it's a little early to say. Megan, what's up, Megan? Good to see you in the chat. Says greeting 12s. My lady feminine. 6:30 a.m. here, and I'm with my 12s with a coffee in hand and the Largent jersey of pride worn with pride. Well, welcome on in, Megan. Good to see you on in the chat. I hope you're doing well. And I'm rocking mine, so let's hope maybe we get a couple more moves coming. Seahawks Gaming says Uchenna Nwosu is like Hassan Reddick. Okay. That's cool. Half Daddy says Russ gets to face Max Crosby and Chandler Jones twice a year. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Megan says Clowney every damn time. You better believe it. You better believe it. Half Daddy says, should Seattle have went for Reddick? No, not necessarily. He got paid a very big cost. I like going for the low-end deal. I just don't like the guy they targeted on the low-end deal. That's my only issue with it. Brock Pritchard says, the Seahawks are approaching this offseason as if they have Russell Wilson. So stupid. Agreed, Brock. I don't think I would. If there's some part of this where they're trying to go for it in that realm of things, it is dumb. Agreed. They still haven't addressed the offensive line, which was the biggest hole on your team going into free agency. So you naturally attack the defense. Once again, it's like having a defensive-minded head coach running things and being a vice president. It's like everything drives towards that in an era where everything's becoming more offensive-centric. You adapt or you die. It's the way that stuff goes. Or your owner just dies, and then you just get to be the vice president forever without anybody ever holding your feet to the fire. And Randall, I like the center. I think it's going to cost a little bit. I don't think he run blocks enough to fit for Carroll. Okay, so Yannick had 5 teams too. So I guess they both had equivalent amount of teams. Terrence, I think this is the last no trade clause ever. I would agree, Terrence. I don't think they would have given it for any other player but Russ, too. So I doubt this front office will do that again. Mad Wolf says, are you going to host the Seahawks live stream? Oh, yeah. The press conference? Yeah. So let me see if it's... We'll try to run through, and I'll put it through on the stream for you guys if we can get it to go. So we're going to give it a shot. We've never done it before. We're doing it live while we're doing it, so we might run into some issues, but we'll give it a go. Corey Olson, what's your thoughts on Matt Corral? So yeah, I kind of just broken down a sec ago. Matt, quick trigger, really fast, easy delivery, really snappy throws with a lot of velocity inside of 15 yards. He's a one-read quarterback, basically doing all of his work off of the read option or pistol looks. I don't see an ability to consistently push the ball up the field very far. I think his arm strength is really limited. I think his size is going to lead to him getting injured because he's just not got the type of build that can sustain punishment. I also think teams are going to have a lot of times where they're going to be able to knock the ball down at the line of scrimmage with him because he's going to try to get so simple in his one-read approach to things and trying to hit everything short. I think there's only so far you can get with that approach as a quarterback, and I don't like the thought of drafting him. Mohammed Al-Shafari says, the Seahawks signed Posick, who was drafted by them, so the statement isn't corrected that they don't sign their offensive lineman to a second contract. Too bad they didn't start him at center from the beginning. I guess, Mohammed, yeah. I mean, does that mean that that's the rule of thumb in 10 years? You signed one lineman then to a second contract, and that lineman you signed to a contract was a 1-year, $4 million deal? I guess maybe I should have been more specific in what I was trying to say. You don't sign them to any sort of second deal of like rewarding them in pay. The 1-year, $4 million deal wasn't a reward to Posick. It was, okay, we'll give you a little bit more than the bare minimum that we have to pay you and ride with you on merely one season. Now, you're putting no multi-year commitment to him at that point. And it's that's more of what I was trying to reference was you have a guy who's done so well on that first contract that then he's earned this second contract, and you're building this offensive lineup with guys like that. Instead with him, it's you didn't miss, to your point, you moved him out of position, didn't put him in the right place, and then finally put him in the right place. But even when you put him in the right place, Mohammed, he never excelled at that point. He's been a league worst center when he's played the center position. Not the worst of the worst, but he's in the bottom rung level. He's in the, I think he's rated like, I want to say it was like there was 120 centers and like 96 out of 120 centers or something. Maybe that's something that's off on that, but it wasn't good. I went back and looked at where he was rated, and it fits the eye test. He's just not that good of a center. He isn't. He's not even a league average guy. But yeah, I guess technically they gave one guy a 1-year, $4 million deal after his rookie contract. But they let him hit free agency, Mohammed. They didn't reward him. I believe they let him hit free agency first and see what his market was. Megan says, who gives a player a no-trade clause? The team? Yep, Megan. And there are only 7 players in football who have a no-trade clause. So it's not a thing you give out very often. Boom Khan, thank you for subscribing. June, appreciate you. Bunch of new subs, love it. Peter Parker, it's only the worst offensive line because Russ holds onto the ball long enough for defenses to make a play. I think that there's a part of this where when you have Russell Wilson at quarterback, that's going to cause your offensive line to be downgraded to your point to a degree, Peter. But this is also one of those places that I arrive at where we got to land in more of a gray area than trying to dole out all blame one way or the other. And frankly, the majority of the blame from my standpoint of things on this comes down to not enough investment in the offensive line. They've drafted offensive linemen to a certain decent degree over the last 6-7 years, but those picks have tended to be later on in the draft when you have picked them, i.e. there's not a high chance of success with those offensive linemen coming in and being anything. Yeah, Russ has affected this a little bit, but on the other side of this has been that the team this isn't a hard branch to go out on, Peter. The team looked at it like this. The second that Russell Wilson got paid big money, they said, okay, Russell, you're going to take up all of this cap because you want to be paid top of the market. And we'll still give you skill position players. We'll still give you running backs. But now we're going to go light on the offensive line. Now we're going to put less resources and investment into that offensive line because of this. That's the choice that they choose. That's the choice they chose to make. And that's also part of why Russ got hit as much and part of why the offensive line wasn't as good as it could be. But it wasn't wholly on just Russell Wilson. It goes beyond just him. Corey Olson, would you consider Walker at 9? I think that's a little too early for Walker, in my opinion. I think he's more of a late teens guy to me. Pearl Hargard says, exploding with growth after Russell left. That's interesting. I'm here the first time because of it. I love it, Pearl. Thank you for coming in here. And yeah, I think Pearl, the fan base, I will say this, over the last couple of years has been a bit as divided as I've seen it. And I've seen as many kind of camps break out of people that would be Carroll people, Wilson people, pro just team people. Just the things are going right, things are going wrong, the direction's correct, the direction's off, all of these different camps that are out there. But I do think that there's a camp out there as well that felt that with Russell Wilson here and the Carroll dynamic here, that there was a stagnation in place where this team was going to be stuck in the mud. And that meant that they weren't going to be bad and they weren't going to be really good. They were just going to be kind of stuck in that same state. Now, they still may arrive there, but I think that there's less in a lot of fans' minds at this point. There's less of a certainty now than there was before about that mud-stuck state. And people go, well, now at least has a potential to be bad, but then on the other side, we're back to having the potential outcome of good. And I can get that. I myself am probably look at it in a very similar way. Brock Pritchard says, Austin Blythe, he's a center. We signed him. He is a center. He's got a background with the Rams. He was the Rams starting center just 2 years ago before he then went to the Kansas City Chiefs last year as part of their great offensive line rebuild that they accomplished in one off season. Though, of course, he just wasn't able to get on the football field and play because Creed Humphrey took over the deal. Jason said it was also statistically worst offensive line by dollar spent and rated 25th by metrics. Bingo, Jason. I mean, the offensive line's not been good. It's not Russell Wilson on that. Hawks says, would you trade back with the 9th pick? I would. Yeah, I would indeed. Especially because I think you're going to get a second-round pick if you trade back into the right spot of the first round, and that is worthwhile because that's where the meat of this draft is, in that tier 2 group. Seahawks Gaming says, yo, Austin Blythe. Okay, Seattle, we rolling now. Megan says, no Baker. I'll take Cap over Baker any damn day of the week. I'm not big on either guy. Myself. I just. Jacob Kelsinger with another $10 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate you. You're awesome. Jacob says, Brett Coleman, who has a YouTube channel, does a lot of great work out there, stated yesterday that apparently Schneider holds 51% on personnel, although he didn't state a source. Would that make sense to you based off the contract signed so far? I'm giving it thought, Jacob, so let me just process that a little bit. I don't know where his source is coming from on that. That is interesting to hear. Does confirm what we had all thought a little bit. Although, how do you met out 51 to 49 for Carroll? Like, does that mean what does that mean? What does that mean? Really? It's kind of an odd way of putting it because it's like, well, then Carroll is always just oversaid by Schneider because he always has more power. But then what does Carroll get with the 49% then? It's a little bit like, how do you dole that out exactly? But it makes sense off of what we've seen. And yeah, I guess I would say it does match up to what we've seen in free agency. Schneider comes from the Green Bay Packer approach to free agency. He's not going to spend a lot of money like the Green Bay Packers don't spend a lot of money. It's an approach that goes back to Wolf in the 90s, which is funny to me because you look at the Packers and one of the things that jump-started this organization to get to where they've gotten and this run that they've had of over 25 years was the signing of Reggie White, one of the biggest free agent signings in NFL history, where they absolutely paid out top dollar to bring him in. I think it's kind of funny in that respect of things. Another guy too in Woodson that they brought in that wasn't cheap, even though a lot of people thought he was kind of washed at that point. But yeah, I guess it does make sense, Jacob. Overall, it makes sense. You're still leaning a little bit heavily to the defensive side of the ball, which to me is like, well, obviously, Carroll's won that. That's Carroll in his 49% coming up there and saying, yeah, give me some more of that. Give me some more of that. But not giving out the big money deals, the 1 and the 2 year deals. Yeah, I think that certainly has some earmarks of Schneider being the guy making that go. Makes a lot of sense. Corso D. Gutierrez says, please check out Seahawks official IG page for statements from Jody Allen, Pete, and John. Interesting after officially completing the Russell Wilson trade. Okay, I'll bring it up. Thank you for the donation and the suggestion. Let me get my IG up, man. I just got to get my IG up, I need my IG. I don't use IG ever, so. Yeah, I'll be up on Twitter too. Let's bring it up on that. And we do have the press conference here in about 50 minutes, so we'll be trying to go. Okay, here we go. I got some of it right here for you folks, so I'll read some of these comments. So if you do asking the question about the comments, I'm going to start reading them right now. So we won't, if I see it posted again, I'll just kind of bounce over them. Jody Allen said this: while Russell made it clear he wanted this change, he made Seattle proud, and we are grateful for his decade of leadership on and off the field. We look forward to welcoming our new players and everyone being fully engaged while working our hardest to win every single day. I trust our leadership to take us into the future and know we will all wish Russell the very best. Jody Allen, chair of the Seattle Seahawks. Okay, so not a lot there. Let's do Coach Carroll. I'm going to do Coach Carroll. I'm going to read this like I'm Christopher Walken. This has been always challenging time of year when we have consistency maintained a competitive approach to getting a better team. As Jody Allen stated, Russ desire in doing something different afforded this organization an opportunity to compete in multiple ways. He has always been the ultimate competitor whose leadership and consistency helped shape our culture. Our franchise has won a lot of games, and we will always be grateful for the exciting moments and incredible records. Pete Carroll, head coach. Bob. Well, not a lot there. Not a lot there, man. I'm sorry. It's kind of empty, and not a lot in here. Hopefully there's a little more in the press conference. Let's see what Schneider had to say. Russell's been a tremendous player, leader, member of our organization since we drafted him in the 3rd round in 2012. His tireless work ethic has helped make him one of the most successful quarterbacks in NFL history, and we thank him for his many contributions on the field and in the community. When it became evident that Russell was interested in playing elsewhere, we used that opportunity to explore the market, allowing us to acquire 3 quality players, tremendous draft capital, and create salary cap flexibility. We have a clear vision about the direction of the team, and this is an exciting time for our organization. John Schneider, Executive Vice President and General Manager. Got the Executive Vice President part up there this time right now. Executive. So John tells you a little bit more than the other 2 statements said there, right? He points to creating salary cap flexibility, which he didn't just kind of insert that in there. I think that certainly is a part you're going to hear them talk about in their press conference about how tough it is to wanted to, there's an interesting part in there about, I can have some more space to work with now. I can do more work within that. The other thing is that we saw with all 3 of the statements, all of them pointing to the fact that Russell wanted to be out, that he wanted to go. So they're all 3 saying this is essentially Russell driving this. This is not what we wanted. And that's another thing that you're going to then probably hear in this press conference is a lot about how they didn't want this. This was forced. We loved him. We wanted to stay here. We rebuilt his room. We told him everything was going to be made better. And he just decided to run away from home. And we just don't know why. We don't know why he would leave us like that. Randall says, seems like the front office is shopping in the bargain bin and day-old shelves. Yep. Still don't want to pay those top-of-the-market prices. Corso D. Gutierrez with another $2 donation says, blame it on Russ type comments. Yeah, it's on Russ. Russ wanted to leave here. We wanted him here. It was not our fault. We did everything we could to accommodate Russ. It was a magical time when he was here, but nothing we could have done about it. This is him pushing this. What do you want us to do? And, Corso, it doesn't ring for me like it doesn't ring for you. I really do hope that the Seattle media today does something differently than they've done in recent history, which is hold some feet to the fire and ask some tough questions, which is something that they seem to be. I don't know if they're just allergic, like a kid with a peanut allergy. If they ask Coach Carroll a tough question, do they all just suddenly inflate 3 sizes bigger than they normally are? Is that what happens if you're a Seattle media member and you ask a tough question? Is everybody that worried that you're going to get fired if you do ask a tough question? Is that really it? I mean, I really would love to know. Because there would be about a half dozen really tough questions at this press conference that I would have chambered and loaded in my gun if I was a Seattle media member. If I was interested in being a journalist, let's say, that I might ask in this situation to this front office. And we'll see if they do. I'm hopeful they are on this, but they've not had a tendency to do in the past. And this is the same Seattle media that was laughing at all of us like me and you that were out there saying, hey, I think maybe Russell might be traded. No way he gets traded, idiot. Stop. What are you guys even talking about? Why are you guys even broaching this subject? You guys don't know anything. I know what's up. They're not going to do that. Why don't you just talk to him about it and ask him? It doesn't need to be asked. I don't need to ask them about it. I know. I know what I know. Well, isn't being a journalist asking questions? No, it's being informed. I'm informed. I don't need to ask questions to be informed. I know it. They've told me a bit. They've told me what to think about it. They told you what to think about it? Yeah. I mean, that's how you know. You go to the source and they tell you what to think. Doesn't sound like journalism. Half Daddy says former Ram Waldron must like him. Well, he's a scheme fit, Half Daddy. I mean, that's the thing is that you had last year an offensive line comprised of guys that were very immobile. That were just those big mountain men that Carroll likes, that built like mountains and just move like mountains. So you're going with more mobile linemen. This guy fits to that range, being Blythe. Makes a lot of sense. Randall says, do you have a channel set up for the call-in like Hoodie Who? I've got to go. I'll have to do a stream through StreamYards, Randall. So we'll do it through StreamYards when we run it. And then I'll insert the link and then bring people on through that. But I'm going through the Stream Labs right now. So today, because I got the graphics running. So we got to do it on a day where I don't have graphics. But we'll probably we might shoot for next Wednesday doing the call-in show. So we'll shoot for next Wednesday's stream, maybe is doing that call-in here after we have a lot of free agency played out and we can definitely get into some different opinions. Cedrus 555, did Jody Allen want Watson? Well, Watson didn't. Jody Allen was open to bringing in Watson, Cedrus, but Watson didn't want to come to Seattle. He turned it down. Web Knight, salute Brandon. Web Knight, how you doing, man? Salute to you, sir. Mark Thurston, oh, wow. Okay, bro. Thanks. Go Hawks. Yeah, man. Anytime. Megan says, if we take Corral, I'll be pissed. Me too. Wayne Wilson Jr., should we trade Lockett for draft picks? I would. He's not a fit for this scheme for kind of what he does. Still a very good receiver. I'm not denying that. I love Lockett, but this is about building to the future right now, not about what you're trying to accomplish next year. And by the time that you get to a contending state will be right about the time that you're looking from getting out from under Tyler Lockett's contract. Well, if that's the case, and right now they can save a lot of money because he has a roster bonus that's just about to click in place, that to me leads to being open to saying, okay, let's flip him then for second, third round pick maybe. It makes a lot of sense to me. Probably a third round pick you're getting, but still makes a lot of sense. Half Daddy, I know it's a business, but I'm surprised Bobby and Russ haven't written a farewell letter to the fans. CJ McCollum wrote an amazing goodbye letter to the Blazer fans after he was traded to the Pelicans. Yeah, I'm too. They did they've done some other little social media stuff, Half Daddy, where they've put, Russell posted Instagram message or whatever, but yeah. They're busy in probably other things they're trying to accomplish. Bobby's got to find a new team, and Russ is moving to a new city. So, Randall says, is it just me, or does it seem like Jamarco Jones was with the team for a decade? Yeah, it did seem like he was here for a while. Pearl says, trading Lockett would be a slap in the face to fans who are already brokenhearted about Wagner and Russ. And Pearl, it would hurt for me to move on from him. Let me expand on my thoughts, though, to kind of maybe round this out a little bit. You're bringing in an offense last year, Pearl, with Shane Waldron, and that offense calls for a certain type of personnel in the offensive line, certain type of personnel at the wide receiver position. And right now, Seattle went in through last year, and they didn't really bring that personnel to fit that, especially on the offensive line, but also at the receiver position. And so when you give a guy like Tyler Lockett, who's 5'9.5", the extension that they did, and then there's a prerequisite requirement of this offense that you have 6-foot-tall receivers who can come what they call reach block down on defensive ends. So, Pearl, what you'll see the guy that would be Tyler Lockett go do-do-do-do, and he's in motion at the snap, right? You see him in motion just before the snap. And right at the snap, he comes down and does this weird thing you don't normally see our receivers do in the past. He attempts to block the outside shoulder of the defensive end. This is called a reach block. Reach block. And if you're 5'9" and 180 pounds soaking wet, and you're taking on a defensive end who's 265 pounds and strong as a bull, you're going to get thrown back into the kitchen sink of the backfield. And that's just what happened when Tyler Lockett was asked to perform that role last year. Look at the Rams, Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Van Jefferson, All guys 6 foot plus in size and with a little bit of meat on their bones as well, to where they can sustain those blocks. They can lay those blocks. So you have a guy in Tyler Lockett, though he's still a very good receiver, though he can still do a lot of very good things. And though, to your point, it's maybe a bit of a slap in the face feeling to move off from him. He's not a fit for what you need to do in this scheme. And part of why the offense didn't go right last year is you were trying to take players that didn't fit, that were in your old scheme, good fits, but aren't as much a good fit into this scheme. And it's more that driving it. And football is a game where you can have players that are quality players, but they don't fit to what you are building on the schematics. And if that's the case, you kind of got to move on from them because you're just jamming the square peg into the circle hole. Half Daddy, why doesn't Seattle go after Rasul Douglas? Had a great career, had a great play with the Packers last year, didn't he? I think that they wanted to go for familiarity. So they went with Artie Burns because Sean Desai has more familiarity with him and they liked what they had in him, and that's where they've leaned it over that. Abel says, we signed a center. We did. Half Daddy, all these compensatory picks for biracial hirings is a head scratcher. I didn't understand that one either that was put in, but I guess they feel like the Rooney Rule's been broken and they're trying to find ways to get it going. Jets gang, Jets ended the boom. I don't think it was you guys. I don't think a trade ends a boom. Joe Biden's make a wish. Russ is going to have Jerry Jeudy looking like a top 5 receiver in the league. Is he? Maybe. I mean, Russ, I always wondered if Russ works best with pure route runners, guys that are going to need a quarterback who throws on time and is going to hit a spot, throw with anticipation. I think Cortland Sutton's going to have a much better time with Wilson than Jerry Jeudy is. It's Complete TV. Austin Blythe started 48 games for the Rams from 2017 to 2020 and 5 postseason games for the Rams. He did. Yeah. Julio got released. No, Julio. Julio Gutierrez. No, Julio. Surprising. Titans got to eat quite a bit of cap space by doing that type of move. Quite a bit of cap space. Goodness gracious. Carl Nerney with a $5 donation. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate you. Another don't know buddy. Says Seahawks are bringing in the Patriots' Trent Brown for a meeting. Very interesting there. Very interesting with Trent Brown. Guy's bounced around the league a little bit despite being a pretty good quality tackle over on the right side. Definitely not a mover, that guy. I mean, he's definitely your big, typical Pete Carroll Mauler type over the tackle position. But the Rams have gone in recent years at the tackle position a little bit of the bigger side and willing to seek more of the mobility on the interior part of the line. But he'll cost a lot, but he is a very good player. Trent Brown's a very good player. He's a huge human being, just massive. Joe Biden says Seattle should get Julio Jones if he's cheap. I'd be open to it. He'd help out the receiving core, that's for sure. Megan says, how do you think these free agent signings will impact the draft for us, B? I tend to believe that this probably means towards the draft, Megan, we're going to be looking at multiple offensive linemen. I think you're going to be looking at linebacker, defensive tackle, and cornerback. Those are the main positions I think this tells you they'll be targeting in the draft, at least at first blush. Joe Biden's, we should get Malkovich. Is Seattle not considering Kaepernick? No one seems to consider him, so the contract would be reasonable. Yeah. Malkovich, there's a lot of people that, and I know that it seems like there's the people that stood on one or two sides here with Kaepernick. There's the folks that are desperately wanting him to see him return to the NFL. And then there are the folks that he's washed. He's not going to provide you anything. Quite frankly, Malkovich, I land in the second count of this. It has nothing to do with the kneeling stuff or any of that. I don't care about any of that stuff as far as making this assessment of him goes. I'm just specifically talking to who Kaepernick is as a football player. He has not played in 4 or 5 years in the NFL. There is no baseline for a quarterback retiring for 5 years and then coming up out of retirement and being the least bit effective. Kaepernick was a guy, as much as any mobile quarterback that's come along in the last 10 years, that was highly reliant upon his legs. He's now 34, 35 years old. He's not going to be as mobile as he once was. At the time Kaepernick was last playing, when Chip Kelly, I believe I think it was Chip Kelly was there, who really he should have fit into Chip Kelly's scheme, I believe, who was running at that time, he got benched before the whole activism kneeling stuff for Blaine Gabbert. So I know Kaepernick puts out this video with Lockett and it gets people excited. That's throwing against air. The last film the guy put out, he's limited as a quarterback. He's not an upgrade. And that was 5 years ago. He's not gotten better in 4 years. It just doesn't make any sense to bring him in. It's as I've said on this, Malkovich, if you're bringing Kaepernick in, for the folks who want to bring him in, you're bringing him in for reasons that have nothing to do with the play of the quarterback position at that point. And you can say, well, there's no risk involved. There's no blah, blah, blah involved. There's what's the downside? And well, that may be the case where there's no proverbial downside because he's not going to cost a lot of money, which I don't even know if we can say that. Kaepernick probably going to still want to be paid a little bit of money to come in, which I wouldn't want to be willing to do. But at the end of the day, the reason you're bringing him in at that point has nothing to do with football reasons. Nothing to do with football reasons. And if you start making choices on signing players or bring them to your roster because of non-football reasons, you're just not going to get me to sign up for that. And I can't see the intelligence behind that approach. Randall says, glad we didn't trade for Julio last offseason. Yeah, wouldn't have been looking as a good trade in retrospect. Nick Reader says, what if Sauce Gardner falls to 9? I'd love it. That would be by far the highest the Seahawks have ever picked a cornerback, though, as well. This is a team that the highest in 10 years they've taken a cornerback is at the back end of the 3rd round. But that in itself might tell you that they probably aren't going to take a corner if they're picking 9th in the draft. HB says, Russ having a presser. Apparently this trade was in the works for over a month. Yeah. Well, it was well known. It was well known. HB says, Russ doesn't look happy. Half Daddy Raiders signed in Brandon Bolden. Penny should just re-sign with Seattle already. He just should. David Randall says, didn't we trade for Miller? I could be wrong on that. Nope, we signed Zach Miller to a free agent contract. Isaac Looper, what if we add Austin Hooper? We're set now, Isaac, at tight end. We're set. No more guys. Maybe with the draft, maybe, but even that I don't think so because the draft's weak. Bears have released Trevathan. The Trevathan has been released. Truffles, why do players get noticed after leaving Seattle? Why do players get noticed after leaving? The media wanted Russ to go to a bigger market, and now that he is, he'll probably get more recognition than he ever did here. That's true, Truffles. We're a small market. They look at us as Southern Alaska here on the West Coast. East Coast people have their whole view of what the world is, and West Coast just doesn't really equal into that. For instance, there's a lot of Hall of Fame voters. One of the reasons why Russell Wilson doesn't have even one Hall of Fame vote at this point in time in his career is because you have a lot of Hall of Fame voters on the East Coast who I don't even think watch a lot of Seahawks games. So it is what it is. It's the part about living out here in Seattle. But that also makes us always the plucky underdog, right? Half Daddy says, Russ's Let's Ride is so cringe. It is a little cringy. Randall says, wait, did he say let's ride? He did. Yeah, Randall. Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's ride, Denver Bronco fans. Starts playing. He's going to start putting on a cowboy hat. Russ is going to start rocking a cowboy hat, and he's going to start wearing boots. He's like, no, this has always been me. No, this is the real me. Your boy Michael said, try to watch the Russ press conference, but it made me sad. It sucks. Sorry. Teams are releasing tons of linebackers today, says Half Daddy. That's good. It's a need for us. Paulie says Blythe on a 1-year, $4 million deal. So he gets the Posick deal from last year, which means he's in the mix, but that doesn't mean he's a certain starter. Isaac Looper, Nassib getting released, yeah. Keldon says Megan's now internet famous after her on-camera performance. That's right. Megan's going to have her start her own channel up here pretty soon. Half Daddy, I have a feeling B-Wags is getting a new team today. Bears, Cowboys, or Broncos will most likely be Bobby's new home. I would line up to see KJ and Bobby be reunited. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Daniel W. says, great analysis on Barno. You changed my opinion. I do like him, Daniel. I mean, and I don't want to sound like I'm too down on him, but when I was looking at those testing scores and then watching the tape last night and having that shuttle drill in the back of my mind as I was watching the tape, I was just like, he's not getting sideways into his bend. There's no rounding the arc, it's just kind of like he runs the arc straight. It's too straightened up. And sometimes he can beat the guys on the edge and it looks beautiful. It's like he's he's beat the tackle by a good yard without him barely even laying a hand on him. But there's so many snaps in between where it's just, getting locked down. Half Daddy, I was doing well until I saw how many compensatory picks San Francisco and the Lambs are going to get. Get the F out of here. Yeah, the rich get richer and we sink further into the abyss. Truffles, I got Baker on our next quarterback. He might not be the best, but I think he's accurate within the 20-yard line. I felt his receivers kept dropping passes, and Baker plays hard, so I wouldn't mind bringing him here. He does play hard. I'll give him that. He doesn't do much for me, Truffles, but he'd be a stopgap quarterback, and he's on the final year of his deal, so you're not. It shouldn't cost a lot. The one thing with that, though, Truffles, too, is that I don't want to be giving up a second or third round pick for Baker. He's got to come in at a pretty cheap rate. Half Daddy says Jags will sign Julio Jones, laughing out loud. I don't know. They put a lot of money already into their receiving core. Keldon says it's overstated how bad Cap was in his last season. He had many more attempts and better stats than Gabbert. He was probably the better player on that team. That said, he's probably done now. Yeah, I don't want to intimate that I think Blaine Gabbert is better as a quarterback than Kaepernick. It just says if he can't beat out Kaepernick on a roster, and that was 4 or 5 years ago when you were faster and all that. But more of this, from my standpoint, if it comes down to this, Keldon, all new quarterbacks that burst onto the scene can come out and they light the world on fire sometimes initially if they're really good. And what then happens is that there's a lot of tape that gets out from NFL teams on those players. A lot of tape, right? You play 1, 2, 3 seasons, playoff ball, you got all this tape now. And so what you do is you start to find the tendencies on the players. Oh, he likes to throw this route over here. He likes to put this ball over here. Okay, we're going to take away that from him now. We're going to force him to essentially play left-handed as a right-handed guy. And then what makes quarterbacks great is those guys who then can rise above that twist of the turn, that adjustment that those defenses have made to that player. And that's what then makes that player great, because there's no adjustment then you essentially can ever turn on that player to stop him, because you'll always have a kind of a counter to what you do. Well, Cap got face down with this counter, being that we realize you're a one-read quarterback that looks to bail. We'll keep a spy out to take you away if you try to bail out off of your first read, and we'll make sure we're constantly tricking you into thinking where your first read's open, it won't be, and then when it won't be, you'll kind of panic and look around the pocket and then try to scramble. But he's not a two-read quarterback. He has an elongated delivery. He is a guy that throws with a lot of pop on the ball. He can put some velocity on it, but he has no ability whatsoever, zero ability to throw with any touch. You saw it on those throws in the Ravens game to end the game off in the Super Bowl, where he had, 2-3 throws in a row, which were basically trying to throw it as little fade routes down the sideline, and he couldn't do it. The tip pass with Richard Sherman was on what would essentially be sort of a fade route down the sideline, but he just can't throw it with any type of touch, and NFL teams know it. So you bring him back now at 35 years old, unable to still make anything past one read, less mobility, and he still got the elongated delivery and an ability to throw with touch. I again come to the bottom line on it from my standpoint on Keldon is, what's the upside at that point? What's the upside? And you're agreeing with me, I think, at the end of the day, because you say he's probably done. But I do think he was at a stage by the time that he got overtaken for Gabbert. Kaepernick was at a stage in his career where he was no longer going to be a viable NFL starter. Those days were done. When he was going forward in the future, it was going to be as a backup in this league. Puff, do you think Russell Wilson's going to the Broncos created the pass rush frenzy signings in the AFC West? Good pass rush is Wilson's kryptonite. I tend to think with the Chargers, they were in a place where they just wanted to go for it, and they've got a defensive-minded coach who wants to get his personnel in there right to make his defense work in the way he wants it to work. So I think from at least the Chargers standpoint, that was driving that. Certainly the Raiders were probably a little more pressed by Wilson signing to look at upgrading over the top of Yannick Ngakoue for Chandler Jones. So maybe a little bit. Osama bin Diesel says we went from Wilson to Wilson. Now we're going to Lockett. Well said. Randall McDaniel says, how many people are working behind the scenes with Pete and John on getting their story straight on Russ? public relations team working overtime to save face. Probably Randall, one of the reasons that we've waited so long to hear from them. Maybe it's because they needed the trade to officially commence here at the start of the new league year, and that's really what this is. But probably it's probably also the reason we haven't heard much out of the front office is they want to make sure they get it all correct. Herbazad says, if I was in the media, I would be asking tough questions like, why are you guys so stupid? Why do you guys lie to us? Why isn't Pete gone and Russ stayed? I would ask the good questions. Well, you and me both, Herbicide. You and me, we would be both in there peppering away. So I hope they do today, man. This is the day where if you as a journalist need to do your job. There's a city in Seattle that says we need a few answers on some things. We need a little more clarity on some things. We need you to get them to flesh this aspect of things out, not settle for vague answers or non-answers, but press them a little bit. And if it makes them a little annoyed at you and pissed off at you, too bad. They're pissing us off. They got it coming. They got it coming. Rig, hope we snag Miles Jack. I love Miles Jack. He'd be awesome. Be a great will linebacker for us, Rig. Baker Mayfield's dog S, and I don't want Bryce Young either. Me neither, Rig. If I was going, I like Will Levis. I've been watching more of his tape, and I'm a big Will Levis guy out of Kentucky. Cardinals released Jordan Thomas. Jordan Phillips. Makes sense. Rig says Zach Banner was released, 6'8", 340 tackle. Should we bring him in? He's okay. I think he's a local kid, Rig. I think he's from, went to high school here in the local Washington area, which is cool. But, he's not a very good player. You're not getting much with him. And Corey Olson, I wouldn't take Walker at number 9. I think that's a little early on that guy. I like him. He's got a lot of upside, but I think he's more of a late teens first round is the right value. You could trade back and still get him. Herbicide says, I'm not going to hate on the Broncos. It's not their fault that we run our team like a bunch of dummies. It's true. UE2K says, Russ faced just as many great pass rushers in Seattle as he will in Denver. He did pretty good. Difference is this time, I bet his team won't ignore the offensive line. Well said. Riggs says, I want Jordan Davis or Walker or David Ajobo or a nice corner at 9 maybe. Yeah, both Walker and Davis, Rig, I think that's a little early for those guys. Ajobo, that's about the right spot. Maybe even a little bit later with him. But you could trade back and get those guys. Jaboy Michael says it's hard being a Seahawks fan lately. It is, Jaboy Michael. I feel you on that. I feel that. Grant Paintings, do you like Sam Howell at number 9? Hell no, Grant Paintings. No. I view Sam Howell as a second-round quarterback. I think some team's probably going to take him in the first round. He doesn't do a lot for me, though, as a prospect. We've got a couple people in here who really like Hal, but I'm just not one of them. Stuart McDonald, Pete Carroll, John Snyder look for sleepers too much. Makes it hard to draft. It's going to be a hard rebuild. Well said, Stuart. And yeah, they do. They look for too much of the outside the box approach, and they get so far outside the box that they don't even know what the box was to begin with. And that's where they get. And sometimes you need to not overthink things in that way. You just need to do what the straightforward, down the middle approach would be. But they like to get cute with it. They do, man. They love to get cute with it. Half Daddy, every season I get stoked about the tight ends. I don't want to do that this year, but Fant, Disley, and Parkinson should be really good. They should. And you can get a little more stoked with it this year, even on a basis of Locke. I would reckon to guess Locke utilizes the middle of the field and the tight end routes, even himself, probably better than Russell Wilson does. Now, Russell Wilson throws outside the numbers and deep and a lot of other routes way much better than probably where Locke does. But, yeah, you'll see a little more of it probably. A little more of it. Ryan Wilson says, I guarantee you Schneider is not going to take a pick at number 9. He will trade back. He might, Ryan, but I don't know if you can go if there's a guarantee. The times that Seattle was selecting there in the past, had been selecting up this high in the past, and it's not been often. There's been 3 times you've selected in the top 15. You took Russell Okung, 7, 8, something like that. You took Earl Thomas 13. I think you took Bruce Irvin 14. All 3 of those picks were made at the time with the selection you had in the draft. So you could make the argument that when Seattle is picking up in that Tier 1 group, Schneider doesn't like to trade back. When he knows he's already picking in a Tier 2 group, and he sees it as I'm in the same group at where I'm picking at 27 versus where I'll be picking at 9, so therefore why not trade back at that point, because it's pretty much an equivalent player or equivalent player of equivalent potential. That's why I think he's has more of a predilection to trading back in that spot. But I wouldn't be surprised if they stay on it. I am saying this, though, Ryan, advocating for and wanting to see them trade back. Web Knight says, what, Russell was tired of losing? Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he's won a lot here, so I don't know if he can roll to the tired of losing thing. He could be tired of the offense, tired of them not building an offensive line. I don't know if he's tired of them losing. Half Daddy says, Seattle not going for Reddick really sucks. Well, they're not going to give out 4-year deals. They're not. 3-year deals is as far as they're going in this free agent period. And not many of those are being given out. Carl Nerney with a $2 donation says, getting the popcorn ready for this presser. Oh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. DG Nave says, Russ in his press conference right now with Denver and seems sad, not as happy as he would be in Seattle. I bet there's a little bit of melancholy to him in this press conference. And I bet he knows that this is no guarantee that this is going to be some knock out the park, 100% this is going to work kind of move. Yeah. Xavier fan, Russell Gage, signed by Tampa Bay. Great signing by them. Takes over Antonio Brown. Very smart. I don't know where the Buccaneers are getting their money, but whatever. It's Complete TV says Trent Brown's coming for a visit. It's good to hear, and does mean that there is legitimate interest in him. If you're having a player come visit now in this post-vid age, it means you're probably truly interested in potentially signing him. I don't know what he's going to cost, but he isn't going to be cheap. Cameron Forrester says, tracking the league or just the Hawks? Oh, we're talking all signings, Cameron. There's no off-limit discussions here, so we're sort of discussing all the deals that are out there and going on and what teams are doing. That's the fun of it. Randall says, wouldn't it be something if we had 2 top 5 picks in 2023, get a quarterback and an offensive linebacker that outside linebacker from Bama? That would be pretty amazing, Randall. You certainly would hope that would help, wouldn't you? I think that would certainly help to kickstart a lot of things. Half Daddy says Judy's going to drop plenty of Russ's passes. I wonder if Bronco fans will boo if Russ continues to overthrow his wide open receivers. Well, I'm sure the honeymoon period will not last very long if that's the case. Dupree Squid says you got to take McKissick off the Bills graphic for the stream. So yeah, I built these graphics last night, guys, and so I can't just change them on the fly or add to them midstream. If I launch my Adobe Pro Premiere, it's going to take too many resources, and it'll eat the resources while I'm live streaming. So if it's a little bit off, I'm sorry about that, but I can't update these on the fly exactly because it'll bust the stream. It'll bust the bandwidth. Megan says, do you think Sean Desai has much of a say in the signings so far? I do, Megan. Yeah, I do. I mean, especially with Artie Burns, who he worked with last year. I'm certain he had a bit of a say in on that one, but I bet he's had a bit more on it on these other guys too. Especially, Megan, as you look at this, the people we're bringing in right now, it's mainly going. Even with the guys you're re-signing, you're mainly going defensive heavy here. Ryan Nelson says, how do I watch the press conference? Will it be on the Seahawks website? I'm kind of trying to see where they're posting it, to be honest with you. So I'm guessing it's going to be on the Seahawks site. We're going to try to see if we can. Yeah, I hear you, kitty cat. We're going to see if we can get it up here on this. So if I can get it posted up on this, I will. But I got to see where they're. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys can mention in the chat there where you guys are seeing it at, so I can go to video. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're going to release it. I've been looking around, Googling here while we're on stream, and I'm not finding where they're posting it. So if one of you guys know where the presser is going to be, let me know. I looked on the YouTube channel for Seahawks, and they don't have it listed as. They're definitely not. They're not promoting it, which is interesting. Yui says Seahawks definitely have a worse roster than the Panthers. Panthers have lots of young talent, although mostly on defense, but they have CMC and a great wide receiver, and fans will be more receptive to Watson's situation. True. I saw Trent referred to as a right tackle. Isn't that a big sticking point for him? No, Randall, you're thinking of Orlando Brown Jr. That's the one who wanted to be left tackle. Trent knows he's a right tackle, and he has no ability to play left. He knows it. No way. Randall says, F it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. Let me get my deal right here at least. Let me find my screen capture. Let me see here. Yeah, we'll do the browser source one. That's source. Presser. Just getting this set up theoretically for this. Oh no, can't do that. That doesn't work. Kitty, be quiet. No, quiet. Let's do display capture. Huh? That one's not either. Sorry, one sec, folks. I know this is super, super exciting, but I want to try to get this right for the... Man, which one is it? I'm not using my brain right now. I hate when they change things up. You know how things work, and then they change it up, and you're like, got to relearn how to do it. And it's like, why? All right, we'll just do browser source. We'll just do browser source here. And we'll see if it's... We'll see if we get lucky, and maybe it's on the Seahawks channel here. So we'll keep an eye on it and press this up as it goes. Take it off for now, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, captains. Web Night, Seahawks suck right now. Well, they aren't awesome. That's for sure. Joe Biden says Russ is going to be mad when we sign Trent Brown. Yeah, he's going to say, finally, really, now. RD was historically bad. I won't miss anyone other than Wagner. We're bringing a lot of guys back. Randall, he said, go Broncos. Oh, that does make me want to vomit. And he's not saying anything new in Denver. I'm not surprised. He's partial robot. We know that about him. HB says Denver will be good for 2 years, then Russ will cripple the team with his contract like he did with ours. I mean, I think he's good for 1 year. I think he's crippling them with a contract by next year when he wants to be paid $50 million a year. Half Daddy says Trent Brown only played 9 games last year. Probably not going to get him in where he's going to cost. I mean, we're talking about him versus, he's probably the best right tackle out there in free agency right now. And if you're measuring, what his contract's going to pull in versus what Teron Armstead's contract's going to pull in, it's probably going to be quite different, I would say. That would be my read on it with it. Let's get this up here a little bit like this, that like this. Get this all prepared. Hawks fan says I'd pass on Trent Brown. I wouldn't spend money on him either. I wouldn't be bringing him in, but I want the offensive line upgraded, so I guess beggars can't be choosers. Randall says, Breed's article said Mark Rodgers originally tried to negotiate Russ couldn't be franchise tagged. Hawks said no. When last deal was close to being done, Mark threw in the no trade clause and team agreed. Yeah, I understand why they would have done that route, though, Randall, too. You absolutely couldn't risk being in a situation. Well, I mean, I don't know. I would have, if I was their standpoint, probably not have given the no trade clause and just said, okay, we won't franchise you, because you could, at that point, you could have traded him this past year, and you had, your intention was not to have him play out the last of his contract anyway and get to that point where you had to give him up for nothing. So I would have, over giving the no trade clause, because you can see how much the no trade clause inhibited them from getting maximum value return on Russell Wilson. Alexander Wheeler says in the Seahawks statements they posted on Twitter about Russell Wilson, they listed John as executive VP and Pete only had head coach. So I think they're giving John more power. I agree. I think the fact that he had that executive above his name, I don't remember seeing that in the past. Jacob, Trent Brown would have been bad because even if he misses time, it wouldn't be bad though, because even if he misses time, you can have Curhan in the wings, who's proved he can play spot starts last year at a decent level. Well said. Yeah. Very true. Devin Schultz, is Pete still the executive vice president? Because on the Seahawks website, John is listed as executive VP. Maybe this is the change that has occurred. I've long said, if it has happened, it's been happening in the background and they would not publicize it. So we very may well end up finding this out by the change of a website, so to speak. That wouldn't shock me at all. Not at all. Labardo Valera says, after losing DJ Reed, do you think there's a chance that we go cornerback in the first round? Derek Stingley Jr. or quarterback such as Malik Willis? I think Leo Bardo, I think there's much more of a likelihood that we go with quarterback. I don't think we take corner. You sign Artie Burns. You re-sign Sidney Jones. You've got Trey Brown coming back. It's a very deep draft for corner. You can get a guy in the 4th or 5th round to fill out the fill out the depth. So I tend to think that's going to lead them away from corner on the first pick. Randall says Mark Rodgers is an S-bag. Yeah, he is. He's a big time douchebag. Randall says, is Darius Smith back with the Ravens? Makes sense. They need some help. Herbert says, how do you think the new cornerback will do? I think he'll do well. He's got a recent history with Sean Desai, which should open the door pretty well to him having some success here. Desai will know how to put him in positions to succeed. Sounds like he can do a little bit of outside-inside stuff. He's got the 6-foot cornerback mold that the Seahawks like to gravitate to, former first-round pick with a little bit of an athletic pedigree. I'd be good with that. Ricardo Edmondson says, seems like Baker would more of the same at the quarterback. They have some trouble seeing short route receivers. I'm not big on him, Ricardo. I'd prefer not to do the Baker thing, and for the reasons you say and others. Alexander Wheeler says Pete has always been executive vice president, but John was listed as executive vice president on their post regarding Russell being traded. Yeah, we did have that change that we were hoping we would see with just less power with Coach Carroll. Rodney Kalapu says, what do you guys think of Drew Lock? He's okay. He's just a guy. Backup quarterback sounds right to me, Rodney. Ricardo says, my concern with Colin Kaepernick, can he make more than the first read of an open pass catchers? No, he can't. Or at least he didn't when he was at his end here with San Francisco before. Now he says, Cosell for John Schneiderby. I'll whip out a little Cosell here before it's over with. Listen to their press conference. Daniel W. says, laughing out loud, love the walk-in voiceovers. Hey, I thought I'd make it more entertaining because they weren't going to say anything in those statements. Ryan says, I know the YouTube highlights on Locke only show the good stuff, but watch it. Locke makes some plays. I've been going back and checking out a little bit more on him. How much cap space do we have? Probably about a little under $20 million left, if not a little bit less than that. What's up, DM? Brian Myers may have been mentioned already, but McKissick changed his mind and went back to Washington. Yeah, Brian, I made these graphics last night. So with the computer, Adobe Pro Premiere, where I build these graphics out of, is very resource intensive. So when you run it, you can't be running like Streamlabs, which is also very resource intensive. So would have to fix them later. But if it bothers you guys too much, we can change it. If it's freaking you guys out too much, J.D. McKissick signing, then we can move off. Corso D. Gutierrez with a $2 donation says Russ's response, he didn't initiate the trade, quote unquote. Wow. Yeah, I think that this is where a little of the he said, she said, and a little bit of where, again, we get to the place of, Russ, are you being authentic here, or are you trying to say the thing that's going to make you look the best in public? And Russ too often leans back to saying the thing that's going to make him look best in public as opposed to being honest. Even when it's not like hiding information that isn't pretty much well-known, widely understood, which is the case right now. So, he pushed for this. He talked about there's stories out where he had like 20 teams that he was slowly parsing through to decide upon. This was far back that this was going back. He started pushing for this trade last year. That whole type of talk is a bunch of BS. It really is. I don't love the management in this situation the way it gone, but let's not, Russ is going to try to turn that in a way where it's not true. Randall says, I got a feeling we signed Trent Brown. I do too. If you're going to bring him in for a visit in this day and age, I don't think you're going to be like you would have like 5 years ago, Randall. If you brought in a free agent 5 years ago for a visit, that was one thing. But now with the, I think it's a little of a different scenario, and I think that they intend to probably give him a good physical, see where he's at. But they've probably agreed to a monetary amount he'd be willing to sign for. Ricardo says, does Russell get $50 million a year if Broncos finish third in the AFC West? Yep. Yeah, he does indeed. He does indeed. Because, Ricardo, they just given up 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. So just like with us in the Jamal Adams deal, right? After the first year of Jamal Adams, there was a lot of Seahawks fans that were like, man, do we really want to pay this guy $18 million a year? Well, you've traded for 2 first-round picks. You've already made your bed with that decision. And Russ is not going to take, Ricardo, one less red penny than he absolutely can get. We know that. He's already told the management that. He told them that's part of why this trade came to be too, was him telling management, I'm going to want to be paid a Patrick Mahomes-like contract on the next go-around. Your boy Michael says, I hope we get Trent Brown. He's good, but he's often hurt. Yeah, he is. He is. Paul Souza says, what would you ask at the press conference today? First off, Paul, I would say you didn't use $11 million last year, Coach Carolyn Schneider. You kept that cap space, and now we can acknowledge and understand that was in a make-or-break-it year. You also didn't convert Russell Wilson's base to bonus, which you had agreed upon in the last contract negotiations. Why did you not take those steps in such an important year to try to keep one of your most important, if not your most important, foundational piece? That would be the first question. First question out the gate. Another question would be, did you have better offers for Russell Wilson and the no-trade clause prevented you from getting those better offers? That would be another question. Is this team truly in a go-for-it-now approach, or are you on a rebuild? Here's another question. Why are you not being more active in free agency when 2 of the last 3 years you've had $50-some-odd million to spend, and instead you've gone for 1- and 2-year deals? Why are you not being more active if your intent is to try to compete? Or are you trying to rebuild? And I would press them more along the line with follow-up questions on the rebuild. Well, these actions don't tend to lean towards you're going to go to be competitive. So tell us what we're here to expect. That's where I begin from, Paul. But I'd have a variety more on top of those. Yeah, Trent Brown, B. Russ, I'm okay with it. I'm good with Trent Brown coming in. I kind of, some of this depends on the cost. I don't like the fact that I think you're going to be paying a lot of money for a guy whose best days are probably behind him, and you're a team in a rebuilding state. But I have asked for them to address the offensive line, so I probably shouldn't complain too much when they finally do something I'm asking them to do. Ryan says Waldron and Dickerson want smaller, more mobile offensive linemen. They do, especially on the interior. Huey Russ wanted to leave after we failed to build our team around our franchise quarterback. He wanted to leave after he asked for offensive line help, and we spent a 5th-round pick on an old offensive guard after the free agency leaked asking price. Yeah. Randall, this is what I'd ask at the presser. Pete, you rolled over. Yep. So Randall will be asking the same question I'd be asking. That's it. Arella, 111, we should hold on to Lockett. Arella just doesn't fit into our offense, though. He's not what Waldron wants at the receiver. So do you want to hold on to Lockett even though you know that he's not a fit for what you're trying to do from a personnel standpoint? What draft picks do I think we get back from Lockett? The highest you'd get would be a late 2nd-round pick. I would think the lowest minimum you'd get would probably be a 3rd-round pick, maybe 4th. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, that Jaguars logo, laughing out loud. I have fun here, I have a good time. Ryan Wilson says Landry is a small route runner, wide receiver that run blocks. Yeah, I mean, somebody, so it'd be like you mentioned, why no Lockett? It's like, well, if I move Lockett for a 3rd or 4th round pick and then I get a 4th round pick for a little bit of a cheaper version of Landry for a year, Landry's a better fit in this offense and what he does in totality of his skills necessarily than what Lockett brings. And we're almost at 2:30. I'm still not seeing any sign of this press conference. There we go. All right, there we go. Let's see, it's probably coming up on the volume thing here, so let's see. We'll see. All right, so I've got it up here. Let's take a look here. We'll see if this can play. We'll see if we can get this to run. We're going to give it a try, folks. We're going to give it a shot here. So it's just about, they are live now. Bear with me. So hang on in the chat for a second on your questions, guys, because we're going to watch this press conference. And we're going to see what's up here. So hang on in here. No, I don't. Let's see how it goes. If we get some volume coming through on this, I'm going to adjust it. So I got the desktop audio up. Let's take it down. And we'll see how this goes once it gets rolling along. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of looking here. We've not really done this before. So bear with me on this just a little bit. We'll see how this goes once it goes live. Let me listen in on it too here. Get my thing in here. Get my deal. Let's close that up. Let's close that up. And we'll see how this goes. We'll see how it goes, folks. We'll give it a try here. I'll take it off. I'm listening in the background, so once it goes live, I'll put it back up. They're usually a couple minutes late on this, but if I'm a bit behind on questions here, we're going to be kind of listening to this press conference, and I'll be bouncing back in. And again, going to go late today. We're almost 4 hours in here. I'm not slowing down anytime soon, so just understand this is going to be a deep, long stream. If I happen to miss your question or comment, we will get to it, but it's going to be a process. Ugly American says Seahawks Twitter seems shocked that Russ actually wanted out. Well, not shocked here, Ugly American. We've been talking about it for a long period of time. So from our standpoint, it was well known. Well known. And they say it's starting soon. We'll see. We'll see. Q Coffee, how much cap space do we have left? Coffee, I think we have a little bit less than $20 million at this point to spend. A little bit less. Tyler Gack, the wide receivers in this draft are pretty good. They are. It's a pretty good stack of wide receivers. Not really great at the top end, but it's got some depth to it. Half Daddy says nobody seems to want to take a chance on Penny. I'm with it. I just don't want to pay a huge amount of money. I don't think he's earned a big payday. Randall says I get Trent Brown and Orlando Brown mixed up. Understandable. Similar players, man. Similar size, move the same way. Yui says there is no football reason to sign Cap to be a starter in this league. And why would a team take that publicity hit to bring in to be your backup? If he wants to play, go to the new league. Well said, man. Agreed. Aurelia says, since they signed Nwosu, I could see them going defensive tackle at number 9. Me too, Aurelia. I mean, Devontae Wyatt's a guy that makes a lot of sense. 9 might be a tiny bit high for him, but I'm really up on, I like his potential. He's the best 3-tech defensive tackle in this draft, and the second place behind him is not close. He is truly one of the tier 1 talents in this draft. Merritt Daniel says Russ is all hat, no cattle. Jay Porter says he's the epitome of fake. How many different personas did he have with us? Nerdy Dad Russ, GQ Russ, Mr. Unlimited. Be Mr. Unlimited. So damn corny. Well said, Jay. Well said from my standpoint on that, and I'm with you on it. That's my kind of. I'm not completely out on Russ completely like I hate him, but there's definitely a part of that bothered me with his time here. As far as just you say you're in, but are you really kind of in, or is it more about you're thinking about the brand 24/7? Q Coffee, how do you feel about Miles Jack? Miles Jack is great. Guy was playing running back at UCLA. That tells you about his athleticism, speed, and ability. Former teammates call him a dog. He's the kind of guy you want to have on your roster. He's got Calais Campbell signing off for him. That's good enough for me. The one worry you had with Miles Jack coming out of college was is this guy with his knee going to hold up? It was like almost that, bone on bone type state coming out of college. And so this is probably going to make a few teams be fearful of bringing him aboard because it removed him off of a lot of team boards when he came out of the draft. But you talking about an ideal will type and his ability to move and go around. Yeah, he has been falling back a little bit in play recently, which is part of why he gets released here, despite the fact the Jaguars have a lot of cap space and have kind of a need for his services. But at the end of the day, bring him in on a low-end contract. He would be an interesting fit over there at the will. Certainly would be better than Cody Barton, who's probably who you got slotted in there right now at your will linebacker. Boom Cod says, should the Hawks have gotten more for Russ or was it a good trade for us? Boom Cod, I think it was a good trade for us. The thing that prevented you from getting more back from Russell Wilson was that he had the no trade clause. So you could find a team like Washington or the Giants and they could offer you more of a package than what the Broncos were offering. You couldn't take it because Russell could nix it as reportedly he did. And that's just where it was going to go. So that was going to remove down the number of teams down. And the second that you remove down the number of teams, that removes down the amount of compensation that you can hope to get as well. We did as good as we could do. Half Daddy, I hate to call Russ a chameleon, but damn, it is what it is. Yeah, I agree. I think it's well said, and I think it's apropos. It fits. If the glove fits. Ryan, remember the Russ Fabio haircut and leopard print shirt? Yeah, Sierra definitely took him into a colorful direction. Kelvin says, as long as I never hear a 49er player say bang, bang, Niner gang, I couldn't live with it. I couldn't live with that. Now that's something you don't hear him say a lot of, that's for sure. Aurelia says, I'm happier with the 2 seconds rather than the 1 extra first. I'm definitely liking him too. Yeah. Randall says, my favorite Russ was Dad Russ. Hawaiian shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. I remember that. That was the Hawaiian Russ. Yeah. That's my favorite Russ too. That was when he was at the height of his powers, Randall. Maybe not from a fashion standpoint, but everything else. Corso D. Gutierrez, Julio Jones is released. Interesting player. I wonder if Seattle would be open. Artie Bell says, Kaepernick's the biggest fraud in NFL history. Well, he's definitely made a bit of a cottage industry out of post-football career, hasn't he? That's another reason why I don't think really Cap wants to come back and play in the NFL. He's making a lot of money off the NFL field, probably more off the NFL field than he's making on it. Jamal Michael says Miles Jack would be nice. He would be nice. And folks, the press conference hasn't started yet, so I'm watching in the background here, but they're taking a little bit of extra time to get their microphones rolling. Ryan Wilson says, thoughts on Stone Forsythe taking a step this year? I'm hopeful, Ryan. I just don't want to count on it. It's a little bit like what I applied to the Jay Curhan thing. Both of those guys were very encouraging in the start of the years that they had last season. I like a little bit of I love what they showed in their first year, but I just can't ride with them as this is a guy that's now going to be our starter here no matter what. He's left tackle 1 going forward. I think Stone should be left tackle 2 right now, and we should be trying to find a left tackle 1, or at least finding a good competition and then let him have it out. I'm more in favor of something like that than just riding with Stone wholly and saying, I want, all Stone. But I do like his game. I think he could be a good spot starter for you. I just don't know if he's a long-term 17 game a season guy when it's all said and done. Code Stream Sniper 420 says, do we still have a chance at Deshaun? No. Deshaun's not. He turned down an opportunity to come here. Randall says, is that kid from Kentucky left-handed? Nope. No, I think he's right-handed. As Carl says, Deshaun said, hell to the no to us. Hell to the no, no, no. Randall, Zach Banner's Lincoln Kennedy's son. Real talk. That's right. I thought I remembered him being a local guy. Kyle G says, based on your cap analysis, why not get Malik at 9 and build a strong defense and O-line? Really, it's Kyle G. It's not as much about just that. I think Malik Willis can be a decent player. It's not that. What it comes down to is for value for me. And the simplistic way I've tried to kind of put this to put this in the right perspective, Kyle, is did you like Lamar Jackson? Yeah, Lamar Jackson was a better player in college than Malik Willis, playing at a tougher school, playing against tougher competition than Malik Willis played against Liberty. So what is it about Malik Willis's skill set that is so much better to where instead of you drafting Lamar Jackson at the back end of the first round, you're going to go and take Malik Willis up at the top, up at the 9th overall selection in the first round. It's not that Malik doesn't have maybe a first round grade, but that's just, you're taking him way too high. You should be able to trade back and get him later based on who he really is as a player. So that's more of where I stand with the guy, LG. I think that the team's been one of the places that they've gone wrong in the draft, and one of the reasons we haven't drafted well in the past is drafting appropriate value at the appropriate spot. You end up overreaching for guys, drafting them past where they should go, and you weaken your overall draft class by taking that tact of things. I'd like to see them avoid that. Xavier fan, what's my thoughts on Sauce Gardner? The quick version on this, Xavier, is that he is Richard Sherman in body type, in ability, and his ability to play zone, read quarterback's eyes, route read combinations. He's got a lot of that to his game. But he runs 4.4 instead of Sherman running what, a 4.58? He runs a 4.4, so you're getting a guy with potential better upside than what Richard Sherman had in his career. One reason he's going up as high as he is. As well, Xavier, he didn't give up and played a lot of football throughout his college career there at Cincinnati. He didn't give up one touchdown throughout that time period playing corner. So I think he's cornerback number 1 in this draft. I think he has leapfrog Derek Stingley. I like Stingley too, but Sauce Gardner would be awesome here, obviously. You get a Richard Sherman who fit in this defense like he fit. You're getting a guy like Sherman, but faster. Sky would be the limit for Gardner in this defense, in my opinion. Your boy Michael, how do I feel about Stephon Gilmore? I've still got a little bit to offer, I think. He came in and played really well for the Panthers when the trade was made from the Patriots. He can play both man and zone, which would fit well to what this defense wants to do going forward. I think that we're probably out on corner at this point, having spent a little bit of money on Artie, had he spent some money on Sidney Jones, but maybe it's a possibility. Xavier Fan says at number 9, that was on Sauce Gardner. Randall says, not only do Pete Carroll and John Snyder look for sleepers, they then draft them like they're top-tier prospects. Exactly. They go out and they target sleepers, but then they'll go up a couple rounds and pick them. Well said. Corey Trent Brown, President of the Hawks. He is. I think he will probably sign her if he's doing the visiting. I don't think you do a lot of these visits in this modern age to not have the signings unless you're in like a guy coming off an injury and mid-year he's coming in and they're not sure about where he is physically. But if you're doing it as a free agent visit like this, it's probably going to mean that there's a better chance. It's most likely that you are going to see him signed here. Ryan Nelson, thanks for the answer, Hawks Nest. Anytime, Ryan. I love chatting with you guys. Love it. Darius Smith signed with Ravens. Makes sense. We were never going to be in on that. We were not going to pay those prices that he was going to cost. Half Daddy says Seattle needs to make a big move right before the presser. Oh, wouldn't that be funny if they made some huge swing move? So it'd be like no Russell questions. They just come into the press conference and they're like, yeah. So we got Deshaun Watson, and everyone's like crumpling up their Wilson questions. That's one way to avoid it, isn't it? And Randall, I've got the link ready for the presser, but as you can see here, I'll pump it up here. You can see we're still in the hold state here, so it should come on here at some point, I would expect. But they're definitely running a little late. They got over 2,500 people in there. You never see 2,500 people on a Seahawks press conference. This is going to be a very, very interesting press conference. Press conference just started? What am I missing? Yeah, and it's not started yet. It's still up. It's still going. So we'll keep an eye on it, but I'm watching the background. Second it goes live, I'll post it up. I got it. I think I got it ready to go. Half Daddy, Atlanta's hosting Jarvis Landry. It's interesting. Makes me think Watson's going to the Falcons. It seems like they're the lead dog now, suddenly done in Half Daddy. Like maybe the Falcons have kind of jumped up here a little bit, and that they're. Oh, here
Welcome
we go.
back.
Hey, yeah, we're
In
back.
person.
We're down. Hopefully I'm going to check with you guys in the chat. Let me know if the audio's off, but we're hearing
Welcome,
it. And I'm going to shut up now.
Here. I got a little story to tell here. Years ago, when I was at USC, I used to have an opportunity every springtime to meet with Coach John Wooden, the legendary hoop coach from UCLA. We had a chance to get together. We always had this opportunity to talk. Every year when we had a chance to particular coach, and I had this thought, and I said, "Hey, got something for you." I said, "Coach," and say, "Coach, what's up?" And I said, "How much you change your philosophy from year to year? How much you change your philosophy from year?" He looked at me, and as he looked at me, I went, "Oh no, what was I thinking? Why did I ask that?" No, I felt like a little kid. And he said, "Coach, you don't change your philosophy. Your philosophy is what it is. You either believe in it or you don't. What happens is every year the players change, and as you apply your philosophy for the players, it takes on the shape of the individuals that you're dealing with. But you don't change your philosophy." And I bring that up to start with because I think it's important for us to make a statement here that we've been here a long time. John and I have been working for a lot of years here for the Allen family, and we've had a blast doing what we're doing. And we, over the years, have been challenged in so many ways. And in that, our philosophy, how we operate, how we think, what we believe in, it has truly been expressed, and we continue to grow and dynamically, take a look at it and make sure that we're always staying abreast of the times and competitive and all of that. But our philosophy really is what it is. That's about competing. That's what we've been doing ever since we got here, and we've applied it to every aspect of every, makeup of our program, and it's. I say it to you now because this is where we are right now is just another statement about what our philosophy is. And I really think we've been around the local people enough where you have a good feel for who we are. You can kind of count on where we're going. You kind of have a sense for what we think and how we operate. And we've been successful for a long time. And we're proud of that. We're also proud that we know what we're doing. And we believe in what we believe in, and we're fired up to kick it into high gear. So as we go through this, it'll be evident. I'm not going to share all that, the philosophy stuff with you, but I just wanted to make that clear. Because this is a great time of year. This is the time of year where we are challenged to the max. I mean, free agency just started an hour and a half ago or whatever. We're rolling in the midst of it. And this is an extraordinary opportunity for us to help our franchise, which is what we're here to do. We're trying to do everything we can to make it as good as we can possibly make it. And so the challenges are just so widespread.
Chat is hella toxic on the Seahawks channel
players
right
coming
now.
and players going, and financial considerations and technical aspects of it. There's so many different elements to what this time of year brings. And it also brings some really hard decisions, some difficult decisions. And what I wanted to share with you is that I really think that free agency, in a sense, is about giving guys a second chance. And I hope we've been really clear to you that we believe in giving people second chances. We've fought for giving guys second chances.
Oh,
Heck,
God.
Johnny and I both have been in enough situations
Free
in our personal
agency's
careers
about
where second chances have been enormous for us. I mean, and there's been some historic second chances. Remember way back when we got here, we fought our butt off to get Marshawn Lynch to come here from Buffalo and give him a second opportunity to come back to life in football and see what he could do.
Marshawn wasn't a free agent, champ. You traded for him.
After that guy to come here and bring his personality, his makeup, his nature, and see if he can influence this program. And it couldn't. The rest of the story couldn't be more clear. And more recently, Jamal Adams was in a situation in New York where he felt he needed a second chance.
Traded for Jamal. That's not a free agent, Carol.
And so we were thrilled to give him that chance. And we made a huge decision with the trade and the picks and all this stuff to give him that opportunity to get a new look at his world of his career in football. And it totally makes sense. Y'all see that. Y'all know what that was all about. Quandre is another great one that just happened. You don't know that Quandre stepped up.
You traded for Quandre. He wasn't a free agent. You led off with this that the free agent is a period for second chances, and you just mentioned three examples that are trades.
In a light where he wasn't in great favor there, and so we were able to give him a second shot at coming to us. And look what has happened with Quandre. We just signed him to a huge deal to become a great leader in our program. He's a magnificent player, back-to-back Pro Bowls and all that kind of stuff. Well, that's just because he got a second chance and he did something with it, and it just goes on. We just gave Al Woods, a guy who had been out of football for a year, and thought he might be done with the game. And we bring him back, and he has a fantastic season. We just signed him to a new contract and got him coming back because of the guy that he is, what he offers his club and in the locker room. It's just a beautiful illustration of a second chance. He was just in here today signing up with his new deal, and we're thrilled to get that done. I'll give you another one. Darrell Taylor. Darrell Taylor came into this program. We drafted him on the future. We had to look into the future. Could he possibly come back from this injury? That
is he just naming players now? Is he just naming players?
First year. He made all the way through that first year and more. He was barely getting through at the end of that year. And we said, let's give Darrell a whole new outlook. Let's start all over again as we're going into this new year. Gave him a second chance at making his first impression here with the Seattle Seahawks. He had an incredible year. Remember what I told you, all that he did in the offseason, how hard he worked and how dedicated he was. He showed this side of himself that we hadn't even seen
Somebody
in
put
the
the
whole
Z's
first
in
year, the first 12 months
chat.
he was here.
The Seahawks chat right now
he's
on the
guys we're
Seahawks
most
channel is
excited
awesome.
about. Can't wait to see
They're
him
just
join us
flaming the hell out of
in
it, and it's a beautiful thing.
Year after his first
I
year
love it.
playing.
These are my people.
Another second chance.
These are my
Like
people.
Geno Smith. Geno Smith's had a few second chances, but look at when he
Is he
finally
been with Geno
got a chance to play
Smith
last year.
now?
He came in and did some great stuff for us and showed
What great
that
stuff? He
could
went
bounce
1
back
and 2
sit
for
down
you as
a
a
couple of
starter.
years and make it back to playing. Now we don't know where Geno's a free agent right now, but he's another second chance guy that is faced with an opportunity, right now to come on back and show what he's all about. And take it all the way to this trade we just made. Drew Lock. Drew Lock's a new quarterback coming into our program. Drew, we loved him in the draft. Our guys were thrilled about him coming up, going to take a shot. Maybe we could get a pick and get him. We didn't. He goes into his first year, finally plays his first 5 games, and he goes 4-1 in his first season, his rookie season. All the promise, all that you would hope to see, the numbers and stuff, show that he's going to have a great run in his career. And the next 2 years didn't work out very well. He battled his tail off and competed his tail off, but it hasn't worked out. Is this a second chance for Drew Lock?
Yeah, he competed throwing interceptions.
It's an absolute clear second chance for him to take us back to where we knew him to be, and we'll find out. You know how we're going to go about it. We're going to think the highest and the most highest level to perform and help our club that he could possibly generate. That's out there waiting for us. We can't wait to see it happen, and it excites the heck out of us. And
You're the only ones.
Russell was looking for a second shot. I mean, I think as I look at it now, he was. Look, is there something else out there? And he's got his second shot too. He gets a second shot at the NFL. We wish him the freaking very best. He did awesome stuff for us here in Seattle. He was a great player for us. But now his second opportunity, look what he's going to do with it. He's going to fly. He's going to do great stuff. And then we support him and wish him well and all of that. And I think this whole thought about second chances is just so important to mention, because that may be the way
Randall,
our people from the outside look at it. Maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe it is, Johnny. Maybe it is a second shot. I'm not sure if that's what it is or not. But
he is a little spinning out here. He is a little bit of.
I thought about another guy. You're going to ask questions about Colin Kaepernick. I mean, I know you're going to ask, so let me just put it out.
You guys can ask. You guys can ask questions. I know you're asking. You're going to actually ask me things.
I'd like to get a shot. I'm working out, and so he sent me some videos. The next thing I know, he's working out with Tyler Lockett. I don't know how that happened, but does that guy deserve a second shot? I think he does. Somewhere. I don't know if it's here. I don't know where it is. I don't know if it's even in football. I don't know. But it's just people get a second opportunity at their lifetime opportunities, and they can make the most of it if they're ready for it and all that. I don't know. I don't mean to send out any mixed messages about that, but I wanted you to understand that that's how serious this is. It's second chance time.
He deserves a second chance. I mean, not with us, but he deserves a second chance.
It's really important that we touch on these things, because we're heading forth back to free agency. Here we go. We're going to walk out of here. We're going to go right back. Johnny's wheeling and dealing, doing everything he can to come up with every way he can possibly help our club.
Oh my God.
And so I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about his free agency time. This is a culture.
Oh, we're
here
back to
in
free agency
Seattle.
finally.
This is a place here where if players come here and take a look at it, they want to be part of this thing. And I understand. I've been watching it for years. They'll ask them. You've all interviewed enough guys to know that. And there's something in this building and the way we operate and the way we function that it's a great landing place for guys to take that next shot and to take that next opportunity. So if I got my chance to recruit a little bit as we're continuing to work this thing, I'm going to take it. This is a great place for guys to come. And it also in that, because it's also a difficult place to leave. Guys get here and they know that we care for them, we look out after them, we compete our butt off at everything we're doing. We have as much fun as you can have in this game, which most people can't figure out how you can do it, but we know how to do that. And when it's when it comes to an end, it's hard to leave. And it's awkward.
This is called
It doesn't
damage
feel right.
control.
How come I may
The
have
word
to
is
leave?
out that we've dumped people
we lose
that
a
are
guy like
legends
Bobby.
whenever it suits us,
It
and
was heartbreaking
and so we got to push
decision to
back
make.
against that
We
and try to
love Bobby
politically
White, and he's done everything in the world
politically
he could
drive
possibly
this
do
down. No, guys, no,
in
this is a great place to be.
football
People really do want to be
opportunities
here.
he's
No,
had.
no,
A
we
Hall
swear,
of
we swear,
Famer,
we're not
gonna be
that,
on
we're
the-
not
on the
that mean.
stadium. A guy around town, everything he's ever touched has been golden. And we have to make a tough decision, just like we started with. And so he goes on, and we wish him the best and love him to death. And hopefully he'll feel that back. Most of our guys come back, and they all come back, and they live in town. They live together. They like being here because they really connect with our culture. And it's a special place in that regard. And I don't mind telling you that, and I'm proud of that. We worked really hard to get that done. So as we move ahead here, and John will talk about all the stuff here, there's a lot that's happened and a lot that's going on that excites the hell out of us. This is a great time for us. It's a great challenge for us. This is that challenging time of year, and yeah, we're faced with some challenges, but all we see is what's going to go the right way. What's going to happen for us? We look at this just like every other year. We're trying to build a championship freaking football team right now. There's no future. We'll do it somewhere down the road. We don't think like that. We've never thought like that, and we're not going to think like that now. So, in what I'm sharing with
This
you,
is the smart
that's who
approach.
we are.
Why would we want to do the
That's
smart
how we
approach?
operate, and
Why would
that's
we
what
want to
you
do the smart
can count
thing?
on
We just
from
keep
us.
doing this
And our
dumb
players
thing
come
we've
in,
always
and
done.
as
We
we
just keep
draw
doing
the
this
plays
idiotic
to
thing because
this
that's what
team,
we do.
that's where
We
we're
trust what
going.
we do. We just do what we
And,
do.
I hope that there's no misunderstanding at all, and it's clear to you what's shaking. Josh?
Yeah, just so much respect for Bobby, Russell, everything the two of those guys have done and still continue to do
Schneider's
in our
beard
community.
line's about to overtake his face.
Both guys are going to be missed, obviously, but we're excited to
In a
be
few years, it's just gonna
moving
be eyes.
forward. Excited to be, in this NFL that's ever changing that you guys see and watch and write about all the time. The entertainment part of it, really does hit home, and so these are really difficult decisions to make. And we wish both those guys the very, very best. They'll be missed personally, professionally, obviously. I would say that, leading into this off season now, to be able to recognize the leaders that we were able to re-sign here with Quandre, Al Woods, Will Disley, Jamal Adams is a great leader.
Anthony, you let me know when you figure it
haven't
out.
really
I
even
don't
seen
know
that
what
much
the
of
hell
Cody Barton yet
It's a lot
because
of
you haven't
just
been around him.
yeah,
He's an
yeah.
enthusiastic, hardworking young man. There's a lot of guys I could mention.
Please don't, Pete
to be able to
Artie.
re-sign those guys, our own free agents, to get going on this thing was a really, really big deal for us, and to have that leadership and build off it, and the professionalism that Quandre showed last year throughout training camp and everything, and we're still working on a bunch of our guys yet. We just had a 3-day period here that we've been working through, but now free agency started, like Pete said, about an hour ago or 2 hours ago, and we're going to continue to try to re-sign our own, and we're looking to upgrade with other guys from other teams as well. The trade itself with Russ was very unique, obviously historical. I'm not sure it's appropriate to say, but from I was not blessed, but to have the experience to go through what we went through in Green Bay, trading Brett Favre, God rest his soul, Ted Thompson. I was able to work hand in hand with him and a number of other people as we traded an iconic player. And
I'll
the
judge
same
now,
thing
Mike
with
Thon.
Russell
I've got a
here.
track record the last 5-6 years of
Denver
where
was
they've gone
phenomenal.
from and
George
operating from.
Payton,
They're operating from the same
the
state of
general
mind, and
manager
that's
I've
brought
known for a
about
long time.
failing
He
results.
was
You can
great.
put it all on
He
Russ
did-
if you
he-
want
you
with
know,
that.
we were
I
able to
don't.
keep this thing really tight.
I don't need another year of
answer
data
the questions
to
as
make that
appropriate as we both
determination, in my
could
opinion.
all throughout that off-season period there. But the guys coming in now, it's exciting, right? So like Pete was saying, Drew Lock, we really liked him coming out, can move in the pocket, has a hose. We're really excited to get him into our culture, into our building. Noah Fant's a 24-year-old, 6'5", 4'4". The guy's a freak, and so we're excited to get him in here, get him going. And then Shelby Harris is a pass rushing, 3 technique, hustle guy, gets his hands up in the passing lanes, and is going to be a fun guy to have in our locker room. We've added a couple guys here. from other teams. We've come to agreements with Artie Burns, a corner from Chicago that Sean Desai has just coached, having been the defensive coordinator there. Also, Uchenna Nwosu from the Chargers, who we love coming out. Ivan Lewis is our strength conditioning coach, and thinks the world of him. And funny story. We were actually walking down the hall before, and I said, Chenna, I thought he knew about it, and he's like, oh, we got to go get that guy. He'd be amazing and everything. And he's like, he'll run through the wall. I mean, he's a stud, And I was like, well, didn't you hear? I didn't thought you knew we got him. He was just all excited. So he knows him very well. We're really excited to bring him in.
Ivan the Terrible wants him, so
and
that makes
Austin
me
Blythe,
really want him.
he's coached with Shane Waldron and Andy Dickerson down with the Rams. Those guys have coached him, and so they're real excited to bring him in. And also, I forgot to mention Sidney Jones, who we traded for last year. We came in, did a deal with him pretty early. I think it was maybe Saturday. Days are running together here a little bit, but
I bet they are.
Yeah, so excited about what's coming next. Preparing for the draft. The guys are. I'm hopping back and forth between the draft room and Matt Thomas's office, trying to do some deals and work with our staff in conjunction with the coaching staff. And like Pete was
so many
saying, from a
clown
culture
emojis in the
standpoint,
Seahawks chat.
things haven't changed since we walked through the doors.
Trash and clown
together in
emojis are just
2010.
popping up
We learn
constantly.
each other and spend time together, and it is like a family. It is like a marriage, as Pete has said over the years. We don't necessarily agree on everything right away. Sometimes we see eye to eye. We got to work through things. We got to negotiate together, and you have tough decisions to make. And we're excited to be working together and moving forward and seeing where we can take this thing.
Hey, let me say too, just to close up on the preliminary stuff before you guys ask questions, that we know that this trade affected us in a number of ways. We immediately, with players coming in, the draft
Capital,
yeah, draft capital that we gained this year's draft and next year's draft was a rare opportunity for us. We've drafted so often on the bottom of the rounds and stuff, and to get an opportunity to get these picks are huge. But also to make this happen, I think it's worth mentioning that we've had tremendous support from our ownership.
Yes.
Jody is incredibly.
Is it
you guys?
Is
have
it
heard me
support
talk
if the
before.
ownership
Say it
just
again,
doesn't
'cause it
care?
just happened all over
Is
again
it the
through this
same
process.
thing? Is that just
She
true
supported
support?
us,
If they're like, do whatever you
challenged
want?
us, it demanded that we were sure what we were doing, and we could account for all of the thoughts and the background and all of the work that we needed to do to put this together. But when it came right down to it, she said, "What I see this doing to you guys, John, you're back in your wheelhouse, and Pete, you're back in your wheelhouse." And she
Sure she did.
stating, knowing that we have so many opportunities to work and deal and wheel hopefully our creative approach to what we do and make really positive things happen. And she saw it in me too. The team's going to be a little bit younger here right off the bat because you're adding so many draft picks. That it goes right back to where we started with our program. That we were the youngest team to win the Super Bowl in history. Okay, we remember that. Well, there's some makeup to that. There's some design to that, and it's exciting to us to understand we're in that. With her support, it just made it where we functioned right through the process and we're able to pull this thing all together. And like Johnny said, it's historic for the franchise. I don't know about for the league, but it's one that we're gonna capitalize on. We're gonna make the very most out of this, and really, as we're in it and as we approach the opportunities, we're gonna kick butt in every aspect of it. So, okay.
You're in a place now you haven't been in 10 plus years. You don't have Russell Wilson. You don't have the franchise quarterback piece that you've always had when you were building and reloading. Is it because of him wanting to be traded, you wanting to trade him? What was the impetus? How long did he want out of town?
Well, let me start with I've said a million times to you guys, I had no intention of moving on with the quarterback. I loved Russ and loved him in the program, and that's the way I was committed to doing it, and I felt that way all the way throughout. And then the opportunity became available where, okay, there's a business opportunity here, we can see it, now we have a chance to take a look, and we did. We took a look, and we're surprised at how good a deal came to us, and how that was all, Johnny facilitated that with the work of their people and made it happen. to me, Greg, it's not about blaming anybody or forcing the issues in any particular. Everybody had to agree to this eventually, and so we did, and really, it opened up some doorways that we didn't think existed really at the time.
John, is it true that he had told you guys that he wouldn't sign another contract with you guys?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but we were under the impression that there wouldn't be a long-term extension.
What was the relationship like? I mean, there's been all sorts of reports and speculation about that, but what was the relationship like in your guys' eyes, and did you feel like the relationship was in a place where you could have continued it?
Well, I've told you guys for a long
Yes.
time. Russ and I worked really hard at our relationship. Just like this relationship, it takes work. You know, when you go through years and years and years and all of the challenges and the trials and tribulations and all, and we made it through it. Russ and I made it through it, and I love Russ, and he's like one of my own. You know, and we went through so much stuff together, so it also brought us to the point where we could talk about this. Eventually, okay, now we're talking about it, and so we were able to move from there after our conversations and the depth of the conversations. We were able to move and okay, let's take a look at the opportunities, and this is what resulted out of it. I don't think it could have happened had we not had, in the fashion that it happened, had we not had the depth of relationship, and so.
If you had a depth of relationship, you don't have to move and trade him in the first
Why
place.
couldn't
If you guys are on the same page, there's no need for a trade.
It wasn't about that.
Yeah, it wasn't about
relationship. It was about opportunity. It was really about opportunity. And I know Russ may describe it differently, but I really, as I watched it all take place, I think Russ was really he was open for another chance and to see what could happen.
Why
You know,
was
and he'd
that?
seen a lot of
Tell
great
us why
players and
that
great
was.
athletes do a
Why
lot of
was he
great
open to
things
that opportunity?
by
What about
making
this
that move
opportunity was
somewhere in their
bad?
career, whether it was the quarterbacks that we know of, what happens in the NBA, baseball guys do it. You know, he's just seen that happen, and I think it intrigued him, and so it made it available after a long discussion, a lot of time together, and all of that. That we were eye to eye. We both okay. All right, let's go down this road and see what happens. Knowing that it was still extraordinarily difficult to make a deal happen. It was so hard because there was three different elements to this, as well as all the rest of it, to make it come together. And so we were going to have to work together, and if it was going to take shape, all the while thinking that it might not go. And so
Yeah, I would say the odds were not high.
no, gosh
mean-
no. It was really difficult, but I think because we hung in there, and because we had the background and relationship, we were able to make it through it and make some sense of it, and you know, it's going to benefit Russ and going forward.
Let me ask you if I was a media member, what I'd ask. If your relationship was so strong, then why do you have to make the trade in the first place then?
In terms of why he might have wanted to change.
You have to ask him. I don't know. You know, ask him about that. But yeah, I got all kinds of thoughts, but I don't need to share those with you.
John, you're a guy who.
No,
always
you're
looks
not
ahead.
sure. That
When
might
you look
provide
at
some
these
clarity in the
next, not just
situation.
the-
Don't provide any of
this year,
that.
but next year's
Just
draft
speak
as well,
your
having two
politician
ones, two
talk
twos,
where you don't
2
tell
years,
us a
and
damn
3
thing.
twos this year. But what does that kind of draft capital for multiple years do in terms of giving you options?
Oh, it's enormous. You know, when we made the Jamal trade, you know, it was you're talking about COVID years here, so you had 2 really funky years, and so you know, to be able to get the 9th pick, right, and then to be able to you know, get to 40 and 41 for us was big, especially in this draft. And yeah, we're gonna pick 8 times. I say that, I have no idea how many times we're gonna pick, right? But yeah, no, that was it's really big. And then especially next year when the majority of the cap space comes into effect with Russell's contract, and then you know the draft capital next year as well with the 2 1s and the 2 2s. So, you know, 4 picks in the first 2 rounds.
How much were your hands tied by Wilson's demands? How many teams did you have to be able to bounce off each other, or were you stuck on Denver or else?
Wow, yeah, that's probably for a long time from now to be able to discuss. You know, we just, I wouldn't say hands were tied. We had a ton of people calling, obviously, and you know, we weren't out.
The answer is
shopping,
yes, by the way, folks. I'll parse that one. Yes.
You know,
is the
there was
answer on that one.
obviously a number of teams that I had to call when we ended up making that trade. You know, to say, hey, you know, this came together over time. Wasn't sure if it was going to happen. You know, I had to, you know, repair some relationships, and that's fine. Everybody was great, but you know, there was just a couple teams that, you know, were considerations. And Russell had a no trade clause in his contract. I think everybody's well aware of that.
Quarterback of his caliber to get moved, especially at this stage of his career. You said you weren't going to emphasize specifics, but one playoff win since 2016. Do you think that that had a major bearing on him wanting to see to get his score again?
There's no reason for me to speculate on that. Ask him.
I usn't speculate. I mean,
Talked a few times, but
tell
do
you
you
as
feel like
much
he's
as-
the answer, or are you going to continue to explore options at quarterback with the veteran guys or the draft, or you know, where is that?
We'll continue to explore options, but we have a ton of faith in Drew. We're excited about it. We're excited about a change of scenery for him. You know, I know a couple of my buddies who were trying to acquire him all last spring into the fall. You know, so he's a guy that you know, in my opinion, the media's beat down.
No trade clause there.
We're excited to get him into our culture with our coaching staff, and we'll continue to look for guys to compete with them. You know, as Pete has stated earlier, you know, Gino did a nice job for us. There's a number of guys that are still available, and we're going to continue to work through that.
I think I know what your answer is going to be from your earlier comment, but you don't view this as a rebuild from trading your quarterback away and the way you're going about things.
We're right back at it, really. We're going right back at it. We haven't even, hasn't been a step backwards, you know. We're going forward to do it right now. And everybody that's coming in here is coming in here to do that right now. And, you know, share a little story with you. When you're in college, you know, every 4 or 5 years, you know, you lose all your guys, you know, and you start new quarterbacks. You know, we were, I don't know, 9 years at USC, and we had, you know, Carson Palmer and Matt Leinart and then Sanchez and Booty and Barkley, you know, and you just keep marching. That's how you do it, you know, and you, if you have an approach and a philosophy that you're solidly behind and you can keep in motion going forward and keep growing with it, then you just keep moving. And it's kind of, I've looked at it a little bit that way. It's like, you know, the guys graduate eventually here. It just comes much later in their time. It takes them longer to get out of school, but it's, you know, so we're just going, just keep on rolling.
And if you'll remember, you know, when we got here in 2010, Todd Leibicki would tell you that, you know, the primary reason that they wanted us to get together was that, you know, Pete had been in college coaching and had the, you know, the rotation of players running through, and, you know, they became so talented there that players were leaving. A lot of them were leaving in their junior year, and, you know, we had moved from Green Bay, and we were the youngest team in the league for, shoot, I don't know, it was like 4 or 5 years or something like that. So it was all about acquiring young talent, developing young talent, and putting them out there to compete, and that was the core of our core
We
philosophy.
got to
to
make
get
this
to
the most competitive roster in the NFL. That's what we're out to do, and that means all the way through the ranks. And that means you're going to get young, but you're going to we're going to mix it with a group of experienced players as well as we already have, and that's, you know, that's the chemistry we have to create.
As for Bobby Wagner, he's expressed publicly disappointment that he found out elsewhere that he was going to be released. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, that's on me. I own that.
Yeah, I say that. That's on me. You know?
No, it really is.
No,
It's look, I wish I could have handled things better in that regard from a communication standpoint. I owe to him, the organization owes it to him. It's always somewhat awkward when a player represents himself. You know, we've had some very high profile individuals represent themselves here, and you know, you never know exactly what's going to happen at the end of the day. So to approach somebody and say there may be a possible trade, would you consider this? And then that player comes back to you. You know, that's not a good situation. So from a timing standpoint, I wish I would have handled things differently.
Yeah, I'm guilty too, because I didn't want it to happen. I want Bobby to stay with us forever, and so I wanted and kept encouraging John, let's see what all the options could possibly be. So maybe there's a way out that we don't have to do this, you know. And so each day was crucial as we were drawing closer to it. And then really, it seemed like when Russ's news went out, then everything, you know, hit the fan kind of thing. And
Oh my God.
We were supposed to meet with Bobby a couple days after that, and the timing just didn't work out right. And I regret that we didn't do a better job timing-wise. I don't know how he hurt me. You all were talking about it left and right in the articles and all over
BS.
the internet and everything about it. So
This is complete BS.
you know, the suggestions were out, but anyway, I just wish it's a hard deal. It's a really hard.
Too much respect, to have something like that happen. We did speak with him. We did talk to him together. We walked through things. So it wasn't like we didn't speak with him. It was just the timing, right? So.
Yeah, and I was delaying as much as I could because I loved him so much.
How did he get out before you told
I
him?
don't know, it didn't get out any different than what, you guys were already talking about stuff. He just finally, I think, latched on to because you were talking about it in the media constantly, but something happened, I don't know what it was with Bobby on his end of it, but,
Well, I would say this: when you represent yourself, I'm just speaking. If it was me, I'd be talking to as many teams.
Yeah.
I'd be talking to as many agents as I possibly could. When you haven't, I'm not discouraging players from not representing themselves.
God.
I'm not going down that road at all. I'm just saying, when you do have an agent, there's a certain level, there's a certain buffer that goes on there. That being said, from a communication standpoint, so much respect that we owe that to him.
What was the team's offer to him? Was it a all or nothing? Did you offer him less money, he didn't accept it, or what was the?
We're not gonna get into that. Sorry, we're not gonna get into specifics of contracts and what happens here and there with contracts. It's not.
It's easy enough to understand on that
Was
answer.
there
No, they
another
didn't.
option
They didn't let him know he's being released, so there was no
besides
active
playing on his
renegotiation
contract
going on either.
For him to stay here?
I would say no.
To clarify with the timing of all that, there's report from Adam Schefter was that you guys had told him that you're releasing him. So when that report came out, you had
Look at the
spoken.
clown emojis
Yes.
going through the Seahawks channel here on the feed. It
You
just,
mentioned Colin Kaepernick. How realistic an option is that?
I don't know that.
the fan base is not in an awesome state.
He's making a remarkable bid for it to sustain his conditioning over the 4 years that he's been out and going on 5. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see.
How about Deshaun Watson?
What's that?
Did you guys reach out to the Texans about acquiring Deshaun Watson?
The way to answer that is that he's under contract right now, and he has a no trade clause as well.
Didn't want to come here. I'll parse that one for you guys.
You said you guys feel real confident in Drew. Do you guys think you could win a championship with Drew Lock as the quarterback in 2022?
If he plays like he did early on, I think he got a shot. If you go back to his first year when he was balling as a rookie, when he was 4-1.
He's 4-1 as a rookie.
Hey, he tied John Elway's record for
He
most
tied
wins
John Elway.
as a rookie, right?
Yeah, in
So,
5 games. Yeah,
franchise history, so.
his third down numbers, were terrific. Taking care of the football.
He died
really
on
well,
Elway.
and all. It just did. For whatever reason, the coordinator left after that time. Times changed for him, and he didn't play to that same level. So exactly what we had evaluated, John's, the process had evaluated, he showed. And so, John stayed with it and followed him all the way through his career, and we've watched it happen. We think he's still that guy. And so we'll see, if he can. What we need in our offense is the same thing we've always needed, whether it's Carson Palmer or Russell Wilson. We need a point guard. We need a guy that plays the game and moves the football around to the guys that are open and does all of the things that manages the game so that we can play great football. Because we're going to win with defense, we're going to win with how we play in special teams, and we'll run the football to help the whole thing fit together. And that's
Passing was
never
not
changed.
referenced
It's
in
never
any of
been a
those
philosophy
first
that
three
we
things he
needed to
mentioned.
alter
You notice
other than
that?
to continue to grow and make it dynamic and present and current and all. And that's what we're looking for. We need to take care of the football. And so that, if the guy can do that and we can teach him to do that, and Russell was famous for it. He did an extraordinary job through all of his early years when he was learning the NFL and gaining, his understanding. He was terrific at taking care of the ball, and we'll need a guy that will do that. Right now, if Gino's going to take it. Gino knows our offense the best. If he comes back to us, he has an opportunity to run the whole thing. We saw him do it in during the season. We've got to bring Drew along, see how far he can take it. And the competition is on. It ain't no different than when Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson went at it. Same kind of deal.
That heated
And,
competition.
to me, and we'll set up a schedule and we'll figure out all of the guys. And we're going to give Jake Eason a shot as well. We want to see where he fits into
I
it.
always say,
It's a
Mike Thon,
three-man
if you want your
competition, if
opinion on it,
remember
have your
back then.
opinion on it. Leave
And,
others to have their
we'll see how
opinion
it
on it
goes.
too. We can
And we've
disagree
already
with
been
it,
through
but
this before, so it's
you look at the
exciting
clown
to
emojis
format
and the
it and
amount
see
of
how it
anger that
turns
isn't
out,
coming through my
we'll
chat,
see
Mike.
where
Look
it
at the
takes us.
look at the clown emojis here. You're
Reported
the only
that
guy
Bill
on this
Family got
island
you guys
of
liked
this
back
is.
in the
You guys are
draft.
crazy for taking the stance.
What do you like about
So,
him as a player?
There's
and what
1,000 to
receiver?
1 off
Yeah,
of
like
you.
Legs
Is it that
like
you're just
had
so
his name
brilliant
written
ahead of
down.
everybody
It
else,
was
or
that
maybe they
close,
got a
right?
point
I mean,
on
we
this?
thought he was coming to us. Yeah. So, you're talking about a guy that's again a big man that is young. He went through a rough time early on. Unfortunately, he lost his mother right before the season. Really did a really nice job, in our opinion, of still going out and competing. And he caught 68 balls. He's a huge target, and he can run.
Yeah, it's a great target for us.
You mentioned Cody Barton. Did you him as the heir apparent to Bobby then there, or where do you see that?
He's the next guy up. He's worked really hard to position himself. He's always been that backup spot. We wish him the best, and again, let the competition, play it out.
How close were negotiations with DJ Reed? Was it similar to Shaq Griffin last year, where it went down to the wire?
Yeah, I would say it was similar. Yes.
Back to Russell and just the idea of where the quarterback market has gone. You guys have kind of been in that world where you had the inexpensive rookie deal and you were able to build around that. And then you had to build around the very expensive contract with knowing that Russell was a year away from being eligible for an extension. How much did that play into the decision making?
I think it's a very good question, very fair. It did play in to a certain extent at the very end when, like Sunday night or when we're having our powwow, right? Like how's this going to go down? And so yeah, that played in.
Rookies, this 2022 class isn't like super highly regarded, maybe compared to like last year's class. How do you
According
to well, how do you feel about the class? You take a quarterback at 9 now?
We would never answer that question, Michael. We would never answer that question. Why did you ask that?
I think it's a talented group.
There you go.
I mean, it's a talented group of guys. I mean, I forget what year it was. There was
backs are talented too. Those receivers are looking sharp.
You see how he's trying to break that off right there, Sean?
Just working Mike.
Three Birds, where do you see him fitting in? I mean, how do you view that with having lost DJ and kind of having re-signed Sidney inside?
Well, 2 years ago we got very close to signing him. We thought we were going to do it coming from Pittsburgh, and then at the very end, he had a close friend. I forget who it was that played for Chicago, and went there, and then he ended up getting injured. And then you could see him really ascending this season. And Sean,
Yeah, Sean did a great job with him.
Yeah, Sean did a great job.
We had really good information, and he's a talented kid, and so he can do all the stuff that we would like him to do. So we're looking forward to it.
As you look at the last couple nights, so you talked about that Sunday night meeting when you were getting to the finality of the trade with Russ and everything. I know you worked on it for a while. As it got down to the finish line, was there a surreal sense or finality sense, like, okay, we're doing this, we're going a different direction, and what was that like for you two?
Absolutely, yeah. It's
Sure it was.
again, I compared it to, with Brett Favre, right? I mean, how it's going to affect fans. So, Pete and myself and Jody and Bert, we were involved in a call and had discussions about it and what's it going to look like. But we were able to kind
Thanks,
of prepare
Artie, for
ourselves
subscribing. Marcel and Marshall,
much earlier than
thank you
a
as
lot
well.
of other people were. So it's going to affect the fans, right? So, and I remember going through it with Brett. So there was a little shock, right? And nobody knew who Aaron Rodgers was, and I shouldn't say that they didn't know who he was, but they didn't know how
Yeah, you're sitting on a first round
relied on
talent
that
when you
faith and
moved
moved
on
forward,
from far
and,
before. You're sitting
several
on
years
Drew
later
Lock
in
now.
2011, I think they won the Super Bowl.
How much earlier did you realize that? When did you come to the realization you didn't want to be here?
Days I couldn't even get close to that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Days, weeks, months, years? I mean, really? He was.
No, it was not a deal till it was a done deal. I mean, it was all the way till, just the last couple of days, and we just announced it officially today, traded papers today. So it wasn't official till today.
Right, but I mean, his intent to leave and want to leave Seattle, when did you get the impression that was true?
Yeah, that's a
I don't know.
tough one to answer.
No, it's
We
not.
talked about it.
You just don't want it.
a little bit after.
Yeah. Hey Pete, going back to you won't change your philosophy for a player, both of you. How much does a talented player impact your philosophy?
Great question. Yeah, that's exactly the point. You have your philosophy, but it's the players that make it come to take shape. You have an idea of how you want things to go, and then we fit it off the uniqueness of the players. I mean, I've been saying that forever to you guys, that we have to feel our guys and figure out how they best can be situated so that
No,
they can be
they
at their
don't.
best within
No,
the
they don't.
guidelines of what we think is
No, they don't.
necessary. So it's a blending, and that's why it
BS.
takes a different shape. And
They fit them to their
there may be
scheme.
some
They don't get
differences
the
in
most
this
out of their
just
player.
because we're transitioning some key players in key spots. We'll see how that goes. Wide open for that. Wide open for that. I'll take wherever it takes us. Because that's the only way to compete to do it. I'm not going to force anything to happen. I'm not going to force the peg in the wrong hole. I'm not doing
Really?
that. But we have
Really?
guidelines, and we have beliefs and things that are really important to us. And then we find the players, and it takes this kind of this dance that we do, and it comes together in a marvelous way. And so it's going to be situated and fixed towards the talent and the personalities and the makeup and the character of our players.
Last question, Jackie.
You guys have said a couple times that you're excited for
Alfonso
the future of this
Rivera,
franchise
thank you for
and
subscribing.
building a championship team now. What are you most excited for the future?
Winning freaking football games and a bunch of them. Really, and getting the feeling. Last year kind of sucked, that was that one time, we had that kind of space in the schedule.
Winning a bunch of
and
football games,
we're just
winning the
going
Super
right
Bowl,
back to
winning a
business.
bunch of
We're
football
We're going
games.
for it. So everybody's coming here. It's going to be part of this. Is well aware, and that's the only way we're looking at it. Let's go right now.
To get back to your quarterback question, Michael. So one thing we haven't done, like my mentor did all the time, in Green Bay, that we haven't done a very good job of here for one reason or another, just the way the draft falls, is we haven't picked quarterbacks. He was able to pick, even though we had Brett, he was able to pick Mark Brunell, Ty Detmer, Aaron Brooks. We had a number of guys that became assets, and I don't know why, but just for some reason since we've been here, it hasn't really fallen that way. Now, when we took Russ, we had signed Matt Flynn. T-Jack was here. Remember, he had Torres Pack. He was kind of like he was like the locker room guy. Then we brought Matt in. So why would you draft a quarterback, right? So all of a sudden, Russ is still there. We loved him.
Gee, the Matt deal, the Flynn deal sucked.
Influenced you on that one most.
Well, I got cut off a little bit, but so the class is really it's a good class. To your point, it's not people aren't highly rating it or
subscribing,
whatever,
Robert
but
Stevenson.
you never know where you're going to acquire these guys.
Appreciate you.
All the way through, right? Where the Russell Wilsons and the Tom Brady's, right? So
Yeah,
you have to
Roddy, I
look at the
noticed you
totality
mentioned
of the
winning
class.
games, not Super Bowl, but winning games. Why don't you win July games? Oh, buddy boys and girls. Well, that was a pretty uninspiring press conference. Don't think I expected anything differently, but, that's, I'm reading the chat here, and you guys are in the same place I am as far as the feeling I'm getting from that press conference. A lot of double speak, a lot of stuff of where they tell you the way they want to do things from a philosophy standpoint, but that's not the way it's played out recently. The competitive set, is competition won the day in recent years? No, they allot certain guys to certain spots, and those are the guys that they're going to run with. Maybe they decide to change with it now and go in a completely different direction of that and back to their old 2012 realm of things. Maybe. We'll see. That was hilarious when Carroll said that he thought Locke could get them a Super Bowl because he was 4-1 when he started. Just some of the stuff that he says with it just is mind numbing. It just numbs my brain. And I've got this strong relationship with Russell Wilson, and that allowed this trade to happen. But if you have a strong relationship with Russell Wilson and you guys are so on the same simpatico page, why does he have to then be traded? It's that old, something doesn't add up here, does it? You're saying stuff, but it doesn't add up to a conclusion that makes sense with the bottom line of the reality that we're all facing. And that's the thing, as somebody mentioned in the chats, they're dealing in some different reality that they see. As somebody else mentioned in the chat, they're tone deaf. But if you want to, we've got one guy in here, Mike Thon, it looks like a big Carroll backer, a big Schneider backer, great. And I back him. I'm not going to knock you for it. I'm not going to knock you in the same way you're going to knock us for taking the stance we're taking. But when you look at the reaction within this chat, you guys watch the scrolling reaction of 2,000 odd people in the chat on the Seahawks channel as the press conference was rolling. That I haven't seen that many clown emojis running off a live stream in I don't know how long. On somebody running their live stream show or seeing any of it. I mean, it was every 3 comments, there's a clown emoji or a trash can emoji. Is all these people wrong? Are all these people who are seeing this way, this clearly, and this just certainly, where there's not a question in your mind, I think it's this way, but it might be wrong, they might be on the right path. But no, instead I have no faith in this front office right now. I have no faith right now where the coaching staff is. And there's so many of us in this same pot. And I think you arrive at a spot where you can only go to you're all so crazy so far till the numbers are undeniable. The numbers and the fans that are seeing it are undeniable. And I do think we're one of the more, educated fan bases in the way we look at our rosters and how deep we get into it versus sometimes some of the other fan bases with it. And that's what's deriving a lot of this anger from people as they look at the situation and they go, this isn't making sense to me. But, I'll see if you guys got any nuggets out of that press conference. I didn't get a whole lot. Elliot Clark's point about the reporters need to stop asking bad questions. Yes, I also would have been nice to see a follow-up as they're sort of dancing along the path. They certainly weren't going to answer anything when there were some questions that were tough being pressed to them. I don't want to answer that right now. That's an answer for another time. That's a bob. Once again, they don't feel like they have to answer any questions because there's nobody that's going to hold their feet truly to the fire. They just got to get through the press conference. Just get through the press conference. Get to the back of the press conference and we're free and clear and we can do whatever we want to do. And they did. They got to the back end of it, but it certainly didn't do much, and this certainly doesn't inspire much confidence in me going forward, or doesn't move the needle on my confidence one way or another. I wouldn't have expected the conference to go much differently than it did, but it still sucks to hear. Chris Picard asks, I want to ask the chat that are pissed about Russ. Would you rather have had the trade or nothing next year when we would walk? So Chris, I don't know, are you aware that Russell's on still 2 years of his deal? Are you aware of that? He's not a free agent after this season. He still has another year on his deal. He could have played here through this course of this year and then moved Russell next year for probably similar assets. Maybe a little bit less assets, obviously, if Russell goes in the tank, but he wasn't going into a walk year. Fish2 says, why does Miles Jack to the Steelers suck? Why did we spend a first-round pick on a middle linebacker if we wouldn't use him? I think you're responding to somebody else in the chat. That's good for the Steelers. Mike T says, so much BS from these two clowns. No player wants to play in Seattle now. We're the only team Deshaun Watson didn't even want to talk to. Yeah, Carol's talking about how people want to come here. It's like, no, they don't. What's the proof of that recently? What's the proof of that this is a destination location in the NFL? Because we're not seeing it via free agency. We're not seeing it with guys like Watson that you're trying to circle around who doesn't want to come here. John looks like a complete puppet. Good God, says JJ. They need to address Penny. Something will happen with that soon. 283 says, God, I regret watching this. I was going to watch it. I'm glad I can watch it with you guys and laugh with you guys on it. But it is what I expected. It's just par for the course. Mike T says, these two guys are the worst draft and traders in the league. We are the new Jets. We very well can quickly get there if they're going to do what they may be trying to do, which is take that middle approach. No, we're competitive. We're going for it now. And Carroll says, and you notice where Carroll says very specifically, I want to stack up wins because that's what matters to him. Putting a lot of wins together. Winning more games than you lose is the most important thing. And if, we can get some playoff success, okay, so be it. But, keep your expectations low. Just try to win more than you can lose. And then be happy with that. Be placated by that. Be satisfied by that. Not me. Not me. Jay Porter says, I feel like they're trying to convince themselves everything's going to be all right. Not us. Very well, maybe. I don't think they're convincing anybody with that kind of press conference. I don't think you have anybody walk away from that going, okay, confidence renewed. Okay, I wasn't in before, now I'm in. Nagasa says Pete had a seizure. JJ looks like Pete's in charge. John a puppet, just like I thought. Maybe. Hard to say on that one. Maybe. Ryan Wilson says Ty Detmer. Yeah, he was going deep into that. He brought the Aaron Brooks out. He brought the Ty Detmer out. It's like, yeah, John, that same philosophy, though, that they just tried to impart here with Jordan Love may have just cost them a Super Bowl title with a player or two that they could have gotten if they hadn't taken Love as well. So that philosophy's also got a downside to it, too. And I noticed that part of the reason you said, well, for what other reason we haven't been able to get a quarterback in the draft, just the way the draft, for whatever reason, the reason that you haven't been able to get a quarterback in the draft in the later rounds is because you need every last draft pick. And the reason you need every last draft pick is because why? Hold on, wait for it. Why? Hold on, wait for it. Because you don't draft well. Robert Rust, why are you being such a Debbie Downer, man? Seahawks needed to rebuild, and Russell is in obvious decline. Denver isn't going to go anywhere without him. Well, Robert, you just mentioned in the name of your sentence right there, didn't you? We need to be in a rebuild, don't we? So you said, you yourself in the comment mentioned exactly why I'm being such a Debbie Downer. Because Pete didn't say rebuild in his press conference, did he? He said, we're going for it now. So, Robert, the worst path that you can end up on is the path of the middle road. You have a fork in the road. Choose to be a rebuilding team or choose to be a team that's truly going for it. Truly going for it. Not saying that you're going for it, but then your moves don't really back up that you're going for it. Pick one of two paths, and I can support you. Take the middle road where you don't make a choice on either. You're essentially fence sitting in the situation. And then I'm going to be a Debbie Downer about it because that's not a team with a lot of top end, and that's a team that gets stuck again in that 7-10, 10-7 range of things. Is the point of us to land there, or is the point of us to try to become an elite football team? And that's maybe I'm wrong for doing so, but that's more of the track I look for. But Robert, he himself in the press conference just about had a contortion fit the second somebody brought up rebuild to him. No, we're not rebuilding. No, we're not rebuilding. So Robert, where do you get that they're rebuilding? They just told you that's not what they're doing. But you also said in your statement that's what's needed. And I agree with you. That's what's needed. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Good to see you, Charles. How you doing? Hopefully well. Appreciate you. Says, Artie Burns is my favorite Hawks name. Sounds like a 73-year-old locksmith from Pasco. Hope he's good so I can buy a jersey. He does definitely sounds like a guy that does at least carpentry work. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely one of those old school names. Eddington Rimmel. Charles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you. Says, Brando, I'm chatting from 3 hours behind in the video to add to the Hawks Nest effect. This channel puts the super in stitious. You better believe it does. We got that OCD going, man. But thank you for the donos, brother. You're awesome. You're always awesome, though. Megan says, B, I love coaching JS, but this just left me doubting that now. It certainly doesn't endear things in what I wanted to hear, Megan. I wasn't expecting to be blown away by what they had to say, but they're not speaking in a fashion that leads me to believe that we're going to see good results. Remember, part of my theme for this offseason was learn your lessons. Understand that what you've done prior in a variety of different aspects isn't working, and that's why you've landed where you've landed here, trading a Hall of Fame quarterback right at the back end of his prime. That's how you've landed here. So try to avoid that in the future. You maybe need to change a little bit of your tact and your approach, but instead they say, no, we're going to stick with what we've done. We're going to keep doing what we've done. I look at this free agent period. I see more of what they've done in the past in regards to how they're approaching this free agent period. $50 million to spend, as much money as any team in the NFL to spend. The Rams have given out a bigger contract than us at this point, and they started this situation. They started this offseason $15 million over the cap, but they've spent $40 million on a player. We spent $39 million. Doesn't do much for me. Corey Olson, I feel like they were just trying to sell tickets. Probably. I'll tell you, it's going to be an empty house right now. The way they've got this roster set up, you're going to have whatever. If we have a sellout record or whatever, that's going to be in peril. Rodney says the best thing we as fans can do is not go to games. This is complete garbage. All their teams say it's about being on top at the end of the season. These guys, it's winning games. What a joke. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that same thing there too, Rodney. And I don't think that it's a slip of the tongue. That's, if anything, a Freudian slip on Coach Carroll's part. Winning games is what matters. Just being a consistent winner. Be a consistent winner. Win more games than you lose. You win 8 games and you lose 7 games. No, well, that would be a good season. You win 10 games and you lose 8 games. That's a good season. That's such a good. You won more than you lost. You see? Can't you see it? Can't you see it? You won more than you lost. Jose says the blind leading the blind. And I like Coach Carroll. I know you do, Jose. I know you're a big backer, but that's just kind of the way it feels a little bit right now. It does. Corey Palmer says, I'm here for the ride. Laughing out loud. Go Hawks. All you can do is wait and see. Hey, that's all we can do, Corey. And I'm going to be here regardless. I'm a Seahawks fan, whether we're good or bad or indifferent or the other. I follow my team. I'm going to have my opinions. I'm going to love my team. But I'm going to still be here following with them. I'm going to still be riding with them. Reska's their plan to win is with Locke. What a joke. Well, they're not showing you their hand on the quarterback situations. They aren't. I wouldn't expect them to tell me if it was Malik Willis or Baker Mayfield but there's not a lot more confidence that those guys endear either. Hawk, I'm a Jets fan who came here to troll you guys, but I'm genuinely pissed off for you guys. How the hell do they still have jobs? Let me know, Hawk. Let me know when you can figure out that one, because I don't know. The only reason I think that they do right now is because we don't have an active ownership. Certainly not as active an ownership as Carroll was trying to intimate that they did have to get the Wilson deal done. Mike T says they did nothing. Quarterback is gone, linebacker is gone, still no good running back or cornerback. What the F? Yeah? Facts. Hawk, hear them dancing around the Wagner questions. They did him dirty. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they said a lot there, but and at least Schneider owned it where he said, that was my fault. But how does that mistake end up getting made in the first? Like, how do you? It just again shows a little bit of just the. I don't know what you call it. Just like they're marching their own beat, man. Ryan says, HawksNest, do you get the impression Pete and John feel this team is a quarterback away from winning? No, I think that they think more they can build up a super team around whatever quarterback they have running, and that the quarterback position is really not all that important at the end of the day. It's important. You need a guy better than bad. You need a guy that can do something. But they think if they build up a rest of a team around them, that they can lean on having a quarterback who maybe doesn't have the full allotment of skills you might like at the position or want at the position. Chase Eddington says, Russ didn't want us anymore. Let's be real. We never helped him beef up the O-line. Ever since that Max Unger trade, our offensive line hasn't been the same. I agree with you, Jace. I think it's the place Russell mainly has to stand on as far as his criticism of the front office to say, I've asked for this for years. Every single year you've built up a run-blocking first offensive line. You never gave me a pass-protecting offensive line. Why not just 1 year try it, Coach Carroll? Why not just try it 1 year, back this horse, go this different fashion? And Carroll started at the top of his press conference where he somewhat addressed this in a casual, very generalized manner. So we're not going to change our program for one player. We're not going to change our philosophy. And he talked about it later about how you get players and we're going to find the way they do into what we want them to do here rather than getting the most out of that player. And he tried to say that in a different way, like they get the most out of the player, but they don't. They force them into the scheme of what they want. If you wanted to get the most out of Damian Lewis, he'd be a right guard right now, and he'd be staying at right guard. If you wanted to get the most out of Jordan Brooks from the day one, you would have put him at middle linebacker, and he would have been a middle linebacker from day one. That's what he is. They don't do that. That in itself shows, just by the evidence I can point to in recent history, that they don't put the players in the best positions to succeed all the time. And that's an odd thing to see. And then he sits there and leans back and brags like they do it. It's like you're bragging about something that you don't do and you have not had a recent history in doing. You spent 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick on Jamal Adams and then took a guy that should be coming downhill, attacking in the box, and you've got him playing single high safety and cover 2. That's the opposite of utilizing the player's strengths. It's a bold-faced lie. So why get angry about it? Why be Debbie Downer? Why be so upset by it? Because I'm listening to guys lie to us. They're straight just lying to our faces. That's not what you do. That's not how you pull it. I'd have more respect for them to say, hey, I got a philosophy. I run the things I want. When I bring a player in, I expect him to do the things I want within my schematics, and I don't care what his skill set is. He's going to do what we want him to do here. I'd at least have respect for that because at least then you're being truthful and honest about it. It may be broken. It may not work. It may be a dumb way of an approach, but I can at least support it because you're honest. But they want it 2 ways. They're going to do one thing one way and then say something else another way. No. Elliot, maybe saying we can win a Super Bowl with Drew Lock actually made me choke on my glass of water and laugh hard. Yeah, it did me too. Yeah, I as well. Alex Aceto, hi Brandon. Is Geno still with Seattle, and would you start him? And who would you draft in free agency for a quarterback? Thoughts? If I absolutely have to draft a quarterback in this class, I would take. If I absolutely have to, probably Desmond Ridder in the 2nd round. I'd also be even open to a guy like Akil Glass in the 4th round. I just don't want to take one very high. So if I have to, Alex, that's who I would go. Geno Smith's not with Seattle currently. He's a free agent. So they could bring him back on a backup deal, I believe, but I don't think he's under contract. Emmett says, that was awesome. They're predictable as always. I'll enjoy rooting against these 2 losers till they're gone. Can't wait to see Coral getting reached for number 9, laughing out loud. Emmett, why you got to say that, man? You know that's going to be the darkest day when that occurs. You know I'm not going to be able to take it. You know I'm not going to be able to take it when that happens. I just can't. Megan says, that presser had me reach in for the vodka bottle at 9:30 a.m. Yeah. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Randy says, I wonder what John's BAC was during the presser. Pete, damn, Johnny's starting early today. John, mind your own business, old man. It's going to be a hard day. It's almost Friday. Back off. Hawk says, trade DK to the Jets so he has a chance of having a good career. No, Hawk, can't we have something nice? Everything else has been taken nice from us. Can't we have like one thing? We've lost our Legion of Boom. We lost our quarterback. We lost our Hall of Fame linebacker. Can we at least just have one good thing to look forward to watch on Sundays? Must you have it all? Must you have it all? Jay says, I don't believe we're going for wins if we go forward with Drew Lock this season. I think if we do, we're looking for a quarterback in next year's draft. We'll see, Jace. I mean, certainly what they're telling us is they're going to try to go for it this year. Chewable Orb says, this makes me appreciate Holmgren more. Yeah, I don't think Holmgren would have been anywhere near as hard-headed in his approach as these guys. I think Holmgren would have been able to, whether you liked his first approach or not, or his tact of things, he would have been willing to move in different directions if things weren't working, and he wouldn't have just kept banging his head up against it. And the more things go wrong, the more he doubles back down to his ideology. I don't think that would have been Mike. Jamie Cruz, so they traded Russell Wilson for two players they didn't get in the draft. That's all I took away from the press conference. Well, how did you like him too, mentioning Ivan the Terrible, the guy that can't keep any of our players healthy on the field, being the big backer of Owuzu? Ooh, Ivan, or your strength and conditioning coach says you should get him. Oh, well, that means go get him, by all means. JR says, you want to trade Jamal Adams back? If you give us a couple of first-round picks for him, sure. Perk Choppa says, no, we're not. They think we're already have a franchise quarterback. I don't know. They're saying that, but I wouldn't take too much away from with the quarterback. If they were intending to go draft a quarterback, I wouldn't expect them to say, Locke's really not our guy. We're going to look for something better than that. You'd expect them to say, no, he's our guy. We're riding with him. So on that part, I'll let them, you can lie on that part and I get it because that's from a tactical standpoint. The other lying to try to cover up for the fan base, really what's happening here below the surface is the part where I draw a little bit of umbrage with. Randall says, Chris Bryant to Colorado. Well, you knew when Cincinnati made the trade that you weren't going to bring him in, and probably who knows if he wanted to come here. Maybe he's a Midwest guy, more Midwester. Emmett says, look at Russ's press conference and look at ours. One's new, fresh, and full of hope. Other is sad, old, and depressing. They're so past it. It's hilarious. I know what you're saying, man. I get it. Rodney Precious says, Pete blew me away, Brando, telling us about all the second chances. All I heard was blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he goes, we're here about second chances. We're here about second chances in free agency, and that's how we do it. And then he mentions 4 players that they acquired via trade. Like, are you listening to yourself, Pete? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Chewable Orb, I feel bad for Locke. He is in a brutal position of not his own doing. Very well said. Yeah. This ain't on him. It's not his fault. Randall says, never get a second chance to make a good first impression. Wasn't that from the 90s gum commercial? I do believe so. Seahawks are a clown show like the Jags were last year, says Hawk. Well, we're sliding closer there. T. Stevenson says, I'm still here too, bro. I'm still here. We'll still be standing. We're going to watch maybe good football, but we will be here. We ain't going nowhere. Ryan says, remember before Russ, Pete was going to run with Matt Flynn and Charlie Whitehurst? Yeah, and before that, Tavares Jackson. I remember. Cruz Johnson, if they solidify the O-line and find a workhorse back, they might now not be as bad as you think. Quarterback, Carroll's system is a wash. Maybe. You're also still playing in at least the second toughest division in football. And that's also a part that should factor into this a little bit. We'll see. They have not addressed the offensive line in recent years very much. And, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see with it. Hawk's Eye View says Pete wants to bring back the wishbone running game. Rafael Sierra, I think Watson deal was done before trading Russ, like Sherman alluded to, only because why would Diggs resign here? They have the same agent. Well, Rafael, Watson turned down talking to Seattle, so he's not gonna come here. Rodney says maybe we should go sign Brett Favre. I would legit be more excited if we were to sign Brett Favre right now, more than Locke. I know Brett's done. There's no chance. Locke's better than Brett at this point, but it's where I'm at. Just where I'm at. Lolo says the 49ers and Colts are examples of being a quarterback away from the promised land. True. YD Wise says, wow, when Jets fans are talking about how bad your franchise is being run, tough times, man. Tough times indeed. Yeah, you're in a dark place when Jet fans are patting you on the back, telling you it's going to be okay. It'll get better. It gets better. Chubor, Cap deserves a second chance. Maybe. Hawk says, I have a deeper respect for you Hawk fans who are sticking with your team through this clown show. I'm pulling for you guys. Well, like I like to say, Hawk, I don't think that we have bandwagon fans. We're Seahawks fans. We love this team. Many of us go back decades with this team. You know, we're going to be here going in the future. I can be critical of this team. I can be critical of the direction this team is taking and still root for this team. I can do both of those things at the same time. It's not a one or an either or situation. But no, I got over a couple hundred people in this chat on a Wednesday afternoon on a team that was in the cellar dweller last year after a press conference that inspired no confidence. If that in itself is not an indicator of the amount of true love the Seattle Seahawks fans have for their team, I don't know what is. There was thousands in the Hawk channel, and press conferences don't draw thousands of our people. There were people going into that channel just so they could post their clown emojis, just so they could get their voice out there and to let them know. And I don't know if they're hearing or not. I'm getting the impression they got their fingers stuffed into their ears. But the fan base is screaming one way or another about it. Chubble says, if they sign a Fetty for a second chance, I'm done. Jamie says, perfect. That's exactly what they needed to hear, man. I hope so. I hope somebody's telling it to him. Alex says, thoughts on getting Matt Ryan from Atlanta? Could that work or no? He wouldn't come in cheap, so that's number one. You're going to probably have to give a first-round pickup because he has a couple of years of club control under the current contract that's not cheap. Matt Ryan is also a guy a little bit like Drew Brees, where because of a little, maybe his arm strength limitations, you would want him ideally either in a zone situation or playing in warm weather. Putting him in conditions like ours with the cold, wet weather that's constantly blowing, I think those would be bad conditions for Matt Ryan's game. As well as Alex, he's a complete statue and your offensive line is in disrepair. Matt Ryan would get killed behind this offensive line. Why do Wise is Von Miller to the Buffalo Bills? I love that move for the Bills. That is awesome. If the Bills are going with Von Miller, that's tough. That's a great move by the Bills. That's a great move by the Bills. So let me turn off my thing here, guys. Sorry. Let me mute my stuff here. I don't get anything coming through the back. Von Miller signs a 4-year deal, 17.5. So Von makes just about what Chandler made, basically. That's going to be outside our range. We weren't ever going to spend that kind of money. But goodbye to Von Miller to Bills. I like that deal for them. I love that deal for them. Hunter Williams, they were really talking about being a winning team with Drew Lock at quarterback. Laughing out loud. If they want to win now quarterback, the only option is Watson. That ship has sailed. The only option at this point is to draft one. Hunter, you touch on what is frustrating me about it. This is what frustrates me at the most. There's a lot of things frustrating me about this front office, but what frustrates me right now is that just embrace the rebuild, man. Embrace it. Not you, but them. Embrace this thing. And instead, Carroll's just emphatic in saying, no, we're going for this now. We're competing for this year. I'm not going to not compete. We don't think about rebuilding. You guys don't think about a lot of stuff, do you? Ain't a lot of things crossing that mind, is there, Carroll? Just kind of the things you want to have cross your mind, isn't it? But they need to embrace the rebuild. But instead, I think, Hunter, what's going to happen here is you're going to see a splitting of the difference. They're going to take the middle road that doesn't exist. There's two pathways carved off. Instead, they're going to go off-road, through the swamp, around the bend, over the mountaintop. The pathway that's not going to get you there because you're not going to do enough to keep the assets opened up to the future. You're going to use capital now and try to do stuff now, which will be diminishing returns. You're not going to be selecting high next year because you'll drive yourself to a 7-9 season where you're picking just into the teens. Don't like the approach. And Drew Lock, we'll see if they really ride with Drew Lock. I'm still skeptical on that one. I'm still big skeptical on that one. Jacob Kessinger with another $20 donation. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you, my guy. Multiple donuts today, man, all around. So thank you so much. It says, Brando, that presser, Jesus Christ. Pete's sounding like a crying toddler, so beyond done with this front office. Time to boycott opening home games. Anyone who goes should show up in clown suits with Fire Pete and John signs. Well said, Jacob. Maybe I'll be streaming all year next year, but I'll be streaming with a paper bag on my head. How about that? I'll cut out a couple holes in a face hole, and we'll just do that. But yeah, I'm at a point of just about saying, go boycott. Don't put up with this anymore. Insist on better. Insist upon better than your front office shipping out Hall of Fame quarterbacks and spending pennies when they have thousands of dollars to spend out in free agency. Talking about trying to win a lot of games rather than getting to Super Bowls. When they tell you that that's their expectation level, when they tell you that that's what they're shooting for, yeah, I'm not a big boycott guy or don't go or don't watch or whatever, but I have a hard time advocating for people to go watch the kind of product this team's going to put on the field when they're taking this kind of attitude and this kind of approach to their whole process. Hawk says if Pete Carroll gave that kind of presser in New York as the coach of the Giants, he might have been shot. Yeah, gets away with it in the Pacific Northwest because our media is nice and tender and gentle. They give massages and oil rubs, you know. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised if they gave a little happy ending at the end of the day. Vanelli Brandon, they couldn't hide their thoughts on this year's class. We're most definitely drafting a quarterback. Malik Willis or Ritter, I can deal with. The others, not so much. I'm about the same on that. And if you're getting Willis, just don't take him at number 9. Trade back, you can still get him. Still should be able to get him at that point. And thank you, Jacob Charles. Thank you for your donations. Emmett says, man, this team is in bad shape. This draft is going to be a train wreck. We can't allow them to screw up next year's offseason. I think we're here for 2 more years, Emmett. Until they sell in 2025, we're here for 2 more years. Megan says, the presser has me totally thinking this is why we can't have nice things in Seattle. Me too, Megan. Me too. Delakey, do we have a new center? We do. We signed Austin Blythe Dell. He's got a lot of familiarity. Started a lot of games for the Rams a couple of years ago. Off-season win as a free agent to the Chiefs. The Chiefs signed him to a little bit of money, but then they ended up drafting, of course, Creed Humphrey, and he beat him out. So I don't know if we can expect a huge jump forward at the position if you were to go get Austin Blythe. But then Posick also didn't lay down exactly a high water mark for the position, did he? So Von Miller, 6 years, $120 million. Woo, the Bills paid the price on that one. But you got to give them credit. They needed edge rush. They needed some pass rush. They had nothing in that game against the Chiefs. This guy gives them at that now. Emmett says, only drafting a rookie quarterback in round 1 will buy Pete another year, and that's all he cares about now. Yep. Alfonso Rivera says, at least the Hawks didn't spend nearly $120 million on a bunch of number 2 receivers. Well, there is that. I always do say, Alfonso, if we got to start making our comparison or we got to start taking our condolences from the fact that we're not the Jaguars, or we're not the Bears, or we're not one of the worst organizations in football, that kind of does show you how far we're fallen if we arrive at that spot. We should be comparing ourselves up against the great teams in the NFL, not the bottom rungers. Mark Harbacorn, Bills expect to sign Von Miller. Yeah, good deal for them. Smart deal. Rafael Sierra, yesterday's price is not today's price. Watson will talk to us now. Well, I hope so, Rafael. Look, I want him in here, so don't get me wrong. I'm just going off what I was hearing in the background, which I heard Seattle was kind of out on that situation. Joshua White, honestly, I'm not mad at this free agency. So far, I really like most of what we did. The Burns signing is iffy, but Nwosu and Blythe stoked about that. I mean, it's okay, Joshua. If they embrace the rebuild, I'm more fine with it. If it's more of this is a sign of going towards the rebuild, that they're just trying to keep their assets out to the future when they're going to be more in a position to compete, I'm okay with that. Owusu's a little expensive for my taste, but pass rushers go at a premium, I guess. Just, yeah. Delakey, Damian Pierce in the 4th round. I'd love to get him there. A lot of people like him up in the 2nd or 3rd, but I prefer 4th, 5th round personally with him. Didn't quite run as fast at the combine. Mike says, just keeping the same thinking. If Seattle plays good and have a good record, keep saying the same things. Mike, there's one thing that I'm consistent in doing. I led off at the top of this show. Mike, you go back and watch the beginning of the show. The very first thing I led with was eating crow about Quandre Diggs coming back to the Seahawks and not thinking that was going to happen. As I've told you before too, Mike, I'm going to tell you what I think and what I honestly feel and believe about the team. I'm not rooting for them to be bad. I hope they're great. And like I've said to you too again, Mike, multiple times over, I've said this to you on multiple streams over, whereas I would like nothing more than to be proven wrong. Nothing more would make me more happy than to be able to eat eat crow and be proven wrong in this. I don't want to be right that badly. So badly that it's more worthwhile for my team to suck. No, I hope I'm completely wrong, Mike. But in 3 years of doing this channel, I make a lot of predictions and I say a lot of things about where I think the general nature of things go. And I think I tend to be a little more right than I tend to be wrong. And in that spirit of things, this team is not headed in a great direction by the signs that they're showing, by the things that we're hearing from them in the press conference. And once again, Mike, as I go through these comments, as we hear these people talk, you're kind of one of the few people I'm seeing taking the stance of things. When I look at the press conference comments, which I asked you to respond to, you didn't respond to, I noticed in the comments, of all those people coming in, the 2,000, 2,500 people into the Seahawks channel, as it's live on their press conference, the amount of clown emojis and trash can emojis, and it wasn't just one person spamming the chat. It was different username after different username after different username. You know, go show me another NFL franchise right now that's rocking and doing good. Show me a Rams press conference with all the clown emojis and trash can emojis when they're talking, or a San Francisco press conference of one of their coaches talking with that type of thing. The fan base is telling you something, Mike. All is not well right now, buddy. All is not well. And again, to your point, if I'm wrong, it would be a beautiful thing. But I don't think I'm wrong, and I think that this front office is growing just a little out of touch with the situation. Big Country says the Bills looking great. They still need a running back, though. Yeah, I would draft one high if I'm them. That's definitely a huge need. Why do I says at the point I'm on board with getting Baker if he does not cost too much any picks? I'd be okay with, no, I don't want Baker. I want Baker. Ryan Clancy says the Bills are giving former Bucs tight end. Oh, Bills are also getting O.J. Howard. Damn, they are loading up. O.J. Howard went for a $1.35 million deal, up to $5 million. And we signed Disley for a 3-year, $24 million deal? Lolo says Gardner Minshew's young, used to battle offensive line unless we get Trent Brown. No reason to get Minshew. Low cost, bigger potential, good competition against Locke if we're not talking about a blockbuster trade. I just don't think Lolo Minshew's available in a trade. He's not available. Before we start circling the wagons on Minshew as an option, let's first make sure that he's even available. Let's not talk about him as a possibility if there's no chance the Eagles are willing to let him go. Kygo says, AO opinion on Russell Wilson changing teams. I would have rather have held on to him. It's no guarantee he's going to be any more successful moving on to a different team. I think he would have been best here remaining and finding some common ground with Carroll, but there was no common ground to find. So it's you have two different philosophies running head to head. I guess one or the other's got to go at that point. Pure adrenaline sports fan, Cap deserves a second chance, but he shouldn't ask for starter money. Deserves a second chance. I don't get the Kaepernick thing, guys. I really don't. You know, I'd love it if people in the chat, if you want to walk me through the skill set of Colin Kaepernick and his ability on the football field, so take away all the activists, take away all the kneeling, take away all of what he's done for the narrative, blah, 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 blah. Just walk me through past, because pure adrenaline, this isn't just at you, it's a comment that I'm seeing posted a lot. Guy deserves a second chance. Oh, Kaepernick. But the folks that present Kaepernick, I noticed you guys in you mentioning Kaepernick that then don't back up anything with Kaepernick as to why you bring him on the football field from a skill set standpoint. He's almost 35 years old. He got benched before he was out of the league 5 years ago. There's never been a time in NFL history a quarterback is out of the sport for 4 or 5 years and then he comes back to the sport. It doesn't happen. So what provides you guys this level of confidence to want to go get this guy for what he brings to the field? And if it's just that you want it because you like the activism thing and you like the fact he's this political guy and you just dig what he did, like you dig that stance he took and it's like you just think he should be rewarded for that, okay, fine. But if we're talking about what he's doing on the football field, there's nothing there that warrants Colin Kaepernick being signed by the Seattle Seahawks. Zero. Nothing. Zip. Zilch. There are better options all across the board. So I'd love part of what I like to do this channel is the interaction. I want to have the interaction with you folks that are Kaepernick believers. What is it you think is there in his game that's going to take this team over the top? Because right now what we're talking about is I know we're in a rebuild stage, but if I'm adding a guy like that, I'm adding him because I think he's going to help the quarterback position or somehow improve it remarkably, which he's not going to do. Rusk says, when Drew Lock took the field this year, the crowd should start a fire cheap Pete chant. I'm with it. I'll yell it. Callie Tangerine says, just wanted to stop by and say hi. Have a good one, Callie. Good to see you out in here. Matt Sears, get Winston in here. He's at least willing to throw the ball over the middle. That is true, Matt. That is true. He would be interesting. He would be interesting. I mean, you guys are talking about Kakmik. That's got to bring in that be at least that's a guy that you can sign me up as being an improvement and up far above an upgrade over what you got in Drew Lock. Rafael Sierra says second chances. They are starting damage control for number 4. Yeah, they are. Oh, it's already began. Isaac again says we just traded Wilson. He didn't want to be here. Get over it. I'm over it. I'm less about the Wilson thing as I'm over the direction of the team thing. Mike T says we are competing for the last place in the NFC with the Lions. Maybe offensive line still sucks. Our running backs are always injured, and no sign of any good cornerbacks. It's a real possibility. It's a real possibility. Hawk's Eye View, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I do appreciate you. Keep an eye on your community post. I tend to do a lot of articles over there on that side for my members of the channel. So we'll be putting a new one here together soon. But thank you. Appreciate you coming aboard. Matt Brown says, I'm an hour behind in the vid, but I was definitely freaking out in the chat when he started talking up Locke and Geno as possible starters. Yeah, I still think they've got another plan at quarterback beyond those guys. And it's to give them some credit here. They're not going to show their hand with the quarterback situation. I wouldn't expect them to tell us what they do intend to really do with that. Hunter Williams says, what frustrates me the most is that we won't commit to anything. Commit to a rebuild or fully rebuild. Mediocrity is the worst place to be in. That's my point on it, Hunter. That's exactly what we were talking about. That's where I stand on it. It's that if they come out and they say, we're going to rebuild, we're going to take this down to the nub, we're going to get this thing, rebuilt properly from the ground up, I can get behind that. But when you say, no, we're still getting into it, we're going to still be competing in this, we're going to still be going for it. Well, that's where we can get into that spot of mediocrity, which is to me the worst place to fall in the NFL. You're not good enough to ever compete for championships or conference championships or even to get to the divisional round, but then you're not bad enough to really ever been picking again consistently in the top 10 to build up the type of roster you need to get ready to go. So you get stuck in your middle territory. It's like you're floating down a river and you're trying to get to the end of the river and you're in your little inner tube. And then you run up into a whirlpool and you're just spinning around that whirlpool and you're technically going in motion, but you're just spinning in circles. You're not getting any further down the river. And that's to me the true fear of hanging in that mediocrity type spot of things. Tim DB11, Russell Wilson asked Pete Carroll, John Snyder, will you pay me $55 million a year? They said, hell no. Therefore, trade was made. I don't know if I think that there's definitely a big part of this process, Tim, that was the payment that you had to make to Russell a year from now when he would want a contract extension. And that definitely factored into a lot of this. I also think that, though, the bigger factor into this was Russell Wilson pushing for the trade. I think Russell pushed this at the front of things, and they were just okay to go with it. Isaac, again, wish we weren't so attached financially to Adams. He needs to be traded. Yeah, you're stuck with him at least another year, Isaac. You can maybe find your way out for like an $8 million dead money hit next year or something, but you've got at least one more season of this. Joseph Miller, I see lots of short passes and let our playmakers get yak. Disley has more reliable hands than Fant, but Fant is more dynamic. Not going to ask the quarterback to do much. Maybe not. I would probably offer, though, in this league, Joseph, you might not be asking your quarterback to do too much, but there is a level of success that you can reach if you're trying to get around going minimalistic at the quarterback position, right? Like that's only going to bring about a certain amount of returns. And those amount of returns might be a 10-7 year. Those amount of returns might slide you into the back door of the playoffs, but they're not going to push you as a truly elite team in the NFL. And then you're also not back in rebuild mode. So the hope to try to get this thing to an elite state in a relatively short order kind of also then goes out the door. Megan says, B12s convinced me that a trip to Seattle is a good idea after this presser. I'm having a hard time with that one, Megan. I'm having a hard time with that one. I'm going to need a couple more big swings on their part to advocate that almost at this point. Why do I can see Pete trading up to get Malik, followed by the sound of TVs being broken all across the Northwest. Yeah, I could too. We give up next year's first to move up in this draft to pick in the top 3 to take Malik Willis. I could absolutely see this front office doing something like that. Oh, God, I could so see them doing something like that. Ryan Wilson, Joseph, I want them. Oh, sorry, you responded, Joseph. Frank Buckner, Russell probably did want a trade after watching Tom Brady and Stafford leave and win. So I believe Pete and John and Jody when it comes to Russell wanting out. No, I agree. I think he more pushed for wanting out, but why does he get to that state of things? Why is he at a state of things of not being happy here? What's caused that? Is it caused because Russell's just being ridiculous and he's a prima donna and good riddance? Is it because you're not building a team around him in the way you'd normally build a team around a quarterback like this, that you're spending the kind of money I'm on? I'm not saying it with any kind of answer from my standpoint. I'm asking the question, and I lean to one way or another on that, but that's also part of the process too here. That's also part of what's had this come down the pike like it has. Hunter Williams says, I went to Wilson's last game as a Seahawk in Arizona. How bittersweet looking back. Oh, that is bittersweet. Isaac N likes Zamir White out of Georgia. He is good, Isaac. Probably can go in like the 5th round, which is right around the range that they like to tend to pick, to draft, as far as their running backs are concerned. Mike T says, Deshaun would be absolutely stupid to go to Seattle, to be honest. Everyone could see how they did not give Russ one single good offensive line within 7 years, and how they did Bobby. Also, outdated schemes. Well, I think, Mike, at least the schemes have started to update a little bit. They're bringing in the Vic Fangio stuff this year, but everything else that you point to is on point and certainly would factor into the way that Watson would look at the situation. If you have great players that are being sent out on a rail here, maybe that's not a place you want to go to. Ryan Wilson says the problem is the real problems with the team the last 3 or 4 years have been hidden. We had a losing season last year, but the years before that, we couldn't win games by more than 2 points. Ryan, it's a little bit of why I glom on to the folks that go with the consistent winning thing. Well, we've been a consistent winner, and then we have one bad year, and y'all want to bail on things. Well, just because you got the results for the last couple of years that weren't as horrific as they were this year, doesn't mean your process wasn't broken far beyond this year, to your point, Ryan, to exactly what you're talking about. This has been a thing where this has been going wrong for a while. Methodologies have been bad for a while here. Your drafting has been bad. Where you've put players in the positions to not succeed has been bad. Not building up an offensive line around Russell Wilson has been bad. Not using all of your money that you could possibly use to be going all in to maximally build your roster while you're in this window of potentially going to Super Bowls was bad. All these things were along that line of things, but they were covered up, Ryan. To your point, they were also covered up by the winning. By winning slightly more games than you were losing was leading a lot of fans at that time to believe, oh, we're in the same state we've always been. We're fine. We're competing. We're one of the better teams. We're dancing. When in actuality, you really weren't. You were kind of getting by on smoke and mirrors. Michael M., it seems they don't change their draft grades on players even after they play poorly in the NFL. Remember, Michael, they had that one time where they had the fascination with the 2013 class, where it seemed like they were going to bring every first-round player that was taken in the first to 15 picks onto the roster at one point or another. To your point on that, and yeah, it does seem like they lean back on their own evaluations on those players versus when they were coming out versus what they've been as a pro. Maybe they just say to themselves, "Well, they've been used bad. We're going to use them completely different. We're going to get more out of them in a way that their current team hasn't." Bolo says, I'm completely against Cap joining. Dude sucked his last couple of years. We don't need him. No, we don't. We got bigger problems here. We don't need to do a public relations signing to try to make a certain segment of the football fan base happy. We're about building this roster for the future. We're not here to do right by Cap in the way that the NFL's done him dirty. That's not our role to fill here. YDY says, Brando is not a negative Hawks fan. I've only followed the last couple of years, and he is always upbeat and talking up the team before the season starts. He is, however, an honest Hawks fan too. Great way to put it, YDY. And this is where I stand. I am optimistic on my team normally. I don't want to be in the state where I'm not saying things that aren't more backing my team, backing their approach, backing their methodologies and philosophies. I would much rather be doing that. But above all else, why I started this channel was to be honest, was to not BS things. So a lot of why I wanted to start this channel and operate from how I operate to try to analyze things is because I look at the market out there and you hear things talked about and people talk about things and things get brought up where there's not a certain answer or things are like, everything gets very confused. And I think that there are times, it's not every time, but there are times that you can lock in on what truly is going on, the heart of the matter, the bottom line. Whatever word you want to use, you can find that. But it does take a little bit of being honest to get there. And I think there are sometimes these places out there that exist, look at even like what I would consider the local media here in Seattle, where they have a struggle, they struggle with trying to get to the truth of matter, which is supposed to be like a journalistic DNA structure within inside of you, but seems to be missing. Look at how many reporters in Seattle were absolutely sideswiped by the Russell Wilson trade. had no idea it was coming, had no idea it was in the works. If they're doing their job, is that the case? If they're doing what they're supposed to do, no, they would be on the beat, as they say. But they're not on the beat. They're on the beat of taking their marching order from the team so they can keep their access. And this is why I've started this channel. I'm not here to be pom-pom wavers. There's plenty of those that exist. Plenty of those exist. I'll wave the pom-poms when they've earned the right to have them waved. And there's not been a lot recently. I'm sure even you people that are back in this Carroll regime, sure hasn't been a lot recently to go off of to allow me to wave my pom-poms if I'm trying to do that from an honest standpoint. Chewable orb, and yet Cap honestly still might be better than Locke. But based on what? I don't know, chewable orb based on what? He might be better than Cap at 30. He's 35 years old. He's not as mobile as he once was. He leaned on mobility. Let's talk about Cap's game. If we're going to bring up Cap, let's talk about it. I'm completely open when talking about Kaepernick as a possibility here. Tell me what he brings to the field if you're a backer of Kaepernick. Tell me specifically and exactly what it is he brings to the football field. Not what he brought to the football field when he first walked on the field in his first year, but at the end, as the player he was, but by the limitations of his game, what is he bringing to us? Because you're not getting mobility of Kaepernick. Russell Wilson slowed down as well into 34, 35. You're going to slow down. You're not going to be as fleet of foot as when you were 27. Probably in good shape, not going to be as fast. So he's not going to be able to lean on his wheels like he once did. So you got to throw that right out the door from the jump and bring him in. No, I don't think Kaepernick's better than Locke at this point. I don't. Robert says the O.J. Howard signing pisses me off so bad. Yeah, I don't get that one either. You went 3 years, 24 on Disley. You could have signed Howard for 1 year, $6 million even. That's a better deal from my standpoint. Lolo says I'd rather pay Locke $40+ million a year than signing Cap. Winston is an interesting get. Yeah, Winston would be interesting. I'm not out on Winston. I mean, decision making a little wild with his ball security stuff, but the guy's got a lot of talent. That's for sure. Roy says when Pete talks about quarterbacks, scares the Kaepernick out of me. See what you did there. Always can be says Kaepernick is a meme. His window to come back is shut and Colt tight. Locke is head and shoulders above skill levels where Cap has ever been. Well said. Well said. Megan says, I will burn my beloved Largent jersey of power if Baker or Cap end up here, B. And you know how much I love it. Oh, don't burn the Largent jersey. Don't do it, Megan. Don't do it. Luckily, I don't think either of those guys are going to get here. Jacob says apathy is death. Yeah, it is. It is, truly. Well said. Chewable Orbs is #sanctioned chance. Bruce, are Super Bowl chances better now according to quarterback cost? I don't think we got good. No, I don't think so. Oh, according to quarterback. No, not just on that basis alone are your Super Bowl chances better. It's more of that it's less of like you spending nothing on the quarterback and more of you staying up under that 15% mark, essentially, if not lower. Keldon says, if you want Cap, get Mariota. He's a better version of that. Very well said, Keldon, and I agree. Yeah, Mariota's far and away better than what Cap is. Why? When they started talking about 2012, they made it clear they're taking a quarterback with a high pick this year. I hate it. Best way to F this is to mess up the use of that number 9 pick. Agreed. That would be a bad choice to go in that direction. It's only marginally better to be taking quarterback in the second round, and sort of depends on the quarterback you're taking, but it does indicate to me that they're going to take a quarterback in this draft, along with Schneider talking about how they used to take a quarterback every year in Green Bay's draft. They just haven't done it here. Lolo says, Baker, I'll take my chances. Cap, I'm done. I want Winston if nothing else works. I'm basically okay with that. They're all stopgaps at that point. Megan says, I'm sad to say I've lost all respect. What little I had for Russ now. Well, it's understandable. He definitely played a little bit of the two-faced role here a little bit, and how he was telling us one thing and doing something else completely different. James Watson says, bro, he got benched because they changed coach. Not only that, it was a new scheme. He lost everyone. He still had a good ratio with touchdown interception. We can talk about it. He's not going to cost anything. Yeah, I'm perfectly okay talking about James. It's just that the people that have brought him up don't go to more of what it is in the skill set of his game. To me, in my eyes, and I watched a lot of Kaepernick's games at that time, he had not moved off of being a one-read quarterback. So as years progressed of his time here in the NFL, never moved off of the one-read aspect of things. Could not go through progression. He was not great pre-snap. James, he's got an elongated delivery. And if you're talking about bringing Kaepernick in to operate the West Coast offense, a guy that's not necessarily the most accurate guy anyway, and you're going to say, okay, he's got an elongated delivery. And what you usually have in West Coast offense is you're going to have receivers that are not able to generate a lot of separation because the routes are short. Shorter routes mean less of a chance to generate the separation. So, I see with that elongated delivery allowing those defensive backs to catch up on whatever short separation that you do have with him fitting into this West Coast offense. I think if you're going to have Kaepernick running your offense, you're going to need to run more of your power type offense like the Ravens have been doing with Lamar Jackson. Or, for instance, Mark Roman, who's been the offensive coordinator with the Ravens, who was the offensive coordinator with the 49ers when they were there, and Kaepernick had his greatest success. Kaepernick comes here, he's not running the Kaepernick offense. He's not running the Mark Roman offense. He's not going to be used like a running back, nor does he have the same wheels he once had, which was a big part of what made him whatever point of effectiveness he was. And while a touchdown to interception ratio is a good thing as far as a metric of how careful a quarterback's being with the ball, James, if he's not making really tough throws, if he's not pushing it into tight windows because he doesn't trust himself and instead then running out of the pocket, bailing out of that pocket, then it can also be a stat that sort of doesn't necessarily work in your favor as well because you're not really trying to make those tough throws. I watched him. I didn't see him progressing as a quarterback from his time of when he initially came into the game from when he was at the end. As far as losing guys, okay. Still had an okay offensive line at the end. It wasn't completely bad, but I mean, okay. I still, again, though, saw a guy that can't throw with any touch, elongated delivery, lack of accuracy issues. He's now 35 years old, and he doesn't move like he once moved. I don't see why that you got other quarterbacks who've been playing the sport for the last 4 or 5 years. Say nothing of, again, James, there's never been a quarterback, say nothing of a player, who's been out of the sport for 4 or 5 years and then comes back to the game. Why do we think he's going to be anything but a shell of even what he was at the end, being gone for 5 years in addition to that? Luke 99, I just read an article where Pete said in June of 2020 during the George Floyd riots that if he had a chance to sign Cap again, he was jumping on it. That makes sense. Oh, well, you'd be making the choices for things other than football if you're making that signing. Luke 99, what's the latest on Penny? It's been pretty quiet on Penny front. I've not heard anything. Barry says, I saw on Bronco Twitter, a lot of people were flaming Wilson's presser. Well, they're going to have to start getting ready for the robot Wilson's coming into effect there. I hope they're ready for it. It takes a while to get used to it, Bronco fans, but you'll get it. You'll get there. Mike T says, enough with the Russ hate in the chat. He never had a good line in 7 years. Absolutely no excuses for Pete. Mahomes and Rodgers sucked once they got pressure from Tampa. Russ always got pressure. Yeah, Mike, as I go with, from my standpoint on this, Mike, I can't speak to others in the chat, but where I stand on this is I think that when you're parsing out blame for how we arrived at our recent state of things, I certainly think Pete Carroll and John Schneider have a lot of that blame that they've got to shoulder, and that's valid. I don't think that Pete Carroll I don't think Russell Wilson walks on water. I don't think he takes 2 loaves of bread and a bunch of fish and feeds 500 people. I don't think that he's been some Messiah-like figure for us that's just been done completely dirty, and it's just there's no shade to throw his way. There's a part of this process that he has to own within this as well. And I think that it gets hard for some people, Mike, because people want to go all one way or all another way. And I don't think that the situation is ever just that simplistic. As I like to say, I think there's a little bit more nuanced involved. I'll put more on Carroll and Schneider's shoulder, but I'm going to put a bunch on Russ's shoulder as well. Russ didn't, like I talk about Kaepernick progressing and a lack of progression within his game. You can apply the same thing in many ways to Russ's game. Now, Russ has more of a base game to operate off of that's great that Kaepernick didn't have. So in his lack of progressing in his game, for instance, getting better at pre-snap, understanding where the blitz is coming, being better about hitting his hot route, throwing with more anticipation. These parts of Russell Wilson's game didn't really grow throughout this time in the way they needed to, and it has limited him just a little bit. But it's to me, Mike, not all one or not all the other way. But I can completely understand too, Mike, when you've got a quarterback who says one thing and does something else, when he's telling everybody, I'm going to be here forever, I'm going to be here forever. And at the same time, he's giving these press conferences and interviews of saying, I'm going to be in Seattle, I want to be in Seattle forever. That's the plan. I want to be in Seattle forever. As he's telling you that that's the plan, Mike, in the background, he's working through 16, 17 potential teams that he wants to be traded to. It's that lack of authenticity that can turn people off to you, and that's in part the reason why you get some of Wilson get inflamed a little bit with this stuff. Phil Freeman says, my heart is with Quandre Diggs, but that injury, will he ever play again? If he does, will he favor that foot to the point he will never ever be able to be effective? Who knows? It's harder with the lower leg injuries, Phil, as you suffer them when you're getting closer to 30 versus if you suffer them in your lower 20s. The ability to come back from them seems to be better. But the team seems to have a lot of faith. All the reports I've heard about the injuries that he's going to be back and be ready for camp seems to be the indication. So we'll see. We've made our bed with it. We've signed the contract. The ink's dry. So we're running now. Jordan Stover says, how many bad seasons till we can fire Pete? Till we get new ownership, Jared, which will be two years from now. Keldon, the NFL hosted a special event for Cap and he did not show up. It's another thing as I've said, I know people don't want to hear this, but I don't think Kaepernick really wants to play in the NFL anymore. I know he wants to tell you that he wants to play in the NFL, and I know it's a cottage industry for him right now to tell you all that he's been blackballed and there's no chance. But to Keldon's point on this, and Keldon's a 49er fan, by the way, but to get Keldon's point on this, you had Kaepernick. There was going to be an invite of open teams. They were going to go do a workout for Kaepernick. He was going to go do this workout, but Kaepernick wanted to have his cameras there. Did you guys notice that, by the way? Did you notice with Lockett the other day that there wasn't just one camera, there was multiple cameras there to make sure that we got every angle of it so he could post it to all the social medias? Keep that. See, I'm still throwing. I'm still ready. See, I could be in the NFL, but I'm not because they've screwed me over. So now I can keep doing my cottage industry and keep making my money on the side like I'm making. The man is literally making millions by not playing NFL. Why would he want to go back to the NFL at that point? Especially when it comes to that workout. What happened in that workout? He told the NFL teams, I want to have cameras there. I want to film this. The NFL said, wait a second, Kaepernick. Whenever we're working out a player we're having scouts and people to come take a look at you, we're never allowing that to be filmed. That's never filmed. No, we're not going to allow you to film that. So Kaepernick says, okay, well, then I'm going to do it at this other event. He moved the event at the last second too, like 3 hours away from where it was supposed to be. Essentially what he did is he sabotaged the workout. He sabotaged the workout, and this was a couple of years ago. So again, Cap doesn't want to play, guys. I know you guys love him, and I know a lot of people have the backing of him, but again, I just don't think that there's the indications at the end he really wants to do this. We'll see, though. We'll see. Let me point out again for any who listen, if you knew Russ was not going to re-sign, then why not trade Russ last year when you could have had a chance at Fields or Jones and be a year farther along? My guess on this would be this. Why I don't think that this team would be as high on Mac Jones as they would have been on Fields, as well as the best offer that you were getting on the table last year by all accounts seems to be Chicago, who was picking 20th in the first round. And when you were coming into that particular draft, it did not appear that Fields was going to last up until 20. And he lasted at 12, which Chicago traded up for. Seattle's not shown much of an ability they've never shown any willingness to trade up in the first round. So I don't know if that would have really worked for John as far as a possibility of giving up a future first-round pick to move up in that first round to go get Fields at that point. So they probably saw the Chicago pick at 20 and thought, we're not going to have a pathway to our next quarterback. And I don't think that there was a whole lot of teams that were really in on it last year with Russell Wilson's services like there might have been this year. Jason says, good Lord, barely anyone is actually calling for Cap, but you'd think by the comments in here and the commentary that Pete's already offered him a starting position at $20 million. Who cares? Jason, it's not just responding to the comments I get on this. I'm getting it spammed over the last 2 shows I've done. So I've probably had 45, 50 people bring it up to me in my chat over my last 2 streams. So when it gets brought up to me that at that point of things, I'm going to address it because that's part of the interaction of this chat is if I see something being brought at a high rate, I'm going to respond to it. And he was just, by the way, Jason asked about it in the press conference as well. So it's pertinent information. Charles, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. He says, second chances. The Drew Lock story coming to the Hallmark Channel this Christmas. That's right. That's right, Charles. Love it, man. Thank you as always, brother. Always Compete says, who would be a better than Pete and John? They have kept us competing for 10 years. They drafted Russ in the Legion of Boom. I'm tired of whiny fair weather fans. Who would be better than Pete and John? They're the only people that guide us, always compete. We can never win ever again if it's not Pete and John. There's no other possibilities out there that exist that could be providing us something better than where we've been recently. What is competing, by the way? Can you expand on what you mean by competing? Because if you mean by competing just barely winning more games than you lose, that's not really competing to me. This team in 6 years hasn't been to even the divisional round of the playoffs. I'm not talking about the Super Bowl. I'm not talking about the conference championship. I'm talking about the divisional round. Over the last 5 years, the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us. There's something that goes beyond just winning more games than you lose if we're talking about truly competing. And if you're just talking about winning more games than you lose, then okay, you're right. We've done more than that. That doesn't do a whole lot for me. I'm not in this sport to just simply barely win a few more games than I lose. As a fan, I just kind of shrug and I go, okay. Are we trying for Super Bowls or are we trying to win more games than we lose? And if you have to make a choice between those two scenarios, always compete, which do you go towards? Do you go, it's better just to try to be the always compete and never try to really go for the Super Bowl? Or are we actually trying to be hoisted Lombardis? Are we trying to actually try to be great? Is that what we're not ascending for? And again, the problems that have been going on now have been going on for a few years now. So you really haven't been all that competitive. You've not been a top 10. I just brought up a bunch of stats from us not being in divisional rounds to the Jacksonville Jaguars winning more playoff games than you. Please do expand on me if you could, because I love these interactions. Just where you mean by competitive. What do you mean by that? You've not been a top 10 team in this league for probably the last 6 years in any given season. Not overall. I'm talking every given season through that pathway. So when we mean that we've been competing, what does that exactly mean? Paul Thirst, does anyone else think this team's current roster is going to be way worse than last year? 4 wins or less? I could see it. I could see it. I think the schedule's a little easier, Paul, which is going to help us get a couple of wins, especially with what I think they're going to do after today's press conference, which is try for this a little bit harder than they should if they're in more of a rebuilding point. Hunter Williams says, reporters are soft in Seattle. Sorry. Are so soft in Seattle. Sorry. No, I agree. Look no further to the Seattle Kraken, where they are the second to the last team in the NHL and just their first year, and yet no questions are asked about the head coach. Well, you get the expansion excuse, probably. It's true. Wade Richards says, yeah, our fans aren't the brightest. Mike Thon says, why don't we trade the 9th pick to the Eagles for their 16th pick in Gardner Minshew? Well, the Eagles got to be willing, Mike Thon, to trade Gardner Minshew. And the reference I've been having for this is there was a team that offered a 3rd-round pick for Minshew at the trade deadline last year, and the Eagles turned it down. They may not be as interested in moving Minshew because they may not have as much confidence in Hurts and want to have the backup plan in Minshew to go to. That seems to be the indications we're getting from their actions so far. Megan says, B, this front office is dumb enough to do it, and the jersey of power will burn, baby, burn if they do. Fair enough, Megan. Fair enough. Hawk, Cap had a second tryout that he screwed up, and he sued the league and took a $30 million settlement. He will never play again. End of story. Bingo. Phil Freeman, Matt Ryan would be an excellent fit. I don't know if he'd be an excellent fit, Phil. A couple things that worry me with Matt Ryan. Number one, he's a statue in the pocket, and your offensive line is in shambles. That's not a good set from the jump. He's also not going to be cheap when you bring him in via trade. He's going to cost money each year, which do we want to be paying a quarterback like Matt Ryan that kind of money? He's also probably going to cost you a 1st-round pick. Maybe not the 9th overall this year, maybe next year's 1st-round pick, one of your 2 from next year. Do you want to offer a 1st-round pick for Matt Ryan? And then the third thing for me is that he's really a dome quarterback. He's at his best inside or in warm weather. He's got a little bit of limitations as far as arm strength. I don't know that I want to bring him to the Pacific Northwest in the windy, cold, wet weather and have him try to throw through that. So that brings me a little bit of hesitancy with him. Paul's got the Lions, Giants, Jets, 49ers split as the only team Seattle will beat in 2022. Could be. Mike says Cap's a puppet for the BML movement and their affiliates and are looking for publicity with this stunt. That is all. I believe so too. Well, at least as far as I think the publicity aspect. I don't know if it's having to do with anything else out, but I do think it's that. Always compete. Cap was only RPO. Correct. It's Greg Roman. I didn't say Mark Roman, did I, Kelvin? I might have said Mark. I meant Greg Roman. T. Stevens says, is tank out, draft Ritter. Sounds good to me. Always compete says your take is money on with Cap. Let's shelve this topic. Cap is not coming back. Let's talk about the press conference. I can't find it in its full length. Sure, man. I don't mind bouncing over it. I mean, it is what it is on that. So I'm good. I'm good not talking Kaepernick. Trust me on that. Press conferences compete. They said basically they're going to go, they're going still for it. We're not in rebuild phase. We're going to go for this. They've got a lot of faith in Drew Lock. It would seem that Russell Wilson kind of pushed more of the trade than anything else, rather than it coming from their end based on what they were trying to say. They're big on giving second chances. That's how they view things. So they're going to go back to competing big time, they think. Competition is going to rule the day, is what they're saying, as the main things going forward. That was kind of the gist of it. They felt bad about letting Bobby go without saying anything. Schneider took responsibility for that. Barry Satoris says, is this Von Miller contract real? It is real. I've always said, if you're going to make me go play in Buffalo, you're going to have to pay the top market prices if I got to go play out in Buffalo. Nobody goes and plays in Buffalo willingly unless they're getting paid big time bucks to do so. Mike T says, I agree that Russ is not the Messiah, of course, but how can an office not give their Hall of Fame quarterback a good line over that much years? And I agree with you, Mike. I 100% agree with you in the respect of it's the thing that bothers me most about this trade in retrospect is you're moving on from Russell Wilson, who I don't think can run the West Coast offense, who I think is having a little bit of a reduction of his skill set versus where it was even 3 years ago. But I can't say that for certain because you've never at any point in time in recent history built him that offensive line that you talk about. And it's a valid to say, we don't know. And if we'd given him that, you might have gotten the best Russell that you've ever gotten here. You might have found a top end of production that you didn't know existed. And it's valid. It's a question. It's one the Broncos are going to probably answer for us. And it sucks that it has to be them answering it for us versus us being able to trade Russell and saying more demonstratively, we know he doesn't fit here. We know he's not a fit for the offense. We know the skill set's eroding. And I don't like the fact that question does hang over this situation a little bit. Cliff Gates says, hypothetically speaking, who would you rather see as a quarterback for Seattle, Baker Mayfield or Jimmy G? Baker Mayfield. I don't like Jimmy G at all. Lolo says Quandre said the injury isn't nearly as bad as it looked. Said it's only going to be a couple months till he can start running and working out. That's good to hear. I'm hopeful. Always Compete says the very best sports stars got better every year, especially in aspects they weren't as proficient at. Russell really didn't do that. No. And that's the part of the game that, to Mike T, I know just in this thing, this is the part that's accurate with Russ. You know, it's like I can bring up about 6 things in Russ's game. As I've mentioned, this is something that when you if you look at a model previously and you look at quarterbacks who have been Hall of Fame quarterbacks who get 10 years through the sport. And it doesn't just have to be a Tom Brady. It doesn't have to just be a Peyton Manning. It can be a Drew Brees or a Phillip Rivers or a Tony Romo. By the time they got to 33 years of age and they'd been in this sport for 10 years, you didn't dare blitz them at a high rate. You would get slaughtered by doing so. But over and over again, if you watch Russell Wilson, there's teams that are very willing to stack boxes up in front of his face and try to confuse him because they have a lot of confidence that they will be able to confuse him. You saw these same quarterbacks get better in their pre-snap mastery and their control of the line of scrimmage. They could literally get their own protections basically called out, a place that Russell's never really ever mastered to the same degree. You can even take it to something small and then it's just a tiny little part of the quarterback's game. The hard count. Russell Wilson constantly, year after year, would get in this thing where he wouldn't change up his hard count, and linemen oftentimes would get a jump at the snap. We point to the game at the end of the, there was a game near the end of the year, Trying to think of where guys were getting snaps off the line of scrimmage as game we lost, where they're seemingly getting a head start, and part of that was because he wouldn't change up his cadence. It's just ready, set, ready, set, ready, set. Then the fourth play, ready, set. Oh, the guy's jumping off because he's pulling your cadence. Even that Russell didn't lock into as well. Didn't continue to grow in his game. And yeah, the great players grow upon their game. They don't just say, "This is what I am. I throw a beautiful deep ball and I scramble all over the place." They add elements. They get there. And I would argue, and I feel pretty solidly on this stretch, Russell Wilson's a very good quarterback in this league, one of the better in the game. But when it comes to from the head up, I'm not putting him top 5. I'm probably not putting him top 10. I think he gets on, for a guy undersized, he actually gets by on a lot of the physical ability stuff rather than, winning more easily at times with just his head on things. Mike T says, I was talking about people who think Pete and John did an amazing job all these years. Just Russ was the problem. That must be delusional. Just look at our drafts and trades. Oh, okay. No, I agree. Makes sense. Lois says, Cap's all about politics and agendas. He'll say what he wants to. He'll say what the press wants to hear. Same for Twitter. When Russ went woke, we went broke. Why go through that again with much worse? Makes sense to me. Randall says, damn, we didn't tender Kyle Fuller or John Ursula. Not a surprise on either of those cases, Randall. Not a surprise. I always thought Kyle Fuller was more of a Solari guy too, so that does kind of back that up as well. Megan says, this is Russ's quote on IG, which sums up much more for me. Dreams come true when you capitalize on opportunity. Interesting. Always compete. We have to compromise the quality of the team for Russ ever since this big contract was signed. We tried the last 2 years and weren't that far off from having a chance. We weren't that far off from having a chance. We tried the last. I think we've been pretty far off the last couple of years. You got bounced out of the first round of the playoffs last year and you're in the cellar this year. We had to compromise the quality of the team for Russ ever since this big contract was signed. We tried the last 2 years and we weren't that far off. To a degree on that, always compete. The thing with that though is you lose a little bit of that. You lose a little bit of that ability to say that when, for instance, last year, which was the make or break season for Russell Wilson, which was this is either going to be a good year or Russell's going to definitely ask for a trade. And we know now in retrospect that Russell was those were the stakes that were at play. Stakes that the front office was very fully aware of. The front office took those stakes, took the understanding of those stakes. And they kept $11 million of unspent cap space for the first time in the salary cap age where the cap depressed for the first time in 30 years. If this team was all in on it, if this team's just being completely hamstringed by Russell's contract, and I agree with you, always compete. They are being hamstringed to a degree by Russell's contract. But you lose that upper hand to bring that up when you don't utilize every bit of cap space you have to use. When you don't convert Russell's base to bonus, which they had also negotiated into his contract in 2018, but then did not enact this past year when they should have. You could have created an additional $21 million of cap space last year. That wouldn't have hurt. That wouldn't have helped. That wouldn't have put us in a better position to succeed. I shouldn't question then at that point my front office being all in when they leave that type of money off the books. In the first year, again, just to reiterate, in the first year always compete. In 30 years that the cap depressed, and didn't just depress by a couple $1 million. It depressed by something like $18 million. That's the year you chose to have $11 million in additional cap space. I agree with you now. Russell asking for every last dollar bill did not help this stance. And certainly he is a person when he looks to, I'm getting hit too much, I don't have as much to deal with. He's a person that's got to take some ownership of that. There's a tone-deaf aspect of, I'm going to take every last dollar bill at every negotiation. I'm going to squeeze the negotiations to the last minute. I'm going to make them put more in the quarterback position than they want to put in as far as a percentage of the cap goes. And then still expect them to be able to stack an equivalent team around me of like what I had, for instance, when I was here in 13 or 14. I think that's a place where the quarterbacks are completely tone deaf in that way. Aaron Rodgers is like this in that respect too. But man, leaving that money off the books, especially last year with all that was at stake, I think you lose always compete. They lose a little bit of that upper hand and being able to say that's just the reasoning there. Megan says just had to unfollow Russ on all his socials. Mike T. Pete and John just had to draft better like the Rams do. Any team with a high-paid quarterback drafts better than we do. Any team with a high-paid would draft better than we do. It's true. They've not drafted well. I agree, Mike. I agree. Barry Sotoro with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says Von Miller for 6 years, $120 million. That's the going rate. And a widening nut. Thank you for subscribing. That's the going rate for pass rushers. That's what's going to cost. And yeah, he's old and maybe too old to be bringing in that kind of cost. But if the Buffalo Bills wanted to get an upgraded pass rusher and they desperately needed one, this was the guy to go get. This is the guy that helps them out. They're in go-for mode right now. If you're in go-for mode, why not pay the extra cost to get a guy like that? You weren't going to find it by a trade, and you're not paying any sort of trade capital to bring him in. It's just costing you what it costs as far as your cap costs go. So I'm okay with it. As well, let's remember with this, these deals get released out, Barry, initially out the gate, and the reports are 6 years, $120 million, 4 years, $132 million. Well, remember, it's the agents that are leaking these numbers. It's the agents that are putting these numbers out initially. And when you look at the bottom line of them a couple days later and you see how the numbers bear out, it's like, oh, it's a 4-year deal for actually $75 million, and he's never going to see those back end 2 years. And I would offer it's probably more along those lines when we see this all come about, when it's all said and done. Duncan Welsh says that's not true. They went to the divisional round against Green Bay. I meant to say winning in the divisional round. You're right. We went to the divisional round, haven't won the divisional round. So you're right. 3 years ago. So technically we went to the divisional round, but not won the divisional round. And I'm trying to just kind of find that as a base mark, Duncan, because it's the pushback of, again, you've been a consistent winner, but you're not really an elite team come playoff time. You can get yourself a few more wins than losses, but to me, there's a distinction. There's a line that goes down the mark. On one side of the line, it is a team that is going to consistently win more games than they lose, be a team that's competitive, but a team that will never be an elite team, a team that's never really going to push for anything getting close to appearing in a Super Bowl. And this team over the last 6 years has not been a team that's gotten anywhere close to getting itself to a Super Bowl, even a conference championship. And that, to me, shouldn't be a team that you then throw and slap a label under and say that's a consistent winning franchise. No, it's not. Not that. Winning more games than you lose, great. Being a competitive franchise consistently, sure. But you got to do more than that than just this base level of, well, we win more than we lose, so therefore we're a good team. That's, to me, a little bit of too much of a simplistic approach to apply to it. It requires a little bit more fleshing out. Why do Pete code that he's not bringing in Cap? Yeah, Pete did do his code. He made it clear that Cap deserves a second chance, just not here. Yeah, that's kind of what I got too. Lolo agreed when Russ got extended, he no longer needed to compete. Everyone else did, but Russ just caused drama after drama. I'm grateful for the Super Bowl, but the past 9 years, ugh. Well said. Yeah, well said. I don't know if we were top 10 that year, Duncan, the year that we played the Green Bay. I don't know that we were top 10 that year in football that season. Maybe just on the 11th or 10th or something. But I guess, Duncan, would you say then that this has been a good team the last 5 or 6 years? This has been an elite team in the NFL. This is a team that's been one of the best ones in there. They just got a little unlucky, like injuries or something. D. Ross says, I'm happy to get back into the same way they built the first Super Bowl team. Certainly is the blueprint. Certainly the blueprint. Randall says, signing Cap's PR move. It can help us win games. I'm in. Don't care about the politics necessarily. I can disagree with him, but still root for him on the field. I don't think he can help the team. I don't either. Luke 99, I have to remind myself the newer Seahawks fans have been spoiled. That being said, we should never settle for mediocrity. Well said. No, we shouldn't. Always compete. To compete for a Super Bowl, of course. Compete's responded to my question of whether to win or go for Super Bowls. But you're right. We need to win our division. But we have the toughest division in the last 4 or 5 years. I think we have had a chance to win every year. Yeah, it's been the toughest division in football, but there's also a part of that always compete where you're also not being surprised by that. And you can build that within your methodology and approach and understand, as I've said this in the past, when you understand that you're in the toughest division in football and that that's not going anywhere anytime soon, then you need to push 15% harder and stronger on your roster at the very least, if not more. It's an arbitrary number, but you can see where I'm going with this, that you grab your roster and you go, normally if we're playing in the AFC East, this would be good enough to truly compete and consider us a not just a contender, but maybe even a favorite to win the division. But when you're operating in this division that is hard as it is, then you need to build your roster higher and bigger and better. And if you don't, it will have a diminishing return as to where it get, or it'll only have a high water mark that it can get. And I would offer you every one of these years, there's only been a certain point of level we can raise up to. We might hit a floor, a lower bottom floor like we did this year with the cellar. There's only a certain height that we can get to. Basically, a one and done state is about the best that you could hope for with this current run of this last 6 years. And that type of team to me is just not an elite team. It's you can say maybe good team, you can say maybe a competitive team. But it is an elite team, and if it's not an elite team, to me, that's what we're trying to ascend to get to. We may not accomplish that, but that should be the goal. And I don't know that that's been the goal of this front office recently, is to be elite. I think the goal of this front office is to be good. Coach Carroll in his press conference today mentioned, I want to win football games. He didn't say I want to go win a Super Bowl. He didn't say I want to go win I want to raise another Lombardi. He said I just want to go win football games. I truly think it's more important at this point to this front office and coaching staff to do that because they understand that will placate the fans. No one will call for their jobs, and they can keep doing what they've doing into perpetuity. And that's why I draw such a line on it, and I get so kind of like, I don't want to do that because that doesn't sound satisfying to me. That's not bringing me anything. I don't want them to just do the bare minimum to keep. It's like the guy who does the bare minimum to do his job. Is that what, you guys ever worked with a guy like that? Just does the bare minimum just to keep their job? Is that, that's where I see it right now. Joseph Warner says, they signed Cap, I'll burn my Seahawks gear. You're not the only one, it sounds like. Corso D. Gutierrez says, I have OBJ as QB1, better than Cap. He might be. He might just be. Lolo, especially someone like DK who's shown some loose case energy. We don't need Cap here to make it worse. Another reason I didn't want AB, even though AB is a psycho. He is. Impact Fitness says, thoughts on signing Julio? It's made more, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense with the way you've got your roster constructed right now. If we were more in a go-for-it competitive approach, if you had Wilson still here, you could maybe make a little bit of sense to do that. But I think where you're at from that standpoint of things just probably doesn't make a lot of sense for him. He's really struggling with his body, it seems like, as far as it's starting to break down on him and those old injuries kind of just catching up. And just he can't give you enough healthy games to be kind of what he was. Micah says Bills overpaid for Von Miller. They have to. You're going to go play in Buffalo. You're going to pay me an extra $5 million to do so. Luke 99 says, what do you think about Baker? I know he had a rough year, but it looks like he and Cleveland are headed towards a divorce. I guess he doesn't interest me that much, Luke 99. I frankly thought a lot of why he got selected number 1 overall was a lot of teams looking at him and seeing certain shades of Russell Wilson to his game. He's one of those main guys that benefited from Russell's ascent through the last few years. But he may be a possibility. He may be an option. Doesn't do a lot for him. He'll be on the final year of his contract if you bring him in. Stopgap quarterback. So, I don't have a real hard opinion on if it's a stopgap. It's kind of like a whatever. Keldon says, in the 49er live streams I've had to read, the calls for Cap every year since he left, it never stopped. Now, hopefully it'll end after this year, and we can move into new territory, Keldon, let's just move on, Randall says Julio's next in Buffalo. That could make some sense. Buffalo bring him in. Gabriel Davis, Stephon Diggs, Julio Jones. I like it. That'd be good, Randall. Lolo, at this rate, let's bring back Manziel, sign AB, and bring back Le'Veon Bell. Dysfunctional to the next level. I love it. Always compete. We have been close, and I'm not blaming Russ, but if he was a legit MVP, then he should have proven that. I'm fine with accountability when it comes to Seahawks, but who would be better at this time? Are you talking about bringing in a head coaches? Like, I'd go look at Sean Payton, for instance, as a head coach. General manager wise, let me look through the list of guys that are available on the market who've done stuff before and go through them and try to find them. Honestly, I've not looked too deeply into who would be a possibility. I always compete, but that's because I know there's no chance of them being fired. So it's like, why create the exercise of looking who's out there and available if the ownership doesn't even show any wherewithal to want to move off from these guys, even if they don't do a good job, even if you force a Hall of Fame quarterback out of town in the same year that you're in the cellar. They're not going to be moved, so it's kind of like, to me, irrelevant. But Sean Payton, I would have called the Saints up about what would it cost to bring in a coach like that. He's better. Hell, I would have even gone for a bright young mind that's untested at the head coaching position and see if you can get more out of that. I know what I'm getting with Coach Carroll. I know his returns at this point. I know what he brings as far as a coach. The unknown doesn't guarantee I'm going to get better, but at least that's not as much a certainty as I know where the top end will be limited at by the own coach's own limitations. In Carroll's case being, I'm going to build a defense in an offensive age. I'm going to try to build a super defense, which is the hardest thing to do when every other team is going offensive heavy. When you look at the majority of the teams in the playoffs at like an 80% clip last year, they were driven by offensive-minded head coaches. That's the clearer, quicker, easier path to get to making yourself an elite football team. But we're going to go the hard way. And that's if I have to point to something exact, always compete, it's we want to go the hard way approach with it. Why do we always got to go the hard way? Why do we always got to take the path unwalked? They don't have to make it this hard, and it's sometimes needlessly made hard, I think, which is part of what frustrates me about it. Joseph, Russ was the problem with the offensive line, hanging on the ball too long and tried too much. He's part of the problem. Having not a good offensive line was also part of the problem. Keldon, I will say Jimmy G was one missed pass from a possible Super Bowl MVP. Baker will never see that. Yeah, that's true. But Jimmy was also being carried by a hell of a roster around him, too. I don't know if he was getting Super Bowl MVP in that game either. Ricky Beavers, Hawks about to get Cap. He should have a fresh body as long as his athleticism and skills haven't eroded too significantly. So people ask me why I'm responding to the Kaepernick stuff. And Ricky, you're not alone, man. There's a lot of people like you in that spot, but that's why I'm responding to it. Is it's being brought up, it's being talked about. I don't think we're going to get Kaepernick though, Ricky. Not based on Carroll's body language today when he was asked about it. Edward Mather says it won't matter what Pete and John say. The results will tell the story. The same as the results of the 2012 draft told the story. What are they supposed to say anyway? Our quarterback wanted out? Yeah. That's exactly, why is that the worst thing to say? Well, because it throws shade on them, right, Edward? You don't want to say that if you're Schneider or Carroll, because then that looks not good on you, even if it's the truth, huh? Because then it begs a bunch of questions. Why are you leading to a state where your quarterback is dissatisfied? And they wouldn't answer the questions. The reporters, to their credit, tried to ask it in the press conference, and Schneider and Carroll both leaned away from answering the question. But, I expect them to say that. I expect a little bit of truth at times. I understand if you have to, for instance, play a little cloak and dagger, for instance, when you talk about the quarterback position. I'm not going to get up in arms with them saying Drew Lock's our guy, because I don't expect them to tell us what they plan to do at the quarterback position. It's quite different when we're talking about how a situation played out post-tense. And what caused this Wilson situation to happen like this? Was it because you guys were being hard-headed in your approach? Did he ask for you guys to build an offensive line around him and you stuck up two middle fingers at the same time and said, go F yourself? Help us understand this, Carroll and Schneider. Help us understand this thing that there's no reason you can't be honest with us on it. Except you don't want to be honest with us because you know it's going to make you be put in a bad light. And if that's the reason alone that you're not being honest, Schneider and Carroll, well, that's kind of BS. Because if it's the truth, it's the truth. And maybe we should do a little bit less running from the truth, a little bit less of we're going to just try to look up with an optimistic eye towards everything. Because if we can start to understand what the truth is, then we can start to understand what's been broken prior. This is the whole thing about just being positive for the nature of being positive. You've had things you've done in recent history that's been broken. Sometimes those things have been broken and you've still been able to have a moderately quote unquote successful year, winning more games than you've lost. But it doesn't mean that your philosophy or the way you were applying your strategies wasn't broken. It was. You just didn't happen to get as burned by it as you could. Now we happen to be as burned by it as we could this past year. Do they learn their lessons? Have we had anything indicative from Carroll and what he said today in his press conference that they learned those lessons of what caused that situation? No, I don't. I don't see that. And if I could see them owning more of the lessons learned here, I could be more optimistic. But if you're just going to continue to do the same stuff you've done prior, and those brought about broken results, why should I not expect that the results will be broken when we go into the future? Lolo Baker, good. Baker's young, on a rookie deal. Bad, poor decision-making, injuries, not as athletic as he wants to play. Okay arm, tends to get pressured easily. Yeah, I'd agree with all that. And remember, on his rookie deal, he only has one more year of club control on that rookie deal. Always Compete says, I'm just saying, as professional and competitive as Russ was, we had to find ways to alter our overall scheme to fit him, and that meant adopt a win-now position that is hard to follow up every year. But again, as I said, and let me see if you've responded to this, Always Compete, you're not, I know you just want to be able to cheer on the rebuild, go Hawks. What do you think about the linebacker we got from the Chargers? Has Posick been signed? I don't think Posick has been signed. And Always Compete too. Let me say again, I always want to make sure I reiterate all this. I completely welcome disagreement on this channel. I get passionate about it. I might seem like I'm pushing back at times, like I'm really, like I have my first child at stake or something on it, which I don't. And it's just my passion for the team. But I absolutely welcome other stances on this, other ways people view and look at this, because I think that that's what helps widen out the perspective. And don't get me wrong, I'm hoping that I'm wrong and that they're going to change some of their ways on things. They're going to do this correctly, that they apply the 2012 blueprint that got them their most successful team throughout the course of the recent 10-year history here. I am not, in no respect would I ever hope that Carolyn Schneider don't succeed. I want them nothing more than to make me look like a complete fool. Have me eating whole crows every time I'm going live. I would be tickled by that. Tickled. So I understood totally. Mayo are released. Yes. Okay. We get some encouragement today. Very good to see. Okay, we got something I like. I get to be positive for a second, folks. Benson Mayowa has been released. That's good. That's going to save Seattle $1 million. I said there's 4 guys that I would look to releasing to create a $10 million in cap space. Benson Mayowa, LJ Collier, Jason Myers, and Chris Carson. If you release the totality of those 4 guys, you do create an additional $10 million of cap space. But this was smart. Mayo was a guy with a lot of snaps last year, a lot of attempts to go out there, and I think he generated like four pressures or something like that on 500 snaps. Just gave you nothing. And now a lot of that was him playing Sam linebacker and dropping into coverage. But I didn't understand the Mayo signing at the time a couple of years ago. I didn't understand bringing him back once again last year. And at least this does show, as I'm saying, team needs to learn their lessons. Well, don't bring in, below average rushers, pay them anything as far as a couple $1 million. You can get that in the draft. You can get that for league minimum. It doesn't require you to spend a couple $1 million to find that. So that's smart. It's good. Randall says Vaughn got $51 million guaranteed, probably more of a 3-year deal. Yeah, exactly. Humble 8 says facts. Love it, man. Weston Baylor, what in your opinion is the best case scenario for the direction of the team, and what do you think is the most realistic scenario for our team? Great questions, Weston, because I do think those are two different answers. The best case scenario for me is that you keep all the contracts down to a 1 or 2 year status here, even 3 years, for any deals you hand out for right now into next season. That's where you hold on. Obviously, DK Metcalf would be my one exception. I would extend him on a contract. I would give him a 4-year deal, whatever. The best direction for me is that you are able to trade back in this draft, accumulate, let's say, an extra 2nd-round pick, grab the best players available on the board as you go through this entire draft. Do not take a quarterback. Do not take a quarterback, because this draft class is a weak one for quarterback. And then you come around back to 2023, that draft, with looking at taking a quarterback in that one, where you might be having already a natural top 5 pick, along with Denver's 1st and 2nd round pick. You'll have all the ammunition at that point to go up and get the best quarterback in that prospective draft. And I like that a lot better than picking the top quarterback from this particular draft in a draft where the quarterback position is much weaker than it's been in probably 5 or 6 years as far as an overall class goes. Say nothing of the top end guys. Edward Mather says 1 playoff win since 2016. Now we will find out if that was Pete and John's fault or Russell's fault, or if they all suck. Well said, man. Well, very well said. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, brother. You know that. He says, I tried to think of a team with a big money quarterback who drafts worse than Seattle. All that came to mind was Atlanta, but that's probably not true. Let's think about who drafts worse. We know Pittsburgh drafts well with Roethlisberger there. We know the Chiefs draft well for what they do. It's a good question. I'm going through my mind really quickly on what's there. Yeah, you would be kind of hard pressed to find another quarterback making big money that's had his team not drafting as well or drafting as poorly as they've drafted. And we'll see if that's a part that's continued here. We saw a small thing with this, Charles, before the press conference where they were releasing out little notes from Schneider and Carroll and Jody Allen. And one of the things that you saw on that was the executive role title being under John Schneider's name and not under Coach Carroll's name. And maybe that's perhaps going to be indicative of us taking a better approach and path in the draft and having it being less Coach Carroll's say and being more of Schneider and the scouts. And if that's the case, and we've heard some scuttlebutt that being the case where the scouts were growing increasingly frustrated with Carroll coming in and just kind of, upending all of their hard work to go for his guys that he liked, makes a lot of sense that maybe it's going to get a little bit better with it. But it's not been good for a while now, to your point on that. And you weren't drafting well for about the last 5 or 6 years. It's been better recently. It's starting to improve. But boy, you've had a couple drafts that were just completely from end to end crap. Not for sale with a $5 donation. Thank you for not for sale. It says, the Russ hype is hilarious to me. What has he done since the Legion of Boom and Beast Mode left? He beat Detroit and Philadelphia. His downfall in Denver will be entertaining. Well, thank you for the donation. And that very well may be the case of what we find with Russell, that this team got out at the right time, that his skill set has eroded, that he is not going to expand his skills for that old man game type stuff that I talked about, the pre-snap mastery, the throwing with anticipation, the control at the line of scrimmage, hard counts, everything. Go down. There's a list of probably about 10 old man quarterback skills that you can gain over a 10-year period to then overcome some of what will then be physical shortcomings as you do age. And Russell very well may be running into that stage where he's not able to overcome those physical shortcomings anymore, and he's not expanded his game in that way. I wouldn't be surprised if it plays out that way. But, he had a run from 16, 17, and 18 where he played as good as any quarterback in the sport, not for sale. And at that very same point in time, that was at the dark age point of Seattle's bad drafting and bad spending of money. That was you giving Loke Jokel an $8 million deal, spending money on Ed Dixon. That was them not drafting at all anywhere in the vicinity of decently. So it's, while you had Russell at that time in his MVP level, you weren't doing your job on the front office side of things, and now as Russell's gone back, the front office hasn't really done that much better, if any better, maybe marginally better, at least in the drafting, but you're still not spending money all that smartly. So it's kind of, Russ doesn't drive the whole trim at quarterback. It's not all on his shoulders, whether you're going to win or lose in the playoffs at that point. It's all that goes in together. It's the roster you build and all that. He's got a bigger load of burden at that point because he does play the quarterback position, but I don't think we can put it all upon him. Still, I agree with you. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we see him coming to Denver and Denver trying to fit him into that West Coast offense and Denver taking a little bit of time to realize, he can't run this offense. We got to just specialize this offense around his skill set, and we got to run the Russell Wilson playbook. Wouldn't shock me. Thanks for the donation, though. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, I like the idea of the Jimmy G signing. Women want to be with him, and teammates love him. He's not a great quarterback, or even good, but he's someone players will follow. That said, Locke is here. Well said, Charles. You could be right on that one. You could be right. Maybe it's just enough where the guys just want to be around him, man. There's a power in that. Noise Therapy says, do you think the younger coaches have more success in today's league? Yeah, I do. I think that's definitely where the league is trending towards. And I think what's happened is when it can happen in older coaches and happen in old people, it's a human nature thing. You've been in something for 30, 40 years. You have something, you have a philosophy that's been ground out by those years in the league and accumulating that. you're not going to want to change out of that. You're not going to want some slickster coming down the pike saying, oh, I got a better way of doing it. Let's do it like this. You go, wait, I've earned the way to doing it the way I'm doing it. Why would I change for you and your way? But the issue with that, with those coaches that say stay in their lane and won't move out of it and won't change their ways, is that the NFL is constantly evolving. Football is constantly evolving. And the way you won 10 years ago or 20 years ago is not the way you win today. And you've got to be at the forefront of that and have your ear to that ground. And if you don't, you look out of touch and the game quickly passes you by. To Coach Carroll's credit, I think that he's starting to acknowledge some of this by bringing in Waldron last year as an offensive coordinator to run the West Coast offense, which is not an offense I think Carroll wants to lean towards running. And he's doing it again this year with the firing of Norton and then the bringing in of Sean Desai to start operating from within more of the Vic Fangio principles of defense, which is more of a modernized defensive approach, more of the single and a gap and a half. Instead of two gapping, now you're going to gap and a half it. You're going to do the split shell cover two look. So there's a little bit that maybe they're starting to change with it, but boy, has it been slow in the coming. Slow in the coming. Always Compete says good points. I just think John and Pete are positive guys and try to do what they could. They also have to follow the direction from Vulcan since PA passed. I'll give you some credit on this too, and I agree. I'll always compete with it. Look, I'm hopeful on them. Maybe they do turn this around. Maybe with the original blueprint that they had when they walked in the door and had hamstrung by a quarterback taking up as much of the salary cap as Russell was taking, they're able to operate so much more fluidly and with much more effect. To your point as well, we can't undersell the fact that Vulcan has a little bit of a hand in this process. And I tend to wonder, always compete. One of the reasons that we only see the 1 and 2 year deals here is because I tend to think right now that Jody's looking to sell the team in 2025 when she can, when she's able to do it, where she can't sell the team right now. Jody Allen could want to sell the team right now. And by law, she could not sell the team. She couldn't do it. So I think that definitely could be impacting a little bit of their approach as well. Whitey Weiss says, I would be less worried if I thought Pete had the balls to draft first-round talent, quarterback, back-to-back. If 2022 quarterback did not ball out in year one, but Pete just sticks too long with the bad picks, i.e. Flowers, LJ, T2, etc. Well, LJ Collier's still on this roster right now, and they could save another $1 million by releasing him as well. And yeah, they do tend to run with guys for too long. It's part of what made me laugh when Carroll was talking about his always compete thing. He's had guys for the last 5 or 6 years that they just trot out to positions and give it to them. We'll just give them the position. And you go, what happened to the always compete? What happened to the best man win? What happened to that? But it didn't seem to always play out like that at every given position. But that's part of what made me laugh so hard when he was saying that today. House of Brown, what evidence have Pete and John given Russ that they would spend any money he left on the books well? I say none, but hoping he can show me otherwise. Well, House of Brown, I would say, what evidence have they given when Wilson was making 0.55% of the salary cap? Wilson went and won a Super Bowl. So, from the standpoint of what Wilson needed as far as proof goes that they would do something with the money, there's your proof. The 2 times you got to a Super Bowl, you weren't paying your quarterback 15% of the salary cap. That's proof, and that's proof within 10 years. This is to say, again, a House of Brown, this is not a black or white situation for me where I'm a Pete and John or I'm a Russ guy, but I think it's a doling out of the blame here. Pete and John have got to take the blame for not drafting well or spending money well, for not being all in the way that they go about their process at times. Russ has got to be taking his share of the blame and not developing and expanding his game further, not being a guy that's a difference maker to elevate the talent if he's going to expect to be paid that type of money. And then as well as showing a tone-deaf nature to the fact that when quarterbacks are making the kind of money he's making, it's damn near impossible to get yourself to the Super Bowl. I think everybody in account has to take their share of blame, where there's not one good guy and there's not one bad guy. This ain't a Marvel movie in that respect. See, this says Benson Moyola released. Happy day. House says Stroud are young next year. Stroud or Young next year? Oh, Stroud or Young next year. I see what you're trying to do there. I haven't watched enough Marcus Stroud yet, House, because I'm still deep into this draft at this point. I've liked a little bit of what I saw with him. I guess young, but I still got to watch the quarterbacks next year's draft. And House, I'm the first guy that I like out the board right now. The guy that I would take above those 2 guys is Will Levis out of Kentucky. So I like him above those 2 guys. Randall says, with Mayowa released, how else can we free up cap space? Yeah, so Myers saves you $4 million. LJ Collier would save you $1 million. And then you save an additional $3.5 million if you move on from Chris Carson. Those are the only guys that you're really going to be able to do much as far as moving to save cap space. You only save $3 million from moving on from Gabe Jackson, which I don't think they're going to do. You only save $900,000 by moving on from Carlos Dunlap, which I don't think they're going to do. LJ Collier has a $10 million cap hit at some point, right? No way we keep that. No, he doesn't have a $10 million cap hit. You're talking about if you activated his 5th-year option, and he's just heading into year 4 next year. So they're not going to do the 5th-year option for LJ Collier. And this year's base salary is something like, I think it's something like 3.5, but then you say, he counts in dead money at like 2.5 if you release him. So you save cumulatively $1 million. Always compete. I just want to be positive going forward. Like you, I've been a Seahawks fan since the beginning, and I've appreciated winning and being competitive over the last few years. Wild card teams do win. They can win. They can get in there. And I'm always compete. As I will be real with it. It'll sometimes sound like I'm negative. I certainly can get on my rants, and I can, I'm like I say, I'm a dog with a bone. I get a bone and I'm going to chew it and chew it and chew it until I've taken that thing down to little splinters. So I'll own that. That's my probably deficiency sometimes in the way that I attack this stuff, is I go at it a little bit probably hard from that approach. But I'm always just trying to be honest and lean back into that and letting the cards kind of fall where they may by trying to be honest. But like you as well, I am hopeful for this. I'm not one of those guys that I wish for Carroll and Schneider to fail so that we can get them out of here that much quicker. Nothing would make me more happier than them turning the ship around, finding that blueprint, getting things back to where they were before as far as here's our model, we're going to stick to our model, and we're not going to deviate off it like we did before. I'm completely hopeful that they find some gear within that. That'd be awesome. DJ Jimenez says Pete lost his mind over the years. I don't think Pete has lost his mind. I lean more towards Pete has just gotten a little bit to a stage where he's comfortable. He doesn't feel like he is under any threat to lose his job. I think there's a little bit of there's a little healthy aspect to, if I mess this up completely, I could be out on my butt. I need to sort of stay on my P's and Q's type thing. And I think that the second that Paul Allen passed, it sort of gave Carroll this ultimate power. And you know what they say, ultimate power ultimately corrupts. And I think it did that with Pete Carroll a little bit here, where he had all the power in the game. He could make every decision that he wanted to make anywhere he wanted to make it, be play calling on the offensive side of the ball or play calling on the defensive side of the ball, or telling John Schneider to go make 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for Jamal Adams. And everyone needs to be checked a little bit. I need to be checked. We all need to be checked. Nobody should operate with impunity, and that they get to just be the grand poobah on all things with that. I don't think that that's healthy. And Sith Benson Mayowa released. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Lolo says, if we had Carson or Penny in 2019 divisional, that may have been our chance. We nearly came back to beat Green Bay. We had to rely on a 34-year-old beast mode, laughing out loud. Yeah, maybe. I mean, your offensive line was really beat up by that point in time in the game. You didn't have a lot as far as pass rush past Jadeveon Clowney at that point. But maybe a running back might have made the difference. The one thing that stands out to me in that game is that offensive line wasn't able to create many holes. I think you had Hunt in the game at that point, or you had your center was back, but he was beaten up. Dwayne Brown was beaten up. Mike Iupati was holding on for dear life. He was out. You had Phil Haynes in the game. I don't think you were creating a whole lot of rushing lanes in that game for your running backs. Green Bay was all over it. Dylan Bronco says, chill, bro. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Hawk, this team is, I think you're talking about Sith. Hawk, this team, if committed to a complete teardown and rebuild, could be back in action by 2024 with Bryce Young and a quarterback and a stock of draft picks. That's the way I'd like to go, Hawk. Tear it down to the nub. Tear it down. Yeah, for new people in the chat, it's a little delayed because I try to respond to everybody in the chat, so that does put me a little bit behind. But Sith, I will always get to your comment, so no worries, man. I know I'm unusual in that point. I like to respond to everybody's comment. You guys are kind enough to come in here and listen to me blab away and talk, and and talk shop. So I think the least I can do on the other side of that is try to respond to every chat if I can. But that puts me behind, obviously, when we have especially nearly 200 people in the chat like we do now. DJ Jimenez says, I'm tired of mediocrity and mediocre consistency. Great way to put it. So I'm tired of mediocre consistency, and that's just an awesome way of putting it. Yes, I stand in the same spot. Noise Therapy says, what are we going to do with the number 9 pick? Probably take Malik Willis. I mean, if not Blake Willis, trade back, get another second round pick, and then make a selection then. Keldon, are you suggesting I should more than the bare minimum? What do you mean on the bare minimum? Did I miss some on that? Always Compete says, I'm not advocating for mediocrity. I just don't think Pete and John are trash. Let's give them a year or two. I'm positive Pete got direction to set up a plan for continuity going forward. And I'm hopeful on it. Always Compete. And yeah, I don't want to seem like I was painting you as that you wanted mediocrity. I didn't. It's more of me just, let's put the recent 6 years in perspective of what it truly has been. And it's been a team that's not been elite. It's a team that's been quite far away from being one of the better teams in the NFL, really, at the end of the day. Better than average? Yes, better than average. But it's what we seek out. It's what's our guiding light. It's what's the goal at hand at here. And part of me wonders, Always Compete, less than it being about John and Pete being trash. My worry is a little bit of them being okay in that little bit better than mediocrity state. Well, if we're a consistent winner, if we win more games than we lose, then this is all a great success and continues to be so. And I don't know if I fall in that same land of things, if that is where they operate from. And there's in the press conference today, Coach Carroll referenced that specifically, Compete. I want to win more games than I lose. He didn't say I want to get to the Super Bowl. It's the win more games than I lose. And that does make me wonder on that. Cliff Yates, I feel like Russ didn't play well with other strong personalities. Baldwin and Sherman, for example. We need another Cam Chancellor to rally the troops now that Bobby is gone. There's certainly been a hole left as far as the leadership role goes. You would think Quandre Diggs would fill a little of that. Maybe Jamal Adams would fill a little of that, but we are definitely going to need it filled. Somebody's going to have to just step up on defense. Duncan Welsh, I think they should lock DK up. Take out the checkbook. If you're going to pay a guy, it should be DK. Thoughts? Duncan Welsh, I 100% agree with you. I've been one of those folks for a while now saying just sign him. He's a great player. He's had the best first 3 years of any Seahawks receiver in Seattle history, and that's on a team that's had Joey Largent walk through the room. Joey Galloway walk through the room. Steve Largent walk in. Joey Galloway walk in. Brian Blades came through here. You've had some good first 3 years of a receiving play, and he's beaten them all. I signed him to a contract extension. I have no issues doing so. I don't mind if it's even top of the market. I get that that's where it's going to go. I think DK is worth it, in my opinion. He blocks. He's a force on the football field. He's as double-teamed as any wide receiver in this sport. Sign me up. Barry says, if they sign Cap, there will be a new Chaz Lumen Field, autonomous field, Lumen. Charles Vaughn likes the cold weather teams, Denver and Buffalo, or his bag of Lays. He must like some of that. He must like the cold weather, huh? You think he had a choice, especially coming out of LA, that he'd be going back to the warm weather. But it's probably hard to also turn down Charles that 6 years, $120 million, because I'm guessing there was not many teams that were willing to go up that high. Why Seattle releases Mayoa makes sense. Completely makes sense. Guy just hasn't done a lot since he's been here. He just hasn't. You save money, let him go. Noise Therapy says, what do you think about the Matt Ryan situation? I don't think he'll be a fit here, Noise. I don't. You're going to have to pay like a first-round pick to bring him in here. That's not good. He costs a lot of money even after you bring him in here. It's not like you're getting him in on a cheap contract. He's an immobile quarterback. That's probably not going to fit very well with our offensive line in its current state. So I think you got to go. I don't think Brian makes a lot of sense. Always Compete. I think our next head coach is on the staff right now. Who earns this job will get the baton when it's time. Maybe. I mean, Desai's the guy that jumps to mind. I'll Always Compete as being that guy that would be the first in line on that. But I certainly hope that they don't have a guy necessarily targeted versus going out there and finding truly the best candidate if Pete moved on. This is a little bit of my issue with the in-house defensive coordinator hires that you've done recently. You sign Chris Richard from in-house. Then you fire Chris Richard and you bring Norton, though I know he's been coaching a defensive coordinator from the Raiders, essentially an in-house hire. Then you fire him. Now you bring another in-house hire with Clint Hurt, and I kind of go, well, hold on here. You've had 3 defensive coordinator searches here in the last 7 years. Are you telling me that the best candidates always reside within your own room? That doesn't make a lot of sense. You got the all of college football, all of the NFL, all of the potential coaches you could be looking at, and you're only looking within your own room every time. That does to me at times say that more of Carroll's what's looking for is yes men rather than guys that are really pushing that ball. But I'd rather be looking for the best possible candidate out there if we're going off of Carroll, and I don't think that exists from within our own room. Lolo says 5 years, $110 million for DK. I can see 20 to 24 million based on production. Yep. I think that it would be about that amount. I do. You're right. You're right about the spot on it there, Lolo. I wouldn't adjust those numbers at least. That's right at it. Luke 99, in my opinion, what us fans want Watson more than Pete and John. With all the draft capital they want to mirror what they did in 2012. Agreed. I think they were interested in Watson if they could get him at a reduced price. But I think with the other teams competing for Watson's services, that's driven up the price like an auction bid, and they don't want to go that high. They wanted to get him at a reduced rate. They like reduced rates. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. But every once in a while, you got to pay top-end prices if you want top-end play. Ricardo Edmondson, trading for a quarterback greatly depletes draft capital they just gained. Agreed, Ricardo. And I wouldn't want to do it for that reason of things. I don't think you go and make that trade now with where this roster is. I think this is also, Ricardo, why I'm advocating for waiting a year to go get your next quarterback of the future. Don't get rushed to do it. What we should be rushed in doing is adding blue chip talent first and foremost. That should be at the head of the table. And then we can get around to the quarterback once the other stuff's on point. Just my opinion, do you think Pete threw Schneider under the bus a little by the way he said he didn't want to let Bobby go? By the way, if we could get Cap, I'll lose it. Not in a good way. Yeah, I'm going to be with you on that, just my opinion. So we will both be losing it in not that good way. I will be sharing your thoughts with that. Maybe a little bit, yeah. I think the organization absolutely had to take a couple shots in the nose here when Bobby sent that out, that text of how bad it looked that was. Schneider, to his credit, owned up to it and took full ownership and said, this is on me, I did this, but that's really a place you should never get with a legend like that leaving town. It should be done respectfully. All it takes is a phone call. You got 5 minutes to make the call to the guy, make the call. You know, they knew what they were doing with that too, just my opinion. That I didn't like the way they were like, well, there was just so much stuff going on with Russell Wilson, and then we just happened to release Bobby and we just kind of forgot about it. I don't buy any of that they're talking. That's a bunch of BS. Because you knew that they released Bobby Wagner the day they did because they had Russell Wilson at the front of the headlines, and then they knew the Bobby Wagner headlines would be coming far deeper down, and people would sort of forget about it because the Russell Wilson cycle was spinning, the news cycle was spinning so hard that people would forget about Bobby. 2 unpopular decisions they were going to make on the same day, especially for their own fan base, and they kind of tried to sneak it by us a little bit, which again makes it all that much more bad reason that you don't send them off like they did and even respond to them. Letting them know. Edward Mather says there's no way that they can come out and say, okay, we traded Wilson and now we are going to try and keep our win total in the bottom third of the league so we will be in good position for next year's draft. I'll agree with you there, Edward. That's a great point. A very solid point. You wouldn't expect them to show their hand in that way if that was going to be if that was going to be the way that they took. So I'll agree with you there. And if they prove out on this where they don't take this track of going all in and that they're going to be, be patient with their approach, then that's awesome. That's where I want them to be. So if they did it, I would applaud them. I'll stand up and applaud. I'll be completely happy if they take that approach. Always compete. Linebacker, always compete says, good points. I don't disagree with you. Just wanted to be able to cheer on the rebuild. And I'm going to cheer on too. What do you think about the linebacker we got from the Chargers? So he's a rotational rusher, He had as high a pass rush win rate as a lot of elite pass rushers in the game last year, though understanding he probably played about 50% of the snaps. So pass rush win rate's not going to take into account when you take, a reduced number of stats or number of snaps. It's a stat that can open itself up to sample size data a little bit then based on that. Not that his production was sample size last year, but it also wasn't, equivalency to a guy like Bosa and the number of snaps he's running opposite of him. So it's a good signing. The part that I wonder with that on this one a little bit, he's 25 years old. Like that part of it, still a young player, maybe just starting to get into his prime a little bit. But, we had a guy in on the chat here earlier that was talking, Heat Cranks. And he's a guy that got me connected with Jadeveon Clowney when he was here last time and being able to play online with him gaming. And he was saying, I don't know why you go with the guy for the 2-year, $20 million when you could have, or 2 years, $10 million a year, when you could have gotten the alpha dog in Clowney at $15 million a year. And if Heat Cranks is telling you that, he's telling you that because he knows that that's probably what Clowney's telling him, right around where he's going to probably be at as far as his salary goes when this is all said and done. And I would ask the same question. If I can have Nwosu for 2 years at $20 million, or I can have Clowney at 2 years for $30 million, I'd rather have gone with Clowney. And I know maybe Clowney's not the pass rusher this kid is, but Clowney also doesn't have to play a reduced amount of snaps. You're not going to pay him 50% of the snaps. And he also plays the run, which I haven't watched the tape on this kid, but I wonder if he maybe has a little bit of issues with playing the run, being that's why he's rotated in so often. Megan says we need Cassell badly now, B. I'll try. We're 6.5 hours in on the stream, Megan. It gets tough on this one, Well, I'll tell you, folks, when I look at this press conference by Coach Carroll and General Manager Vice President John Schneider, I am left in my own discourse wondering if we are not watching the slow-burning, precipitous end of a generational talent of coaches in Seattle. This team has been amazing for years to come, yet we find them now lost in the mire and muck of their disadvantaged situation of many years. It's bad right now, Megan. It's not good. It's the 6.5 hours in, the voice starts going, and I got to be in the money stage. About 2 hours in is the money stage, Megan. But once I leave 2 hours in, the voice just starts getting too raspy. Luke 99 says, whether it's sports, politics, health officials, or the MSN, we can't get honest answers about anything. No, it's hard to find a lot of honesty in this day and age, isn't it? Why? Nothing would surprise me with Seattle's quarterback at this point. Trading for Ryan or Baker, signing Winston or Cam, drafting our quarterback, rolling with Locke. Any and all are possible because Seattle has no plan. Well said. I wouldn't be shocked either by any way they go. Anthony says, Seahawks are mediocre now. They are no longer dangerous. I see what you did there. Mayo, it may save us the million. Watch the front office pisses it up the wall. It's possible, Megan. You in, Tyrell. Good to see you in here, man. Long time no see. What's up, Brandon? I'm glad Russ is gone. Chris Carson, Kerry Hyder, and Myers to go next, please. We might keep Hyder, but I'm good with Carson and Myers going. Hyder doesn't cost you a lot of money, and he fits with some of the 3-4 principles you're going to want to run, some of the 3-4 looks. He could be a 3-4 defensive end, for instance, with his kind of size and build. But I'm good with letting go of Carson, good letting go of Myers, man, for sure. Randy says, good week for me to have Rona. Yesterday, all the transactions. Today, live stream, midday. Tomorrow and Friday, March Madness. It's good. It's going to be a good week, Randall. It's going to be a good week. Hopefully you're nice getting through healthy, though. That's the other part of it, is that you're not nearly being intubated. So that would be the other part of this that I'm hoping for. Folks, bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. Just getting more coffee. Do, 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 do. All right, let's do this, folks. Let's roll here. Let's roll here. Let's see what's going down. See what's going down. Look at who's driving Kansas City. Oh, Kansas City's like rolling out the carpet for Justin Reed, huh? Raheem Mostert to the Dolphins. Okay. Okay. Sean Proper says, anyone else excited about the free agent offensive tackle Trent Brown meeting with Seattle tomorrow? Oh, Sean, you know it. We're excited at any point when we got bringing offensive linemen, top-end offensive linemen at that. And Trent Brown is a top-end right tackle in this sport you're bringing in. So, yeah, I'm super encouraged. Super encouraged. Murray Moore says, I'm worried our team won't be good. We got a crappy quarterback from Denver and a crappy backup. Well, Mary, I don't think that they're done. So I think that they're going to be doing more at the quarterback position. I know that they told you differently in the press conference, but I wouldn't expect Carroll to show his hand in this respect. So they'll be bringing a little bit more to play here. Ricardo Edmondson, is the team committed to center to Chris Carson, and if so, and why if so? Ricardo, I'm not really sure what the love affair is with Chris Carson at this point. The guy's never been injured. He's been injured every single year of his career. His neck injury was so bad last year that he's had back neck fusion surgery now. There's no expectation here from my standpoint that you can expect him to be any healthier in the future. So why carry the cap hit he carries this year for a team that seemingly isn't in really a competitive state? Doesn't make a lot of sense for me either. But it does appear, at least at the standpoint of right now, that they are intending to hold on to Carson as we go forward. Why do I says I see Ugo and Hyder being cut too? It's possible with both of them. Of course, with Ugo, he gets an upgrade in his salary this year to $2.1 million, I believe, or 2.3. Do you want to pay that to a guy that's been not great for you out of the slot? Hyder's possible as a cut. That's definitely could make some sense with him, though I think with Mayoa being cut, that does potentially hold Hyder here a little more securely. But Ugo makes a lot of sense. He did not have a good year last year. Alexander Wheeler, would you be opposed to them picking Carson Strong in like the third or fourth round and taking a chance? That would be perfect for me. I see Carson Strong as a third-round guy. And if you're getting him in the third round, I'm okay with that. That doesn't preclude you from coming back next year and taking a guy in the first round. It's not part of the prime assets we have in this draft, being the first and 2 second-round picks. So you're still able to get the best players available with that on the board. I'm okay with that. Carson's got a really strong arm. He can make every throw in the book that you could want a quarterback to make. I like his decision-making. I like his ability to throw with anticipation. Not the most mobile guy. Got some worries about that knee, but we're talking about third round, Alexander. And in the third round, I can take that kind of swing. Megan says, B, I am feeling sick to the stomach at what the presser means for our team and looking for the positives but can find none. What say you? Well, you can say, Megan. I mean, there's some people in the chat pushing back on me for my negativity a little bit, and maybe rightfully so. But I'm in the same stage as you are a little bit with this, where I'm struggling to find the excitement for the future. I'll get there eventually. I'll arrive there. You know, we've just gone through in the last 2 weeks, 2 of the toughest weeks in Seahawks history. We gave up the best quarterback in the history of our team for lesser assets than we would have liked to have gotten back. We kicked out our Hall of Fame quarterback out the door. A middle linebacker out the door in a very strange, odd fashion. You know, there's not a lot of indicators here of optimism necessarily, but I'll be hopeful. I'll turn around on this. I'll eventually get to the state of like being, okay, let's see what they can do with this. And though I think, again, the press conference is not going to endear itself today to a lot of optimism and hope for the Seahawks fans, I do think a lot of also what the press conference was, Megan, was them hiding a little bit of what maybe is going to be their true intent on this. They don't, I think, want to show their hand. So maybe to give you a little bit of optimism on this is maybe we didn't see the hand that they're truly deciding to play, and they didn't want to show that hand because for them to play it out properly, they have to hide it. That's my guess. Anthony says Seahawks need Jimmy G. If Jimmy G is the answer, I ask you, what is the question? Lolo, yes, Trent Brown is a big hit for me. Get me a little excited and not happy, but interested. Yeah, me too. Danny says Hawks had a good day today with free agent wise. Was also somewhat happy with the presser today, and it's true. Drew Lock was lights out his rookie year. Well, through the first 5 games at least, right? Through the 4-1. Yeah, we'll see. I don't hate the moves in free agency today. They're not bad moves, Danny. They're okay. Lolo, no, they're not. I don't know, Danny. You're happy with that presser? Most of the people in chat have been pretty down on the presser. Not for sale. The Packers draft horrible. They do a good job with linemen, but they don't do that's. I was thinking of them too. But they do good with linemen. It seems like they do good with secondary players. They kind of have like their money positions that they seem to do well. And defensive linemen, they kind of know what they're doing there. They have their bad spots like linebacker or wide receiver, but they have some other places where it's not as bad. Q Coffee says, I feel we do more today. Usually don't we cut? Didn't we just cut just one player? Yeah, we usually do more on this day, Q Coffee, in the past. I was streaming a couple years ago on this day in free agency, and we had like 4 or 5 deals come down the track that day. It's probably just going to take a couple days for this all to come shake out for what it's going to be. Ricardo says, Jimmy G would be hurt within 3 games if he was here. Very well said, Ricardo. He's not going to have the run blocking game that he had there in the 49ers, and he's going to get beat to hell here. Not the most mobile guy either, Jimmy G. And he says, what's better than beating the Niners twice yearly with Jimmy G? That would definitely throw them off. I like Glow's idea. If you're going to sign Jimmy G, just sign me. DJ Jimenez Jr. says, franchise history shows we swung and missed twice when drafting quarterbacks in the first round. Dan McGuire in 91 and Rick Meyer in 93. I'm not one for drafting a quarterback so high. Let me counter a couple points to you on this one, DJ, just with a little bit of this. Just a bit, because I understand where you're coming from with it. I don't think you can take the benchmark of 2 guys you drafted 30 years ago and say, because these guys drafted 30 years ago in the first round, we should then avoid quarterbacks. And the reason I say that is because the way NFL teams look at quarterbacks now is a lot more refined than it was back then. For instance, back then with Dan McGuire, Chuck Knox wanted to bring in Brett Favre, DJ. He wanted to draft Brett Favre. And it was Ken Behring, your owner, that wanted Dan McGuire. I can only wonder if maybe Ken Behring was a baseball fan and he thought, well, his brother hits balls really far, so maybe he'll throw balls really far. But that wasn't a choice being made by your personnel department and your scouts and everybody else. That was him making that mistake. The Meyer was a complete miss on that one, but that was a miss that many in the league would have made the same mistake in that same pick. Joe Walsh was saying that he thought he was going to be the next Montana. And at that time, Bill Walsh's words carried a lot of weight in the NFL at that time. So when he signed off on Rick Meyer and said, this is going to be the next Joe Montana, Rick Meyer came out of Notre Dame, just like Joe Montana came out of Notre Dame. People were like, oh, okay. He probably will be then. But I don't think you can hold off from doing that now. I do think, though, your point, the key on this is not saying you have to take one in the first round. It's taking one in the first round because you've got a guy you targeted, that you want, that you say, this is our guy. This is the one we want to ride with for the next 4 or 5 years as the franchise dude. And if they do that, if they've got their guy, then you go make the pick. But if you're having to stretch yourself to get to that point, if you're having to talk yourself into that, if you're a front office, well, then you should wait. Wait till it's that guy you don't have to talk yourself into. It's like, the old thing, the DJ, they say, like, when you know you're in love, you don't have to ask yourself if I'm in love or not, you just know. Well, you should, when you look at a quarterback, how do you know when it's a quarterback who should be taken in the first round? You should know it. You shouldn't have to ask, is this a first round guy or not? Is he really, he's good, but he's got this kind of, if you're in that point, then you shouldn't probably pull the trigger. Sonny C says, hoping for Trent Brown tomorrow, man. My theory on this one, Sonny, is that in this vid age, right, in this age of all the stuff that we've dealt with here recently, I think the bringing the free agents in for a visit is different than what it used to be 5 years prior. And that with the travels and all that stuff, and you're not going to have a guy needlessly travel just because you're going to kick the tires on him and then let him go out of town because you guys can't come to a common dollar figure number. And my guess on this would be that they've already negotiated basic numbers on a deal for Trent if he's interested in coming here. They just want to walk him through a physical because he was injured last year so much. But I think if the physical passes, Seattle will probably sign him to a deal. Cliff Yates, no, we don't want Jimmy G. Q Coffee says, presser kind of shows me we will draft a quarterback. I would come away with that too. I kind of thought that though prior to going into the presser. Anthony says, Marcus Mariota. I'm good with Marcus. 1-year deal, $15 million, $10 million, $5 million, whatever he's going to cost. Not going to be super expensive. Probably not 15, probably like 5. I'm okay with that. Sonny says I'd go for Willis or Coral. I can't sign up for Coral, but you can talk me to Willis. Lolo says Mariota is limited, and I'd be fine with that. Me too. Me too. Aaron Zhang, we should have paid Reed instead of Diggs and Disley. I'll tell you what, if you're talking about paying Reed the money you were going to pay Disley and Diggs and then signing O.J. Howard to a $5 million deal, I'd be much more in favor of that than the route they went this other way. Anthony says Mariota can run the same scheme as Wilson. Yeah. Ryan Ball, how about this? A conspiracy. Ooh, I love a conspiracy, Ryan. Throw me what you got. What do you got? He says Pete and John deliberately throwing the draft every year to ruin Wilson's career. That's a hell of a conspiracy, man. They are pretty comfortable in their jobs, but I don't know if they're so comfortable as to being willing to throw a draft every year just to snow a player that's made them mad. I would think not. Michael Collins, Trent Brown there to help out, so Locke don't get destroyed. Very true, man. And he will help out in that respect. And boy, you better believe he can run block. He can move some guys off the offensive line, off the defensive line. Breaking news from Boomers. Breaking news. The Minnesota Vikings are trying to trade Danielle Hunter. Interesting player. Big risk to go swing on that one because you're going to have to give up decent draft capital. He's going to probably want a new contract, and does he have a ticking time bomb in that back? I don't know. I'm just asking. That might dissuade me from looking at Danielle. Kelton says if you want to pay a lot for 1 year for Jimmy, he would be a fine bridge. He gets injured too much, and he's not a good playoff quarterback. That's kind of it. Lolo says, I disagree on DJ. He's a pure zone corner with what we've seen simply because of size. Playing man for him could expose him. We're not a 3-4, but a hybrid. True, Lolo, though we did bring back Sidney Jones, though he's a lot cheaper rate. And Sidney's really a pure zone corner too, in my opinion. But it's valid. And team maybe just didn't want to pay that money for a guy that's a little bit of a slighter build at the corner position. Anthony says, say what you want about Jimmy, but he does have a winning record. He does. Can't deny that. Keldon says, Anthony, that's largely Kyle Shanahan. I do agree with Keldon. I'm more, you know me, Keldon, I'm more Shanahan on this than I am Jimmy being responsible for that. Punk 91, what are your thoughts on Dunlap? Should we cut or keep him? Punk 91, if we were in a position to save a lot more money at this point by moving off from Dunlap, I'd be open to moving off from him. But you only save $900,000 by releasing him. And so if the cost is already sunk, if you're already paying the price for him as it is, might as well run with him on the roster and just widen out your pass rush rotation that much better. So I'm okay with keeping him. Emmett, if you want to accumulate picks, I'd look to trade back with Pittsburgh. Rumor is Tomlin and them are in love with Willis. Get number 20 and a day 2 pick. They're going to have to give me more than that, Emmett. If I'm trading down from 9 to 20, I'm going to need more than a late second round pick from Pittsburgh. Quite honestly, if I'm making that kind of jump from 9 to 20, then you're going to give me a first round pick in next year's draft. And I would be in favor of doing it, Emmett, but that's the cost. That's the going rate. Anthony says, we are going with the second-year rookie, but rumors of Watson out there. There is those rumors. You never know. No, Anthony, I couldn't tell you were a Niner fan. Ricardo, multiple looks in way of various defensive formations is a good idea. It is. It's what you're supposed to be seeing a little bit more of this year. Always competes as Locke is a perfect bridge for this rebuild. Cheap and a bit of a ceiling. He's a gunslinger. He might be fun to watch. If he just throws to DK once in a while, he should be okay. That's going to be a good trek for him to take. Just feed DK and you'll do okay here, Drew. Anthony said, I'd rather have Jimmy over Locke any day. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Neither of them get me very excited. Is Trey a pass rusher we could get? Trey Flowers? We could, Kay, if that's who you mean, Trey Flowers. Anthony, I honestly think that Jimmy would be better without Kyle. Kyle loves to run the ball so much and then wants to put it in Jimmy's hands after Jimmy has gone out of rhythm. Maybe, man. I'm not a big Jimmy guy. He's got a real tendency to open up his throwing where he wants to like face first with his shoulders towards where he's throwing, which then throws off his velocity on his balls. I don't think he consistently can push it outside the numbers. The thing with me, I don't care if it's a bridge quarterback or somebody else. It's like I really would like you to be able to make at least the majority of the throws I need you to make in an NFL offense. I don't think Jimmy can consistently throw a go route. I don't think he consistently can throw a post route. I don't think he can consistently throw anything that's asking him to push the ball deep down the field. And if you have that limitation as a quarterback, you're going to get X'd out of my list really quickly as even consideration. Marshawn Scott says Seahawks should sign Vic Beasley Jr. I mean, he's not done a whole lot, Marshawn, recently. Kind of had that 1 year in Atlanta and not a lot else around it. Anthony actually put a lot of the losses on Kyle because you take the ball out of the quarterback's hand and then in the fourth quarter you want him to do something with it with a minute left. And I could be wrong on this, Anthony, but from the outside looking in on this, it's a little bit of like Kyle trying to protect Jimmy's game. And he knows he's got limitations and there's things he can't do, and he's trying to protect him within that. That's how it has seemed, at least from the outside looking in. Megan says, who in their right mind would take Chris Carson with a chronic neck injury? I don't know, Megan. They were aware of it last year and they signed him to a contract extension. You would think in that place you wouldn't be giving a contract extension out to a guy in that type of state. But they did. They weren't scared to. Q Coffee says Hawks should get Dante Fowler Jr. Oh, okay, there we go. Fowler's another guy diminished. He's a little bit like Vic Beasley was mentioned above there. Just it's a little bit of diminishing returns for a guy that was really productive for a few years there. Not really, but decently productive. But he's fallen off. He just doesn't have the pressure rates he once did. He's not provided anything to Atlanta since coming over there. So you're taking a flyer on a guy who may not have a whole lot left there in the tank. Always Compete says, what do you think about trading with Vikings for Kellen Mond? I really like his tape from college. I know you liked him last year. I did. I like Kellen Mond. Always Compete, what's the cost? If you're talking about going and getting a second-round Desmond Ridder this year or trading a second-round pick for Kellen Mond, I probably would lean more to Desmond Ridder. Probably pretty close as far as those prospects and where they could go, but I would probably want the extra year of club control rather than you're already 1 year downstream with Kellen. But I like Kellen. Anthony says Kyle needs to learn to show trust in his receivers. You get in his doghouse, Shanahan's got a very big doghouse. It goes 3 floors. It's wide. It's got a lot of square footage. That man just don't get in his doghouse, and he puts receivers in the often, it seems like. Ricardo Edmondson, has Chris Carson's contract expired? No. He's still on the team, still on the hook. Anthony says the Niners was a wild card and made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. And if Jaquise Tart makes that interception, they might have been in the Super Bowl. Yes, exactly. Lance is only 21. That's why I tell Niner fans to quit wanting to rush him so much to start. Lance could sit for 2 more years and still only be 23 when he starts. I'm the same way, Anthony, and I don't know if you were here on the last time when I was doing the stuff last year as far as scouting the quarterbacks coming out of the draft, but Lance was my number 2 guy out of the draft behind Lawrence. And he still remains my number 2 guy, even after this first year. I thought Mac Jones was going to hit his floor very fast. Mac Jones hit his floor very fast. That didn't surprise me. Doesn't mean that Mac Jones has a lot more of a ceiling above that floor that he hit this year, in my opinion, either. I don't think there's any reason the Niners have to rush the Lance situation. I think you sit, wait in the wings to see if there's a better quarterback position that comes down the track. I do think you're 1 game away from the Super Bowl. The one thing I go to, Anthony, with that as well, though, is that, I watched those 2 playoff games this year with the Niners this season. And I really felt like the Niners as a team, Shanahan does such a great job. He did this year and in the year you guys went to the Super Bowl of building this team that's just has a dogged mindset by the end of the year. They're coming together in the look of them and the manner that they go about what they're doing of a team that could be a Super Bowl type contending team. But then you come back around to that quarterback position and you go through just the first halves alone in the Packer game and in the second game against the Rams where Garoppolo's giving you nothing. Nothing. Now, I understand if he's not going to be a game changer or a game breaker, but there to me, there's just been very much a keen difference versus what the rest of the rosters look like with the Niners versus what Garoppolo has looked like. And to me, it's the definition of the roster elevating Garoppolo, specifically in the wins and losses department. But it's more they build a great roster to me than it is at the end of the day indicative of Jimmy Garoppolo being anything decent. DJ Jimenez, thanks for your elaboration. I agree 100% with the power perspective you made. Oh, awesome, man. Well, I love talking this stuff. So anytime, brother, anytime. Always competes as agree. I think Pete is more Frodish in that he hasn't been egotistical and he's been accountable for the most part. Yeah. Is more Frodo-ish in that he hasn't been. Yeah, I can see that. For Schneider. Keldon says Megan. You start Megan. Anthony says, should Seattle bring in Kaepernick? No. Ricardo Edmondson says, take a defensive player with the 9th pick. I'm okay with it. Some good pass rushers there, Ricardo. Maybe a good corner will be there, Stingley or Ahmad Gardner. Maybe even Devontae Wyatt, guy best 3 tech in the draft out of Georgia. Ed Armitage says Breece Hall this year and Will Levis next year. I love it, Ed. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. 2nd round pick on Hall, and then you go back and get Levis next year. So yeah. Yes. DJ Owen, yeah, we get to 10 wins this season and keep John and Pete. Nobody likes to win the Super Bowl anyways, right? Exactly. What's the Super Bowl when you can win games? When you can win regular season games? Who needs a Super Bowl? Who needs playoff success when you can go 10-7? Ed Armington says get Breece Hall in the 2nd this year. It looks like we're building our line. Potentially. I think we're leaning towards our offensive line in the draft. I do, though they are bringing in the right tackle from New England. So maybe they start building a line with a little bit with the free agency. Not for sale. The past 6 years has been mediocre at best. That's where I land on it. Some disagree, but that's where I tend to land. Anthony says, I'm not going to lie, y'all. I was super happy when Russ got traded. That guy's made me mad on Sundays. I understand. He went 17-3 against you Niners, you know? We have those type of guys too, where it's like Aaron Donald's that type of guy for us with the Rams. The guy's killed us. When Aaron Donald leaves and retires and goes away, that's going to be a beautiful day for our Seahawks franchise because he's ridiculous. But I get where you're coming from, man. He definitely put you guys on the meat grinder more than one or 2 times. Anthony says Pete needs to go. He needed to go the moment he took the ball from the beast mode to the 1-yard line. Anthony, this is one of my little picadillos on the channel because people come in about once every 2 streams or so and mention we should have run the ball at the 1-yard line. It wasn't the right call to make, Anthony. Let me repeat that one more time here. It's not the right call to make in that situation. Yeah, beast mode was beast mode. Oh, beast mode will never get stopped. If beast mode needs a yard, beast mode would get in a yard. Well, Anthony, you had 7 or 8 times during the course of that season goal line situations with beast mode where the opposition came out in a heavy formation. So the opposition came out in a goal line formation, right? An extra defensive lineman you're having to deal with. In those situations, beast mode was 0 for 6 getting into the end zone throughout the regular season during that year. Conversely, at the same time, you would run that very same pick play about 8 times that year, and every single time it scored you a touchdown at the goal line. So it wasn't Pete that was determining that play, number one. Number two, it was the appropriate call as far as to go to pass there and not run based on the success you had throughout the course of that season in similar situations with what the defense had run at you. Now, would I have run a pick play even with the success that it had? No, I would have run a rollout with 1 or 2 reads for Russell Wilson, then he could throw it away. Then I could come back with the potential of running the ball on 3rd down. But by no means is that Carroll telling the offensive coordinator what to do. They tried to call the right play, and it was a smart play to call there. It just didn't work. Malcolm Butler made an amazing play on the ball. Luke99 says, I really enjoyed the Chad Brown interview. Any more interviews scheduled? I'm trying, Luke99, and I know a lot of you guys have reached out on Twitter to some former players and asked them to come onto the channel. Please continue to do that. I'm reaching out to these guys on Twitter, email, but not a lot of them are very responsive, quite frankly. So I'm not even getting back a no. I'm not getting back any answer. But I'm trying to reach out to them. I'm trying to see who's willing to do it, and I'd love to do some more interviews. I really had a fun time with it. Emmanuel Mendehane. How you doing, Emmanuel? Says, finally made a live stream. Been listening afterwards because of wedding planning. Hate how invested in this team I am. Let's go win 5 games, boys and girls. It's a burden we bear, man, Emmanuel. It's a cross we have to carry. Caden Peters, I think Seattle will make a move on a quarterback soon. Locke will be backup. Agreed, Caden. I don't think Locke is going to be your QB1 once we get to the start of the season next year. Mike T, I think it is great that you try to answer everybody, not just the paid questions. I can't always attend your streams because of my time zone in Europe, but I enjoy the discussions very much. Thanks. I appreciate it, Mike. And yeah, I think it's, like I said, it's the one thing I can try to do. It's going to become increasingly harder. We were getting like 700 people in the chat last week, and my God, I was falling behind. So there's going to be times where it's going to be like, well, I got to only 70% of the comments today just because so many were bearing through. But it's going to be something I'm going to continue to try to stay committed to on this channel of really responding to everybody that I can in the comment section because, again, you guys are doing me the respect to come to my channel and watching me. I think it's the least I can do in talking to you guys and discussing this stuff. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, Megan Roger believes your cats enjoy your vocal stylings. Is this true? Oh yeah. If I said something, Charles, in a certain tone of voice right now, you'd start hearing cats crying. If I did the cutesy cat voice, you start hearing cats. It would make you all probably throw up in your mouths. But if I did that voice, what you'd hear is multiple cats going. So yeah, they definitely react to my voice. They come when they're called. Though right now they're giving me a little bit of attitude because I've been streaming so long without giving any loves. So they go, you take your love away from us, we take our love away from you. Barry says if Jody wants to sell in 2025, a low cap number and 1 or 2 shiny stars locked up, looks like we are headed that way. Yeah, Barry, this is the indication of it. And again, for many of you not understanding this, of course, on when I say 2025, when Paul Allen originally signed the contract to have the stadium built in Seattle, which was going to require taxpayer money, the city insisted at that time that the team could not be sold until 2025. So now we have a couple of years of Jody looking very hands-off, looking very uninterested as an owner. We also see the team starting to go a little bit lower in the amount of money that they want to spend. For instance, last year was the first time in 10 years that I've seen the Seahawks not use up every last bit of cap space that they had to use, leaving $11 million on the books. I do have to wonder a little bit if that might be some of Jody saying spend as little as absolutely possible. I don't want to spend any money on this team. So it is heading to that point. I expect this in 2025 to be sold, but we might be in a little bit of a holding pattern until we arrive at that state. Cameron Bird says, I feel like we never go for the actual team needs like offensive line, pass rushers, and corners, etc. Well, when we expect the team to zag, they zig. When we expect them to zig, they zag. To your point on that. And it frustrates me right along with you, Cameron. Caden Peters says, odds Seahawks turn in Locke into something and develop him. 20%. Yeah, 20%. I can't blame Fangio for everything on Locke's lack of development. And while he was a good prospect coming out, this wasn't a far and away first round pick type dude. So, he might be just kind of what he is. There's a chance they'll put him in a position to succeed where he's not going to be required to do a high volume amount of a pass attempts. He'll get a running game to try to take a little bit of the burden off his shoulders. 20%. YD White says, DK, 5 years, $135 million, 70 guaranteed. I'll pay it. Always compete. I think we agree with more than we disagree. I agree with you there. Definitely. I think your takes are fair to Pete and John. I just tire of it's all Pete's fault. Managing a big herd of alpha personalities isn't easy. No, and I don't, as I say, I try to, that's why I do try to dole out blame with it. So, because it is much, what I see a lot of times in the chat is you'll get people coming in and always compete where they do want to go one or the other. It's all this one person's fault or it's all that person's fault. When you get 10 years of guys working together, it's going to be very rare that it's all into one camp or all into the other camp. So, I do with that. And part of call always compete, what I'll tell you with this as well, when it comes to Pete and John and my criticism of it, and this is what I've maintained for a while, Pete and John have an ability to fix everything that I deride them for. It's not that there isn't, it's like there's something maybe missing in Carroll's game, like he doesn't have the ability to overcome this, or Schneider's game as a general manager where he doesn't have the ability to overcome that. They do. All the things that I can mention of that I go after them about, the way they spend their money, the way they draft, the type of contracts they dole out. We go kind of down the list of some of my issues with them. It's all correctable. It's all kind of fixable. It's just that my issue's always compete with the things that they do wrong on. And to your point on this, they don't do all things wrong. It's just on the things that they do wrongly, that they don't do right, they'll tend to continue to replicate that mistake. They'll repeat it over and over again, as opposed to going, hey, this burned us 3 times prior before, maybe we should stop doing that. And let me give you, for instance, always compete, their insistence on moving players from their natural position. They have had over and over in recent last 5 or 6 years, guys where they will move them out of their position, and it is every single time to the player's detriment. You moved Damian Lewis last year from right guard, where he had the first good year as a first rookie guard or as a rookie offensive lineman in 10 years, and you take that data and you go, you know what we're going to do with that guy? We're going to move him to left guard, a position where he's not going to be as good, and he has a worse second year than he had a first year playing out of position. You'll draft Jordan Brooks, a guy who, look at his college tape, that's a middle linebacker. That's where he should be playing at the next level. And you play him for his 2 first years at the will linebacker position, to the tune of seeing him last year being picked on in coverage to the point where he gave up more yards in coverage than any cornerback in the entire NFL. That's hard to do from the linebacker position. That's hard to do from the linebacker position. Or even Marquise Blair. I mean, these are just guys right now, all these compete I'm referencing right now that are on the roster. These aren't even past mistakes that I'm not even talking about. I'm just talking about the guys you're doing this with right now. Marquise Blair is a guy that can play either free safety or strong safety. He can play them both. He'd be the perfect guy to implement into this cover 2 shell scheme, where you're going to be asking free safety to do strong safety stuff and you're going to ask strong safety to do free safety stuff. He's the perfect guy to implement that scheme, right? Perfect kind of guy. And what do they do with him? Well, naturally, you move him to slot cornerback at that point, a position he's never played in his entire life. And he's not played well there in the few times they've rolled him out there to try to play it. So that's a thing that they could fix, always compete, right? You draft a guy for a position, keep him at the position. It's fixable. But will they learn their lessons? That's why when I look at the theme of this offseason, I keep referencing it. My theme for my Seahawks offseason is learn your lessons. That can be a rebuild. That can be a reload. That could be a going for it. That could be we're going to kick the can down the road for a couple of years until we're ready to be competing. That could be all those things. But at the heart of it is learn your lessons. Learn what you've done wrong so that you can start doing it right, so you can fix it. And that's the place where I think they get a little bit, that's where I think I take my biggest issue with them, where I think that they get a little bit of, we're going to dig our heels in. And sure, it hasn't worked 4 times before, but you better believe it'll work this 5th time. And that's where I go, that's kind of insane. But we agree more than we do. I agree with that. Always compete. Emmett Brown, how hard is it to find a quarterback who's opposite Russ for the most part? Quick release game manager who's cheap? Shouldn't we just need a younger version of Cousins? Maybe with a slightly stronger arm? Yeah, correct, Emmett. I'd agree. Not hard if you're looking for just the game manager at that point. Not hard. You can find a guy with that. I mean, hell, Emmett, you can go in if you want to go, like, not you personally, but if we wanted to go this route, you go Matt Corral in the 2nd round. It's like, okay, he's got a strong arm at 15 yards. He'll just push it out there and he'll just do the one read look and he'll kick it out the line and he'll just pepper the ball all around like a point guard like they want. I don't know that he's got enough game-changing ability to, if you need to call him, to do more than that. If he's required to do more than that, I don't know if he's got that in his bag. But you could find guys like that. I think it's easier to find guys like that, Emmett, because you're requiring less from the quarterback position. But then on the other side of it, you might be limiting yourself as far as how high your team can go because your quarterback is limited. And teams with limited quarterbacks only have a certain high-end point, in my opinion, for the most part. Anthony says if they had handed it to Lynch, they would have had 2 Super Bowls. Nope, Anthony, no. I just gave you statistically information to tell you that that was not going to be the case. So I'm sure I'm sure that comment you posted before I had a chance to respond to you on it on the above, but you should not have run it. Running it was not going to equal guaranteed Super Bowl win. DJ Owen says, I thought Penny went to Jacksonville. So I had one of my contacts on this get fooled, and they texted me and said Penny went to Jacksonville. There's this guy named Bob Chabada or whatever. He's this guy who takes local Seattle media guys, changes their profile from his profile to look like theirs, and then he changes his name to have like a bread name, and he's been trolling people. So he trolled people that start a free agency with Penny going to Jacksonville in a 3-year, $40 million deal. He got everyone to buy it, including me. That goddamn bread man. That damn bread man. It says protect the ball and move the chains. Quick decision making and utilizing the middle should help the offensive line. But when we have boatloads of cap to spend, will Pete Carroll be able to bring in the quality free agent? To be determined, Emmett. We haven't yet. Until we do, it's to be determined. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. This is Brando. If Locke is going to be a backup, what was the point of getting him versus another functional player in the trade? Just curious. I think they wanted to have a quarterback in place, Charles, so that they weren't driven by a sense of necessity, so that they could still operate from a standpoint of grabbing a quarterback who makes sense as far as at that point, but they're not pushed by it. If they have to lean back on Locke at that point and sign some Mariota type guy or sign some backup in the league and just roll that direction, they were probably comfortable doing so. But they're going to try to see if they can upgrade the position. As Carol was talking about in the conference today, which I think was part of the truthful part, the getting the competition is going to be an important thing probably going forward. So I think it was important to make sure they had something in place there, that they weren't just sitting with no quarterback on the roster or just Geno Smith as the thought process of coming back up. They didn't want to be stuck with that. They've got at least a guy with some talent now, some potential there. We're all a little skeptical of him reaching that potential, but he does have that in his bag. And that's not something you're going to get necessarily easily always out on the open market of things. As also well as if you didn't have Locke Charles in the trade and he wasn't included, what is the other player that you're going to be getting? We're not getting any other offensive linemen. You're not getting Javonte Williams. You're not getting Surtain. You're not getting their really talented safety. I don't know if there was another player that was on their roster right now that would have been an attractive get from our standpoint that Denver was also then willing to let go. That's the other part of it, is Denver has to be willing to be like, and we'll let this guy go too. And I don't know if Denver's going to let you have Bradley Chubb. I think they had a list of guys that they were like, no, we're not. That's our guy. We're not giving him to you. And if that's the case, you got the best of what you could probably get. Which I think they did. Charles has agreed, Brando, the Bobby release was shadowed by the Russ trade, which still it's a business. Yeah, it is. It is. And I understand them cutting him. I don't have any problem with the cut. I get that. But you can make a call to tell the guy he's going to be cut. That's Bush League stuff to miss out on doing that. Sam Z, do we re-sign Bobby? No. When players get cut like this, they don't ever come back to their team. There's a lot of bruised feelings, and it's very hard to get to that standpoint of things with them when that's the case. Anthony, will Seattle ever get lucky and find another quarterback like Russell Wilson in the draft? Sure. I don't think we're going to get a quarterback like Russell Wilson. I think Wilson's unique in the respect of there won't be maybe another quarterback quite like him that ever comes in the league that plays the position like he played it. But can you get an upper level quality quarterback in the draft again at some point? Yeah, sure you can. The talented quarterbacks are coming out all the time. And the game is getting more wide open and easier to play the quarterback position than it was, let's say, 20 years ago when you could get your head kicked in, or where they weren't trying to protect the quarterback at every turn if they had a glove laid on them. So it's a little easier, I think, now than it's ever been to go and get the quarterback of the future, but it's still a task. It's not necessarily easy. Extract, my wife cheating on me. Russ left. Can this year get any better? It's been a rough one, man. It's been a rough one. Jay says maybe Pete can coach up Locke. Maybe. Personally, I think the Jags, Jets, and Chargers have one free agency. I love most what the Jets have done. Jaguars, whatever, they just kind of is spending money, it seems like a little bit. But Chargers, I'm on board with. I like what the Bills have done. O.J. Howard, bringing in Von Miller. I like that. MJ Biz says, because Clowney ain't coming. Well, but that's the point, MJ Biz, is that Key Cranks isn't here talking about that, bringing it up in the chat because of the fact that Clowney would potentially come here if Seattle meets his price. But then Seattle's not willing to meet his price, and they're going to go for much of a lesser player at just slightly reduced a rate than what you'd be paying Clowney. That's not smart. Yeah, keep your head up, Extract. Sorry to hear that, man. Caden, who do you think has won free agency so far? So I think that the Chargers, I think the Bills have done great in their go-for-it approach of things. I'm thinking through if there's somebody else that's jumped out to me. There's not been a lot of people really in throwing a lot of big deals around necessarily this year. I like what Tampa Bay's done. I think they've been pretty smart with their money too. We got another donation here. Nolan R. Vance with a $20 donation. Thank you, Nolan R. Vance, man. Appreciate you, Nolan. You're awesome, brother. He says 7+ hours? That is work. Sorry for coming in late. Too much to ask for a quick recap from today. Saw the P&J presser facepalm. Well, I was playing the presser live here on the channel at the time too, Nolan, and I think that was basically 90 to 95% of the reaction was pretty much face palm, and I can't believe what they're saying a little bit. Yeah, I'm going hard today. I wanted to do a nice long show today. I just wanted to get kind of nice and comfy, take my time a little bit with it today. So I'm just, I'm stretching out my arms and my legs a bit here. I'm just getting ready for the draft, Nolan. I got 3 straight days of the draft. I got to build up to that a little bit here pretty soon. So quick recap for today. Yeah, I think to give you a quick one on this, I don't hate the signings of what we've done here. I'm okay with them. We don't know what the team's going to take directional wise, even after the press conference. They're maintaining that they're going to try to be competitive and that they're going to go for it this year. Part of me wonders if that's just a little bit of Pete talk and Schneider talk to where they can't tell the fan base we're going full rebuild, we're going to blow this up, we're going to take some time on this. That might be one where that's a hard sell to the fan base. So they're going to tell them one thing and do something else. And by the signing and the indicators of the signings, you came into this free agency period with $50-odd million to spend. You're walking away with Quandre Diggs, Will Disley, Sidney Jones, Al Woods, Nwosu from the Chargers, and Artie Burns. So you haven't exactly swung for the fences here with this free agent period at this point, how you spent your money, which to me is indicative of the fact that they understand they're not in a stage to go for it now and be that team this year and that they got to wait a year. And so all these deals you give out, even your 3-year deals to Disley and Diggs, you can get out from in 2 years, be fully free and clear of these deals, which then means you have then the money to go out there and spend when you are truly in a position at that point to go and compete. I do think that this makes the quarterback position is a fluid situation. I think guys like Jameis Winston, Baker Mayfield, maybe even Matt Ryan, if the Falcons were to land Winston, are absolutely possibilities, but they're just as likely to me to go and look at the quarterback position in the draft, be it in the first or even second round. It's fluid. It could go a lot of different directions with that still, and I think they've got a plan B, A, B, C, D, E when it comes to how they look at the quarterback position and addressing it this offseason. We're sitting with all these signings right now at approximately a little under probably about $19 million, even with the Benson Mayowa release. And Mayowa was released today. So you've got about $19 million to spend of the $15 million that you had available coming into this offseason. And I think towards the draft, this means that we're going to be taking multiple offensive linemen in the draft. I think we're going to be drafting probably a linebacker, if not 2, cornerback, and defensive tackle seem to me to be the most likely places, Nolan, that we're going to go to as far as targeting in the draft itself, if I had to make a guess. It's a little early still, but that's my early indicators. Caden Peter says, Ben Ortega says, are we allowed to get rid of all these crappy Seahawks fans when we turn this thing around? Well, sure. I think everybody, I don't know, Ben, I think everybody will stay with it, I think that they always have been. It's people are every fan enjoys their Seahawks team differently. There's some people like myself that get into this, and we have a rooting interest, and we have almost an emotional attachment to the team, and that the emotion drives us at times to get maybe angrier than some fans would get. There are the pom waving fans that think nothing but beautiful things about their Seahawks team, and they can do no wrong. And if there's something bad that happened, it's just a little speed bump for the greatness that's incoming. I like to try to say when I come back to this is one of the reasons why I welcome so many opinions on the channel, is I don't think that there's any place one fan has to tell another fan of how they enjoy their fandom or how they have to be as a fan to be considered a proper fan. I think we all enjoy this game in our own kind of particular way, and I think that's okay. I think that's perfectly fine. We don't all have to agree. We don't have to all sit on the same point. I think we can all still be fans of the team while being negative to the team or being positive to the team or whatever it may be. But it's just, we all enjoy our fandom in a different way. I've learned that after a few years of doing the channel, everyone's got their different lane and how they love this team and love this sport. I think that's cool. Jay Pagliaro says, I was close to getting my first yacht game and another trip to Seattle, a jersey, and then got floored with the Rona, which took me out for 35 days and I lost my job. Luck kicks us all. My gosh, Jay, I'm sorry, man. Brutal turn there. Brutal turn there. Crew 18 says, first KJ, now Bobby. Yeah, it's been a tough couple years. Little bloodletting. I never missed, says Drew Lock, 2022 MVP season. Could you guys imagine if Drew Lock's turned in an MVP year next year? You talk about going from looking like you don't know what you're doing to looking brilliant. Jay says, hope that, DJ says, so B, how much did we overpay for our new Seahawk that we signed from the Chargers? I can't say his name. Nwosu. A little bit of an overpayment, DJ, as I was saying, that you could have come out of this with like a Jadeveon Clowney at $15 million per year, as opposed to coming out of this with a $10 million a year for a rotational pass rusher who plays 50% of the snaps and probably doesn't do much against the run. Kind of seems a little limited in his game. The one thing he does, though, as a one-trick pony is he can provide efficient pass rush, DJ. So when you look at his pass rush win rate, it was as good as you're going to see across the sport last year. But there are those other things built into his game as far as limitations go. Cave Troll says, I may be late, but Benson Mayowa got cut. Yeah, very encouraging to see, Cave Troll. One thing that I saw coming down the track, and I like that it's come down. You save $1 million by cutting onto him. There's no reason to hold on to Benson Mayowa. He wasn't giving you much of anything as far as his play. So one more extra $1 million in the kitty. Charles says, I feel like when Brando relieves himself, he sings old Chicago hits. 25 or 6 too far. And see, as I'm raising up to, the P stream increases, right? So my P stream increases with my tenor of volume. And it's kind of fun. How did you know, Charles? You got a camera in my bathroom? You got a camera in my bathroom? Come on now. Rodney Madison, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Paul says, Watson is better than Browns. Watson better than the Browns, which is better than Mayfield, which is better than the Cardinals, which is better than Kyler, which is better than the Texans. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm with that, Paul. I can ride with that. I can get on board with that. And he says, will this be the year the Niners sweep the Seahawks? Yeah, because Russell's gone. The great 49er killer has been removed. So you guys will finally get to slide in the back door on that one. But quite frankly, on that one, I think Russell's departure is going to make a bit of a difference there, Anthony. But I also think that this is a little bit of a stylistic thing. Yeah, football is a game of matchups. And just like the 49ers, your team is a tough matchup for the Rams because of what you do stylistically. We are also a tough matchup for the 49ers and for what we do that's difficult stylistically. We don't prioritize pass rush. We try to stop the run first and foremost, which is a very unusual tactic taken versus what other teams in the league do, especially a team like the Rams, which are going to try to stop you in the passing game sort of for first and foremost. So we're just a bad matchup a little bit from an ideology standpoint, but we are going to be missing Russell Wilson, and there's no mistaking that that's going to make a bit of a difference on where this team's going to land. Nolan with another $20 donation. My God, we have a lot of donuts today in the chat. Thank you so much, folks. I think we might have set almost another new record today as far as donations on the channel. Goodness. Nolan says, I got whiplash trying to follow Pete talk about Drew Lock, then Cap, then Geno Smith, who's not on the team. I did too, Nolan. He got really rambling on that. You know, it's like he took 5 cups of coffee and was just like, and there's this player, and there's that player, and this guy's on the team, and that guy's on the team, and we have this guy, and that's the second chance. We got that second chance, that guy, and just Cap, he deserves a second chance. We're not going to give him a second chance. He deserves a second chance. Somebody's going to give him a chance. He's not getting a second chance here. Someone's going to give him a second chance. He just started going and a little bit of nervousness in Carroll's voice over the course of that press conference. I was kind of feeling that same kind of thing. I couldn't follow much of it either, Nolan. It was a lot of kind of Pete speak where it's, you know, sometimes you can parse it and go, well, here's what he's really meaning. On that stuff, he was just sort of saying words, I think. They're going to tell us that they're buying Drew Lock, but we know that they're going to look at another quarterback. I think that they're just also building up. They don't want to build up the anticipation for another quarterback if they end up having to ride with Drew Lock or, God forbid, Geno Smith, who I don't expect to probably come back to the team. But he's going to just do a lot of, not showing their hand type talk on that. But with that said, him discussing whether it be the Bobby situation or the Wilson situation and how they talked about it, it had my head sort of spinning in circles. A lot of kind of just not being real about what they're trying to say with it, painting it in a certain way and not how it really was, Oh, me and Russell were tight. Me and Russell had gotten our relationships to such a degree to allow for this trading of Russell Wilson, for this to even be able to happen. It was by our relationship being so strong. What? Your relationship's so strong, which is what helps accommodate this trade? If your relationship's so strong, why doesn't he just remain here and you guys work it out? Why couldn't you work it out? But he didn't want to talk about that part. God forbid they talk about something that's actually pertinent and is relevant and that gives us a little bit more information as to what's really drove this situation at the end of the day. You want to keep your team here. Russell wanted to have your team there, and that caused the disconnect, and you moved on from Russ. End of story. Nobody's mad about that. It's a philosophy difference. But they can't say that, of course, because then you might have your philosophy broken versus Russell might being right down the road, and then you look kind of bad if you went and rode with your philosophy over Russ, and it was really about philosophy differences versus, let's say, Russ pushing his way out the door, Russ insisting he be traded, which is what the going narrative was being established today as. But thank you for the double donations, Nolan. I appreciate you, brother. I salute you. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says, Brando, I like both Willis and Ritter. Do you think we could get Ritter in the second, though? Head to head, who do you take if both are there at 41? I go with Ritter at 41 over Willis. He's my best quarterback on the board, in my opinion. I think Willis has more potential than Ritter, but I also have a lot of questions about whether or not Willis can get to that potential. And he's got a lot more things to clean up in his game to getting there. I think Ritter is the most pro-ready quarterback of anybody in this draft, as well as containing some ceiling. You bring up a great question. Is he going to last to 41? Well, there's a good chance not. Because where Ritter lies as far as what we're hearing about his value in this draft, he's right at the top end of the second round of where he should go. So if there's a team that wants to take him in the top of the second round, they've decided he's the guy. We like him. This is the guy. Well, will that team potentially want that extra club control of that 5th year that you get on the rookie deal for a first-round pick versus not having that if you pick them in the second round, where now they're on the 3-year deal with the 4th-year restricted tag you can put on them? That it may be causing a team at that point to overdraft slightly on Ritter, rather than having him fall to us in the second round. That absolutely could come down the pike and play out that way. Especially because once you got outside Willis, I've not heard of any sort of real heat about Sam Howell or Coral or who was the other guy, Pickett. I've not heard any heat with those 3 guys going in the first round at all. But I just like Ritter's game, and I don't want to go with an undersized quarterback going forward anymore. Even with Willis being slightly undersized, I want a guy that I know can see over the top of the pocket, can let her rip, and you'd like Ritter. You'd like his game a lot if he came in. Is he a star? I don't know. I don't know if he's got that in him, but he's got a lot of good components to his game. YD Wise says it might make sense to cut Puna, one tech who's better at the run than pass, save $5 million in cap. It could. They could. I think they're going to probably ride with Puna going forward, but I certainly can see the sense made behind potentially moving on from him. Ronan Dorley says, what are the expectations for this year? Winning or losing record? Probably a losing record. You're probably going to go 7-10 again. Probably. Jerry Joseph, after our moves today, what would you say is the most important position in the draft? With left tackle, Jerry? You signed at least a center and Blythe who can play the position. You're probably bringing in Trent Brown over there for right tackle. This leaves left tackle as the biggest opening on the team right now by quite a bit, if not quarterback. Cedrus, how many quarterbacks make the roster? Two. Merck says Danielle Hunter is available. What's his value? Part of that's going to be driven, Merck, by whether or not you have to give Danielle Hunter a new deal if you make a trade for him. Does he want a new contract the second I'm bringing him in? If I'm bringing him in at just his current value on his current contract, then it's probably a second round value to bring him in. If you're having to bring him in and sign him to a contract extension, then it's probably more of a third or fourth round value. Michael, that's right, Michael. I thought I had forgotten about that. Kelly Stoffer, you did give up a first round pick in 1988 for him too. So that's technically a first round quarterback as well. Charles says, never knew that about Favre over McGuire. Only recently heard Elway could have been a Seahawk. Yeah, Charles, I'm going to do a little bit on it later. I'm putting together, I got a little script put together. I just need to now film it. I'm going to try to get my dad to play Ken Behring. And I'm going to do a whole bit. It's this whole bit that I've got written up, Charles, where Chuck Knox is watching tape of Brett Favre, and then Ken Behring calls him to his office, and Ken Behring starts trying to tell him about how that they need to go after this McGuire kid because his brother's really good at hitting a baseball. And Chuck Knox is trying to logically reason with Ken about why Favre's going to be a better quarterback. And Behring just keeps pushing back at him I'm going to have Behring eating food every time. So every time you cut to Behring, he's going to be eating a hot dog. And then Chuck says something, you cut back to him, he's eating a burger. And then cut back to Chuck, and then cut back to him, and he's eating a cake. Basically going to just make Behring look like just the a-hole he was. But I'm going to get that done at some point, Charles, and hopefully it'll be as hilarious as it is in my own mind. Jay says, hindsight's 2020. Meyer was a huge flop at the time, but there was major hype surrounding him coming out of Notre Dame. Yeah, and if you didn't take him at number 2, Jay, there's very much the argument to be made. Somebody would have taken him at number 3 or traded up to take him at number 3. There was plenty of people that were very high on Meyer. I mean, look no further than the fact that even after he flamed out here, you were still able to trade Meyer for a first-round pick to the Chicago Bears, a high first-round pick, I think the 11th overall pick in that draft to get Meyer over to them. So it's sometimes some guys are misses and no one sees it coming. Some guys are misses and everyone sees it coming. New phone, who dis? It's been made clear Russ wanted out enough with pretending he was completely innocent. Pretty hard to build a Super Bowl winning team while paying your quarterback that much of your cap. It is. Damn near impossible, according to the data that we look at. It is impossible. Not impossible, but damn near. Certainly the first team to do it will be the first team to do it in 30 years that has a quarterback they're paying that same kind of equivalent cost. Jay, Kurt Warner was a hell of a halfback. He was, Jay. Could have been one of the better ones all time, too. I mean, he shredded his knee the second year after his magical first year where I think he led the AFC in rushing. Literally the very first game of the year the next year on that AstroTurf, he tore his leg and his knee was never the same. You can even see it in his highlights in 86, 87, where he's dragging that leg along. Dragging it. Mitch Biz, it's easy to get excited for big names, but it's all about the sum of the parts to make a great team. Go Hawks. It's very, very true, MJJ Biz. I think, though, just to counter your point a little bit on this one, and this is, again, in the operating from the standpoint of learning from your mistakes. And what has been a mistake in the past, you don't replicate it, right? And so, I get where you're coming from on saying what you're saying on that, but then let's go to just, something else here. Let me bring up a stat here. I just want to bring this up. If I can find it. Okay, so let's just go back, if we can, to 2019, a time where you also had an equivalent amount of money to spend, MJJ Biz. You had $50 million to spend at that time. You spent $9.3 million on Jaron Reed. You spent $6.9 million on Greg Olson. You spent $5.9 million on Bruce Irvin, $3.5 million on BJ Finney. Brandon Shell cost you $3.5 million. You spend more money on Quentin Dunbar, $3.4. Jacob Hollister at $3.3 million. Benson Mayowa at $3 million. Carlos Hyde at $3 million. Mike Iupati at $2.5 million. Cedric Abuji at $2.2 million. Brandon Jackson at $2.1 million. David Moore at $2.1 million. And Geno Smith at $1 million. That ate up over $50 million in cap space. Now, Biz, that year after you signed it, Were you a person looking at all those signings saying, well, we're better than it's better than going for the flashy signing. We got the glut of signings. We got a lot of signings. So having quantity is better than the quality. But that year that didn't prove out to be that, did it? You didn't get the returns by spending that amount of money. And they're taking the same track this year with their free agent process. And if it's burned you before and you've not gotten the results from it before, why should we believe that we'll get different results from it now, taking the same kind of mode of thought? Elite Michia says, Seahawks, sign someone. Come on. New phone, who's this? People tend to be sheep on social media. The fact you have a lot of teens using clown emojis lends zero merit to the argument. Yeah, I'm not trying to build my argument on clown emojis necessarily. I'm just saying that when you've got a fan base that's in the state that they are, where I've watched many of those. I've watched a ton of these press conferences, new phone, who this, because I have to for my channel in a lot of respects, right? I got to watch and be up on knowing what I'm seeing. I've never seen on any live stream shows before, to your point, if teens just go in there and throw clown emojis up every time there's a live stream channel. Well, why don't I ever see that before like I saw it today on the Seahawks channel? I've never seen that on any press conference coming like that before. It was every other third message was a clown or a trash emoji. Now, again, does that lead to any conclusions? Maybe not, but is it indicative of that you don't have a fan base that's necessarily loving life right now? And again, this is backing up what I have in my chat where I do 7.5, 8 hour streams and I get thousands of people in the chat over the time period of that. And the opinion there is pretty succinct with what we see on that clown emoji stuff from the channel. So again, is it the end all be all an emoji? No, emojis are silly and stupid, certainly. But is it indicative of the distaste and dispassion that the fan base has for Coach Carroll in this front office right now? Yeah, it is. Randall McDaniel, what was the Elway thing? The Seattle Seahawks could have had John Elway at the time. This was driven by the fact that John Elway is due to be drafted by the Colts at the time. And John Elway did not want to go play for the Colts. He didn't like the head coach. He didn't want to go out there and play in that area of things. So he then broached the subject of going and playing baseball instead of football unless the Colts were to trade them. This led the Colts to have to then trade Elway, but their general manager was not going to be held over the barrel at the time. He wanted to get back his maximum returns. Seattle was a team that had called and was in on negotiations for Elway at the time, and the Broncos threw out the offer where Seattle had given up one extra first-round pick. I think they were willing to offer, it might have been one first-round pick, a couple number twos, and something else. And if Seattle was willing to just offer one more first-round pick, they would have had Elway. But they weren't willing to go that far. So they held on to their first-round pick, and Elway went to the Broncos instead. But Elway was interested in coming to Seattle, supposedly. According to the documentary, at least. And Jay, this is actually before he was with the Broncos, before he was there. This is when he was drafted out. Megan says, I said in their right mind, B, which explains the Hawks extension for him. Randall says, I read his book. I think it's true, but don't remember specifics when he forced the trade on draft day or later. Yeah, it's the forcing of the trade essentially on draft day. Yeah, you talked to Baltimore. It was a massive trade. It's in the documentary. There's the, I think it's Elway to Marino is what it's called. I don't know if it's available on YouTube, but you guys, it's a really good documentary, worth checking out. TG Native says, thoughts on trading Jordan Love? I ain't giving up a lot for him, number one. Number two, he doesn't do a lot to move the needle for me. The time he went in and played last year for the one game he played, he looked way in over his skis, just like a deer in the headlights. Why do I? At this point, I can be talked into Jameis Winston being a good idea. Yeah, me too. Me too, I guess. Jeff Krotawiak, are you happy with making the playoffs and getting knocked out in the first or second round, or you want to just throw all the games for a better pick? I would rather go to full rebuild style, Jeff. No, I don't get happy by just barely making the playoffs and getting knocked out. And it's a point of contention. It's a point that I have a lot of fights back and forth with people in the chat on this very subject. So it's one of my things that gets stuck in my craw a little bit. Being a consistent winner doesn't do a whole lot for me. I'm perfectly fine going for a Super Bowl run of a couple years to be bad for a couple years if you truly went for it in that Super Bowl window. I think that this team tends to have a 2 and a 3 year plan, and this leads them to not have as much urgency when it comes to building the roster up as deeply as they could to make that epic type push, to go all in for it. And it's not in the same fashion the Rams went for it, but to maybe pull a page out of the Rams book as far as their aggression goes. But there's a little bit of a lack of aggression, I think, from this front office as of recently in that respect. Maverick Consulting Group says Malik Willis liking Seattle IG posts with Jody, Pete, John statements. Is it going to be Malik Willis, Maverick Consulting Group? Is that what we're looking at here? Jay Pagalario, your thoughts on Kyle Trask as a possibility? I'm not a Kyle Trask guy either. When you play in college and you have like 4 NFL ready players out of skill positions on the outside, and you still can't, your decision making's off, and you look in over it. I watched a lot of tape on Kyle Trask last year because there were those, and the year before with because we had Freddie Swain who came out of Florida, right, and you had Pitts coming out last year. I think they had a couple other guys that we could have looked at last year as far as the skill position goes, and he just doesn't. There's nothing there with him. Probably got good arm talent, but decision-making, processing, it isn't there with Kyle. And I thought the Tampa Bay Buccaneers overdrafted him last year for where he was taken because their draft was a whole free draft. They could take anybody that they wanted to do. So it was whoever, whatever, But he'll never be anything. I don't think he'll be anything. Roy Folek says, hearing through the grapevine, Falcons have made the Watson deal. Wow. Interesting landing place for Watson. Very interesting landing place for Watson. And that's going to move the Matt Ryan deal. I bet you Matt Ryan ends up in the Colts. If I'm the Colts, I'm on the line to Atlanta right after that, and I beat whatever offer Seattle tries to offer if they're in on that too. He then plays in a stadium, like I said. You want to keep Matt Ryan in a stadium. He's got a strong roster built around him at that point. He's got a strong offensive line. Matt Ryan to the Colts is absolutely where that should go. Megan says Shanahan's three-story high doghouse for his receiver paints a lovely picture. Doorman meets the player at the door and asks, "Your usual room, sir?" That's right, Megan. That's right. Randall says Packers wide receiver drafts: Adams, Jordy, Driver, Cobb, Sharp, Jennings, Lofton, Antoine Freeman, James Jones, and Robert Brooks. They know how to look for receivers, which would make Randall, you'd think they would draft more of them high with as good as they do, but they like those second-round guys. Q Coffee, do you think Malik Willis is worth it? I mean, he's worth it to select high, I guess. Q Coffee, he's not my favorite receiver in this draft. I can be talked into him. The thing I don't want to see Q Coffee is taking him in the top 10. If you're going to take Willis, take him in the back end of the first round. And if somebody else wants to take him in the teens and overdraft him because there's a dearth of quarterback options at the top end of this draft, so be it. Let them make that mistake. We shouldn't be the one to make that mistake. 283-128 says, I hope we draft Christian Watson, even if wide receiver isn't a need. He's an interesting guy. I took a look at him. I did look at his tape. Of course, the guy that had the really good combine. He did the 4.36, almost jumped 39 inches, 11.4 on the broad jump, really freakish in that level of things. He's a fast receiver with some height. He can high point the ball and give you something in his run after the catch and fly sweeps. He's not dynamic in the open field, but he's got his good speed helps him get loose. He's not very sudden on his releases, despite having some of those explosive scores. It takes him a little bit of time to get up to speed. Footwork is good, just takes him a little bit of time to get him where he's going. He can have a tendency to round out his routes slightly, so he's not good about kind of coming to a sudden stop and cutting those routes sharp. He does have good hands and a large catch radius, but he's not always smooth in the catch. Like sometimes he's fighting his own hands a little bit. He's got a contortionist body where he will snap himself around to face the ball suddenly, and he has a great timing for it. So the ball's coming in and he's running with his back to it. Ball's about to arrive. He's going to need to high point. He's going to need to turn his body and then get up with some air off the ground. He does a very good job of spinning, turning, jumping all at the same time and then doing it like snap fast. And it really aids him on, for instance, back shoulder throws. He's just money on those. He's a little herky-jerky, kind of the opposite of smooth, but it works. He's kind of like the Roadrunner as well as coming to a stop. So it's like, remember the Roadrunner comes to a stop where it's not, and he's sliding to the stop and causing drag marks behind him as he's trying to come. He's a little bit like that. A little bit like that. So the stop and start isn't there, and that neutralizes a little bit of his upper level speed for me. It's almost like I write, you can almost hear the whining sound of his brakes as he tries to pull it back. So stop and start, not a strength, but he does track the ball really good. And I got a good overall feel for running routes too. So I like Watson. Let me see where I've got him at. Where did I put him on my big board? Watson on the big board. I got him in the 4th round. So I got him just above Calvin Austin right now. But I like him. He good. Randall McDaniel read the red gun. Was it the red gun or was it the run and shoot? It was the run and shoot. That's what you mean, Randall. Yeah, Glanville ran the run and shoot, I thought. Wasn't that what he was running? Jay says, do it. Levis or Anthony Richardson next year. I'm a Levis man. I love Levis. Jay says, laughing my ass off at that Jaguars logo. I have fun here, Jay. I like to have a good laugh from time to time. Yeah, it was the run and shoot, right? That's what you're thinking, Randall. It might have also been called the red gun. I like the run and shoot better. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the run and shoot's rough, Randall, because you're putting receivers out on the outside, and you're oftentimes leaving your quarterback in zero protection. And so he doesn't have usually a running back around him because you put receivers on the outside and tight end. You're trying to put as many guys out running routes as you kind of can, and then you're not trying to hit little short passes. You're trying to hit the ball down the field. You're trying to, and so two things don't really go together with it a little bit. Where it's like, okay, we're not going to put in mass protection, but then we're going to have our receivers running these really deep developing routes. How are we going to keep our quarterback from getting killed? And the run and shoot would get quarterbacks killed right and left. It speaks to Warren Moon's greatness that he was able to be so proficient in it. They also had a really good offensive line at the time he was there in Houston, but that's why you don't see it run anymore at this point. Jeff says maybe they knew that pick play would come on the goal line though if it worked every time that season. Correct, Jeff. Yep. And that's why I do draw a little bit of so while I do say you're not getting in there necessarily running the ball with Marshawn guaranteed, and while I do back up them going with the pick play from a philosophy standpoint, that's how offensive coordinators build their plan of attack. It's like, what's the play to run? Well, what plays do we run well here at the goal line when they go into heavy formation? Here are the plays that you do well with that. But to your point on this, if I had been the offensive play caller there, I would have run under center. I would have run a play action, and it would have had Wilson running to the edges of the field at that point where he had basically 2 reads. And if the 2 reads weren't there, 1 read to the front, 1 read to the back of the end zone. And if those 2 reads weren't there, I would have told him if it isn't there, throw it through the back of the end zone at that point. We got a couple other plays still to work with here. Don't get desperate with it. As opposed to throwing the timing-based route that they threw with the pick play. C31CO says, I really hope Seattle can get Brown tomorrow. I think there's a good chance if he's coming in for a visit. Really good chance. Emmett says, I'd like Arden Key or Lorenzo Carter, 2 free agents similar to Taylor, who can be 3-4 pass rushing outside linebackers. They're okay. Those guys are all right. Maverick says, Drew Lock made a classy post on Twitter and will be wearing number 2. Okay. Never had a quarterback really here rocking number 2 before. Detroit ran the run and shoot too? I didn't know that. Forgot about that. My Thailand says, great defense and an excellent run game make any quarterback look like a Pro Bowler. It can. It can, certainly. Megan says, Brando the cat whisperer. Yeah, indeed. Am I the cat whisperer? Tell him how much I'm the cat whisperer. Am I the cat whisperer? Yeah? You think so? Say go Hawks. Give me go Hawks. Say go Hawks. Give me go Hawks. Yeah, that's as much as she'll give you. That's as much as you guys are getting. She's chilling. Randall says, we have 2 cats. They don't really like me, even though I feed them and clean the cat boxes. Our 2 dogs are like my shadow. Cats are weird like that, Randall. I mean, that's how I ended up with these 2 cats. I got them when I was with my ex, and technically they were going to be both of our cats. This one on my lap right now was supposed to be her birthday gift, but they ended up choosing me. So I ended up with the cats in the breakup. And yeah, so Charles, again, on that lock question too, it's just about not putting yourself in a pickle of being forced to go get the quarterback. You ride with them if you have to, and the right situation doesn't present itself, but you don't want to end up in a situation where you have no quarterbacks and then you're driven by a sense of desperation that causes you to overpay in a variety of different ways for that QB. Maverick says good signing of Blythe. I agree. Scheme fit. Familiarity with the Rams scheme in itself, and you had a need to do something at the center position that was better than what you've done recently. And I think Blythe, even though he only played 4 games last year, is going to be a better player than what you're getting out of Posick. Yeah, MJJ Biz says, how much would you offer Penny? I would probably do a 2-year, $10 million deal for Penny or something like that, but I'm not going much past that. I'm not doing like a 3-year 20. So he's not done enough for me to draw up that high. So 2 years, 12 million, maybe even at the most, a little bit. I'll maybe go even a couple million more. Herman Moore was a good receiver, Randall. He was good. Dr. Von Wiggles, draft offensive line first or quarterback? Dr. Von Wiggles, if I'm in charge and I'm running this show and I'm running this ship, I would go with offensive line. You're going to have 3 tackles in this draft that are going to be very good. 3 left tackles in this draft that are going to be very good. And I would expect maybe 2 of those 3 guys will be picked before you select, but you could still get a very good top-level left tackle at that point if they decide to pull that trigger versus going for another position. But I would lean in that realm. Seven Down says, where is Myles Garrett right now? He's in Cleveland. They signed him to a big deal. He ain't going nowhere. Ms. JJ says, I say draft the best defender on the board, then the quarterback. I'm okay with that. But Dr. Von Wiggles, I'd go for offensive line over quarterback especially. I would. I think you got to get your line first and then get your quarterback. Don't get your quarterback and then get your line. Randall says Hawks second in dead money right behind Chicago, $40.6 million. Yeah, not too surprising, Randall. Not too surprising. And that number's only going to go up. You're going to be near probably $45 million in dead money by the time it's all said and done. Which isn't great, but at least you're clearing all of that dead money off the books this year in a year where you don't think you're going to compete versus having to hold that dead money in a year where you're trying to compete. Eddie Monstro says, in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Pete Carroll. Verodi, we are really sitting around while these pass rushers go off the board. We are, Verodi. I guess Owusu's good enough for them. They're happy enough with that, I guess. George Trujillo says, if we can get a quarterback that holds the ball less than Russell did, we'll be okay. It'll certainly help. Having a quarterback that plays a little more on time, a little more on script, is going to be very beneficial to this team moving forward, and I would expect whatever quarterback to come in to be more embracing of that mode of play, especially with Pete Carroll encouraging it. Maverick says, draft good edge rushers. We could. There's a lot of good ones in this draft. MJ says, I'm thinking draft Coral and let him and Locke fight it out. I wish I could be signed up on Coral. I just can't get on board with him quite. But I think the team likes him. Ed Armitage, what do you think of the Seahawks drafting Nicholas Petit-Frere in the 3rd? If you can get him in the 3rd, that would be great. I like Nicholas. I've got him as a 2nd-round left tackle as far as where I see his talent goes. Very toolsy guy for the left tackle position. He's kind of got a little, not completely raw in the tools. He's got some stuff that's refined to him a little bit. Really light feet. Ed, he really moves where these guys get so heavy and so big sometimes you can just feel the strain of them trying to move around on the football field. But he's just very light. It's like he's pushing a pillow up instead of a 300-pound frame, which jumps out about him. And I love his footwork within that to where it's, he can get beat a little early on and recover with those quick feet. He's just learning how to use his hands and how to do some of the little intricacies of playing the tackle position. But if you're getting him in the 3rd round, that's a left tackle of the future that you just landed in the 3rd round. And that is awesome value. Awesome. Always compete. Agree we need to learn from our mistakes. From a management point of view, it's fine line between giving up early and letting decisions mature. I guess that's why I get a little defensive about the blame. Well, it's understandable why you get defensive about the blame too, because we live in a this is the most emotionally charged time as a Seahawks fan that we've probably lived through in 10 years. And it's got a lot of people, picking their camps and picking their sides and people painting the pitch. What people will do, of course, I'm sure as you see always compete, is you get people that'll make an argument and they'll straw man an argument the other side's making. or they'll misframe it and put the blame to all one way. I think it's the place that you get to where people will get emotionally attached to their one stance. And the more we can move out of that, and I'm guilty of this as much as anybody. I can be married to my emotional positions on things, but we should try to leave out of as much as we can. Get to just making it really an intellectual exercise as much as anything else. And I do agree that it drives people in that place of things. But yeah, it's just, for me, it's solving those problems. It's correcting where you've gone wrong. And it's even the giving up on players thing. I'll be okay with the management taking a little bit of time with that. I'm not going to hold their feet more to the fire on that. But for me, for instance, always compete. 2 years ago, you gave out a bunch of 1 year and 2 year deals. As I was just talking about a second ago, you had over $50 million to spend, and you went to the bargain basement dollar store shopping in free agency. And that team you built wasn't very good with the money you spent. And part of you not spending the money correctly in that offseason, that $53 million, is what drove you to have to then be desperate to then make the trade of Jamal Adams at the trade deadline, because you didn't go get those blue chip pass rushers. Well, now let's push this forward, always compete to this offseason, and the deals we're seeing handed out right now. A couple of 3-year deals to Disley and Diggs, and then 1 and 2 year deals. And I don't want to pay Von Miller 6 years, $120 million. I don't want to come up to that. But there is quite a wide difference where you see a Bills team going for 6 years, $120, and we're signing a guy for 2 years, $20 as our equivalent addition to our team. And that seems more of the same of what you did in 2019, where you don't want to pay top shelf market prices because Schneider comes from the Packer background, and Packers don't pay for free agents. But again, the returns on that haven't been exactly great as of recent. Armando Colon, I have a strong feeling Malik or Strong will be drafted in Seattle. I think that's a possibility. I think that's definitely a possibility. MJ says Malik is tough and would be good in the Wildcat. He would be a fit in the Wildcat. Yeah, read option, Wildcat, he'd fit in that. Weston Baylor says, what are some players in the draft you'd love to see us take in day 1, 2, or 3, if you can? Sure. If I was looking day 1, and we've got a lot of potential options there in day 1, like I said, one of the 3 top tackles on the board, so one of Evan Neal, Charles Cross, and Ikem Ekwonu. Either of those 2 guys would get me, any of those 3 guys would get me excited. Tyler Linderbaum is a guy at the center position that I would get excited about, especially if you could trade back. Devontae Wyatt, 3 tech from Georgia, like him. Pretty much all the top level pass rushers, none of them I'm really anti. Even Thibodeau, with questions about his work ethic, I still like him and what he brings to the table. Ajobu, Karlaftis, Jermaine Johnson, Trayvon Walker. Those guys I like all of them. I really do. They're all pretty clean prospects from my standpoint of things. Kyle Hamilton, Derek Stingley, Ahmad Gardner would be my other 3 guys on day 1. Day 2, Perry and Winfrey, Travis Jones, Boy Mafi, Trent McDuffie, if you could get him to fall into day 2. I like Kyer Elam. I like Kirby Joseph as a free safety prospect. Jalen Pitry from Baylor is an interesting guy. Just kind of a puzzle piece you move all over the place. Josh Pascal's another guy. I'm giving you a few of these names here. From the offensive side of the ball, Daniel Fa'alele, Zion Johnson, Nicholas Petit-Ferrer, Alec Pierce as a Cincinnati wide receiver. I really like him a lot. George Pickens out of Georgia. Both him and Alex Pierce. I know we don't need a receiver, but boy, I like those guys. James Cook at the running back position, and let's say the 3rd round would be interesting. Marquise Hayes or Jeremy Slayer for the left guard. Also in the 3rd round. Alex Lindstrom from Boston College. If you miss out on Linderbaum, that wouldn't be too bad. As far as day 3 goes, Hassan Haskins, good running back, shades of Chris Carson to his game. Zach Tom, another center that's really interesting. Cole Strange, a guy the Seahawks have met with, another center who's really good, who you can maybe get a little bit later on. Cade Otton, the University of Washington tight end. If you're talking about round 4, I think that'd be an interesting guy there. Defensively, Jojo Duman of Nebraska, a guy who could play Sam linebacker and slot, which is interesting. Jalen Armour Davis in the 4th round is a guy that fits the Seahawks model for cornerback. He'd be a guy that's interesting in that spot. Veron McKinley in the 4th round out of Oregon, free safety of the future. Wouldn't mind something like that. It could be interesting. Brian Asamo in the 3rd round is another guy I like a lot out of Oklahoma. Guy that could be your will linebacker of the future. MJ Diz is Malika's tough. Oh, sorry. Always compete. Thanks, Brandon. I enjoy this channel. I hope you can build on this somehow and make it worth your while. Go Hawks. We're getting there. Always compete. You know, we've been continuing to just keep building and keep rolling, and eventually I'll be able to do this full time. So it may take a little bit of while, but we will get there. And the second, you know, my kind of word to my channel on this is the first time I can pull that trigger and do this full time and be just going, if not almost daily, as far as like a daily radio show almost. I will get to that stage of things. So we're moving there, man. It's a process, but I'm tremendously happy with the growth so far this year. We're off to our best start that I've had in the channel's history as far as the growth goes, despite there not being a lot of great news as far as our Seahawks are concerned with trades of Russell, release of Bobby, and the team being a cellar dweller team last year. But I appreciate it, man. I love having you in the chat. And like I said, if there's ever time we might disagree and it might get heated or whatever, I still do value always disagreement and different points of view and positions. I do. It's one of the things I try to be most mindful of wanting to keep fostered here on the channel as far as we grow. Because I think it's what's going to make this channel at its best. It will be not the agreement, but the disagreement. Weston, what are some, George Rio, Bobby goes to San Francisco. He will haunt us twice a year. Very well may. Very well may. But how is he going to go to San Francisco? They've already got Fred Warner as their middle linebacker. So how do they do that? Paul Third, apparently Watson wants to go to the Niners, but they can't make an offer because of Garoppolo, laughing out loud. Well, it's the problem when you trade first-round picks for Trey Lance like they did. Trey Lance better be good at this point if this keeps them from getting Watson, and it kept them from getting maybe even Brady. You know, he better be it. You know, no pressure, Trey, no pressure. Megan says, P stream B. So glad I finished my sandwiches before that happened. Maverick, now that we need to cut Carson, Myers, Hyder Jr., and LJ Collier. Maverick, I'm with it. Why not just maximize your cap space at this point, right? Clear the books. I'm good with it. Jason Tudors is laughing out loud. Brandon going Jay Leno there. Yeah, let me did. Yeah. I can't do Jay's face. I can't do his, yeah. Randall says, Schneider even mentioned the next year is when they reap the rewards of Russ's money off the books. You could see him, Randall, rubbing his hands together when he said that, couldn't you? You could feel him just saying, if I could just say the extra phrases I'd want in addition to saying that, and we've been hamstrung for years by paying Russell as much as we've had to pay him. But that's definitely what he was intimating there a little bit. Eric Salazar, come out of the closet already? Okay. Because the franchise is dying. They have a looks of, there's a mere appearance of dying, I'll give you that. Real Rap 5,000, but why did Bobby Wagner leave? Real, you're paying him $20 million a year, and the next middle linebacker and what they're making the sport's about half that. And if you come to a player like that making that kind of money and you say, hey, we don't want to pay you that, we're going to pay you significantly less, we want to pay you $5 million a year. Bobby's going to end up making probably $6-7 million a year on whatever new contract he signs. Bobby goes to them, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not signing that. So then they have to release him. It's just the way it kind of ends up playing out about that. George Trelo says, let's not forget the lease is up on the stadium in 2025. So, George, the lease may be up on 2025, but they still can't move the team out of Seattle until minimum 2040. But the lease being up within that parameter allows them at that point, I don't know if it's lease up. I think they're still under lease through 40. It's 2025 where they can sell the franchise. Randall says, I might be in the minority on this, but I really like John Schneider. I think he's a top-level general manager. I know recent moves don't necessarily show it, but we'll know over the next 2 to 3 years. I would have been with you 6-7 years ago in saying he's that. But I think the recent 5 to 6 years of data to me, Randall, have not been one that's been one of the better general managers in the league. I think he's made a lot of mistakes. I think he's misspent a lot of money. I think the drafts have been very bipolar. I think there's a really stunning lack of amount of a plan that we're seeing. What is the plan? What is your guys' what are you guys trying to accomplish? It's so much of it sometimes seems like, Randall, that throw it up against the wall and let's see what sticks approach to things, which is it's not necessarily an intelligent approach. I don't hate John. He's got a potential, like I said with Pete, these guys got an ability to tap back into being good at what they do, but they got to realize where their shortcomings have been. They've got to realize where they've gone wrong over the last 5 or 6 years to avoid making those same mistakes once again. Real Rap 5000, is Bobby Wagner on a team currently? No, not currently. Matthew McClellan says, I told you last week Kaepernick was on the table and you said, nah. I don't think he's on the table right now still, Matthew. Just because he's throwing passes with Tyler Lockett doesn't mean that he's a reality for being signed to the team. Well, we'll see if you're right. Jerry Joseph, Russ will never be able to get any from Chandler Jones. We'll never be able to get away from Chandler Jones. Maybe that's why Russ was a little dour in his press conference. What's going on? God, Chandler's here now. Jeez, Mac, I got Bosa. I got Khalil Mack, Frank Clark, Chris Jones. I'm gonna run it for my life. Whitey White, how long will the 30 for 30 be covering the Seahawks 2010-2022? 3 to 4 hours, week-long, 7-part miniseries. Yeah, they're gonna have to cover it in some depth, that's for sure. Matthew McClellan says, sorry, I heard the news. I'm low-key stoked that I thought about it. I thought about it before it happened. Well, you are ahead of it on that. I'll give you credit there. Joe Biden's make-a-wish, bring in Trent Brown and draft a left tackle, and you have the cornerstone pieces for your offensive line. A little bit. I mean, you are definitely going with Brown and a guy that's getting a little bit longer in the tooth, but sure, yeah. Dwayne Jean says, Pete and John look like their wives left them, laughing out loud. Megan says, Ken Bering's already an a-hole. Make him as bad as you can make him. I will. Wait till you see. I've got a plan in place. If I can execute half of what I got in my own head here, Megan, it's going to be awesome. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. How you doing, Mr. Kane? He says, I've been looking at some film, and I don't see the Willis craze. I'm good picking Ritter, just not in the round he will probably go. Mr. Kane, I'm not as much in on the Willis tape as well with you on that one, and I'm a Ritter guy as well. Maybe it's because we share the same last name, or we just both relatively intelligent individuals. So, I don't know which, but I like myself some Ritter. I do. I think second round's probably about appropriate value for him. I don't want to take him in the first, but I think he's a second round quarterback. Maverick Consulting Group says Shelby Harris's tweet. What did he tweet? What did Shelby Harris tweet out? Oh, what did he say? He said, I hope Bronco fans in my mentions hating realize I don't give an S. I'm sitting on a beach living my best life. Oh, okay. So he had a podcast episode go down. Funny. Why would the Bronco fans be giving him a hard time? It's not his fault he was traded. It's not on him. Getting a lot of signings, says Megan, is fine if they're quality. If not, it's just a waste of time and money. Well said. Emmett says, weird thought here. Since our possible best signing could be a right tackle, is there a left-handed quarterback prospect or a trade target I'm not thinking about? Emmett, you think Tua's a possibility? Maybe the Dolphins are slow rolling us on Tua. He's about the only one that I can think about. I don't think there's a left-handed quarterback in this draft. But that'd be about it. So all I can think of is Tua is the only guy that's even a possibility. Alexander says 8-9 is a dream season if we were so lucky. Drew at least 15 interceptions. Maybe. Mavericks is slamming. Yeah. He's Shelby saying, I don't give an S what you guys think. I'm on a beach. Randall asks a good question. He says, what's better, Ritter in round 2 or Howell in round 3? I like having that second round pick back to put on a player if I can get Howell in the third, Randall, but I still lean to Ritter in the second. But some of that just is that I'm not really high on Howell and his potential necessarily. Clutch Claw, why are we getting O-line once Wilson leaves? Clutch Claw, I don't know, man. The two things I predicted we were going to see happen when Russell Wilson leave were, one, you're going to finally see the Seahawks build the offensive line, surprisingly so, and I don't know why. Number two, you're going to see Russell Wilson probably take a discount for the first time in his career once he goes over to Denver. So we'll see if the second part plays out to be true, but yeah. Yeah. Jeffrey Thistle, in my mind, this means we're in the football gods waiting room until Jody can sell the team. Nothing will matter until it happens, and all these picks will be wasted. Just my opinion. No, I understand where you're coming from, operating from that standpoint and things. I do. I get where you're coming from, man. And I have a lot of sympathy for that thought process on it because I'm in the same state. I think you need ownership to drive. And if the ownership's got their hands off the wheel and they're telling the coach and the general manager, you drive, theoretically, that seems like that could make some sense on the surface of it. But we've seen when that really plays out, that's not a good situation. You need the owner over the top of it. Everybody needs to answer to somebody. And it's a little bit like I think our front office and coaching staff right now don't really answer to anybody. And that's part of why we are making some of the mistakes we've made previously. Is there's no worry about things going wrong. It's all everything's positive, everything's happy and beautiful. Things are going wrong right now, but it's just a step away from going right. It's that process in relation to looking at everything through that lens. Megan says, need to step away. Shoulder and eyes are killing. Will return. Sounds good, Megan. Sounds good. Jeffrey, I hope the new owner will keep the team in Seattle, but feels like the Sonics to me. Well, I think, Jeffrey, the deal is they can't move the team till 2040. So, yeah, you're not going to see him moved out. The other thing I would say is that Jody, at the very least, has got at least a passing interest in carrying on her brother's legacy. Maybe she doesn't want to own the team, but I don't think she's going to sell the team to an owner who's going to move him out of town like we saw Howard Schultz do. I think Schultz is a different piece of work than Jody Allen is, and I don't think she would do that like us. David Ott, trading for Drew Lock only to go after another quarterback just wouldn't make sense, in my opinion. I don't think they're going to go after another quarterback of high quality, but I do think they're going to. They talked about this a little bit of stacking up more of a room of quarterbacks rather than just having one guy they go for, David, in their press conference today. So they're kind of indicating that they're going to look to have more of a quality room built there in the quarterback position rather than just the one guy. Randall asks, who had more talent, Joey Galloway or Sean Springs? I was thinking a little bit about that the other day when Randall was going through and watching the old tape a little bit. I go to more Galloway. Very close to each other, both Ohio State guys, right? But Joey was just a little, I think, a little more special. Maverick brings up a good point. Broncos wanted to give up Locke in the trade. That's why we ended up with him. Could be very much a reason. Randall says Kurt Warner was a baller. My dad always said he ran soft. I don't know, Randall. I watched a lot of tape on him doing preparing for the Great Seahawk Moment video I did in the 1983 team that got to the conference championship. And in watching the tape that I watched on him, he ran hard. He was definitely a little more finesse, but he had the times where he would put his nose down and go. It's just that he was so good with his finesse because he was so fleet of foot and so elusive as a running back. He didn't have to as much. Micah says Shelby Harris is a legend on Twitter. I love it. Godwin just got 3 years, $60 million and $40 million guaranteed. Jeez, that's a lot of money. Probably worth it, I guess. Probably worth it. Lordy. Joe Biden's Jarvis Landry likely to sign with Atlanta in hopes of luring Deshaun Watson. Ooh, there we go. Los Angeles Rams paid over $40 million for quarterbacks in 2021 with Goff's dead money, did they not? Yes. With the combination of Stafford's salary and I think it was $28 million of dead money for Goff at the time, I believe. Correct. Alexander says, enjoy 2 wins. Well, I'll enjoy the hell out of those 2 wins. Go Cardinals. The stupid Seahawks fans are still here. Y'all shouldn't be on here because it's y'all trash. That's why. Okay. Okay. Don't you have to worry about a quarterback you got to pay or something, Go Cardinals? Aren't you fretting about your quarterback? Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, I got to leave for a few. Artie Burns is coming over to put in a new toilet and water heater. I'm Artie Burns. I got your toilet, I got your water heater. What you going to need over there, huh? Is the water heater okay? You're getting warm water. Okay, we'll bring that on over too. We'll do 2 for 1. I'll do 2 for 1. I'll charge you 3 times the price. It's a great deal. You're going to take this deal. You're going to like this deal. What do you say? I'm Artie Burns. My name carries weight in this town. It's Artie Burns. Artie Burns. George says, I'm not guessing 7 and 10 games in saying we will make the playoffs. Some noise around the league. True Blue Seahawks fans here. Shoot for the moon. Go Hawks. Shock the NFL. We're going to shock the world, George. I like it. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. Alexander says, I knew Tom wasn't done. He pulled a Brett Favre. See what you did there. Palpoy 808 says, any chance of us signing Gilmore? Probably not likely now that you brought back Sidney Jones and you brought in Artie Burns. I think they're going to try to go a little cheaper at that particular position. Joey Del Rosario, when are we playing in the old Seahawks retro jerseys? It's going to be a couple of years still. Not this year, but then the year after that, you'll see us in retro jerseys. Corin Miller, I wouldn't mind if we had a drop-off season this year and used our first-round pick next season to get a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud from Ohio State. Thoughts? Corwin, you're using your thinking cap, I think is my thoughts to that. And this is the preferred way that I would like to go at this point. I don't like the quarterbacks in this draft. I don't want to just select a quarterback in this draft because we feel like it's a need and we have to do it. I want to select a quarterback in the draft because he truly warrants me selecting him as highly as we would be looking at taking one of these quarterbacks. And I think you're better to do that a year from now when the talent's going to be better coming down the line out of college. So, yeah, I'm 100% with you on that, Corwin. 100%. Maverick Consulting Group says Jordan Davis or Jermaine Johnson. God, Maverick Consulting Group, they both have some rough edges to their game. Oh my God, Maverick, that's a hard question to answer. They're both they're different positions, but they both are like similar players with their boom bust factor a bit. Jermaine's a little bit of a safer prospect. Because at least your bottom line with him is you have a rotational pass rusher. So then at that point, I guess based off their bottom line, the bottom line of Jordan Davis is he's a rotational one tech who gives you run stuffing ability and not much pass rush. The bottom line for Jermaine Johnson is he doesn't give you a lot as far as run stuffing, but he could be a really good pass rusher in rotational situations. So that probably leads me to Jermaine Johnson. Good question, though. Eddie Perez says, why don't we just draft a quarterback in every draft until they get it right? Plus, isn't Malik Willis a poor man's Russell Wilson? We'll go with a couple things in that question. Number one, Eddie, to your point on this is something that analytics is pushing for. They're saying, don't just get one quarterback and roll with it. It's okay to keep going for a quarterback until you get the right one because the position is so valuable and so dire that you get one that can tilt the table, can tilt the room, tilt the field. That's what I was trying to look to say. And so drafting every year is a way to get there on that. Look at the Cardinals, what they did to land on Kyler Murray, coming a year off of having drafted Josh Rosen, who they moved off very quickly from. The part where I can't contend on this a little bit, Eddie, is that if you take that approach, you better have a roster that can kind of sustain that. And if you as a roster have not spent your money very appropriately in recent years and you've not drafted very well in recent years, it's a little bit tougher to take that kind of stance of things. To me, Malik Willis is just not the same player Russell Wilson is. Russell Wilson, when he came out of college, threw 73% completion rate in his final year at Wisconsin. He used his mobility as a way to extend plays behind the pocket to let guys break open. Malik Willis uses his mobility to get free and go run. They're just a little different in that respect of things. A little undersized with really good live arms. If you're operating from that point with the comparison, then that absolutely does kind of fit. But past very broad strokes, they are very much different players. I also think that Russell Wilson has a lot more of a cleaner mechanical delivery coming out of college. The arm came up over the top. His footwork was really, really good. Everything was mechanically right and perfect as it kind of should be. It's a little bit like throwing like a baseball at times, but that's just his natural throwing motion a bit. Malik Willis's arm angle is all over the place. Sometimes it comes outside, sometimes it comes out here, sometimes it comes out at 30, at 70%, 70 degrees, whatever this would be. This would be about 70 degrees, 90 degrees, 70 degrees. So it's kind of all over the place with him a little bit. He's not in as a refined state as Russell Wilson was coming out. Randall says, Kyle Trask reminds me of Mason Rudolph. Yeah, I guess I could see that a little bit. Boy, his decision-making was awful in college. Bud Inlet says, Sauce, Charles Cross, or Jermaine Johnson? I'll go Charles Cross, Bud Inlet, but I consider a left tackle, franchise tackle, more important than a lockdown cornerback or a pass rusher. So I would go that way. Megan's there. Sorry. You responded to him. Cody Smith, why do you think we need more defensive tackles? I don't necessarily think we need more defensive tackles. I think we could stand Cody to upgrade over Brian Monet. And if you can find more of a pure 3-tech Cody, which we don't really have on the roster, you're sitting on 3 1-tech defensive tackles right now. So you have a need for the 3-tech. You have a need for a pass rushing defensive tackle. And you don't have that on the roster right now. Maybe Shelby Harris is that guy. I should take that back. Shelby Harris is going to be that guy. So we're okay at defensive tackle. I just think in general, you also have guys on, I don't know how long you're looking to keep Puna here. Monet's on a 1-year deal, and you've only signed Al Woods to a 2-year deal. And again, if you can find a guy more in the 3-tech role, I think you would jump on that in the next draft, especially if a guy dropped. But it's not a high priority, Cody. I'll give you that. George says, I'm not guessing 7 and 10. Alexander Matthews, day 1, we're going to make a splash. I say no. No, Alexander. Nope. No splashes. No splashes. Not even a little bloop that you would get if you threw a pebble into the water. Okay, well, maybe we get a bloop pebble, but that's all we get. It's a couple of bloop bloops. Matt Calloway says Disley's getting paid more than Kittle this year. I'm dead. Yeah, that's not a good look, is it? DJ Owen, since Pete and John love wasting draft picks, who do you see them drafting at the number 9 spot? Quarterback or running back? Pick one. I think Malik Willis is the guy that makes a lot of sense. Or even worse, Matt Corral, where they just decide, we like Matt Corral a lot, and we decide he was our guy, so we're going to pick him at number 9. One of those two guys would be them doing what they've done recently with the draft. DJ Owen, who's my favorite running back in the draft? Breece Hall is my favorite running back by far. I don't think he's even close to Kenneth Walker. A lot of people think he's close to him. I don't. I think he's separated himself from the rest of the class. I think he's right along in that same type of similar, not quite to maybe these guys at State. These guys are a little bit better as a prospect, but he's very close. And that would be a Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb type of running back. You're good all-around guy, good size, can do it all. I love Breece Hall's game. Randall says, it's almost like the channel grows more when we have more drama and struggle. I remember with Howard Stern, it was people who didn't like him tuned in more than those who did. Not saying we don't like you. I know, I get what you're saying, Randall. And certainly, look, there's no denying. The Russell Wilson trade, the Bobby Wagner release. I mean, I've pulled nearly 600 subscribers in about a week from this news. And that's to your point. That's driven that in a way that we have not seen prior. So yeah, there's probably something to that. Alexander Matthews says, why would Green go to the Jets? Because they're going to pay him and no one else is. He wants to get his money. Megan says, the feeling I get from JS in the presser, read the Russ trade, is thank F, I don't have to deal with talk to Mark Rodgers again. Yeah, I think he's most happiest by that point, Megan. Even having the money to spend, even having the draft picks, I think it's the not talking to Mark Rodgers is definitely made him a bit happier about things. Randall says, I bet we take a left tackle at number 9. If they're following the blueprint, it's what they did last time. Exactly, Randall. Yeah. It would be the Russell Okung equivalent. You're right near the same pick you were with Russell Okung. You're going to have not the top tackle drop down the board, but maybe the second or third best. If you're looking to duplicate what you did before, this would be a good way to do it. He's going to land, one of these guys is going to land right in your lap. Ferret says, imagine Charles Cross, then signing Trent Brown, then take Nakobe Dean, inside linebacker, good at blitzing, perfect for scheme, then Travis Jones with our 41st pick to replace Al Woods. Could make some sense, Ferret. Could make some sense on that. I like all of it. I'm not as much on the Nakobe Dean. I like him as a player, but I probably would lean away from middle linebacker and drafting that high. But the rest of the picks I'm perfectly happy with. I can go with Travis Jones is awesome. Cornelius Stewart says Matt Carroll will be a solid pickup in the second. You're gonna have to talk me into him, Cornelius. You're gonna have to talk me into Matt Corral. I need to be sold on that guy. Charles says, Ollie will guide you to the light as Artie Burns will guide me back to being a 51% Hawks fan. That name is brilliant. I hope the best for that kid. Alexander, I think Pete and the gang are... Oh, I missed a donation. I'm sorry about that. Corwin Miller, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you, buddy. I missed another donation below. I'll get on it here. But thank you for the $10 donation. He says, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength for next year being a more friendly quarterback class. Go Hawks, as always. But I just have a weird feeling this season is going to be not a great one. Let's find our quarterback. And let's embrace the process with this, Corin, right? You had the 76ers a couple of years ago in basketball telling everybody to trust the process. Let's trust our process here. Let's trust it if it takes a year. Let's not be as impatient to need this team in a winning state next year. I will be okay with it if they're taking the smart, long-range approach to things. I'm completely okay with that. The only time that I draw right now with this current regime and be mad at them currently with their approach in this offseason going forward, if they show signs of trying to go for it next year, but not entirely go for it. Just kind of go for it. Just like Diet Calorie Coke, go for it. You know? No, I want the 46 grams of sugar if you're going all in. Not the Diet Coke variety of going all in. So if they're not doing that, let's wait it out a year to your point on that. Let's be patient with it. Like I've tried to say on this in the corner, if we take a look at this to try to put this in perspective, you take the 5 quarterbacks out of the last draft that were taken in the top 15 picks, the 5 guys. All 5 of those guys go higher in this draft than any quarterback in this draft. All 5 of them. You go to next year, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Bryce Young. All 3 of those guys go higher than any of the quarterbacks in this draft. To me, that speaks to the fact this draft's really not in a place that you should be wanting to pick a quarterback in. And if you just happen to be landing in a year where there's not that quarterback and you do need one, well, too bad. Sometimes you got to wait to get the right guy. It's more important to get the right guy than it is to just get a guy. It's like John Navin Vasquez says, let's get Bryce Young next year. Well, let's do it, man. But thank you, Corin, for the $10 donation. You're very kind, sir. Appreciate you. DJ Owen with a $5 donation. Thank you, DJ. He says, keep up the great work. Well, thanks, DJ. Like and subscribe. This man's awesome. Let's go Hawks Nest. Well, thank you, DJ, man. I appreciate it. And part of the reason I do this, you guys love it. And I love interacting with you guys. And it's just, we got such a cool, positive energy in here. Everybody's thinking deep. We have room for disagreement. I love doing this, man. It is just my favorite thing to do by far on this world, be able to talk this stuff with you guys and just kind of walk through this all together. So appreciate you, man. Thank you. And yes, if you do like what you're listening to, please hit that like button. It does help this channel grow, helps me show up on other Seahawks fans who are looking, Google, YouTube searching for Hawk channels, and you hitting that like button pushes me to show up more for those Hawk fans that are looking to do those searches. So please do hit that like button. It does help me out. Or do what Glenn Jerome just did, which is he just subscribed. And Glenn Jerome, you're awesome for doing so. You too, Weston Baylor. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you guys. Randall says, I don't doubt John and Pete work well together. Possible that that's the problem. Maybe we need a dictator instead of a democracy when it comes to personnel. Just a thought. I got a little bit of that impression, Randall. Like they're talking about the Bobby situation today, and Carroll's telling Schneider, "We'll just hold off, maybe see if we can find something else, and just maybe there's just another way." And then John holding off of releasing him instead. And I think does a point where you're almost a little bit too simpatico. There's too much of the, well, I will listen to what you say, versus having a guy that sort of drives it at the general manager's position, by the way, not the coaching position, and really has a little bit more of a say on it. I wish we just had better returns recently with their great relationship that they theoretically do have, because I agree with you, Randall. I think they do have a good relationship, but I don't know if we always get the best out of that peace and harmony that they operate within, like you'd think we would. Alexander says, I think Pete and the gang are going Willis at 9, but Drew is our franchise guy now. Shaking my head. I agree. Brandon Baskin says, I'm off on Willis, but Ritter and Coral interest me a little bit. I like me Ritter, Brandon. I can't quite get there on Coral, but I like me Ritter. Julio Jones washed up, Alexander. Just probably a little too injury prone at this point. Can't keep the body together anymore. It's just kind of all coming up on him a bit. Randall says, here's my move I'd love. Take Charles at number 9. Take our 2 2s or a similar package to trade back into round 1 and take Tyler Linderbaum. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. I'd love that, Randall. There's your offensive line built towards the future, and built towards the future before you brought in that young quarterback, which is just what I've advocated for a very, very long time. Sign me up, man. Sign me up. WK Football Shorts. Do you think that Drew Lock could be a franchise quarterback? No, I don't believe so. I think he's just a guy at the quarterback position. WK Football Shorts says, what are your thoughts on Tariq Woolen as a 2nd or 3rd round pick? I like him more as a 3rd round pick. I think he gets drafted up into the 2nd round because of the super fast 40 he ran at the size that he is. His tape is pretty good. He is very much would fit into a Seahawks zone system, in that he's played a lot of a seemingly cover 3, a lot of a deep bail technique where he just had to stay on top of receivers. He does bother me a little bit he's got a little bit of that Shaquille Griffin thing in him, where he'll stay clean over the top, but he'll give up a lot underneath at that point. He's content to give up the short stuff at that point. Now he comes up and he makes the quick tackle after the short completion's made. But you would like to see a little bit more of the route recognition, a little bit more of a willingness to stay up close, tight on the short routes, versus always being worried about being beaten over the top. A guy to counter this with is Ahmad Gardner, who runs a similar defense, but doesn't fall into the same trappings of, I'm just going to keep myself clean over top, and that's my priority, and that's what I got to get done, and that's the only thing that matters. His speed is legitimate. He is fast on the football field. I call him the great Draper, because he's got this skill where he could have a yard of separation between him and the receiver. The ball is thrown, and right as the ball is about to arrive, he will suddenly then be right on top of the receiver and just be draping him right over the top of his body. It's sort of like he has that extra last gear as the ball is arriving. The guy doesn't track the ball, though, for his life. Now, Shaquille Griffin is somewhat of a similar guy you could compare him to in this respect, where it's just, he can't track. He can't. He's going to wait for the ball to get in the receiver's hands. He's like Kyer Elam is this way, where they're just going to try to beat up the receiver at the moment of truth. Ball's coming in. As soon as it touches your hands, I'm just going to start punching you. It's a technique. It works for some, but it also does limit to me a little bit of your upside as a cornerback at that point. But he's got the prototypical size and speed you do not normally find in that type of a size player. Good tape. But I look at him more in a 3rd round, mid to late 3rd round, than I would look in anywhere in the 2nd. DJ Owen says, what's the story with Dwayne Brown? Are we not signing him, or is Trent Brown coming to take his place? Do you know? Trent Brown's only a right tackle, DJ. He's not a left tackle. So this doesn't preclude you from bringing back Dwayne Brown. He's probably not the highest priority for them, and there could be a little bit of a difference in what they want to pay him versus what Dwayne Brown thinks he should make. Dwayne might be waiting for the rest of the market to meet out a bit before he makes a determination about where he goes and sees if somebody will be willing to reach his price. But I think he's still in play for Seattle to potentially sign him. Michael says, thoughts on Pete's press conference today? Didn't encourage me, didn't provide me a ton of hope for the future. So there wasn't a lot that I took away from it and went, yeah, it was more of, a lot of me shaking my head, some of me going, that's a lie. But, it didn't endear me to him, Michael. They didn't bring the fan base back into the fold with that press conference. Corin Miller with another $10 donation. Corwin, thank you for the double donation, buddy. I appreciate you, man. He says, I agree with your sentiments fully. I love the Diet Coke and Coke analogy. Either we're all in this season or not. If not, like we talked about, let's look to getting our quarterback next year. Cheers, man. Hey, cheers to you, Warren, and thank you. I'm glad we are of like mind on this. And yeah, it's you can get yourself talked into, we need a quarterback, so let's go get a quarterback. Well, and if you're not in a position to compete this year, whether you go get your quarterback now or not, what's the difference at that point in waiting, right? There's no difference in waiting, especially if in waiting, you get the so much significant more talented guy at that point. There are no guarantees when it comes to drafting quarterbacks, no matter what you go to look at him with. But you want to get at least the guy that you can ride with, because you are going to tend to be married with him for 2 to 3 years, especially this front office and coaching staff that doesn't tend to move off from guys really quickly. We still have LJ Collier on this roster. What has LJ Collier done in any way, shape, or form to be still sitting on this roster at this point in time? They don't like to move off of guys fast. So if they go and they draft a guy like Matt Corral, that means you're going into next year riding with Matt Corral, and you'll pass on Will Levis or Stroud or whoever might be a quarterback that then has a great another year here and really jumps back into the forefront. So you not only do you then make the bad pick of the Corral pick, who's really not a player you should select as your quarterback for the future, but you preclude yourself from then landing that guy down the line. It's a doubly bad mistake from that respect. So one you should try to avoid because of that, and by any way that you can do it, however it's possible to do that. And I hope they do. But Court, I am most worried this year, and I don't think it's going to happen because in looking at their free agency signings, but the thing I'm most worried about in looking at this is that they are going to try to compete this year. Is that instead of just trying to look at that 2023, that they're going to try to go all in. And as I've said, that's you walk a trail in the forest, and you come up on that trail to a fork in the road. And the fork goes into 2 separate trails, which are clean and easy to go down. Both have a benefit to them. Both have something to them that makes them an advantageous path to go take. And the Seahawks look at both of those 2 paths, and they decide to walk right down the middle and smack their head up against the first tree they hit. And that's the path I hope they don't take. But I'm worried that that's a path that they might take. Alexander said the press conference was a joke. It was. Ground Knox 83 says, everywhere I turn, I'm reading Coral to Seahawks comments. This is haunting my dreams and heartlessly assaulting my inner tranquility. Please tell me that I'm in the DiCaprio Shutter Island reality. We're both there at this point, Ground Knox, right? We think our wife maybe left us. We don't know what happened with her. We don't know what's going on. Haunted by our past horrors of Seahawks fandom and worrying at that. It had started out this offseason when we knew Wilson was going to be moved, where my greatest fear was Kirk Cousins. That Carroll would go out and give up a first-round pick for Cousins and give him a bunch of money, and here's our guy. But now that fear's been laid to rest. Minnesota has decided to make their bed with him for another given year, and now my biggest fear is Coral. Coral is the big fear for me, either in the first round or in the second round. Ground Knox, I don't know why people like him so much. He's slight of build. He does not have a big arm outside of 15 yards. In the NFL, you got to throw past 15 yards. I don't see a tremendous amount of touch in his ability to throw. I think his mobility is limited for being a guy reliant very much on mobility in college, running basically just read option with a one-read look. He came out with a very simple, gadgety offense at Ole Miss. It's not a guy to me that warrants being a second-round pick. As well as he's really slight. He's going to get injured in the pros with that body style. He's not going to be able to sustain and hold up. It's way too much risk at that point for a guy that's in the second round. Way too much risk. Noah the Great says, I don't like the idea of re-signing Dwayne Brown. I'm okay with going a different direction. I'm kind of non-whatever by it. He's at a point where he's not going to cost a lot of money, but I also am okay with going a different direction. The King's L's is DK Metcalf, 5 years, $19 million, $74 million guaranteed. Ooh, I like it, King. Give him a little more guaranteed, maybe lower down his yearly cost hit to give him some more guaranteed money. Sign me up. Yeah, King's L, yeah, I'm good with it. Anything but moving him on in trade. Just let's keep DK. Let's sign him to a contract extension. Let's roll. Let's put that one to rest. We don't have to worry about it anymore. So I'm okay with that. I think he's going to be wanting somewhere in the $23 million per year range, $23 to $24 million per. I think that the Christian Kirk contract is going to kind of change over some of that market to a small degree. Randall says, is Malik closer to Dak than Lamar? I don't mean to just comp him to other black quarterbacks. From his build, not as slim as Lamar. Dak was a strong prospect, 5-year starter in the SEC. DUI dropped him. You might be able to on that, Randall. I don't know. There's some close aspects to both. Like the throwing motion of Malik looks very close to Lamar. They've got that same kind of, just doesn't naturally flow through their hand. You don't see everything kind of coming together. It's sort of like they're kind of arm throwers a little bit, or you're not feeling like the whole base. When you have a quarterback throw and everything's working together, it's the base coming up through the midsection, coming up through the shoulders, and everything unwinding and torquing out in one full smooth motion. I don't always see that with Malik on tape. It's a little bit like Lamar, where everything's coming from their arm. You see them pressing everything with their arm and the rotation of torque on their from the midsection, and nothing's coming up from their legs sometimes. Not all the time, just sometimes. But I see where you're at with the Dak as well in the comparison. But I think Dak was a little more of an accurate thrower than both Lamar and Malik. But I can see shades of both. I see shades of both. Alex Marks, Baker touchdown maker to the Seattle for a third? No, we get 1 year of club control. You give us a 4th round pick, I'll maybe take Baker at a 4th, but not for 1 year of club control. Danny says, thoughts on second chances, laughing out loud. Yeah, that was pretty funny on his part. I think the hilarious part was when he's talking about, we like giving second chances out to people in free agency. And then he proceeded to name 4 players in a row that had all been acquired via trade. Yeah, it was funny. Gal G says, I'm excited for the rebuild. Things weren't working. Me too. And Randall asked why we've had, I think, a little bit of an increase in traffic. I think it's been that people are now a little more excited, that they saw there being a stagnation in the way things were going with the current model. And whether this model ends out in failure or success, at least it's going to be a different model in play than what we've seen recently. B-Russ says, looked into the new linebacker we picked up from the Chargers. He actually played nearly 70% of the snaps on defense. 2 years ago, he was at like 40%, 42%. So it looks like he's scaling up into a starter I like the signing. He's fun to watch. And admittedly, B-Russ, I'm going to check him out tonight after the stream. So he's one of the first tapes I'm going to take a look at a couple of Charger games and see if I can get a feel for him. So it's good to hear that he played more than the 50%. I was taking that stat off of what I was reading in the chat. But that's encouraging to see. That part is a little more encouraging. Randall says, Nwosu kind of feels like the Everett signing for some reason. A little bit. They're probably in a similar place in their careers. I could see that. Kyler for MVP. Do you think Kyler's going to be there next year? Are you guys even going to pay your quarterback, Kyler MVP? You got bigger fish to fry than worry about us. Bumbo's bounce. At least our quarterback is over 4 feet tall. Exactly. I mean, you made Kyler made Russell Wilson look like he was tall. He's just a baby. He's just a little baby guy. Chewy Suarez. Anyone else high? Oh yeah, baby. High on life. Dakota Andrews says next year's 2 first and 2 second round picks is big. It's huge, Dakota. It is huge. And again, if you want to wait for that quarterback that's going to be the better quarterback next year, that's a lot of ammunition to move up into the draft and grab your guy. Get just to the guy you want to target. And I hope that they take that track of it. Randall says, I thought I just had, when you said we're going to be cheap at corner, although we paid more safety. Thought I just had, when you said we're going to go cheap at corner, although we paid more money at safety than any other team, I wonder where our secondary as a whole ranks. Quarterback, typically big money, can usually plug a cornerback. Yeah, well, I mean, outside of once we were stopped paying Richard Sherman, we really haven't paid very much money to the cornerback position beyond that. Shaquille Griffin, you kept as a rookie contract. You brought the guy from Washington on a 1-year deal, but that was like a $4 million deal. You last year had Ahkello Witherspoon on $4 million. It seems like, Randall, they don't go past $4 million for a corner if your name's not Richard Sherman. And they want to go cheap there a little bit. Deadly content, interesting, no penny, is interesting a little bit. And haven't heard anything about that. Not even any rumors in regards to that. Mr. Kane, great stream again, Mr. Kane. B. Kane, got to run. Well, have a good night, Mr. Kane. Appreciate you and all you do on the channel, all your being a member, and always good to see my brother from another mother. Ground Knox 83 with a $10 donation. Thank you so much, Ground Knox. He says, love this content and group. Wish I could tune in more. gearing up for a painful 2-year rebuild under Jody and Pete, having bearing sonic anxieties. Do you know if the clause where we can't be moved, do you know if there's a clause where we can't be moved out of Seattle? I'm speaking a little out of school, I would admit. And Donnie Clark, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. I am speaking a little out of school. I thought I read this information like years ago. So my old brain's tapping in deep on this one. It's tapping in deep on this one. So Ground Knox, as I understand it, the deal consisted of, if we're going to have the public funds come out and we're paying for it, you can't move this team or threaten to move this team, because you had the whole Bearing situation sort of looming over the whole situation. And the Seattle did not want to run back into that again with Allen 20 years down the road. So as I understand it, you can't move the team from Seattle until 2040 at the minimum. At the minimum. And that you can sell the team, they can sell some else, but they can't move it out for at least another 18 years. I may be wrong on that, but I believe that's my understanding of it. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. All your donations on the channel. Says Brando, Artie Burns and his crew work quick. I got a wonderful toilet and a new age water heater installed in 25 minutes. He also says Coral is someone he would feast on, and he gets down and dirty. I bet he would. He says you just got to look for his first read. You just got to jump the route on his first read is what he would say, Charles. That's what Artie would say. He says, after Sean decides taught me how to figure out where the first read's going and where that's going to be, I'll be there. I'll be there to jump that route. Phantom Gamer says Brandon secretly wants Coral. Oh, God, no. I'm trying to talk it into existence to not make it happen. I think if I bitch and moan enough about it, that it won't be a thing. I'm trying to, you know, they say the secret of the universe, you know, form your own reality by words and affirmations. Well, my affirmation is no goddamn Matt Coral. Alexander Watson doesn't want to come here because of Pete. I would guess not. I'm sure at some point you make a ring to Russell Wilson and say, do I want to go there? And Russ goes, no. Golgi says, I could never get over the list to busted Jared Goff and busted Donald. We needed that rebuild. Over the loss. So, sorry, Golgi. Yes, I could never get over the loss to the busted Jared Goff and busted Donald. We needed that rebuild. We do. Things just weren't working on the current approach. Let's take away blame for a second. Who's at fault? Wilson. Who's at fault? Carroll. Who's at fault? Schneider. Let's go. Who doesn't matter who's at fault at this point. Change just sometimes needs to be done. Sometimes things just grow stagnant. Sometimes lovers grow apart, right? Sometimes people are in love and you always think relationships end with fiery arguments and I hate you and you're the worst and somebody cheats on somebody else. But sometimes things just fall apart. People change, directions change, people want to do this, other people want to do that. It's okay, but change was needed because of it. Alexander Matthews says, Wilson in his prime and Willis, who's the faster of the two? Some people were telling me on my last stream that Willis was like a 4.72 guy, which he looks to me like a 4.45 guy on tape, which would make him slightly faster than Wilson. My instinct in watching the tape is that he's a hair faster than Wilson was in his prime. But he's also not as maybe scrambly. He's not as laterally able, right? But definitely straight line speed-wise, probably a little bit faster. Quang Thang Deep says, we need a new kicker. Quang, we do need a new kicker. I agree. And the thing you consider with this is not only would it be nice to get a new kicker just to upgrade it, but you save $4 million by moving on from Jason Myers this year if you were to release him. What about Legatron? Legatron's on the open market, folks. Cowboys released him. He's not been the same since he's been with the Rams, but he's got the cool nickname for a kicker. Legatron. Would you like Kenneth Walker more if you went by Kenny Walker? Yeah, that would help. I think Kenneth is a little bit pompous. Kenneth is a little bit pompous. Why do I gotta call you Kenneth? You know, Kenny. Make it something a little easier to roll off the tongue. Those THs get stuck. in the back of my throat when I'm trying to speak that. No. Yeah, I'd like him a little better with Kenny. Also would like him a little bit better if he's about a 50th of a second faster in his 40 and about an inch and a half taller. Brady Warner says, for real, no Coral, please. Hell no Coral. He ain't the answer. Brady, I'm pushing back as hard as I can on this Coral one, man. I am pushing back. I'm pushing back with anger and ferocity, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. We might just get overtaken by the Coral. It might just overtake our beaches. WK football shorts. Willis is faster than Russ. Yeah, I think so a little bit. Also, Coral is as fast as Wilson. No, he's not. Nope. Coral's not as fast as Wilson at 4.5. Coral, if he's running a 40, he's running a 4.7 40. Guarantee you. I can see it on the field with him when he's running that. All he does is run read options. You get a good feel for what his true speed is. And he's a plotter. He's a plotter. WK Source says, so please no on Coral. 6 weeks to the draft. There we go. But you also, football shorts wants Bryce Young. I may be okay with Bryce Young, man. I still want to see another year of film on him, but I'm open to him. 283, if we take Willis, I hope we trade back at least a couple of picks. Me too, man. You don't have to take him at 9. I'm not buying this. He's going to get taken in the top 5. I'm not buying it. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you can get this guy deep into the teens, if not into the 20s. Randall says O-line, D-line, outside pass rush, 9, 40, 41. That's where if you're drafting for best player available, Randall, that's who the best players would be available around those positional groups in that spot. So if you're not picking for need, if you're not picking for reach, and you're picking for just to take the best guy on the board, that's probably where you would end up as a 3-stack. Football Short says, I think trading back to anywhere from 15 to 20 would work pretty well. Me too. That would be money. That'd be le magnifique. It'd be very nice to do that. You pick up that extra second rounder right at that point, right? Football sports. So then you're in where the meat of this draft is at. Keldon says, you think after the press conference, John pulled out the picture book that shows Pete the difference between free agency and a trade? I hope so, Keldon. That part made me laugh when he started saying that. I'm like, really? Yeah, you like your second chances in free agency via trade. You can't even get that part right. How did you mess up saying that, Pete? Yeah. See football, we got Donnie Clark here. He's a big Matt Carroll guy. Donnie talked me into it, man. Sell me on the Carroll experience. And I'm not talking the Pete Carroll expenses. Sell me on the Matt Carroll experience. I see a guy 6'1.5", can't push it past 15 yards. Not that mobile. I'm worried, man. I'm worried. But you can see football shorts. There's plenty here and do that are on board with it. He's not, Donnie Clark's not alone. There's a lot of backers of the Matt Corral experience. Willie Cox says, should we go after Hunter from the Minnesota? I would probably avoid going in that direction, Willie Cox. And my reasoning would be this. Number one, I think Hunter's going to want a new contract if you trade for him. I'm not really interested in giving up a bunch of draft capital and then having to pay a player assets in addition to that. He also carries the dreaded back injury worries that he comes with, and the backs are one of those things that are like a ticking time bomb that can go at any point in time. I don't want to give up draft picks and then pay top market for a guy that's got a ticking time bomb in his back at any point in time. He's still relatively young. I'll give him that. There's maybe a chance he's recovered from the back stuff and he's okay. But I would prefer to go just a different realm, especially in this year in the draft, Willie, where you have so many pass rushers. I mean, in the first couple of rounds alone, let me read these names to you. This is just in the first, what would be 2 rounds of the draft. You're going to see these guys go. Aiden Hutchinson, Kayvon Thibodeau, David Ajobi, George Karlaftis, Jermaine Johnson, Trayvon Walker, DeMarvin Leal, Boy Mafi, Zachary Carter, Arnold Ebetadeki, Cameron Thomas is probably going to go. Josh Paschal is going to probably go. There's a good chance Drake Jackson could maybe even go in that second round. When there's that many pass rushers at the top of the draft, don't go prime the pump for the guy that you got to spend all the money in the world for and all the draft capital in the world for when you could find reasonable equivalency without the injury history in the draft. Football Short says, I don't know about Linderbaum because we got Blythe, so I don't know if we need him, but it's an option. I think he's a big upgrade over where you're at with Blythe. I Consider with Blythe, the Rams decided not to bring him back and let him go in free agency, even though there wasn't a big deal out there for him to really go out there and get. The Chiefs instantly go and draft Creed Humphrey right after they sign him in there. Doesn't speak to necessarily him being a guy is playing at the most prime of level. He's a pure scheme fit, but I don't think that should preclude you from going out and getting another lineman there, especially if you have an interest as a football organization in starting to really build the offensive line up. You don't just do that with one guy at one position. This is part of why I like having Curhan and Stone Forsythe as the swing tackles, as the backup tackles. Because now not only are you starting to build up a quality on the front line, but you're building up the depth that's also been a missing component to our offensive line in recent years. It's not just been the top end stuff that we've needed, which we've needed that as well in the offensive line. It's also been the backups haven't been good when they've gone in. It's been a really big drop off when the backups pop in. So having that depth could be a good thing, like a guy in Blythe who's backing things up. And you only paid him a 1-year, $4 million deal, so it's not like you put a tremendous amount of commitment to him either. Football Short says DK is also a mediocre quarterback's best friend. I think he would help, yeah. Randall says, I think we're pretty good at the tight end. Fant is an all-purpose guy. Disley's the inline blocker. Let's see what we have in the Stanford kid. Tight end is a mediocre quarterback's best friend. Oh, he refers to it. It's true. I'm like, we're going to turn this into a meme with the mediocre quarterback's best friend, Randall. You're onto something with that. Emmett says, Willis ran a 4.3, I'm pretty sure. I don't see 4.3 speed on the football field. He's not quite the same level as Lamar and Kyler from a speed quotient. I do think he's fast, though. DJ Jr., I'm going to the Broncos at Seahawks next season. Can't wait. It's going to be so different experience with Russ on the other team. It'll be a little bit like Twilight Zone-y when we first see Russ in a Broncos uniform. It will be a little weird. Real weird. But it'll be interesting. It'll be fun. Tony Clark, I do love the quick release that Coral has and his mobility. His highlight reel is pretty pimp. I think he would be a great fit with our offensive coordinator and running the ball heavy. I agree with you there. I think that if you're talking about a team fit for what he brings, this would be somewhat of a team fit in that realm. And I'll give you this, Donnie. He's got a very quick release. 100% agree with you there. Very accurate inside of 15 yards and throws with a good amount of pep. He's got a nice little, what I call snap with the football when he lets it go in that 15 yards. But boy, when you start watching anything with him pushing the ball up the football field, I just don't know if it's as much there with him. And I'm not certain that his mobility is not a little bit overstated. I don't think it's, I think he's a 4.72 guy, which if you're at the NFL level as a 4.72 guy, you're not all that mobile. I think he's going to be very close to what Baker Mayfield was. And whereas you saw Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma moving around, scrambling around, extending plays, he's trying to do that stuff with Cleveland and everyone's catching up to him. I think the same thing's going to happen with Coral. Kyler says, "Bring no, we don't Kaepernick here, Kyler. You can bring him to your team when you guys don't sign Kyler and trade him later on this offseason, though. We're okay with it if you want to do that." Alexander says, "I wish all of this would have went down a few years ago. We could have maybe had quarterback Josh Allen." Yeah, very well possible. Very well possible if they'd made this decision a little early on. And one place you can maybe knock them on, whereas if you guys have this, if you guys have the tenets of your beliefs that you want to pay a quarterback and you're in 2018 and you're already starting to think, do we really want to pay Russ another big contract? Is that really a smart move to make? And you're already making feeler calls out there to organizations like the Browns about making a potential trade. Maybe you should if you're already starting to feel that. Maybe if you're already starting to lean in that direction, if you already have that 1 foot kind of out the door, so to speak, with your franchise quarterback, you should just walk through the door. You know, be committed to him or not. And again, that's that little bit of that middle approach I talk about. You know, it's a little bit of them splitting the difference, always taking the middle road rather than just making a certain choice one way or another. Willie Cox says, "What do you think about Colin throwing to Tyler Lockett?" It makes for a cool Instagram video, right? And Colin Kaepernick makes sure he's got 3 cameras on the scene to capture every angle and do cuts and make it look super exciting. But at the end of the day, Colin Kaepernick's days in the NFL are done. He's not coming back to the NFL. I don't think he even really wants to be an NFL player. I think what he wants to do is bring out the appearances of that he wants to bring an NFL player because it helps drive his monetary engagement off the field, and it makes him money doing that. It's cool Tyler went out there and threw with him, but he's 4 or 5 years removed from football. Just not that good of a player at the time when he finished up here in the sport. Nah. We don't need to go that. It's a cool story, but just nah. Randall says Kenneth Walker ran a 4.38. Kenny Walker would have run a 4.35. You know it. The TH slows you down a little bit. It does, Randall. It's just the reality of it. Nobody named Kenneth is ever going to run a 4.33. You know, Kenny, he can run a 4.27. Yeah. there are no restrictions at that point, Randall. Wally Cox says, I want Sauce Gardner. I'm good with that. I'm good with Sauce. Randall McDaniel, is Pickett comps to an Andy Dalton? I guess. I don't even think he's got quite the arm strength Andy Dalton had coming out. I think it's even a little bit lighter. Alexander says 4.35 is hella fast. I probably run a 10.10. Yeah, I bet I'm a 5.5. I bet I'm a 5.40. I might crack 6. I don't know. I'm getting older. Wouldn't surprise me on that. Megan says Sauce Gardner would be the best option for Seattle, I feel. Thoughts, B? Megan, I would probably lean more towards the tackle, one of the 3 tackles that's available on the board and going in that direction of it. But if you're not going tackle, then going at cornerback with Sauce Gardner, who would be a fit, would be probably very close to 2 or 3 as far as an option for me on the board, especially if he falls to 9, which I think he's going to fall to 9, Megan. I think somebody's going to slot. He'll be the number 1 corner, and I think somebody picks him inside the first 7 picks. But if nobody does and he falls, I'd be perfectly happy. As I said, Megan, I think he's Richard Sherman with 4.4 speed. And that's definitely worthy and warranted of drafting in the top 10 picks. Charles Riley says, very cool chance with Tyler Lockett catching passes from a check and chance guy. I see what you did there, Charles. Bruno Goncalves, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Bruno. Ethan Tech World, what's up, Ethan? Good to see you, man. Alexander says, what about Ryan Fitzpatrick for 1 year with us? He has 4 touchdown games, but he also has 4 interception games. Yeah, you get the good and the bad with Ryan, but he always makes it fun. And you got the beard, right? The beard in the press conferences are always awesome with Ryan. And hey, it would be fun. It'd be fun with him. And you're certainly not in a go-for-it approach if you're bringing Fitzpatrick in as your starting quarterback. So I'd be okay with that. Sure like bringing Fitzpatrick in more than I like trading for Baker Mayfield. You know, or doing something stupid equivalent. Ethan says, I remember my 3.9 days hella fast. Nice. Megan says, someone will get him with the top 5 picks being Sauce Gardner for mine, B. Yeah, I think somebody will. He's such a good, clean prospect. He's got such good tape. And then to run the 4.4 at 6'3", I think that's going to bring somebody in on his and have somebody jump on him. WK Football Short says, I think some team will reach for a quarterback, and it might be Seattle. They're certainly the biggest candidate to do so, the most likely candidate to do so. Little ICO6, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Megan, who do we get at tackle? So Megan, there's three left tackles at the top of this draft that are all cleanly kind of different from the other guys that are behind him. So you'll have Charles Cross, Ikem Iwanahu. I'll just call him Ikem because I can't pronounce his last name. And then Evan Neal are your three tackles. With the Jaguars franchising Cam Robinson and with them having little that they're bringing back from Stanford from last year, that is indicative of the fact that they're probably going to ride with those guys at tackle. So that means they're probably drafting Aiden Hutchinson. The Detroit Lions took Penny Sewell last year with the left tackle, so they're probably not going back to tackle again this year. They might, but I don't think they will. So they're probably going another position as well if Hutchinson goes number 1. So this means that then, is there going to be 3 left tackles taken between pick 3 and 9? Probably not. Maybe 2, but I don't think that there's going to be 3 taken, which means you're going to get one of your picks at that point. So it's either Ikem, Charles Cross, or Evan Neal. I prefer Megan, Charles Cross myself of the group, But I think they're all pretty clean prospects as far as they should be pretty safe picks at the left tackle position. Maybe not superstars at the next level. We're not going to be getting a Walter Jones types. That's to be admitted there. But, Walter Jones don't come out in every other draft, Those are kind of once every 10-year type players, and you're just not going to land those guys just because you happen to be picking high. So I'd be perfectly happy with Cross or any of those three guys. I liked all of their film. I think all of them warrant top 15 first-round status in this draft. And our offensive line would be a lot better with any of those three guys brought aboard. Emma21 Gaming says, I'm pretty sure we're signing Trent Brown tomorrow. I agree. I think Trent Brown's going to be here. I think you bring guys in for a visit now in this post-vid world, right? The post-pandemic thing, all that. You bring them in on that point. You're not going to have a guy fly out across the country from New England, let's say, just to kind of kick the tires on him. I think you're going to sign that guy to a contract if you're planning on bringing him out, as long as his medicals check out. But that's going to be the key as long as his physicals, and he doesn't, fail a physical or something. Alexander says, seriously, I'm probably in the flat 6 in the 40. Pete, I'm available. Now, Pete likes the bigger, faster, stronger, though. He likes those speed guys. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. My God, Charles, like your 9th donation today, buddy. I appreciate you. He says, Artie Burns told me Cap was figured out before he got to the NFL. By the way, Will Disley works on Artie's crew in the offseason. Will says it's honest work. Well, he's got the face of a carpenter / water builder, whatever, water installer. So I could see Will doing that, and he hasn't made his big contract yet. He finally just got paid, Charles. So he's got to augment a little bit of that rookie 5th round salary that he was rocking, That's a guy's got to make do in this day and age, especially with inflation. So Disley's just trying to get through the inflation. That's all. WK football shorts maker isn't bad. It could be a lot worse. It could be. I just don't like the thought of giving up like what somebody presumed above. You're going to give up a 3rd round pick and you're only getting 1 year of club control on the guy. Is that really worth that much to you when you're in a season of rebuild? I'd rather just go get another quarterback who I don't have to give up assets for. And if he's slightly worse than Baker, then so be it. We're not in a position with Baker Mayfield here where we're not pushing for Super Bowls with Baker Mayfield. Yeah. Randall says, who does Matt Corral comp to? I mean, I thought he was Johnny Manziel he's Johnny Manziel without the mobility. Not as mobile as Johnny Manziel. He's got a snappier, livelier arm than Johnny did. More accurate than Johnny did. But I don't think that's about as close as I can come to a comp from my standpoint. Not a lot of guys that can come in at 262 that are like sub 200-pound quarterbacks. They don't come off the block very often, especially if we're talking about highly picked ones or highly rated ones. He really doesn't do much for me. My goodness, Matt Corral's just, yeah. Tony Clark, best quarterback to match with DK Metcalf? Like, of any quarterback in the entire NFL? Or if we're talking about young quarterbacks going forward. Young quarterbacks going forward. Well, I think Will Levis would work great for him next year out of Kentucky. I think he would work great with DK. If we're talking about quarterbacks in the NFL who would be good for him, well, probably like Patrick Mahomes would probably be the best. Or Justin Herbert, guys with the big arms that get it up the field and let DK take advantage of his speed. Willie Cox says Sauce will be the best fit for us and can take one side of the field off, especially when you have 2 veterans behind him. So I think Seahawks defense can be dangerous if we got Sauce. I could see the intelligence behind that pick, Willie. I could see the intelligence behind that. I'm advocating for a cross, but if you went for Sauce, I get that. I see what they're doing at that point. It would make sense. And I could sign off that. I'd be okay with that. I'd applaud it. I wouldn't talk it down. Football Shorts, does anyone know how Tariq Woolen? Do anyone know Tariq Woolen? He runs a 4.2 at 6'4" and has a vert of 42 inches. So yeah, Football just did the breakdown on him. So yeah, he's a big cornerback. He is fast. He's not quite as fast as 4.2 type speed that he ran at the combine, but he's fast. I call his patented move the late drape technique. So let's say he's he's running up the field with the receiver happens to maybe have a half yard on him. His speed really comes into play is when that ball's in the air, he'll catch up to the receiver and then he'll just drape his body over the top of the receiver. Does not look back and locate the ball. He's not a ball locate guy. This is one of those guys where you go, oh, I understand why you removed a corner. There's no way you could have played receiver because there's no way you can track a ball for your life. He's another one of those guys, he's a moment the truth kind of mangler, like Kyer Elam, where they're not going to track the ball. They're going to wait for the receiver to catch it, and then they're just going to start trying to punch the receiver. That's basically their method. They're good at it. They're effective at it. But that's also where they limit a little their top end in that they can't really track balls. They're not going to jump routes. They're not going to get a lot of interceptions by the way they play unless it's like misthrown balls and they just happen to be in the right place or a tip ball. So I like him. It's hard to find 6'4" guys that are going to run nearly 4.2, 4.3 type speed, but there's also a little bit of a ceiling there to his potential. He's also a guy that's very familiar with the zone-based scheme, football shorts. They ran a lot of cover 3 there. He stayed clean over the top. But he gives a lot of the short stuff up in front of him too. Sicko Mode says, anyone else think we should draft Jahan Dotson and add another great route runner? Will help any quarterback we decide to start. Like Jahan, he's missing a little bit of size for me, Sicko, and I feel like you got to draft a little bit higher to get him. But he is one of the more skillful wide receivers in this whole draft with a very rounded skill set. He's a guy that even though he's a little bit smaller, he does a very good job of elongating his catch radius, despite the fact that he's only like 5'10", 5'11", and an actual awesome route runner. Really good route runner to your point on that. But boy, to have to go do that and grab that in the second round, sure would be much happier in taking a guy like that in the third than the second. Football Shorts, this guy Moore is another good receiver, but Dotson is good too. You could make an argument that Sky Moore is better than Dotson. He's a lay riser up the boards, but when you go back and watch Sky Moore's tape, great route runner, really good hands, good yak ability. He had the fastest 10-yard split of any wide receiver at the combine, which is a very interesting stat to take a look at. So he's really sudden as well in addition to that, and he's fast. So I would probably take Sky Moore over Jahan. It's not a popular opinion, I know, but I liked Moore's tape better. Donnie Clark, I could see us going for a cornerback in the draft for sure, the way free agency is going. I could. We have taken a couple corners here in free agency, though, too, Donnie. You've got Sidney Jones. You got Trey Brown coming back. You just signed Artie Burns. It's not a significant portion of cap, but you've definitely brought in a decent amount of bodies, at least. And you did tender restricted Nigel Warrior and I believe John Reed. So they do have some bodies, but certainly Ahmad Gardner would be a big improvement as far as talent goes. Versace God says, would you rather want Derek Stingley or Sauce Gardner or even Husky Trent McDuffie? I would go with Sauce Gardner over Stingley. I'm a little worried by the fact that Stingley's best tape was his freshman year, which was 3 years ago. Why has he not gotten better? Why has he gotten so much worse in his play first that time period? I have a hard time taking a risk on a guy with that. So I go Gardner. McDuffie's not coming to the Seattle Seahawks in any way, shape, or form. And it's not because Trey McDuffie's not a good player. He is. He's a great cornerback. I think he compares out to a guy like Xavier Howard. But Trey McDuffie's got 29-inch T-Rex arms. And when you've got baby arms, Seattle doesn't like baby arms at the corner position. They want 33-inch long arms as a minimum arm length for their corners. They will very occasionally go outside of that. But if they're going to go outside of that, it's usually going to be for a slot-only corner. And Trent's projected to be an outside guy at the NFL level. But they just won't jump at a 29-inch long arm guy. That's just not their thing. It's not their thing. Willie Cox, I love this channel, and I should be here more often. I think Jamal and Diggs can be the best safety duo in the NFL. We've been slept on teams, so IG they have to prove to prove them wrong. It's a lot of doubt on them. Hopefully that can be a motivating force for them, Willie. The questions, the doubters, the wonders of how you put this together. And the thing I would say with this, and I'm glad you do love the channel, man. Anytime you can jump in here, I appreciate you in here. But the thing that I would say with this is that, look, if you're going to spend $30 million to the safety position, if you're going to spend far and away more than anybody else in the NFL at the safety position, you have now, I think, that the highest paid, I believe right now you have the highest paid safety in Jamal Adams in the entire NFL. And then you're also sitting on the 9th highest paid safety in Quandre Diggs. So if you're going to pay those safeties that kind of money, you better get a return off that type of investment because that is what we call significant. Significant. I hope they do. I hope they ball out like you say. I think getting them better pass rush will help them get there. Using Jamal Adams better will help you get there. But with the investment you put in, it's going to need to be, because that's a lot of money to spend on the safety position. Megan says, what? Artie's letting Will work on unqualified? It's called under the table, Megan. It's a thing here in America we do a lot of, you know. The tax man here, he's just doesn't stop, okay? He always wants his bit, the tax man. It's like the Beatles said, you know. Always the tax man always around. So, you know, Will wanted to work a little under the table. He's getting taxed at 50% his rate on his normal pay, and he's like, I can install the air conditioners and stuff, and I just get cold, hard cash, which is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Danny says, are you ready for the rule of 53? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Willie Cox says, Ryan Neal's just a stud for us. Very useful player for us, Willie. And let's face it, when you got the injury situation in your safety room like we do, Quandre Diggs coming off his foot injury, Marquise Blair coming off the ligament situation, Adams coming off the shoulder injuries. You need to get some depth at your safety position because of that. And Ryan Neal provides that. He's a good player for us, useful player, can kind of fill in across the board a little bit. I like him best as your dime nickel a little bit. That's like I'd love to see him be able to kind of just carve that role out for himself. But he's also got a little bit of a nose for the ball. He's been a really good player for him, and I'm glad to see that they are bringing him back into the fold. Jivin Chi says, props for streaming 9 hours straight. Hardest working Seahawk content creator out there. Well, thank you, Jivin. I love doing it. It's not hard work if you love doing it, you know. It makes it a lot easier if you're having the time of your life doing this show. Donnie says, pretty much have to release Chris Carson in the future, correct? I mean, our offense is good when he's on the field, but he's never on the field. Donnie, he's been injured every year of his career going back to high school. Not just college, not just pros, high school. Every single year of his career, he's dealt with major injury. As I understand it, he had to have spinal fusion surgery on his neck now, which, I mean, that's not a good sign for a running back. You could save $3.5 million by moving on from him. You're in now a rebuild state. Why are we riding with Carson at this point going forward for saving $3.5 million? I saved the $3.5 million and I call it a day myself. But the team seems to have a love affair with Carson. Carroll specifically seems to have a love affair with Carson. And at this point, even though that is the case and what I would want, it's not going to surprise me in the least if they end up just riding with him again. Young King says, is Tyrann Mathieu available? Move Adams into the box. Let him roam. Tyrann is available, but you just signed Quandre Diggs to a big contract, Young King. So your safety position's set at this point. You're not going another route. Versace, so if the Hawks go quarterback in 9 and Malik Willis, what do you think about getting Kyler Gordon in the later rounds? I'm good with it. The Washington corners that come out of there do a lot of the same zone-based stuff that we do here in Seattle. That's one reason that you end up with a guy like Sidney Jones on your roster. So they have very much a familiarity with what we want in our scheme of how to stay open, how to stay on top, the kick step technique into bail coverage and cover 3. They've got that in their bag. Kyler definitely ran a really slow 40 and he had about sub 30-inch arms. These two things are going to push him a little bit down boards, to your point, later rounds, maybe even not late rounds, but mid rounds. But it also might preclude him from going to Seattle as they have certain benchmarks they look for in the cornerback positions. The specific benchmarks being 6 feet tall and 33-inch or longer arms. You look at 10-year history, the only guys that have had shorter than 33-inch long arms that they've drafted at the cornerback position or safety position, even I should say, are Ugo Amadi and I thought there was one other guy. Oh, Trey Brown. Trey Brown and Ugo Amadi are the only 2 exceptions they've made to that. But in Trey's case, it did come recently, so maybe they're changing their ways on this just a little bit. D Nugget says, Real Hawk Talk had 490 viewers, but only 55 likes. Hopefully I got more than that on this one. I hope so. Charles says, give me Ryan Neal any day of the week. Artie and Will agreed, but they do not work on Sundays during the NFL season. Nice. Pete admitted he wants a game manager, run the ball, special teams, defense. I noticed he said that, D-Nugget. He didn't say a lot of, I want to throw the ball, did he? He said, I want to play defense, special teams. He didn't even get to the offense until like the 3rd thing. So he was defense to special teams to then running the ball. Shows you the order of priority there. Willie says, do you think Cody Barton can fill in and roll for Bobby Wagner? If not, who do you think will be best with Jordan Brooks? The only way it works with Cody Barton, in my opinion, on this Willie Cox is if you move Cody into the middle permanently, and that's where he resides. If you're talking about having Jordan at the middle and then Cody over at the will, I'm not as much in favor of that. I don't think Cody's a Will or a Sam. I think his spot in the NFL to have any chances at the middle, I just still don't think he's going to be upper level at the middle, but he can make do over there. The downside of this, and as I've kind of related this, it's like, which would you rather take? You can have a potentially dominant Jordan Brooks at the middle and then a below average Cody Barton at the will, or you can have what would be about an average Will and then maybe about an average middle linebacker if you have Cody Barton at the middle and then you have Jordan Brooks over at the will. So it's kind of like, pick your poison. Which would you rather have? At the end of the day, you land at the spot where you go, well, there's just no way really Cody Barton's not a long-term future. Just not a long-term future guy going along. Kelvin said, as I was the 200th like prize, you get a salute and you get my unending appreciation, Keldon. It lasts forever. So infinite appreciation from yours truly. Jeffrey Thistle says, Pete, I want to chew bubble gum and win games. How many games? A lot of games. Well said. Ethan Tech World says, Brandon, I just arrived. What do you think of the Seahawks move specifically today? I think the Disley contract is atrocious. But anyways, what are your overall thoughts? I don't love the contract for Quandre Diggs or Will Disley, but I also am not going to get super mad about that either. The Disley contract makes sense in the realm of you ran the 10th amount. You were in 2 tight end sets, the 10th amount most in the entire NFL last year, while running the least amount of plays in the entire NFL. So if you'd run even 15th most amount of plays in the entire NFL last year, you would have run the most 2 tight end sets. This means tight ends are a premium to this team. This means you need more than just 2. So to go out there and get Disley, a guy who's also a top 10 run blocker at the position, makes some sense, could be helpful, and I understand it. I didn't want to pay Quandre Diggs, but you paid Quandre Diggs. It is what it is on that. It's only a 3-year deal. You can get out from under it after 2 years. It's not going to inhibit the rebuild, I would say. It's not going to inhibit the rebuild like, let's say, going after a quarterback early in this draft could inhibit the rebuild. But I like the moves overall, I guess. I'm kind of like lukewarm on them. It's a little bit more of the same where you're not going for the prime guys. You're sort of doing the bargain basement shopping and trying to grab the guys that are of depressed value. You've done a little bit of that in the past. This is what's led to you in the past of running into the situation where you add a lot of guys, you add a lot of quantity, but you don't add a lot of, what is it? What is I'm going to say? That's right. You don't add a lot of quality. And quality is more of what we need right now than quantity, in my opinion. Dean Nugget with a $2 donation. Thank you, Dean Nugget. I always appreciate you, brother. He says, because you grind for 9 hours. Well, thank you, man. I love it. I was going long today. I told you guys, I'm going hot today. I was feeling hot. Danny Daglow Lawden. When was the last time a game manager won the Super Bowl? Trent Dilfer? Nick Foles balled out for the Eagles, so I don't count him. Yeah, he was on I think to your point on that, Danny, he was on like a magical run at that time. Foles was, so you couldn't put him in the game manager role where he was in like that zone. He was in that weird zone sometimes players get in all sports. Last time a game manager won. Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning with the Broncos at the end in 2015 was a game manager. You had Brock Osweiler taking snaps from him at times during that year. Cats are fighting. So it does happen once every 10 years, Danny, a game manager wins it. I think that seems to be about the right ratio, once every 10 years. But you usually need to be better than it's. If you're gonna, as I always say with this, you want to look for a pathway in the NFL, which is the well-worn path to success. Where it's like, if you take this pathway, this is the easiest way to kind of get that success, as opposed to looking for the anomaly, looking for the outlier, looking for the rarity. If you try to count on, we're going to duplicate the rarity way of going at it, probably not a high likelihood that you're going to go there and find a lot of success within that. I'd much rather lean towards what's the mode at hand. And while having a quarterback on a rookie deal tends to be a little bit of the blueprint, it also tends to be having a talented, good young quarterback on that rookie deal to accomplish that. Not just as to your point on that, a game manager. Young King says, if we are running mostly 3-4 defense, Matthew and Diggs can play safety and Adams can be a fourth linebacker. I'm not as sure, Young King, at this point in time, you're going to want to bring Adams down to play much linebacker, if any at all. I'm also not sure he'd be able to handle that. Adams has just come off 2 straight years where he's having shoulder issues. So are you going to want to increase the amount of contact and collisions that he's going to have by bringing him closer to the line of scrimmage or bringing him in as a linebacker and taking on, let's say, guards coming downhill on him? I don't think we really want to do that. You've also just, Young King, you also just spent now the most amount of money in your entire secondary on safeties, by far. No team's paying the same kind of money you're paying into the safety position. So now you're going to not only pay the most at the safety position, but you're going to go an additional $10 million above that. You're going to spend $40 million at the safety position by going and getting Tyrann Mathieu. I can't see where that makes a lot of sense. You're not alone in bringing up and broaching the subject of Adams moving to linebacker, but I don't see it happening. Alexander says, Pete's press conference did nothing for me when he said, I thought he would say he's not changing, effing dinosaur. Yeah, didn't do much for me either. And I heard a lot of, we're not going to change, we're going to do the same stuff we're going to do. It's literally what they led with in the press conference. Literally what they led for. Keldon says, that's all I can ask for. Well, good, Keldon. It's all I got to offer. D Nugget says, I already ordered my Drew Lock jersey. Love it, man. D Nugget, we didn't use Disley a lot last year. No, we didn't. We didn't. Caleb Frieda, has any news on John Ursua? He's been released. You didn't tender him. You're not bringing him back. Ursua is never going to fit anywhere outside of like a slot receiver, and even there he's going to be limited, being a very old prospect coming out of the draft. So I know he's got a lot of people who liked him, but just not happening. Donnie Clark says DK for Myles Garrett or Chase Young. I wouldn't do it for Chase Young, and I wouldn't do it probably for Myles. I might do it for Myles Garrett, but probably not. I'd probably just ride with DK. D-Nugget, is Brady a game manager? No. He led the league, I think, in yardage last year and touchdown thrown. That's not a game manager. He was in the early part of his career when he first started out, but that was also a little bit of a different NFL where it was more still in that old balanced area of you got to run and pass, not just pass, which is where we're kind of going right now. Jerry Thistle says Eli Manning is a lifelong game manager. I'd say that. Yeah. Eli got it done as a game manager. It's true. He's another guy like Foles, though. It's like he got hot in those 2 runs and played way above what he normally plays at. He was like in that zone area, which was weird. Will Cox, the player I think will have another breakout year is Darrell Taylor. I can't wait to see him play. Me neither. I'm stoked for Darrell Taylor. Very high on his upside. John says, game manager, Jimmy G, 2 plays, Sanders overthrown and Tart dropped INT from possibly having 2 rings. Need to build Hawk from the inside out like San Francisco. I'm okay with that, Sean. I'm good with that. That's as you know, where I started out this offseason, I said build to the trenches first and foremost. I didn't say don't get another quarterback, build to the trenches. Keldon said the Broncos had the number 1 defense that year. Yeah. And more of the reason why Keldon and I go, it's not a pathway to take a game manager and expect you're going to take a game manager to the Super Bowl. To me, it's not the smart approach to it. It's an approach that has brought success to certain teams, but I think it's the tougher method to go as opposed to doing things a little more traditionally in that realm. Web Night, they cost a lot. Diggs and Jamal, yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Jeff Ryan's good to see you in here, man. Hope you're doing well. How am I feeling about Trent Brown, Seahawks scheming? I'm okay with it. I wanted to see him put resources in the offensive line. They're putting resources in the offensive line, signing a guy like Trent Brown's a quality player. I don't know that maybe his best days aren't a little bit behind him, but he is still a huge improvement over what you've had at Brandon Shell or Jermaine Ifedi or Jay Curhan there. And if that's the case, I'm in favor of it. As I was saying above, I want them to build to the trenches, and they're doing that, so I'm gonna applaud it at that point. Megan says, I want to get a Noah Fant jersey after I get my Aussie punter and lock jersey. I can't wait to see what he brings and does. Love it, Megan. Love it. Matthew Smith, what's up, man? Not a Hawks fan. Just want to ask you, do you want it 9 or who I want at 9 or if I want to trade? Matthew, my ideal scenario at 9 would be this. You move back into like 17 or 18, get an extra 2nd round pick, draft Tyler Linderbaum, have then 3 2nd round picks and a 3rd round pick then going forward. That's my ideal. If I've just got to pick a guy at the pick, I'd go from one of probably Ahmad Gardner or Charles Cross. One of those 2 guys would be who I would gravitate towards. Web Night, Russ wanted out of Seattle to have a better chance at winning Super Bowls. I don't know if it's the better chance of winning Super Bowls, Web Knight. I think he wanted a chance out of Seattle to grow his star and grow his band, grow his brand, and to have a team build an offense around him and let him cook. I think that's at the head of what he wanted to do. And then winning Super Bowls is maybe the next thing beyond those. But I think that those are at the forefront even beyond winning Super Bowls at this point. Wally Cox says, well, I appreciate you sharing your opinion and bringing out the facts. I definitely enjoyed being here, and I'll be back sometime. I appreciate you. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Willie. Very kind of you to say, man. Thanks for coming on in here, buddy. I do appreciate it. I do think we are at about 9.5 hours in, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up as my voice is starting to go. My stomach's gurgling. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting thirsty. We're gonna wrap this up. It's been a great day. Another awesome stream with you guys, just going through all this stuff. But we're gonna definitely get the wrapped up, and I will be back on Sunday. Hopefully we've got some more cool breaking news coming down the track. Keldon says playoff teams are often good at stopping the run. That really hurts the game manager. Well said, Keldon. Yeah, well said. I think once you normally get in the playoffs, you normally need the guy that's going to be able to make a couple of throws throughout the course of the game to win it for you, even if you're leaning towards protecting him in your philosophy. But to your point on that's like with Shanahan, I think he took that as far as he could take that with Jimmy Garoppolo. One of the reasons I'm so down on Jimmy Garoppolo is because I'm so up on Kyle Shanahan. And I feel like Kyle Shanahan has put that thing together there. And I feel like he's right in looking at Garoppolo going, you're holding this thing back. You are part of our problem right now, not part of our solutions with this. And I think Kyle Shanahan's got a leg to stand on. I think he's done just a tremendous job. And I think he makes the quarterback position easier, which is all that much more reason for him to be valid and being a little bit annoyed with Garoppolo not bringing it in that respect of things. Trent Brown, Daniel W. says, is 28, turning 29. His best days are right now, 2 years or so. Guys usually play well up until 31 and then start to decline. They can, and I'm okay with it. Again, I'm happy with the signings. I'm not gonna knock it as a signing I don't like at the end of the day with it. So I'm okay with that. Matthew Smith, would you trade number 9 and DK to the Jets for 4 and maybe another asset like a third or a fourth? No. To me, a minimum value on DK is he's worth a first and a second. And so, is a first and a second round pick worth 5 spots to move up and then we get like a third in the back? No. I got a lot of you Jets fans coming in trying to get our DK Metcalf. I've had I swear to God, I've had a half a dozen Jet fans in the past week come into my chat wanting DK Metcalf. Is it not enough that you guys stole our picks from us and gave us Jamal Adams? Is it not enough that you got over on us on that? Do you now have to pick the carcass fully clean? We're already got our entrails leaking out, cuts across our body, bones are breaking out of our skin, and you're going to come in here now and pick further like one of those bald-headed birds that what are the birds that just pick on carcasses? Give it at least let us have one thing. At least let us have one thing. Hawk says almost 10 hours. You're a beast. Thanks, Hawk, man. I appreciate it. Will Holst says Linderbaum is a center, right? Would you use Blythe as a backup? I would use Blythe as a backup, Will. Part of what I've advocated from my standpoint as far as the offensive line is that it's a two-pronged situation. We need talent there, but we also need depth because the talent's not been good on the front line and the depth's not been good on the back line. So you got to deal with both of those situations. And bringing in Linderbaum and having Blythe as a backup, especially a rookie like Linderbaum finding his way, and maybe he gets some early rookie injuries, having Blythe as a backup would be a good situation. Jeffrey says, clearly Pete and John have absolute autonomy until the new owner chases them out of town. Well said, Jeffrey, and yeah, I agree with that. Sean says, we need some badass mofos at number 9, 40, and 41. Please no quarterbacks with the first 3 picks. 100%, Sean. 100%. You need blue chip talent right now. Eventually, we're going to need a quarterback of the future. Yeah, you do need that eventually. But don't get the cart before the horse. And right now, the horse is, first and foremost, getting some dogs on this defense or an offense, getting just some better players across the board by any means necessary. Megan says, thanks so much, B. Was pretty bummed after the presser, but I'm feeling a little bit better now. Feel a little bit better, Megan. I know I give myself a negativity, but we got some hope here. And I probably dwell too long on the negativity here at times on the channel, and I'm sorry for that. Like I said, I get that bone in my mouth and I start chewing on it, and I just want to I want to crack it in half and just whittle it down. But I got hope. And we should have hope. It's more of an uncertain future. We had a certain future when we had Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll banging heads constantly about the philosophy of the team and where they want to take this team. Now that's been removed. And now hopefully with it, more of a potential for a singular vision for where this team could go. I'm hopeful of that. But I'm glad you're feeling a little better, Megan, on that. A little more positive. Dan W., a positive of today's presser is Pete said he held back the Bobby decision, that he wanted to keep Bobby, and John cut him, meaning John had the power now. John to Pete, look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now, Pete. That is true. That is true. Another little small detail we noticed, Daniel, was on the little press, a little note blurbs that they released on Instagram. Jody Allen, Pete Carroll, and John Schneider. Under Pete, it was just head coach. Under John Schneider, it was vice president. Almost as though he had taken that title over from Pete Carroll. Just an interesting little sidebar on that. Interesting little sidebar. Hawk says, what about the 4th overall straight up for DK? I mean, it's probably about right value, but I don't think I would want to give it up because of the fact that I only have so many players that are young players right now as part of this plan moving forward 2 to 3 years from now. And I need to add more of those players, not take more of those players away, not create more work for me to have to do a year from now. With the 4th pick, you'll be able to add one hell of a guy, but that's also an untested, unproven guy. I know what DK is. I know where he's going. I know what his scent is. So I still ride with probably DK when it's all said and done. Megan says, hoping Pacino, Walken, and Cassell drop by on Sunday, dude. I will for sure, Megan. I'll do it more in that prime state. If I get in the first couple hours, then the voice is okay and ready. But once it gets to that 5 hour range, it's like I can't modulate the voice. It's coming out as it's coming out. Buzzards. Thank you, Megan. Jets fans are being buzzards. You guys are sensing a fire cell. You're sensing weakness and you're striking. You're trying to pounce. You shall not pounce on our DK. Hawk, I'm on here on behalf of the Jets to make it right and overpay for DK. I can't do it, man. We've already lost so much. Our hearts and our souls can't take it at this point. And Randall says he would trade DK for number 4. Well, it made me think, Randall. It gave me pause. It wasn't an instantaneous no. I had to take a second and doing what I maybe King Bloop says, do you think the Seahawks draft Malik Willis? I think it's potential. I don't know if I'd say it's likely, but it's a good potential of happening. Certainly could see him doing it. John Reynolds says, after Russ had his presser today, I felt better about everything. Oh, okay. John, I'm going to be checking it out. I'm going to be taking a look at that presser, seeing how it goes. Keep DK. If anything, Tyler can go since he's been petitioning for cap. Laughing out loud. Yeah, let's stay with DK. Let's deal with DK. Alexander says, no, eat on camera. I got to make my dinner, man. I got to make some dinner. I got a salad to make and stuff. I got a lot of stuff to do. My voice is leaving me too, man. We'll do a 24-hour stream at some point, but 10 hours is going to have to do. 10 hours is going to have to do for today. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says 2 firsts and Quinn Williams for DK. I mean, I probably would do that. I wouldn't turn that down. That's too much. There comes a point where you're throwing too much value at that point for DK. It does arrive at a spot. Alexander says, if you take a shower, we will wait. I know you guys would. I know you would. Charles, the $5 donation says, I want DK to the Jets as long as Mark Gastineau can be injected into the Seattle community. Gastineau was awesome. One of the original sack dancers. It's funny, you go watch his sack dances now back in the, what was it, like the 80s or whatever, and how many players got so pissed at it. And it's like just the most low-key little dance now versus these players that are doing a full TikTok breakdown after every sack. But, yeah, Gastineau was awesome for that 1 year, wasn't he? He had that one season. Steroids are a hell of a drug. They're a hell of a drug. Thank you, Charles. John Reynolds says, I appreciate, Charles, all your donations, man. Thank you so much, brother. You're awesome. King Bloop says, you think the Seahawks are done making moves in free agency? No, but I also think King Bloop, they're not going to make any big swing moves going forward. You're going to see 1 year deals, small end deals. Maybe the Trent Brown will be the one big deal you see. Maybe that's the 1 3 or 4 year deal where they really put some assets into it. But outside of that, probably not. Daniel says, if you watch Russ's presser, it's just more fakeness. I appreciate his play on the field and charity work, But man, he is probably the fakest on a personal level. It's like his persona is scripted by a publicist. I think he just thinks too much about how he needs to present himself versus just being authentic. And he got into that mode of things, and I don't think he was ever able to get himself out of it. I don't think he knows how to get out of that because he's done it so long at this point. But it is one of the places that I think is a valid criticism of Russ in that respect, of sometimes always looking to put the best face of things and not necessarily being like real with the situation. Both him and Carroll, it's funny. They were such a good match. They both have that same kind of mindedness. Glass always half full. Everything always positive. Stay neutral minded. Everything's just about to turn around and be amazing. Well, there's a plus side to that. You know, you can persevere, you can overcome. There's a downside to that. And that is that you don't then take proper stock of the things that you need to correct and fix. And they both suffer from that in that realm. Thank you, Charles. I do appreciate it, man. You know I do. Alexander says, yeah, me too, and our future possible friendship is done. Jared Johnson, Russell's A-Rod 2.0 could prove out to be that. Certainly wasn't a great trajectory for A-Rod after he left Seattle. Megan says, well said, B. It's why I can't stand Russ now, the fakeness and the false narratives and the drama. Yeah, it goes beyond a point of, he's just being a robot to, wait, now everything is to be scripted and cultivated and nothing is actually organic. And even in those moments where it looks organic, that's actually being scripted with it. It's like, the Kobe Bryant thing he did a couple years ago where he did like the speech on Kobe wearing Kobe's jersey after. And it's like, this was thought about for days in advance. And it is cringy. It is. And I love Russell, so don't make me sound like don't want to come off sounding like a Russell hater, but it's like those things are just, dude, come on. You've been in the league for 10 years. Just be real with something. You know, don't be so worried about having to say everything right and perfect, because in doing that, you're not coming off great. But I say that as, Broncos, I'm sure he's coming off great to them. I'm sure they're loving it. So I think he just kind of wore us out a little bit on it. JDM, what's up, man? A-Rod, hate that guy as a tool. He is a tool. Hawk says, watching DK bully DBs is hilarious. Laughing out loud. He looks like a defensive end posing as a wide receiver. Oh, it's great. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to let him go. I like watching him play. I like the mentality he brings to the field. Keldon says, who was A-Rod that left Seattle? Alex Rodriguez, Keldon. Alex Rodriguez. And he left Seattle. He told us before free agency, it's not about the money. It's about winning. And then he went to the place that paid him the most amount of money on a team that was in the cellar the previous year. So, he lied to the fan base. And that was right after Griffey had left, so we were already a little bit sensitive to it. Daniel W. says, A-Rod left in his prime. Russell left on the back end of his prime. I've said this once, and I'll say it again. This time next year, we will be happy we made this move. Russ wasn't taking us to a bowl. I think you could be very well right on that, Daniel. Very well said. Megan says, and you now have to second guess what he says. I can't deal with the BS and having to read into everything he says. No, Megan, we're both of the same marker of that. I like plain talking, be straightforward, say what you mean what you say. And when you don't do that, and I got to guess, and you play the passive-aggressive game, I hate passive-aggressiveness. It's one of my great things in life that just annoys the shit out of me. It really does. The passive-aggressive mentality. I'm aggressive. Probably gets me in trouble at times, but I don't like the passive side of it. D. Nugget says Brett Favre is the opposite of fake. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, Keldon baseball. I'll watch the Sterno documentary, and I'll check it out. I haven't seen that one. Hawks, the Yanks dissed A-Rod by putting him at third when he's a better player than Jeter, laughing out loud. Yeah. Jeter was the king of New York, though. So you weren't going to move Jeter, but absolutely, that's true. Hawks fans, should we get Charles Cross if we sign Trent Brown? We should, Hawks fan. He's not a left tackle. Trent Brown cannot play left tackle. There's no way Trent Brown can play it. He's only a right tackle. So getting Charles Cross, you move him to left, you got your right tackle, you got your pillars set for the next 3 years. That's not a bad way to start out your rebuild. Jamal Haji says, who do you think the Seahawks should sign tomorrow? How about we bring back Rashad Penny? Let's take a look at Rashad Penny and let's look at Trent Brown. Those are my two signings for you tomorrow, Jamal. Megan says, sure, B. I'm going to go for the throat aggressiveness. Aggressive as Charles Riley will tell you. Hell yeah, I know you are, and I dig that about it. I appreciate aggression. I love aggression. I don't like passive aggression, though. That's the stuff that drives me nuts. Dwayne G says, just make a hot pocket and stay online. I would, man, but my voice is starting to die after 10 hours in. So 10 hours in, I'm definitely have hit my top mark, and I gotta relax, kind of chill out, decompress a little bit. But like I said, when we eventually do this, I'll be doing this every day. So I got to build up the voice too. But I appreciate you, Dwayne. I appreciate you, man. I'd give it a shot if I could, but it's going to get real scratchy here in about another hour if I kept going. The A-Rod doc's called Screwball on Netflix. I'll take a look at it. Josh Reynolds, we should grab Baker Mayfield. I think he's a possibility, man, especially if Cleveland ends up landing Deshaun Watson. They're not the favorite, but even if they don't, I don't think they're sold on Baker anyway. D-Naga says 24 hours Hawks Nest charity stream. Sounds good. At some point, we will do it. I promise you. We will do it. Someday. I got to prep it up, though, a little bit, but we will for sure. Charles Riley, I don't want to do this, Brando, but I'll take A-Rod over Griffey Jr. any day. I wish I could have asked Artie Burns and Will Disley their thoughts. I know Will Disley's a Griffey guy. I know he's a Griffey guy, Charles. He's local. He's going to be a Griffey guy. So, you ride with A-Rod. You ride with A-Rod. He's going to leave you in the middle of the night. He's going to break your heart in the middle of the night. You know? He's going to have that, the steroids sticking out of his butt every other day. But, I'll ride with the clean and pure Griffey. Clean and as pure as the driven snow. Hawk says, I think we should sign Jen Harbaugh. I like Harbaugh as a coach, man. I like Harbaugh. John Mall, how much cap space do we have after re-signing a lot of people? We're a little bit, I think, below $19 million in remaining cap space, approximately. And you can still create some more cap space if you want to release a couple other guys to get that up to, like, let's say $25 million without doing a lot of cap acrobatics to pull that off. But a little under $19 million or so. TG Nave says, I'm a huge Hawks fan and thankful to have you doing this, streaming this often and this long. You deserve more. Much love. Well, you guys are great in your support. I couldn't ask for more from my people as far as the support. I get more bang for buck donations than anybody else, probably more bang for buck likes than just about anybody else. People were mentioning somebody else running a channel where they got a couple hundred people on, they got 50 likes. People support this channel. They know what it's going to take for this channel to grow. You guys have my back on getting this channel going, and that's all I need. I got you guys as like the wind in my sails here, and we're going to roll. And we're getting more growth right now in the last week than I've seen at any point in a week in this whole channel's history. So we're engaging, we're clicking in, we're putting the gas down, and we're going to get there, man. But I love doing this, man. I love doing this. You guys make this just an amazing experience in that respect. Dwayne G says, no getting out of it. If you're fake, you're fake. Yeah, Dwayne, you can hold up the mask for so long, can't you? You can keep it pressed to your face and try to hold it with two hands in there as long as you can. But after years go by, you can only hold that fakery on for so long before you're outed for what you are. And I think Russell Wilson's a really good human being, a great human being. I think he's got a charitable soul. I think he's legit in most of what he says as far as being what he really thinks and feels. But I think there's also an element of evasiveness to his character, a little bit of let me hide this stuff so let me just show you the good stuff, and that's not being all genuine at times. And I think that's caused not only issues as far as maybe the way not issues with the fan base, but definitely issues within the locker room, where we often wondered at the time, why is the Legion of Boom having so many issues with Russell Wilson? Why is there this weird thing of them sort of looking at him with like you feel like the Legion of Boom used to look at Russ like this when he'd be looking away in the locker room and they'd look at him like this. And I can never understand why. Why do they view this guy that way? Aren't you guys on the same team helping each other? But in retrospect, it's especially maybe a little more understandable, especially when you used to hear words like lack of accountability. We're held accountable. We got to be perfect. If we're out of line a little bit, we get told it. He gets to kind of do whatever he wants, and there is no accountability. And if you've got a guy like that and there's no accountability, that can lead up to some of the friction, I think, that occurred at that time near the end of Legion of Boom. Salmon chips for Bees Cat, says Megan. I think it is time. D-Nugget says, you hustle, you grind, you consistent, you got cats. That's it. Jeff Ryan says, Griffey was a good guy. My high school girlfriend actually was one of their babysitters. Griff was also awesome to slip into the movie theaters in Issaquah. He'd tip me at least $100 every time. I've heard stories like that with Griffey, man. And I'm telling you, Charles, we're going to bring you back over to Griffey. You've seen a couple of these stories now with him that are just should more endear you to them. I don't hear a lot of those A-Rod stories. They call him no tipping A-Rod. Did you know that? No tipping A-Rod. You probably didn't know that, but that's what it is. I know you thought it was no tipping Pippin, but it's actually no tipping A-Rod. That's awesome, though, Jeff. That is awesome, man. I would have. If you're a young guy, it must have been Super nervous seeing that. That would have been amazing. We'd leave the lights low and bring him in the emergency exit before and after the movie. Ooh, nice. Very nice you guys to do. It's the nice thing about the Seattle community. If we get sports stars and stuff, we take care of our guys there. At least in the local community, we do take care of them. Weston Corbett, thank you for everything you do, Brandon. No one's better. Thank you, Weston. I appreciate it. Washington Fist Quest for the $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest. What a stream. All hail King Brando. Oh, thank you, man. Very much appreciated. You guys are very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like I said, I love hanging out with you guys. It's just always an amazing experience coming on here and being able to talk football and just getting the depths with you guys. I love this, man. I love this. TG Nave, if you were Seahawks GM, what would you do starting tomorrow? Well, once I bring in Trent Brown, I'd find a way to sign him to a new deal and get him locked in. I'm honestly going to be pretty conservative in free agency, TG Nave. I've advocated for really at the end of the day, I'd like to roll over money from this cap space this year into next year. So I'm not chomping at the bit to have to spend every last bit of cash. I'm okay with leaving a little bit. D Nugget says, Griffey seems like a real dude. A-Rod's a narcissist, 100%. That's been my impression on it too. Yeah. Jamal Haji says, what do you think about the Jamal Von Miller signing? I like it all the way around. I think it's good for Miller. I think it's great for the Buffalo Bills. When you're in Buffalo, even when you're a team in Buffalo that's winning like you are, you're just not going to be a free agent destination for players in the league. Nobody wants to go play in sub-zero temperatures for a majority of their games. And so if you're going to bring a guy in, you're going to probably have to pay top of the market prices. They're in go for it now approach. They're in their Super Bowl window mode right now. And they also happen to be operating within the AFC, which is the most competitive conference. Makes a lot of sense why you would be uber aggressive if you happen to be landing in that zone of things. I give them a lot of props for doing so. Smart on their process. Great signing. He's going to help their defense out. Love it. Love it. I know it's a lot, but I think they had to do it. And Power Code, Brando, you are the best, man. Thank you so much. D Nugget says, we ride dirty in the Hawks Nest. We do ride dirty in the Hawks Nest. You better believe it. Megan, I don't know much about baseball, but I know Griffey beats A-Rod all day and night. I'm trying to bring Charles over on this side of things. I'm going to slowly get him there eventually, but he's got a bone to pick with Griff, and I understand it. I get it. Megan, what happens with leftover money from free agency? Megan, leftover money on a year's cap. If you go to next year's cap, let's say it's 313, 223, and you're just before the new league year next year, and you got $10 million on your cap, you can roll that cap over into next year's cap. All of it. So if you have 11 million, you can roll it in next year's cap. If you have 15 million, roll in next year's cap. So the theory behind this goes, why not roll the money over to next year when you might be more in a competitive state, as opposed to just using up all the money this year because you have the cap space to use. So I'd try to roll it over if I could. D Nugget says Von Miller might get a third ring. He just might. And boy, what a legacy that would set. A guy like that getting 3 rings, 3 different teams, especially being one of them out of Buffalo. Buffalo's going to be scary next year, especially if Gabriel Davis can continue to come on for them at that wide receiver position. They're going to be tough to deal with. Charles says A-Rod is a narcissist hired for commentating baseball games because he's a narcissist. Narcissists are articulate. Yeah. B, if it was a great time, high school and a little after high school. It was a great time, high school and a little after high school. I'd met him because of my girlfriend earlier, but yeah, he was like my MJ at baseball. Yeah, he was like that for me too, Jeff. He was absolutely that. He was that guy for me too. It's just, hero growing up. Him and Largent, those were the 2 sports heroes growing up. Byron D, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Byron, welcome. Thank you for coming aboard the Hawks Nest and becoming a member, man. Keep an eye on your community posts. I do a lot of articles, weekly articles. I try to post down there on that spot. So take a look if you get a chance over there. But thank you for joining on up. Danny W. actually liked them saying Drew Lock is our guy, even if it isn't true, because it says they won't reach on a quarterback. I'm going to trust the process since they're making the right moves for a rebuild. Me too. I'm good with them saying it as well, Daniel. And I would hope that they would hold their cards close to the vest as far as their intentions of the quarterback position, especially if it is to draft a guy. But I'm hopeful that they wait on it. I'm hopeful they're patient on it. I hopefully they don't feel like, well, we lost Russell, now we got to get a guy. We got to get a guy now. No, just be patient on it. Wait, hold on, and we're going to be good. Byron E says, I'm in the Ring of Honor. You are in the Ring of Honor, man. Welcome. It's a short and distinguished list. Jamal Hodge, I think Seattle Seahawks are going to take Malik Willis with the 9th pick. I could very well see him doing it, Jamal. It would not surprise me in the least. Not at all. All right, we have got the last 50 seconds, and then we are going to be to 10 hours even on this stream. I think a nice, good 10 hours even is a good place to stop. What will Penny make, assuming he resigns? I'm thinking like 2 years, $12 million. Seems about like the right range of price for him. But it could go higher than that. Some team might not break the bank, but go a little bit higher. You know? And Byron D is the man for becoming a member. Welcome aboard, Byron. Scott Nina says trade number 9 to the Steelers for 20 and 52. They need QB Willis. I'm okay with that, Scott. I do think going from 9 to 20 is more value that should be derived for a future first-round pick than a second-round pick this year. But if you're trading us back and you're not taking Malik Willis, and that's the offshoot of that, then I'm good with it. I'm totally good with it. Have a good night, Empower Code. Have yourself a good one. Well, we got ourselves through today's opening and free agency, folks. And Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you. He says, A-Rod got screwed by a local Seattle reporter for MVP. Well, he had a little bit of bitterness on that one, Charles. I could see it. Hey, the way he left town, man, he spurred a lot of people because he was saying one thing, making everybody think, okay, we lost Griffey, but at least we'll be able to hold on to A-Rod. Okay, we lost Randy Johnson, but at least we'll be able to hold on to A-Rod. And then he flipped around and did something completely opposite of what he said he was going to do, which is going for the money and going for a team that was in Loserville at that point. And, kind of annoyed us. But everybody was really sensitive to it at that point, Charles, Everybody was really like, having lost as many as we'd lost. I think at that point you had Peyton gone, Kemp was gone at that point. It had been it was a touchy time in Seattle. It's a little touchy time. Look, it's the first day of free agency, and we didn't jump deep into the waters. That's no surprise to us. We've been on this rodeo before. We know this team's not going to spend in free agency. That's no big deal. And we've got a press conference today that's not going to draw a lot of excitement from the fan base. We still don't know exactly what the plan is in place for this team and what direction they're going to go. Be it, is this a team that's going into a rebuild mode, or do they really look at themselves and say, we're going to actually truly try to compete next year? I do remain pessimistic that this organization looks at this roster and says it's ready to compete next year. I think that they're going to tell people that because it sounds good to the fans and it's what fans are going to want to hear. Nobody wants to hear we're headed into a rebuild state. Well, I mean, you guys would be willing to hear it because you guys are open-minded and intelligent. But I think many of your common fans out there are not going to be as happy with this, hearing something like that, especially on the heels of Russell Wilson being moved. So there still are some indications here that we might be seeing a rebuilding state. I hope so. I think that's the best path and approach to getting us to the best possible long-term success, and especially to the long-term success of truly trying to compete for Super Bowls. Not trying to compete to win more games than we lose, but to try to compete to be a Super Bowl contending type team. It's very hard to get there. It's a process to get there. It takes a plan to get there. It doesn't happen by happenstance. It doesn't happen by you throwing stuff up at a wall and seeing what sticks. And if they've got that approach and methodology locked into place, you can get back there again. But I think really the big part of it, the big bear of this at this point is staying in that rebuild mode. Don't get impatient. Don't get touchy. Don't get your trigger finger itchy and feeling like you got to pull it this year. Just wait on it. Just hold on it. And if they do, they get to next year with over $130 million in cap space, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a whole lot of cap space into the future years. So if you need to borrow from the future, you can absolutely do that. I want to see them go this route. I'm hopeful they go this route. There are some signs now with these signings and indications that they're kind of going this route. And that would be, from my standpoint, a beautiful thing. It gets completed as the circle of the rebuild if you don't draft the quarterback in this draft. And then if they do that for a front office and a coaching staff that I've been tremendously hard on, you will find me being a whole lot easier on them. You will find me, agreeing with and backing their decisions at that point, because I think they're starting to do things from a smart approach. And there are some signs of this. We need more evidence. We need more proof, but we're seeing sparks of the evidence showing us this. And that's very encouraging. There's many people out there that might think that we're heading into a bit of a dark period. There's many people out there that think that Russell Wilson's gone and Carroll's had his days past and we ain't going anywhere until we get the next donor. Hold on to that hope. Don't get yourself mired in the muck. Don't get yourself caught in just thinking Carroll's seen the game passing by. That might be the case. But for today, hold on to some hope. For today, hold on to the fact that maybe they can find their way around this. Maybe they can click back into that old blueprint. We don't know that it can't work. I don't know it can't work. You don't know that it can't work. It might just work if they go back to it again because, hey, it worked once. The last time you were on this blueprint, and it was the last time you were on this blueprint, 2012, 2013, 2014. And you put an epic team together. No, they're not going to be able to replicate the Legion of Boom. No, you're not going to find Russell Wilson to get in the third round. That ain't going to happen. But there's different paths and there are different approaches. It's all about just arriving at that same place at the end of the day. And maybe it's not as magical, maybe it's not as strong, maybe it's not as dominant, maybe it's not as a legendary team that you build up, but they can build that team again. They can get back there once again. You keep that goddamn faith, my fellow 12s, and you don't lose it. Even in these dark times. Even when you hear press conferences that were a joke show of today. Even when you see your 12th man putting clown emojis on every other comment in the Seahawks channel as they go live in that press conference, you keep that faith. You don't lose it. Because brighter days are coming ahead. We're taking it down. We're cutting away the dead weight. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight, but eventually you get back to the other side of it. And when you do, boy, that's something to get excited about. So my fellow 12s out there, you keep this faith. Don't get discouraged by a tepid free agent period. Don't get discouraged by a rebuild. Get encouraged by smart decision making. Get encouraged by smart drafting. Get encouraged by smart spending of the money. Because if we start doing those things, and we haven't been, when we start doing those things, that's when we get back on top. That's when we start to own this division once again. That's when we become feared. Let's get back to that state, 12th man. Ride with me together on this. Keep that faith. Keep the positivity flowing. I will be back on Sunday, and I will be over on, of course, Brendan's channel tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune in there, we will be on 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Other than that, keep the faith. Stay positive. Love these Hawks. And don't you forget, never forget now. Don't you do it. I see you, Charles. I see you over there for you, Charles. Keep that faith. Megan, keep that faith. Keep that faith, and don't you ever forget. You remember it on your lives. Go Hawks.